Chapter 1. Who is my father? After all, upon a golden beach, atop a rocky outcrop, a man and a woman nestled closely together. The man was strikingly handsome, while the woman possessed an ethereal beauty towering at 180 centimeters. She was enveloped in a flowing red robe, her azure hair cascading down her back. Beside her lay a golden scepter, 3 meters in height, adorned with a spear-like protrusion and topped with a radiant golden gem. Faintly, the woman's abdomen appeared slightly rounded with a sorrowful expression. She leaned against the man's shoulder and asked, "Are you truly leaving?" The man, resolute, nodded affirmatively. "I have discovered a Poseyxi legacy left by a powerful deity. I must journey there." She understood his greatest aspiration was to ascend to divinity. They had reached the pinnacle of strength in this world, with no other path but to become gods. The woman caressed her gently rounded abdomen, torn with reluctance. Yet she recognized that for the sake of the man she cherished, this was the promise he had once made to her. "Go ahead, I will ensure this child is raised with love," she said tenderly, her hand lingering on her belly, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their child. The man gazed at her, a profound sense of indebtedness filling his heart. "Wait for my return. Once I achieve divinity, I shall marry you," he declared, sealing his promise with conviction. He then left behind a small hammer, casting one last glance at his beloved before transforming into a crimson light and vanishing from sight. Unbeknownst to them, 7 years slipped by unnoticed. The man had departed for 7 years, and their child was now 6 years old. Tomorrow marked the day of the child's awakening of martial spirit. In the same place where the couple had once shared their moments, the exceptionally beautiful woman remained. Still waiting for her beloved's return. Beside her sat a handsome 6-year-old boy, the embodiment of their love. "Mom, who is my father?" the boy inquired, echoing a question that had lingered in his mother's heart since his earliest memories. The woman smiled gently, her affection evident as she stroked the boy's hair. "Finger, your father is the mightiest being in this world. He promised me that once he fulfills his dreams, he will return." They were on Sea God Island, and the boy's mother was named Poseyxi, one of the 3 unparalleled Douluos of the world. The boy was called Poseyxi, a soul possessing the memories of a previous life. Having traversed into this realm gratefully, before his arrival, he had diluted the meng soup he consumed. He understood the entirety of this world's history and its unfolding narrative. His mother, Poseyxi, was indeed the Grand Priestess of Sea God Island, a 99th ranked Douluo, her strength unparalleled in this realm. This world was known as Douluo Continent, a land where martial spirits existed. These spirits could manifest as weaponry, soul beasts, or even common farming tools. Soul masters were the most esteemed profession in this world. Over the past 6 years, Poseyxi had grown accustomed to the ways of Sea God Island. Aside from having a formidable mother, he had never seen his mysterious and powerful father. Each time he inquired about him, Poseyxi would repeat the same words, and as time passed, Poseyxi gradually found peace with it. "Finger, tomorrow marks your martial spirit awakening. If I am not mistaken, your spirit will surely be that of the sea god, just like mine," Poseyxi said with a smile. She harbored great hopes for this child, who had always been endearing and obedient to her. "The sea god?" Poseyxi murmured, contemplating the implications. This was a divine martial spirit, akin to the 6-winged angel, both immensely powerful entities on the continent. As Poseyxi's child, it was only natural for Poseyxi to inherit the sea god martial spirit, as such inheritances stemmed from the more potent side of the parent's mom. "I wish." Poseyxi hesitated, gauging her reaction. Poseyxi, serene and attentive, listened carefully. "You wish to venture beyond Sea God Island?" she inquired with a knowing smile. Poseyxi nodded silently. As a member of the countless souls who had traversed into this realm, he realized that he could not remain idle on Sea God Island. Time would soon bring forth a figure named Tangan, who would undergo the sea god's 9 trials, demanding sacrifices from his mother. Such matters could not be allowed to transpire. In this new life, every moment spent with his mother over the past 6 years had indelibly marked Poseyxi's heart, and his enigmatic father, as mentioned by his mother in passing, hailed from Douluo Continent, not from Sea God Island. In his previous life, he had been orphaned, but now he had finally found a family. His mother had always been there, yet his father had left for 6 long years to honor a promise made long ago. Throughout this time, Poseyxi had never left, steadfastly waiting for the return of that man for the sake of his mother and father. Bluffing resolved to explore the continent. As the Grand Priestess of Sea God Island, Poseyxi oversaw the vast maritime domain and could not easily depart. The island was also protected by 7 powerful pillars, the Guardians, all titled law, with the Sea Dragon Law being the strongest among them, a 95th ranked titled law. Fate has destined you to govern Sea God Island, therefore. Let us make a wager. Poseyxi proposed with a smile. If by the time you turn 12, your soul power reaches level 30, I shall permit you to travel across the continent for a few years. Should you fail to achieve level 30 by then, you must remain by my side and learn how to manage Sea God Island. Level 30? The Sea God was a divine martial spirit, and upon awakening, he would undoubtedly possess innate full soul power with 6 years to train. Bluffing was confident it would suffice to reach level 30. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. All right, the two clasped hands to seal their pact with that. Poseyxi departed, her duties as Grand Priestess demanding her attention. Bluffing remained alone on the rocky outcrop, gazing out at the boundless sea, filled with anticipation for what lay beyond on the continent in his heart. He silently devised a series of training plans and sought the assistance of the 7 Pillar Guardians, the mightiest beings beneath his mother on Sea God Island. With their support, he was certain to achieve his goal of reaching level 30 in 6 years. His mother had mentioned that his father was a being of equal strength to her. Who, then, was this enigmatic father? Chapter 2. Martial Spirit Awakening a Hammer? Today, security on Sea God Island was exceptionally stringent, as Bofeng's martial spirit awakening held great significance for the island. It heralded the emergence of the next leader of Sea God Island. When Bofeng turned 16, he would be eligible to stand before the sacred pillars and undergo the corresponding trials, thus determining the future Grand Priest of Sea God Island. On Sea God Mountain, within the Sea God Temple, Bofeng had spent the past 6 years living alongside his mother. Poseyxi, she sat regally above, while below stood 7 elevated platforms, upon which the 7 guardians of the sacred pillars of protectors of Sea God Island were positioned. Bofeng stood at the center, before a circular altar where a black staff was planted according to his mother. This was the divine artifact of the Sea God. The Sea God trident. Only those who inherited the Sea God's legacy could withdraw it. Thump, thump, thump. The appointed time had arrived. Poseyxi, who had been with her eyes closed, slowly opened them, gazing down at her son with a gentle smile. The martial spirit awakening ceremony is about to commence. Finger, are you prepared? Bluffing nodded earnestly. Mom, I am ready and can begin at any moment. Upon receiving her son's affirmation, Poseyxi gracefully rose from her seat and approached Bluffing. Standing before the Sea God trident, after respectfully bowing to the trident, she raised her golden scepter, which radiated a brilliant golden light. As the golden energy surged into the Sea God trident, the entire Sea God temple was illuminated, enveloping Sea God Mountain in a dazzling display of blue and gold light that persisted and intensified. Finger, step into the light beam and attune yourself to the essence of your martial spirit. Poseyxi instructed, following his mother's guidance. Bluffing gradually entered the beam of light. In that moment, he found himself immersed in a warm, comforting realm, an indescribable sensation of bliss washing over him, as if something deep within him shattered under this warm force. A majestic figure materialized behind him, an imposing man wielding a golden trident, clad in a blue and gold robe, crowned with a golden diadem. This figure was none other than Bofeng's martial spirit, the Sea God. Having perfectly inherited this divine martial spirit, Bluffing stood shoulder to shoulder with his mother, Poseyxi, his spirit rivaling the 6-winged angel of the Spirit Hall. The 7 guardians of the sacred pillars knelt respectfully, their faces alight with excitement, for they were the most devoted protectors of the Sea God. Poseyxi, too, knelt partially, her eyes filled with admiration as she beheld her son, basking in the golden light, alongside the Sea God spirit that mirrored her own. If all goes as expected, the next high priest of the Sea God will indeed be him. However, what followed was an unforeseen occurrence. To the left of Bluffing, he sensed another force. No, it should be another spirit. Slowly raising his left hand, under the gaze of all, a completely black hammer emerged, with a handle approximately half a foot long and a cylindrical hammerhead. upon which faint patterns coiled around its dark surface. This was Bofeng's second spirit, and while the 7 sacred pillar guardians were left in bewilderment, Poseidon understood perfectly well this second spirit. The hammer was derived from her beloved, who was also Bofeng's father. Poseidon's eyes glistened with moisture after 6 long years. To once again behold this hammer was an emotion beyond comparison. The weight of the hammer began to press down on Bofeng's left hand, causing it to slowly sink. Who would have thought that such a small hammer could bear such immense weight? Wiping away the remnants of tears from the corners of her eyes, Poseidon gazed at her son, who was slightly straining, and quickly waved her staff. The golden light that enveloped Bofeng receded, and the sea god behind him gradually faded, returning to Bofeng. Yet the hammer spirit that Bofeng held in his left hand showed no intention of being withdrawn. It quietly floated in the palm of his hand. Poseidon urged, "Finger, channel your soul power and retract your hammer." Following his mother's instructions, Bofeng operated his soul power, causing the dark light in his left hand to dissipate, and that heavy weight vanished. The mysterious hammer being retracted, once more so, this was the essence of soul power. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Bofeng realized the hammer's weight was at least 300 to 500 pounds. Fortunately, having consumed numerous rare treasures in his youth, he was able to bear this burden. Otherwise, it would have truly overwhelmed him. "Mother, what is this hammer?" Bofeng inquired, puzzled. If this hammer spirit had been inherited alongside his mother's sea god spirit, then its original bearer must certainly be his father. Poseidon extended her delicate hand to wipe away the remaining sweat from Bofeng's forehead, smiling gently. "When the time comes, you will understand. Promise me, my child, never to use that hammer spirit, especially when you are on the continent." A bold guess began to form in Bofeng's mind. Could it be that this hammer was suppressing his curiosity? Bofeng nodded. "I understand, mother." Seeing Bofeng's agreement, Poseidon rose and retrieved a crystal ball from the table. Behind her, this crystal ball was designed to display soul power values, capable of revealing the precise degree of Bofeng's current soul power. As Bofeng placed his right hand upon the crystal ball, the 7 sacred pillar guardians and Poseidon held their breath in anticipation. Under the collective gaze of all, the crystal ball radiated an unprecedented brilliance. The entirety of the dark sea god island was instantly enveloped in this blue light. "Innate full soul power," exclaimed the sea spear Douluo, standing atop the platform with a golden spear, brimming with excitement. Yet, to their astonishment, the crystal ball in Poseidon's hand suddenly shattered. For a crystal ball to break, Bofeng's soul power must have exceeded its limits. The crystal ball Poseidon had presented was one that capped at level 10, indicating that Bofeng's current soul power was evidently beyond that threshold. Poseidon, rather than being surprised, was filled with joy and promptly instructed a maid to fetch another new crystal ball. After a brief moment, a new crystal ball was brought forth, capable of measuring soul power up to level 20. As Bofeng placed his right hand upon it once more, the soul power within him surged, madly converging toward his right hand. The once unadorned crystal ball began to shimmer with blue light, which then intensified further. Bofeng's gaze sharpened, and all his soul power surged forth. The crystal ball held by the maid instantly burst forth with dazzling blue light, surpassing even the brilliance of the previous display. Innate full soul power was already remarkable, but it appeared that innate full soul power at level 20. Poseidon smiled. This was within her expectations at the time of awakening her sea god spirit. Her innate full soul power had also been at level 20. The sea god spirit was of divine caliber, akin to the 6-winged angel spirit, both being among the highest echelons of existence in the Douluo Continent, unparalleled by other spirits. Chapter 3. The First Soul Ring. The century-old evil demon orca. With the soul awakening ceremony successfully concluded, Bofeng's spirits were identified as the sea god and the mysterious hammer. He intended to prioritize the sea god as his primary spirit, with the mysterious hammer as a secondary spirit, given that Bofeng possessed dual spirits, coupled with an innate full soul power of level 20. After a day's rest, his mother needed to attend to matters regarding Sea God Island, and thus arranged for Xiaobai to accompany Bofeng in hunting the corresponding sea soul beasts. Early in the morning, Bofeng arrived alone at the beach, gazing out at the boundless ocean before him. The cool sea breeze brushing against his face today was the day to set sail, and Xiaobai had already been waiting for some time. Xiaobai, as she was known, was the guardian beast of Sea God Island, originally the mount of the sea god. The sole demon great white shark in her human form, Xiaobai was extraordinarily beautiful, her gray hair cascading down her back. With striking gray-blue eyes, her exquisite features and proud figure exuded an indescribable charm. Sister Xiaobai, Wolfing exclaimed excitedly as he ran towards her as the guardian beast of Sea God Island. Wolfeng, being the son of the high priest, naturally shared a close bond with her. With a mischievous smile, Xiaobai embraced Wolfeng tightly. "Little Wind, have you missed your sister during our long separation?" Xiaobai chuckled, and then planted a fervent kiss on Wolfeng's tender cheek. "Of course I have. Sister Xiaobai, what have you been busy with lately?" Wolfeng inquired. It had been 2 years since their last meeting. Rumor had it that Xiaobai had led her kin into a brutal war, which resulted in significant losses for the formidable spirit beast, the great white shark, tasked with guarding the safety of the Sea God Island. Xiaobai herself returned injured, with Poseidon personally attending to her wounds. Conflicts among spirit beasts are inevitable, especially for the great white shark, which faces few rivals in the vast ocean. Apart from the one in the abyssal whale sea, its greatest adversary is the malevolent orca. These creatures are merciless killers of the ocean, exhibiting brutality comparable to that of their abyssal counterparts, often sparing even their own kin from their wrath. Xiaobai sighed and shook her head in a bittersweet manner. "I haven't been busy with much. Aside from the heavy responsibility of guarding the Sea God Island, I've merely been idling about here. Now that you have awakened your martial soul, you urgently require 2 suitable soul rings for your first and second spirits, as the High Priest has informed me. We must not delay, let us set off at once." With that, Xiaobai leaped into the sea, cradling Wolfeng. The moment they touched the water, Xiaobai transformed into a magnificent 20-meter-long great white shark, adorned with exquisite golden stripes that rendered her appearance exceptionally regal. Sitting upon the back of the majestic white shark, Wolfeng glided gently toward the ocean. According to his mother's meticulous arrangements, the maximum age for the first soul ring was 423 years, while the second could reach up to 764 years. The most desirable sources for these soul rings included the formidable evil demon orca, seahorses, starfish, and the elusive sea serpent. Among these, the evil demon orca was deemed the most precious, a creature capable of standing alongside the great white shark. Unfortunately, evil demon orcas were social marine soul beasts, rarely venturing out alone, and within their ranks resided a fearsome 100,000-year-old evil demon orca king, whose power was truly terrifying. At present, the white shark, bearing Wolfeng, swam in the opposite direction of the orca pod, encountering sea soul beasts that were either beyond their age limit or merely 10,000 years old, none of which were suitable. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the white shark found a secluded island where the two could take a brief respite. On the soft sands, Wolfeng and Xiaobai reclined, the refreshing sea breeze sweeping away the weariness of the day. "Xiaobai, it has been a whole day, and we have yet to encounter a suitable sea spirit beast," Wolfeng lamented weakly. Xiaobai chuckled, covering her mouth. "Do not be anxious in times of trouble. Finding a fitting sea spirit beast is no simple matter." Just as Wolfeng was becoming increasingly distressed over his first spirit ring, a figure emerged from the sea, causing his gaze to sharpen. It was a gray whale, its massive head looming as it opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth capable of rending any object apart, its dark red eyes brimming with relentless menace. "A demonic orca," Wolfeng exclaimed as he sprang to his feet, staring at the demonic orca that was feeding not far away. The creature measured about 3 to 4 meters in length, while the fully grown demonic orca could reach 30 meters. Upon hearing that name, Xiaobai immediately stood up, her eyes fixed upon the feeding orca. This name had always filled her with disdain, for it was at the hands of the demonic orca king that her brother had met his demise, leading to her grievous injuries during the battle against the clan led by the orca king 2 years prior. Periodically, wars would erupt between the two races. It was the survival law among sea spirit beasts. Indeed, it is the demonic orca. This creature, measuring 3 to 4 meters, is between 300 and 400 years old, making it perfectly suitable for your first spirit ring, Xiaobai exclaimed with delight. However, her expression quickly shifted to one of fury. "Wait here. I shall capture it for you, and that beast will become your first spirit ring." For Xiaobai, the demonic orca had always been an object of her deep-seated hatred, and she was determined to take matters into her own hands this time. Even though Poseidon had advised that Bo Feng should take the lead while Xiaobai merely observed, intervening only if absolutely necessary. The presence of the demonic orca stirred a profound animosity within her that she could not ignore. Wu Feng swiftly embraced the slender legs of Xiaobai, halting her advance. Sister Xiaobai, leave this creature to me. This is my first encounter. It is an honor to combat the malevolent demon orca. Yet, Xiaobai struggled to suppress her inner fury. For this occasion was intended for Wu Feng's growth, not for her, who had long bullied a mere century-old being. It was a rare opportunity to confront such a precious demon orca, should she falter and it perish by her hand. Wu Feng would find it difficult to absorb this exceptional soul ring. Rest assured, Sister Xiaobai, I assure you, once I attain the rank of title Douluo, I will personally slay the demon orca king, allowing it to become the soul ring for my sea god martial spirit, avenging you in the process. How does that sound? Wu Feng declared resolutely. Gazing at Wu Feng before her, and hearing his earnest words, Xiaobai felt an overwhelming warmth within. With a tender affection, she ruffled Wu Feng's hair and smiled. You must be cautious. The demon orca is immensely powerful. Its hide is the hardest part of its body, so when you attack, aim for its underbelly, where it is most vulnerable. Wu Feng solemnly nodded, then gradually approached the ravenous demon orca. With a physique measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, its pitch-black body and those malevolent crimson eyes epitomized the most sinister and lethal existence in the ocean. The demon orca seemed to have also noticed Wu Feng, staring at the diminutive figure before it, audaciously daring to challenge its might. Chapter 4. The demon orca king approaches. It must be noted that in this entire marine expanse, aside from the entity in the realm of the demon whales, even the formidable soul-eating great white shark dared not confront them. How could a mere human possess such audacity? The demon orca opened its gaping maw and leaped into the air, its robust body not hindering its speed in the slightest. It aimed to devour Wu Feng in one swift motion. At that moment, a phantom of the sea god materialized behind Wu Feng. The sea god, ruler of the oceans, instinctively caused the demon orca to retreat in trepidation. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Feng reached out with his right hand, and a blue trident appeared in his grasp. Identical to the sea god trident of the sea god temple, this trident would momentarily serve Wu Feng when the sea god's martial spirit enveloped him. However, this was not the genuine sea god trident. It could only wield a fraction of its true power. Yet, against the century-old demon orca before him, that was more than sufficient. The waves danced as the trident of Bo Feng struck directly against the abdomen of the malevolent orca, the most vulnerable part of its formidable physique. As anticipated, the wicked creature was instantly repelled, crashing into the ocean and sending forth a cascade of frothy waves. Witnessing this, Xiaobai finally let out a sigh of relief. The malevolent orca, despite its century of strength, could not be taken lightly. As it was propelled backward, the orca narrowed its eyes, beginning to regard this opponent with newfound seriousness. With its powerful tail slapping against the surf, it conjured towering waves several meters high. Riding the surging waters, the malevolent orca launched its assault once more. Bo Feng, with unwavering resolve, stood tall, wielding his trident with an air of defiance. As he swung it with abandon, the colossal waves crashed against him, yet he remained unperturbed, as if untouched by the tumult around him. Possessing the soul of the sea god, he felt no threat from any marine entity. Centered around his trident, Bo Feng sent the malevolent orca tumbling across the surface of the sea, and then thrust the trident forward once more, aiming to deliver a final blow to the beast. However, at that moment, another malevolent orca, measuring 5 meters in length, emerged from the waters beside him. Unbeknownst to Bo Feng, it clamped down upon the tip of his trident, while the force of the ancient deep-sea whale struck his shoulder with a powerful lash of its tail. The pain coursed through Bo Feng's arm, igniting a fiery sensation that compelled him to break free from the grasp of the malevolent killer whale and retreat to a safe distance. To his dismay, another malevolent killer whale emerged, appearing to be a formidable 5 meters in length, signaling a worthy adversary. This unexpected intrusion displeased Xiaobai. The assailant that had attacked Bo Feng was clearly a recently ascended 1,000-year beast, one among the ranks of ancient souls. This situation had exceeded Bo Feng's capabilities. He was no longer equipped to confront such a foe. Just as Xiaobai prepared to advance, Bo Feng hastily interjected, "Sister Xiaobai, allow me to handle this." Xiaobai furrowed her brow in discontent, retorting, "These two malevolent killer whales possess considerable strength, and the one is a recently ascended 1,000-year beast. How could you possibly stand against them? Listen to your elder sister. Let me deal with them." The aura of a 10,000-year soul beast surged forth, causing the two malevolent killer whales before them to tremble uncontrollably. On the opposite side of the ocean lay a vast congregation of these beasts, many exceeding 30 meters in length, all fully matured, most being 10,000-year souls. At the center of this assembly, a colossal malevolent killer whale abruptly opened its crimson eyes. Sensing the aura exuded by Xiaobai, a few years prior, during their last encounter, although Xiaobai had sustained grave injuries, the beast had gained little from the clash. Now, perceiving only Xiaobai's presence, the whale realized that even as the steed of the sea god, she stood alone against such a multitude of malevolent killer whales. Commanding this immense assembly, they surged rapidly toward the location of Xiaobai and Bofeng. However, given the speed of the malevolent killer whales, it would take a considerable time for them to reach the island where Bofeng and Xiaobai resided. On the island, under Bofeng's urging, Xiaobai swiftly reined in her aura. Gazing at Bofeng's swollen arm, a mixture of fury and sorrow surged within her. Since their acquaintance, she had come to regard Bofeng as a younger brother. At this moment, had it not been for Bofeng's persistent insistence, the two malevolent killer whales would have been vanquished without a trace. The waves no longer lay tranquil, as he gripped the trident tightly in his hand. A golden circlet appeared upon his forehead, adorned with numerous sapphires. The garments he wore transformed into an opulent display of majesty, their blue and gold patterns shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. This manifestation was the result of the sea god's martial spirit enveloping him. For reasons unknown, Xiaobai perceived the shadow of the sea god within Bofeng, as if reminiscent of battles fought a millennium ago alongside the sea god. Wielding the trident now exuded an extraordinary might. In the absence of Xiaobai's overwhelming presence, the two sinister killer whales before him began to unleash their full ferocity. Their massive jaws, lined with sharp teeth, relentlessly gnawed at the trident, sparks flying with each clash. In the moment the malevolent killer whale leapt, Bofeng, trident in hand, became one with it. Accompanied by a burst of crimson spray, the trident pierced through the century-old evil killer whale, bringing its wicked existence to a definitive end. The millennia-old killer whale, unaffected by the demise of its companion, exemplified the ruthless nature of its kind, capable of consuming its own without a shred of emotion. Seizing the opportunity, the ancient killer whale opened its maw wide, lunging directly at Bofeng, just as Xiaobai was poised to intervene. With a flash of dark light from his left hand, the hammer-shaped martial soul of Bofeng instantly enlarged, striking the head of the 1,000-year-old evil demon tiger whale with a resounding blow that shattered it into pieces. Forgive me, but I possess dual martial souls. The 500-pound hammer inevitably brought an end to the life of the evil demon tiger whale, leaving both beasts lifeless at this very spot. The first spirit ring was secured. However, the other whale, being over 1,000 years old, exceeded the absorption capacity for a second spirit ring. Consequently, Bofeng had no intention of absorbing it. Following his mother-esque guidance, he seated himself in meditation, drawing on the soul power. From the corpse of the deceased evil demon tiger whale, a yellow spirit ring slowly ascended. This marked Bofeng's first absorbed spirit ring, prompting Xiaobai to remain vigilant, ensuring no slip-ups occurred until he completed the absorption. The evil demon tiger whale, notorious for its ferocity, wielded such wild power that Bofeng often furrowed his brow during the absorption process. The overwhelming force was daunting, engulfing Bofeng in a fiery agony. As he bore the weight of the evil demon tiger whale's spirit ring, the creature's intense resentment at the moment of death surged forth, leading Bofeng dangerously close to failure in his absorption. Meanwhile, the clan led by the evil demon whale king was hastening towards their destination, leaving Bofeng and Xiaobai with little time. As time slipped away, the first 100-year spirit ring enveloping Bofeng gradually calmed, a phenomenon that occurs only after the spirit ring is fully absorbed. His soul power surged rapidly, a warm current coursing through his body, affirming the evil demon tiger whale's status as a top predator of the ocean. Encountering two of these beasts at once was fortuitous. Alas, one was beyond his capacity to absorb, rendering it a wasted opportunity. Xiaobai had been silently guarding him, and when she saw Bofeng had completed his absorption, she finally felt a weight lift from her heart. Now, they merely awaited Bofeng's awakening to continue their quest for the next sea soul beast. Suddenly, Xiaobai seemed to sense something, her gaze turning fearful as she stared out at the tranquil ocean. Observing closely, her expression grew grave. It was coming. The clan led by the evil demon whale king was drawing near, and anxiety gripped her. Even with all the demon great white sharks present, facing such numerous evil demon tiger whales would leave them with no choice but to retreat. A single evil demon tiger whale could hold its own against two demon great white sharks. Since that battle years ago, Xiaobai had nursed an unseen wound, and now, With danger approaching, she had to consider Bofeng's safety. He was the dual martial soul, the future master of Sea God Island. And Xiaobai could not allow any harm to befall him. After all, Bofeng had promised her he would eradicate the evil demon tiger whale pack. At that moment, Bofeng began to awaken, having absorbed the first spirit ring and acquired an appropriate first spirit ability. Just as he reveled in his newfound power, he noticed Xiaobai's troubled expression. "Sister Xiaobai, what troubles you?" he asked, concern lacing his voice. Taking a deep breath, Xiaobai urged, "We must leave at once. The evil demon whale king is approaching." "The evil demon whale king," Bofeng exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. 100,000-year soul beast was no trifling matter, and although Xiaobai was also a 100,000-year soul beast, she could not guarantee victory against such a formidable opponent. Without a moment's hesitation, Bofeng cast one last glance at the vanishing purple 1,000-year spirit ring. He shook his head. It was not his to claim. Life was at stake, and such thoughts were perilous. Moreover, it had already surpassed the second spirit ring, exceeding 200 years. As Xiaobai and Bofeng prepared to depart, he suddenly halted. Under Xiaobai's puzzled gaze, the sea god martial soul manifested behind him, grasping the sea god's trident and gazing ahead. In that instant, Xiaobai was left speechless. "My lord sea god, is that truly you?" The calm demeanor of the wind god suggested that the sea god had imparted some words to him. Shortly thereafter, the sea god vanished from sight. As Bofeng advanced, he dragged the long-deceased millennium demon, the orca, into the ocean. Xiaobai, perplexed, remarked, "Bofeng, we should disregard this demon orca. Preserving our lives is of utmost importance." Bofeng earnestly inquired, "Xiaobai, how long will it take you to reach Sea God Island at your fastest pace?" Xiaobai pondered for a brief moment before responding. "At most, an hour and a half." "Is there an issue?" She continued, "I have heard my mother mention the demon orca group. They are immense in size. And in terms of brute strength, the soul demon great white shark pales in comparison. However, when it comes to speed, you are indeed the experts." "Indeed." Xiaobai proudly thumped her chest, causing the waves to churn. Without delay, she plunged into the sea, transforming into a 20-meter-long soul demon great white shark. Bofeng sat astride the back of Xiaobai, channeling his soul power into his hand, as the nearly vanishing 1,000-year soul ring soared towards him. Simultaneously, the first soul ring beneath his feet glimmered, with a purple 1,000-year soul ring spinning rapidly above the yellow one. "Xiaobai, we must hurry. The evil demon tiger whale king is on its way." With that, Bofeng began to absorb the 1,000-year soul ring. Xiaobai nodded, her gaze fixed towards the direction of Sea God Island, swiftly departing with Bofeng at an incredible speed. As the most formidable of the demon soul great white shark, her velocity was among the finest in the ocean. In the blink of an eye, Xiaobai sped towards Sea God Island with Bofeng aboard. The late-arriving evil demon tiger whale king surveyed the scene, witnessing the lifeless bodies of two slain kin. After releasing energy to scan the surroundings, it found no trace of Xiaobai or the human. Enraged, the evil demon tiger whale king consumed the remains of its fallen brethren, the crunch of bones echoing as blood stained its sharp teeth. "We shall pursue," commanded the evil demon tiger whale king, as hordes of its kin surged towards Sea God Island. Across the vast ocean, Xiaobai swam swiftly, now less than a third of the distance from Sea God Island. Just a little longer, and they would reach safety. Meanwhile, Bofeng was deeply engaged in absorbing the 1,000-year soul ring, the age precisely reaching a millennium. Unlike the first-century-old beast, this evil demon tiger whale possessed a more ferocious power, the oppressive force from the 1,000-year soul ring causing excruciating pain throughout Bofeng's body. His insides felt as if they were ablaze, his complexion pale and grim. This was the first time he had experienced such agony from exceeding the age limit of soul ring absorption. The divine intervention of the sea god was the catalyst for his current ordeal, pushing beyond a 200-year limit. The torment of absorbing a soul ring of a higher level was beyond Bofeng's capacity to endure. Xiaobai could keenly sense the immense suffering he was enduring. Though her heart ached for him, this was a path he must traverse alone, free from interference. As time progressed, Xiaobai finally caught sight of the silhouette of Sea God Island. "Excellent. Once we reach there, the evil demon tiger whale horde will be powerless against us." Yet, at that moment, Xiaobai sensed an impending danger. A cerulean beam of light surged towards them, prompting her to evade in haste. Behind them, the evil demon tiger whale king led a formidable force in pursuit. Xiaobai felt overwhelmed. The injuries sustained from their battle 2 years prior had resurfaced, compounded by their frenzied flight. "Xiaobai, how dare you slay my kin?" The evil demon tiger whale king bellowed, its massive form advancing with bloodshot eyes fixed intently on her. Evil tiger. This is merely the consequence of your own actions. Wait, for one day, the evil demon tiger whales will vanish from these waters, restoring tranquility to the sea. Xiaobai declared resolutely, determined to ensure Bufing's absolute safety. Ha! The evil demon tiger whale king laughed heartily. A century ago, your brother fell by my hand. I must say, his flesh was delectable. But tell me, what fate awaits you? You. Xiaobai trembled with rage. The evil demon tiger whale king sought to provoke her into a fury. Yet Xiaobai knew she must not succumb. Bufing, seated upon her back, was close to successfully merging with the purple thousand-year soul ring. Suddenly, the evil demon tiger whale king noticed something peculiar. Gazing at the unfamiliar figure on Xiaobai's back, it recognized the essence of the being. Ah, Xiaobai, you kill my kin for the sake of a mere human. The evil demon tiger whale king roared in fury, gathering a blue beam of light once more aimed at Xiaobai and Bufing. Such commotion could not escape the notice of Poseidon, atop Sea God Mountain. Within the Sea God Temple, the tension escalated. Poseidon abruptly opened her eyes, her left hand gently waving, as ripples spread across the surface of the water before her. Within this aqueous veil, Xiaobai was frantically evading the assaults of the malevolent Orca King, while on her back, her son was absorbing the second soul ring. Through the shimmering curtain of water, Poseidon could discern that her son was indeed assimilating the second soul ring, its hue unmistakably purple. A millennium. Was this some sort of folly? He was her only son, and since his departure, Bofeng had become Poseidon's sole emotional anchor. She swiftly departed from the sea goddess palace, racing towards the battlefield. Xiaobai dodged with fervor, gathering energy within his maw to repel the pursuing demonic orcas. Ensuring Bofeng's safety was paramount, they had to leave this place without incident, while endeavoring to delay time to guarantee the arrival of reinforcements. Perched upon Xiaobai's back, Bofeng acutely sensed the impending danger. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. The second Millennium Soul Ring had fully merged with him. The first soul skill, Spear of the Sea. With the manifestation of the sea god martial spirit, wielding a blue trident, Bofeng possessed the ability to command a fraction of the ocean's might. At that time, however, he was still relatively weak, capable of harnessing only a minuscule portion of the oceanic power. Gradually, azure light coalesced around the trident shaft, while golden points of light amassed at its tip. With a swift thrust directed at the approaching malevolent orca behind Xiaobai, the trident pierced through the creature's skull with unwavering precision. The 30-meter-long beast thrashed wildly in the water, dragging Bofeng down into the depths alongside it. This was a malevolent orca, aged 50,000 years. And the pressure exerted by this ancient sea spirit left Bofeng gasping for breath. Vivid crimson blood flowed, staining the vast expanse of the ocean. Xiaobai's eyes widened in horror. Should the orca drag Bofeng into the depths, it would spell either a brutal demise or utter ruin. Die, evil tiger. Abyssal shark domain. Xiaobai unleashed her domain skill, prepared to engage the malevolent Orca King in a fierce confrontation. Simultaneously, Bofeng was submerged in the ocean, pulled down by the orca. Growing up by the sea, he possessed exceptional physical prowess and remarkable swimming ability. A 50,000-year-old malevolent orca would require 2 mature abyssal great white sharks to reach a stalemate. Yet at that moment, Bofeng was merely a great soul master, even with the divine sea god martial spirit at his disposal. Faced with such a colossal creature, he had no chance of retaliation. The trident had penetrated the orca's skull, and despite the overwhelming water pressure, Bofeng yanked the trident free with all his might. The orca's brain was brutally cleaved, flesh and bone alike. This marked Bofeng's first confrontation with a 10,000-year soul beast. Leveraging the trident's divine might and the ocean's strength, he had narrowly shattered the orca's brain. Yet, this alone was insufficient to seal its fate. The malevolent orca, acutely aware of its waning life, was determined not to let Bofeng escape unscathed, seeking to drag him down with it in its final moments. Enduring excruciating pain, the orca opened its massive jaws and sped toward him. In a desperate final struggle, Bofeng positioned the trident against his chest. The second soul ring ignited beneath him, channeling the ceaseless power of the ocean into the trident. His second soul skill, Sea God's Protection, transformed the ocean's force into an impenetrable shield against the foe's onslaught. A barrier of deep azure surrounded him, isolating the malevolent orca from his defense. The orca, relentless and resolute, crashed against the Sea God's Protection, fueled by its last vestiges of strength and a deathly determination for one final strike. Here, in the ocean, Bofeng, endowed with the sea god martial spirit, had a constant supply of power. Yet, the second soul ring was merely a millennium old. His soul power was gradually dwindling. Although Bofeng was an excellent swimmer, he remained human. At that moment, the malevolent orca's eyes glowed ominously, enveloped in a surge of black and red lightning, as it launched its final, desperate assault against the shield. This was its last attack. Wolfing was nearing his limit, both physically and spiritually exhausted. Boom. The sea god's protection stood unscathed. While the orca's eyes dimmed, its belly turning wide as it sank into the abyss. Following this, Wolfing too began to descend, his eyes filled with a fierce unwillingness. He could not perish yet. His mother awaited him, and his father still searched. Drawing upon the last remnants of his strength, he began to swim upward with urgency. At that moment, a flash of red light flickered from the lifeless orca, and a bone-like fragment erupted from its body. It flew swiftly, and for reasons unknown, the bone landed in Wolfing's arms. Harnessing its energy, Wolfing gradually began to ascend to the surface. With the ocean's power and the sea god's trident, Wolfing ultimately vanquished the 50,000-year-old malevolent orca. On the surface, Poseidon, wielding a golden scepter, redirected the true power of the sea, driving away the severely wounded Orca King and safeguarding the peace of Sea God Island. Xiaobai, battered and bruised, had given her all to protect Wolfing. But what of Wolfing? In a state of urgency, Poseidon searched fervently and finally spotted his unconscious son upon the surface of the sea. He hastily soared down and retrieved the drifting figure of Bofeng, the soul bone, gazing at the soul bone tightly clutched in his son's hand. It appeared to be a fragment from the right leg of the malevolent orca. Such soul bones are inherently precious, and this particular one, belonging to the nefarious orca, held value far exceeding anything Poseidon had previously encountered, aside from that of the 10,000-year-old Orca King. Naturally, the well-being of his son was paramount, and with that assurance, Poseidon departed from the scene, accompanied by Xiaobai. Wolfing remained in a state of oblivion, unaware of how long he had been lost in a deep slumber. Aside from attending to his numerous obligations, Poseidon devotes the majority of his time to caring for his slumbering son. Beside him, the malevolent soul bone of the orca radiates a haunting crimson glow, and Poseidon finds himself lost in contemplation. The commotion surrounding their first outing was indeed considerable. As Littleby had mentioned along the way, his son's first spirit ring is derived from a century-old malevolent orca, while the second spirit ring hails from a millennium-old orca, in addition to a soul bone of an astonishing 50,000 years. Even Littleby was taken aback upon encountering this remarkable soul bone. An adult malevolent orca requires the formidable challenge of two great white sharks to confront it. At merely 6 years of age, how could Boruto possibly achieve this? Indeed, the current Boruto is incapable of such feats. However, if one were to harness the power of the ocean, then it would indeed be attainable. The gentle breeze stirred, and as if awakening from a dream, Bofeng slowly opened her hazy eyes to behold the familiar ceiling above her, lying in bed at this moment. It seemed that the crisis had passed, and truly, being alive is a blessing. Chapter 7. The Hammer Technique Left by Father-Mother. The tender voice struck at Poseidon's heart. During Bofeng's days of unconsciousness, she had been consumed with worry. Seeing her daughter awaken from the bed, Poseidon finally felt a weight lift off her heart. Gently helping Bofeng sit up, she sighed. "My dear, you nearly frightened me to death. If anything were to happen to you, I would not be able to carry on. Mother, please do not speak such foolishness. Am I not fine?" Bofeng reassured her. "But, where is Sister Xiaobai? Is she all right?" Bofeng inquired with concern. Poseidon slowly shook his head, remarking that Xiaobai was unharmed, merely suffering from some external injuries. However, it was you who had engaged in a fierce battle with a malevolent orca that had existed for 50,000 years, which ultimately led to your unconscious state. You mustn't allow such a situation to arise again. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze swiftly shifting to the soul bone that lay beside him. This object was a novel sight for Naruto. According to the remnants of his memory, the crimson, bone-like substance appeared to have fallen from the formidable demon whale. What in the world is this bone? I distinctly recall it being shed by that demon whale, Naruto inquired, filled with bewilderment. Poseidon extended his left hand, and the soul bone, which had been placidly resting on the table, soared directly into his grasp. This is a soul bone, a rare treasure that only has a slight chance of being dropped upon the demise of a soul beast. Your fortune is remarkable. This particular soul bone was extracted from the 50,000-year-old evil demon whale you inadvertently defeated. It is a fine specimen of a right leg bone, aged around 50,000 years. Poseidon patiently explained. Gazing at the soul bone held in his mother's hand, Case finally understood. This was indeed a soul bone, having traversed through 6 years since his arrival. This was his first encounter with such a thing. It is said that when attached to a soul master, the soul bone can bestow formidable soul skills. When you have the opportunity, you should absorb this soul bone, my dear. Your first and second soul rings are derived from the evil demon whale. And this soul bone is also a remnant of that beast, with a commendable age. Coupled with your first and second soul skills, it presents a splendid option. At this moment, Poseyxi's demeanor shifted abruptly, her expression turning grave. Moreover, did I not instruct you that one should not absorb a soul ring whose age exceeds that of the soul master? Why then did you proceed to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring for your second? Are you truly intent on causing me distress? Feeling the weight of his mother's reproach, Kei's heart sank. Mother, narrowing his voice, Wave Wind remarked, if I were to claim that it was the sea god who urged me to act thus, would you still hold me accountable? After uttering these words, Poseyxi paused momentarily, then inquired, Child, have you clarified with your mother what the esteemed sea god has conveyed to you? Bofong recalled, the Lord of the Sea has commanded me to journey to the Douluo Continent in search of the lost heart of the sea god. He has also allowed me to absorb this millennium soul ring, assuring me that with it, I shall encounter no peril. The heart of the sea god? As the high priestess of Sea God Island, I am undoubtedly aware of its significance. It is the sacred artifact of the sea god, the trident of the sea god. The most vital part of it, unfortunately, has been lost for countless years. Since the sea god has personally appointed you for this task, what are your plans for departure? When the sea god issues a direct command, it is undoubtedly of utmost importance, while others may be oblivious to the heart of the sea god. Bofong comprehends its essence with clarity. The heart of the sea god resides within the imperial palace of Tiando, safeguarded as a national treasure. Wolfing smiled and then said, Mother, there is no need for such anxiety. I am aware of the whereabouts of the sea god's heart. Oh? Poseyxi inquired, perplexed. Where is it? Rest assured, Mother. The sea god's heart is in a place where no one dares to take it. Did you not promise me that once my soul power reaches the 30th level, you would permit me to venture to the mainland? Wolfing expressed with eagerness. Having spent 6 years on Sea God Island, he was well acquainted with the people and affairs here. It was the mainland that truly captivated Wolfing, and he awaited it with great anticipation. Poseyxi chuckled softly. You little rascal, with an innate soul power of 20, reaching 30 will merely take a few years. Once your injuries have healed, I shall commence your specialized training. Furthermore, you will visit one of the 7 sacred pillar guardians each week to learn from their unique abilities. Only when I am satisfied with your progress shall you be permitted to leave Sea God Island. Kazekage nodded solemnly, assuring that there would be no issues. By the way, it is time to entrust this to you. With that, Poseyxi retrieved several books from behind him, resembling ancient martial arts manuals. The pages, imbued with an aura of antiquity, bore titles that had long since faded into obscurity. What on earth is this? Kazekage inquired as he accepted the tomes. Poseyxi's gaze was stirred, and a smile graced his lips as he said, This is what your father has left for you. Left by my father, Wolfing exclaimed, his eyes widening as he regarded the precious tomes cradled in his hands. Your second martial spirit, in truth, is your father's martial spirit. These volumes pertain to the art of hammer techniques. You may practice them during your leisure time, Poseyxi advised. Mother, do these tomes have names? Poseyxi pondered for a moment, recalling that he had previously heard his father mention a technique that seemed to be called the Chaos Gale Hammer Method and the Great Mount Shumi Hammer. The Chaos Gale Hammer Method. The Great Mount Shumi Hammer. He blurted out instinctively. Indeed. Poseyxi clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, It is the Chaos Gale Hammer Method and the Great Mount Shumi Hammer. However, wait. Your mother never spoke of this to you. How did you come to know? Noticing the puzzled expression on his mother's face, Poseyxi quickly laughed it off, concocting a hasty explanation. After Poseyxi departed, a complex look crossed his face as he gazed at the Great Mount Shumi Hammer and the Chaos Gale Hammer Method left behind by his father. Each of these techniques was renowned across the continent, particularly the Great Mount Shumi Hammer, a closely guarded secret of the Hautian sect, could indeed be described as a divine skill. The most remarkable aspect of the Great Mount Shumi Hammer is its ability to detonate spirit rings, thereby enhancing one's power. Unfortunately, Poseyxi primarily possessed the sea god martial soul. Had he chosen the enigmatic hammer as his main martial soul, it would undoubtedly have caused quite a stir on the continent, especially among the spirit hall. It seems that his father was indeed the one, if memory serves. He is currently in the distant city of Slaughter, uncertain of how he fared in the 9 trials of Shura. I can only hope that he has not been swayed by the malevolent thoughts of the Rakshasa. Meanwhile, within a dimly lit Crimson Palace, A man with a pallid complexion and a mane of white hair examined his new form, his face devoid of color. From his back sprouted a pair of blood-red wings, and a crimson mark adorned his brow, with two sharp fangs protruding from the corners of his mouth. At this moment, he marveled at his perfect body, exclaiming in awe, "What a magnificent physique! Thanks to the malevolent thoughts of the Rakshasa, even if your talent is extraordinary, completing the 7 trials of Shura consecutively over 6 years means nothing. For in the end, I have seized the opportunity. From this day forth, this realm shall be mine. I am called the King of Slaughter." Chapter 8, Father, Mother, the Chronicle of Love. After several days of recuperation, Poseyxi's injuries had healed completely. Before the sea god temple, under his mother's guidance, he held in his hands the remarkable second martial soul, a hammer of considerable size weighing 500 pounds, which he wielded with great proficiency. Following the hammer techniques left by his father and under his mother's supervision, Poseyxi embarked on formal training. The chaotic wind hammer technique, a secret art of the Heaveno sect, required the execution of 81 consecutive strikes, with each blow's power compounding upon the last. Now, Poseyxi was fervently pouring sweat, his upper body bare, as he relentlessly struck with the hammer. He could barely manage to deliver 16 consecutive blows, still far from the goal of 81. As for the great Sumera hammer, it remained a distant aspiration for Poseyxi at that time. He merely focused on grasping its essence and principles, knowing that once he attained the rank of title Douluo and infused the hammer with soul rings, the true power of the great Sumera hammer would be unleashed. Poseyxi stood solemnly to the side, observing the figure of Poseyxi as he wielded his hammer. She could not help but reminisce about the myriad moments they had shared throughout their decades together. He had forsaken the Heaveno sect for her sake. Those days spent together represented the most cherished memories of her life. Both possessed powers that reached the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent. Yet the union of such formidable beings often rendered the prospect of offspring elusive. They had chosen to seclude themselves on Sea God Island, aspiring to attain divinity, so that they might remain together for eternity. Ultimately, in the few months leading up to his departure, Poseyxi found herself with child. Yet, before she could lay eyes upon their son, he hastily left. Now, 6 years have elapsed since his departure. Their son has grown, and she wonders where he might be now. Thud. Naruto plopped down onto the rock, panting heavily as he sheathed his hammer. Poseidon smiled gently as he approached his son, tenderly wiping the sweat from his forehead left by the tumultuous winds. Though his heart ached for his son, he understood that this was an inevitable path to strength. Poseyxi is a child who refrains from worrying his mother, diligently training and making significant progress in his abilities. At this moment, Poseyxi proposed, "Mother, I wish to tread upon the light of the sea god." Poseidon paused for a moment, questioning the reason behind such resolve. The burden borne by the light of the sea god is not one that you can currently withstand. To swiftly master the hammer technique left by my father, it is imperative to practice in an environment of immense pressure, for within such circumstances, the power wielded while swinging the hammer will yield extraordinary results. Furthermore, if I am to face the trials set forth by the great sea god in the future, I cannot evade the challenge posed by the light of the sea god. Wind, have you truly considered this decision? Poseidon inquired repeatedly. With a resolute nod, Poseyxi acknowledged her words, and Poseidon chose not to elaborate further. Grasping Poseyxi's small hand tightly, the two vanished from their location. In the blink of an eye, the mother and son duo found themselves at the foot of the sea god mountain. This was the essential pathway to the sea god temple, comprising a total of 1,001 steps, illuminated by the shimmering blue and golden light of the sea god, casting a flawless radiance upon the staircase. Crossing through the divine light of the sea god, one would inevitably endure immense pressure. Mother would ensure that the burden remained within a bearable limit, urging caution and advising against any impulsive actions. Poseidon earnestly cautioned. After nodding, Poseyxi began to walk towards the light of the sea god, his right hand grasping his second martial soul, the hammer. As he stepped onto the first stair, he felt as though the hammer in his right hand had become exceedingly heavy, making it arduous to hold. With the weighty hammer martial soul in tow, Poseyxi pressed onward step by step, soon finding his forehead drenched in perspiration. Standing firmly on the 10th step, Poseyxi wielded the chaotic wind hammering technique with all his might, enduring the immense pressure of the sea god's light. Unlike many other traversers, he did not possess a guiding system, nor did he possess the remarkable techniques akin to Tangan, relying solely on his own strength. He understood that to survive in a world governed by the law of the jungle, he must cultivate his own power. No matter how formidable the forces behind him or how powerful his parents were in this realm, The ultimate path was one he had to tread alone. With a resounding strike of his hammer against the ground, a thunderous roar erupted. Under the considerable pressure and with the thorough guidance of Poseidon, he successfully completed the training regimen for the day. The night on Sea God Island was exceptionally tranquil, with the starry sky shimmering above. And on the steps before the Sea God Temple, serenity reigned. Naruto leaned against his mother's embrace, while Poseidon gently kneaded his son's shoulders, alleviating the burdens of a day's training. "Mother, could you share the story of how you met father?" Naruto suggested, seeking a moment of leisure. Upon hearing this, Posey smiled faintly. "Your father was an exceptionally powerful soul master, and when your mother first encountered him, she was profoundly captivated. However, at that time, your father was already married, prompting your mother to return to Sea God Island alone. Several decades later, your mother passed the trials set by the Sea God and officially assumed the role of High Priestess. One day, your father, accompanied by a peerless Douluo of the Qian surname, came to challenge your mother. In that battle, she faced two opponents and, leveraging the advantages of the ocean, triumphed over your father and the extraordinary six-winged angel Douluo. Then what happened?" Posey inquired with eager anticipation. "Subsequently, both your father and the six-winged angel soul master found themselves enamored with your mother. Ultimately, it was your father who openly expressed his feelings, leading to their union. Thus, your father voluntarily severed ties with his sect and chose to live with your mother for nearly several decades. Our powers have ascended to the pinnacle of this world. And in his quest to remain eternally with your mother, your father resolutely departed in search of a way to attain divinity." Posey smiled faintly. "It has been 7 years since your father departed. By the time he left, your mother was already with child. He never had the opportunity to witness your birth. He had already gone. I wonder how things stand now. Has he fulfilled the divine test?" Wolfing appeared lost in thought. Hesitant to divulge the truth he knew to his mother, fearing she might not withstand the reality of his father's current predicament. After speaking, Poseidon retrieved the bone of an evil orca's right leg and presented it to Wolfing. "My child, absorb this ancient bone of the evil orca, aged 50,000 years. During your cultivation under the light of the sea god tomorrow, the light possesses the power to evolve all that exists. The orca, when vanquished by you, harbored an immense amount of resentment. Your present abilities are insufficient to bear its weight." Observing his son's lack of response, Poseidon glanced down, only to discover that Wolfing had already succumbed to slumber in his embrace, utterly exhausted from a day of rigorous training. Poseidon smiled helplessly and, cradling the slumbering Bofeng, gradually made his way towards the temple of the sea god. Chapter 9. The blinded demon orca king beneath the radiance of the sea god's light. Bofeng sat cross-legged upon the steps, holding the right leg bone of the demon orca. As the divine illumination bathed it, the astonishing resentment clinging to the soul bone was instantaneously eradicated. The soul bone began to merge with Bofeng's right leg, further assimilating into his being. Freed from the malevolent influence of the demon orca's resentment, Bofeng's absorption of the soul bone accelerated significantly. The sensation of bloodline connection surged as the leg bone fully integrated with his right leg. Power, immense power. Subsequently, a peculiar crimson glow began to envelop Bofeng's right leg. As Bofeng gazed at the tranquil surface of the sea, the crimson glow emanating from his right leg ignited once more, sweeping forward with a powerful arc instantly. The sea was cleaved in two, colossal waves surging forth, their thunderous roars echoing in his ears. Observing the scene before him, it was evident that this soul bone was indeed a remnant of the malevolent orca, possessing immense power and the despairing aura characteristic of the beast. Had this soul bone belonged to the orca king, its effects would undoubtedly have been even more formidable. One must not aspire beyond one's grasp. At this moment, this soul bone, aged 50,000 years, was exceedingly precious, even coveted by titled Douluo, who would yearn for it insatiably. Poseidon nodded in satisfaction, then seated himself upon a nearby rock, continuing to oversee the training of Bofeng, who commenced yet another round of practice. As the seasons changed from spring to autumn, the island of the sea god became adorned with the figure of Bofeng. Over the past 5 years, the once 6-year-old child had matured into an 11-year-old handsome youth. Before the sacred pillar of the sea spear, a young man, standing at 1.85 meters, wielded a hammer as his martial soul, engaging in a fierce battle with the sea spear Douluo, who brandished the Nanak spear. As one of the 7 sacred pillars Douluo, the sea spear Douluo possessed formidable strength, ranking among the top 3. With a clang, the hammer clashed against the spear of the sea, and the young man, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, "Uncle Spear, do put in some effort." The sea spear Douluo emanated a wave of soul power, and the young man was predictably sent flying. "I win." Uncle Spear, you did use your soul power. The sea spear Douluo retracted the Nonic spear, shaking his head with a wry smile. Young master, the 5 years have passed. You have completed our trials as one of the 7 sacred pillars Douluo. It was said that upon your completion of our trials, you would be permitted to journey to the Douluo Continent. As he spoke, the young man withdrew his hammer martial soul, expressed his gratitude to the sea spear Douluo, and proceeded towards the sea god mountain. This young man was none other than Poseyxi from 6 years prior. Over the span of 5 years, he had successfully passed the trials of the 7 sacred pillars Douluo, and his soul power had risen to level 36. Achieving such a level at this age surpassed the younger generation of Sea God Island, and even on the mainland, few could rival him. Upon arriving at the base of Sea God Mountain, he faced the final trial, his mother's test. In addition to completing the trials of the 7 sacred pillars Douluo, Poseyxi had to fulfill the challenge set forth by his mother, Poseidon. This involved traversing the light of the sea god and ascending 100 steps. Only by accomplishing this goal could Poseyxi set forth alone to the Douluo Continent, where the seas were notoriously perilous. 5 years prior, Poseyxi had slain 3 evil magic killer whales, one of which was 50,000 years old. Consequently, the name Poseyxi had been indelibly noted by the king of the evil magic killer whales. In the waters near Sea God Island, evil magic killer whales occasionally appeared, perpetually observing the island with one singular purpose, Poseyxi. It was indeed remarkable that a mere 6-year-old child could provoke such a reaction, resulting in the loss of 3 evil magic killer whales. Given their scarcity and difficulty in reproduction, had it not been for this, the evil magic killer whales would likely have regarded even the deep-sea magic whales with disdain. With unwavering confidence, Heaveno ascended the steps. Over the past 5 years, he had dedicated himself to mastering the hammer technique under the radiance of the sea god. Both the chaotic wind hammer technique and the great Sumeru hammer had been perfected. In his leisure time, Heaveno would also ascend the steps, deliberately placing himself in challenging situations that led to significant breakthroughs each time. The familiar pressure of the steps invigorated him, and he began to climb, one step at a time, with an air of self-assurance. Before the sea goddess temple, Poseidon gazed at her son, who was climbing through the water veil, a smile of satisfaction gracing her features. This son had never disappointed her. She had invested considerable effort in nurturing Heaveno. The evidence lay in his accomplishments, which had surpassed her expectations. He excelled even beyond his father, reaching heights at his age that his father had not. The pupil had indeed outshone the master, continuously evolving into a more remarkable individual. The light of the sea god was a barrier for Heaveno, and before he knew it, he had reached the 60th step. The pressure here was double that of the previous levels. A year prior, in preparation for overcoming the sea dragon Douluo's trial, Heaveno had trained for several months here, honing his hammer technique and mastering the use of the trident. The environment was now intimately familiar to him, and his spirit rings began to glow beneath his feet, 1 yellow and 2 purple. The 3rd 1,000-year spirit ring originated from the evil demon orca. Indeed, it was yet another evil demon orca. This tale traces back 2 years, when Heaveno, through relentless effort, finally reached level 30. Following a traumatic incident at the age of 6, Poseidon could not bear to place her son in peril again. Consequently, she ordered her subordinates to capture a random sea spirit beast. However, Heaveno was not inclined to comply. This marked one of his most rebellious phases in recent years. Rebellion is a universal experience, and even Heaveno was not surprised by it. Thus, under the cover of night, while his mother was distracted, Heaveno ventured alone from Sea God Island to the lair of the evil demon orcas. These creatures are social sea spirit beasts, possessing great strength and a fierce territorial instinct. Any intruder would be swiftly eliminated. Fortunately, due to the lingering scent of the orcus on his right leg bone, Heaveno went unnoticed. After much deliberation, he ultimately delivered a fatal blow to one of the 1,000-year evil demon orcus using his trident. The ensuing scent of blood incited the wrath of the orca herd, yet Heaveno was well prepared. Nearby, Xiaobai was providing cover, hastily dragging the corpse of the slain evil demon orca alongside him as they escaped back to Sea God Island. As they departed, Heaveno did not forget to bestow a parting gift upon the orca king, employing the spirit skill derived from the orca's right leg bone, the evil whale demon slash, to blind one of the orca king's eyes. This act intensified the orca king's hatred towards Heaveno, who now prowled around Sea God Island, seeking vengeance. Thus, within the ocean, alongside the deep-sea demon whale king, the orca became one of the blinded whale spirit beasts when I lost to the sea god. The other to Heaveno, both intertwined with the influence of the sea god. When Poseidon awoke early the next day, she discovered her son absorbing his third spirit ring, with the lifeless body of an evil demon orca nearby. Chapter 10. The mother's charge. Upon learning of the previous night's events from Xiaobai, Wave Wind completed his absorption of the third spirit ring, only to be met with the furious gaze of his mother. In that moment, it was as though a balloon, filled to its limit, was being reprimanded by Poseidon, who scolded him for what felt like an eternity. Wolfing is her one and only. Ever since his departure, Poseidon has regarded her son with utmost importance. Currently, he dares to hunt the fearsome demon orcas alone, and, crucially, he has succeeded, even blinding one of the demon orca king's eyes in the process. This incensed Poseidon. What manner of creature is the demon orca king? It is a being of extreme bloodlust, surpassing even the deep-sea demon whale king in ferocity. Consequently, in order to punish her son, she had originally planned to send him to the Douluo Continent upon reaching level 30. However, this incident has shattered their agreement. Poseidon arranged for the 7 holy pillars to guard Douluo, and instructed Bofeng to ascend 100 steps. Only upon the completion of these 2 tasks could he officially depart from Sea God Island and journey alone to Douluo Continent. On the staircase, Bofeng panted heavily, gazing at the seemingly insurmountable 100 steps, as if separated by an ocean. He had exhausted all his soul power. Indeed, traversing the sea god's light proved to be a formidable trial, far more arduous than he had anticipated. As Bofeng's hand grazed the 100th step, his figure vanished from the sea god's staircase. In its place, Bofeng stood peacefully before the sea god temple, facing none other than his mother. Poseidon said solemnly, "Do you realize that you are aware of your own mistakes?" Bofeng nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that he should not venture alone to the lair of the demonic killer whale, especially after having blinded the king of the demonic killer whales. This reckless act had caused the demonic killer whales to intermittently harass Sea God Island, leaving his mother perpetually exhausted in her efforts to cope. Recognizing one's mistakes is commendable. However, it is imperative not to repeat them, Poseidon remarked. Tomorrow, you shall set off for the Douluo Continent. I will have Xiaobai accompany you. Sister Xiaobai? Wolfing inquired with confusion. Mother, if Sister Xiaobai goes with me, who will guard Sea God Island? Poseidon smiled gently, remarking that there was still a mother figure present, along with your 6 uncles and your mermaid sister. Arrangements have already been made on Xiaobai's side, where a colossal 9,000-year-old magic soul great white shark has taken Xiaobai's place in her clan. With Xiaobai accompanying you, a mother's heart can be at ease. As the saying goes, a mother worries as her child travels 1,000 miles. It is time to bestow this upon you. With that, Poseidon retrieved an object from within his robes. Wolfing took the small hammer into his hands, admiring its antique charm and delicate craftsmanship. Mother, why does this resemble my hammer so closely? He inquired, filled with curiosity. Poseidon elucidated. This hammer is the legacy left by your father when he departed. Your father's name is Tangan, the former master of the Heaveno sect. This hammer signifies the position of the sect's adjudicating elder, holding an unparalleled status. However, through your mother's inquiries over the years, it has come to light that the Heaveno sect has not fared well, even sealing its gates. The reasons remain unclear, as your mother cannot articulate them fully. In any case, should you venture into the continent, remember to avoid any friction with the Spirit Hall. The Heaveno sect's closure is intricately linked to the Spirit Hall. Moreover, decades ago, the Spirit Hall launched a significant invasion against our Sea God Island, positioning themselves as our adversary. It is imperative that you do not entangle yourself with them. Do you understand? Knowing the significance of these relations, Zheng nodded in agreement, responding, I understand, Mother. After retrieving the hammer, Poseidon expressed concern. Mother, if I leave, what will happen if the evil demon Orca King returns? The evil demon Orca King? Poseidon chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Ever since your mother sent that creature flying, it seems to have inadvertently trespassed into the territory of the deep-sea demon whale king, resulting in severe losses among its kind. Even one of the evil demon Orca King's eyes has been blinded, alongside the one you incapacitated. Presently, the evil demon Orca King can be aptly described as the blind king of whales. Additionally, with Xiaobai leading its kin in an assault, vengeance has been successfully exacted. And the evil demon Orca King, with the remnants of its forces, has retreated to another sea to continue its meager existence. Currently, aside from the formidable group of great white sharks, our only significant foe remains the deep-sea demon whale king. Fortunately, the deep-sea demon whale king does not threaten Sea God Island, a fact we owe to the prowess of Lord Sea God's spear from years past. At this juncture, Poseidon proposed, "Mother, how about we take the initiative and eliminate the evil demon Orca King?" Poseidon inquired, puzzled. "When did you become so belligerent? With your petite stature, do you truly believe you can contend with the evil demon Orca King?" With a playful smile, Bofeng scratched his head and remarked to Sister Xiaobai that one day he would vanquish the malevolent demon Orca King. This creature had long waged war against them, causing considerable destruction to the island's numerous structures and inflicting suffering upon the coastal inhabitants. His intentions were indeed for the benefit of Sea God Island. You possess a commendable mindset, yet it is imperative that your strength reaches the rank of Soul de Law or even Title de Law. Otherwise, you must refrain from provoking the demon Orca King any further, he was advised. "Are you suggesting that I should make the demon Orca King my soul ring?" Bofeng inquired, puzzled. "Precisely," Poseidon affirmed with a nod of satisfaction. "Once you attain the status of Title Douluo and possess the capability to combat it, let it become your 9th soul ring. Your second martial soul is the Haotian hammer, inherited from your father, Tangan. It is crucial to wield it cautiously on the Douluo Continent. Once you have completed the collection of your first soul rings and achieved the rank of Title Douluo, you may then augment your second martial soul. At that time, you shall emerge as the mightiest being on the Douluo Continent. Perhaps even the sea god will bestow upon you the sea god's 9 trials." The wind of the waves etched in memory nodded vigorously. "By the way, there is one more thing." As soon as the words left his lips, Poseidon retrieved another object and handed it to the wind. Wolfing grasped the object with both hands, holding a crown of blue and gold. It was not overly adorned. Rather, it was a circlet woven from intertwining shades of blue and gold, with a trident emblem intricately engraved upon its upper surface. Sensing the extraordinary nature of this artifact, Wolfing inquired, "Mother, what is this crown?" Poseidon explained, "You may find it hard to believe, but this is the very crown that appeared when I gave birth to you. As for the crown itself, I stumbled upon it within the palace. Initially, I felt a sense of familiarity with this object, but it was through the inquiries of Xiaobai that I discovered it once belonged to the sea god himself. It encompasses the boundless power of the ocean, which I once sought to explore. According to historical records, this crown can only be worn by the true master of the sea. Your birth coincided with the emergence of this crown. Perhaps this is a manifestation of fate." Wolfing gazed at the crown in his hands, lost in a reverie. Instinctively, he began to raise the crown above his head. Chapter 11. The Coronation of the Sea God. As the crown ascended, the entire Sea God mountain began to transform. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating Wolfing, who appeared resplendent in that moment. The 7 sacred pillars radiated an unprecedented golden brilliance, their beams soaring into the heavens, drawing the gaze of the 7 individuals towards the Sea God Mountain. On the beach, a large vessel lay anchored, where Xiaobai was meticulously counting the goods. Accompanying Fingdi to the mainland, they intended to engage and trade to ensure his safety. Box after box of cargo was loaded onto the ship, as Wolfing, a traveler from another world, possessed knowledge and resources unknown in this realm. After much experimentation, he developed a series of innovative seafood dishes that garnered unanimous acclaim on Sea God Island. This journey to the mainland was also an opportunity to expand their business, aiming to establish a seafood market throughout the continent and, in the process, accumulate some gold soul coins. This was indeed Sea God Island, where the ocean represented their boundless wealth. Suddenly, a golden beam shot into the sky, causing Xiaobai, who was counting the goods, to pause in astonishment. Almost immediately, her expression shifted to one of excitement as she knelt down, for she beheld the shadow of the sea god, emerging from the clouds, wielding a golden trident. Poseidon hastily knelt, while the figure of Kaze stood proudly before him. The golden crown was held by the sea god himself, who crowned Kaze amidst the gaze of all on Sea God Island. In an instant, tranquility enveloped Kaze as he attentively listened to the rhythmic roar of the ocean, feeling as though he had become one with the sea. At that moment, Kaze radiated an aura of nobility, the golden crown atop his head shimmering brilliantly under the sun's rays. Prominently marked at its center was the trident emblem, which had firmly embedded itself into Kaze's forehead. A wealth of knowledge regarding the seas and the spirit beast of the ocean swiftly imprinted itself in his mind as Kaze absorbed it with his eyes closed. After a considerable time, Sea God Island gradually returned to its serene state. The people resumed their daily labors, while Poseidon looked on with immense excitement. For the sea god's personal crowning signified that Kaze would be the true master of the ocean in times to come. After a long while, Kaze slowly opened his eyes, having comprehended the significance of the crown. "How do you feel, wind?" Poseidon eagerly inquired. Wolfing gently touched the crown atop his head and remarked with a smile, This crown embodies the power of the ocean, concealing my essence and allowing others to discern not my true nature. As he spoke, Wolfing summoned his martial spirit. Strangely, while his right hand wielded a trident, there was no manifestation of the sea god behind him. And the soul rings beneath his feet had transformed entirely into one yellow and one purple. Poseidon gazed in disbelief, unable to trust his own eyes. My sea god martial soul draws too much attention. Thus, this crown fortuitously conceals it, perfectly suiting my future life on the continent. My current martial soul is a trident, explained Bofeng with a smile. Concealing one's true nature will not attract the scrutiny of various forces, particularly the spirit hall. I see that Xiaobai is busy loading goods. Are you heading to the continent or engaging in trade? Poseidon chuckled. On Sea God Mountain. Bofeng admired the scenery of Sea God Island, faintly noticing Xiaobai orchestrating the crew as the ship brimmed with wooden crates. With a playful smile, Bofeng said, Mother, the 50,000 gold soul coins you provided are insufficient. I shall journey to the mainland and perhaps earn some extra income to support our household. We lack for nothing, but once you depart tomorrow, our home will be left with only you. Do take good care of yourself while you are out there. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek out Xiaobai. With her formidable strength, few would dare to threaten her on the mainland. Moreover, if the spirit hall harasses you, or if others seek to trouble you, should Xiaobai be unable to assist, you may turn to the Haotian sect for support. Your father is the founding sect master, and by strict definition, you belong to the Haotian sect, holding a position of considerable esteem. At that time, simply wield the hammer that I have given you, and let the rest take care of itself. Poseidon continued to advise, there is one more matter. Once you arrive at the Douluo Continent, please help me find a daughter-in-law. She should come from a family of equal standing. I do not require her to possess ample proportions. Merely the ability to bear children will suffice. However, she must be aesthetically pleasing. I cannot accept someone who is too unattractive. Mom. Bofeng's face flushed. I am only 11 years old. I do not wish to marry so soon. What do you mean, only 11? Poseidon replied with dissatisfaction. Many at Sea God Island marry at 12 or 13, and some even have children. I once missed out on your father and only bore you after more than 100 years. Do not be deceived by my age. I was once quite beautiful in my youth. I was the belle of Sea God Island, with suitors lining up all the way to the Demon Whale Sea. Your father, too, was reticent about his feelings. He only confessed his affection after he turned over 100. I waited alone for over a century for your father's declaration. Thus, she concluded. Poseidon patted Bofeng's shoulder with great fervor, speaking earnestly. The responsibility of continuing our lineage now rests upon your shoulders. I entrust you with a task. Upon your next return to the Sea God Island, you must bring back a daughter-in-law for your mother. Otherwise, do not return at all. Simply go to the Abyssal Whale Sea and offer yourself as sustenance for the Deep-Sea Whale King. Naruto, with a sullen expression, nodded slightly and said, I shall do my utmost. What is meant by doing my utmost should indeed be referred to as striving diligently. Poseidon added, also, regarding that cosmetic invention of yours, do leave some for me. Will you? Windstorm, perplexed, replied, Mother, do you use cosmetics at such a rapid pace? Poseidon cast a sidelong glance at his son and remarked, What do you think? Ever since you devised that peculiar foundation, those masks, and all manner of collagen concoctions, it's been a veritable jumble. I must admit, the results are extraordinarily impressive. After using them, one feels as though they have been rejuvenated significantly. When your father returns, I shall ensure he truly comprehends the essence of being 18 once more. Wolfing nodded silently and then said, Mother, could you enlighten me on my father's whereabouts? If my memory serves me right, he should currently be in the city of Carnage. I can only hope he has not succumbed to becoming the king of Carnage, otherwise. At the mention of this, Poseidon's gaze dimmed. And with a heavy heart, she replied, Your father has indeed gone to the city of Carnage, where the legacy of the god of war resides. At this moment, he should still be enduring his trials. 11 years have swiftly passed, and you are now 11 years old. When will your father return to reunite with us? I fervently wish not to wait for several more decades. Although I am a peerless Douluo with a lifespan of a millennium, time remains a woman's greatest adversary. In the absence of your father, I often ponder whether I should have dissuaded him. Yet, that was his aspiration. I ought to support him. Poseidon wiped the tears from his eyes and smiled, saying, No more words. The more I speak, the more tears will flow. The city of bloodshed is, in truth, a realm transcended by the gods, as is the Isle of the Sea God. Your mother sees hope manifested in you. Chapter 12. Encounter with Pirates. After a moment of silence, Bofeng spoke. Mother, If one day I venture into the city of slaughter in search of my father, you must not allow it." Poseidon quickly intervened, explaining that the city of slaughter abides by unique and perilous rules. Those who enter may find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Furthermore, unless one achieves 100 victories in the hellish arena, the chances of emerging unscathed are grim. With a serious gaze fixed upon Beau-Fong, Poseidon solemnly implored, "Promise me, my dear, that you shall never set foot in the city of slaughter. You must have faith in your father. He will surely return." With tears glistening in his eyes, Beau-Fong comprehended that his mother acted out of love for him. If his assumptions were correct, his father's current predicament was indeed the most dire. That night, the mother and son shared their final dinner together, engaging in heartfelt conversation beneath the starlit sky for an extended period. At long last, on the following day, they arrived at the dock of Sea God Island. The 7 sacred pillars of Douluo and Poseidon came to bid farewell to Beau-Fong, who was embarking on a journey to the mainland with no certainty of when he would return. As they parted ways, Poseidon repeatedly urged him not to forget the task that his mother had assigned him. "What task, you ask?" "To find a daughter-in-law." With a resigned smile, Beau-Fong nodded, and soon the sails unfurled as the ship set forth. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, it gradually drifted away, heading towards the continent until the island of the sea god faded from view. Standing on the deck amidst the boundless ocean, Beau-Fong gazed at the now invisible island, nostalgia stirring within his heart. After living there for 11 years, the place still held a profound significance for him. At that moment, Seabai approached and gently patted Beau-Fong, asking, "What is this? Are you already missing the island of the sea god?" Beau-Fong smiled softly. After all, having lived for 11 years, did Sister Bai not feel a twinge of nostalgia? This was my first departure from the sea god island, where I had resided for 100,000 years. This time, I intended to relish a comfortable sojourn on the mainland, having heard tales of its abundant culinary delights, distinct from the seafood we savor on the sea god island. By the way, what shall we do with these goods? How should we address this matter? Bai inquired. Sitting upon the deck, Beau-Fong unfurled a meticulously prepared map of the continent, which delineated the entirety of Douluo Continent's geography. "We shall head here," he declared, gesturing towards a specific direction. Xiaobai followed his gaze. "Tian-Do City? If my memory serves me correctly, that is the capital of the Tian-Do Empire." "Indeed," Beau-Fong affirmed, nodding in agreement. "The capital of a nation, it is also the most prosperous area on the continent, given the substantial quantity of goods we possess. The journey to Tian-Do City will be lengthy. The boatmen here are all from Sea God Island, and I have heard them mention that we have a stake in Hanhai City. We can store our cargo there, subsequently transporting it in batches to Tian-Do City for sale. Being the capital, it is bustling with people, and our goods are sure to fetch a handsome price. At that point, fortune will merely be a matter of time." Upon hearing Beau-Fong's plan, Xiaobai silently nodded in agreement. "Young master, there is a situation." At that moment, a crew member urgently reported. Upon reaching the ship's edge, Beau-Fong gazed into the distance and was astonished to discover a multitude of vessels dotting the opposite waters. There were no fewer than several dozen ships, with the central one proudly displaying a purple flag, which suggested a foreboding presence. "The pirates have arrived," shouted a crew member, prompting everyone to prepare for battle. "It is the Purple Pearl pirate crew." Someone recognized the infamous ship. In the depths of the Azure Sea, the misty gaze of the waves revealed a crown beginning to unveil its purpose, piercing through the veil of confusion. Before them stood a band of pirates wielding steel blades, their intentions unmistakably aimed at the vessel, Wave Wind. To their surprise, barely half a day into their voyage, they found themselves already the object of such unwelcome attention. "A mere band of pirates," they mused. "Let me show them how to handle such nuisances." Just as Xiaobai contemplated diving into the fray, Wave Wind interjected, "Let them come closer. I have heard that their leader, the Purple Pearl, is quite a character. Since this is our first expedition, it would be beneficial to witness the world." Thus, Wave Wind commanded the ship to advance slowly. Before long, the pirates had encircled them. Standing on the deck were Beau-Fong, Xiaobai, and a multitude of soul masters from the Sea God Island, surrounded by numerous pirates, each wielding steel blades. Yet, in an instant, the pirates were rendered speechless. This was the vessel of Sea God Island, a sanctum revered by soul masters of the sea. Who could have never anticipated a robbery occurring here? "My goodness, we sincerely apologize. We shall take our leave at once." The speaker was a purple-haired woman in her 20s, possessing an alluring figure, contemplating an escape from this place. "Halt!" Beau-Fong called out to her. The woman froze in her tracks. Those who emerged from Sea God Island were not to be trifled with, even if they were the rulers of these waters. The Sea God. In the hearts of soul masters was a presence that demanded reverence and was beyond reproach. The striking appearance of Bluffing instantly captivated the violet-haired woman, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she timidly inquired, "Is there anything else you would like to command?" The surrounding pirates, witnessing their captain in such a state, exchanged astonished glances, questioning whether this was truly their leader. With a cough, the notorious Purple Pearl pirate crew, led by a remarkable captain, made their presence known in these waters. The purple-haired lady smiled gently and introduced herself, saying, "I am indeed Purple Pearl. How may I assist you?" "It seems fortune has favored us with this encounter." With a cough, Bofeng revealed, "So you are the illustrious Purple Pearl, your fleet of ships encircling us. Are you not here to commit murder for treasure?" Purple Pearl, in a state of alarm, quickly replied, "I would not dare. You are people of Ocean God Island, and I have also spent time there. This is indeed a grave misunderstanding. If there are no further matters, I shall lead my brothers away." Just as she was preparing to depart, Xiaobai stepped forward. "Oh, you think you can come and go as you please? It is not so simple." With that, Xiaobai leapt into the sea, and the once tranquil waters began to churn. An increasing number of sea spirits emerged, surrounding the pirates. Before all eyes, a formidable soul demon great white shark made its appearance. As creatures of the sea, the pirates were well aware of what the soul demon great white shark represented. It was once the steed of the ocean deity, a testament to the extraordinary nature of the ship it protected. Moreover, the soul demon great white shark had transformed into human form. This was none other than the king of the soul demon great whites, the guardian spirit of Ocean God Island, the mount of the ocean deity. The ocean deity stood as a beacon of faith for all sea spirit masters, an entity beyond reproach, and the pirates were no exception. Purple Pearl, the leader, slumped onto the deck, realizing the gravity of the situation. What was intended as a simple venture for profit had escalated into a perilous predicament. They had trespassed onto the ship of Ocean God Island and provoked the king of the soul demon great whites. "I grant you an opportunity," Bofeng stated with a serene smile. Purple Pearl hastily replied, "Please, command me as you will. I shall do what I can." Chapter 13. The journey to Vast Sea City. As you can see, our ship is bound for the mainland to engage in trade. With so many pirates at your disposal, if you are willing to accept my command, we may consider today's events resolved. What say you? Accept your command? What do you mean? Purple Pearl inquired. With a subtle smile, Bofeng acknowledged that what he lacked at present was manpower, and the arrival of these pirates was indeed timely. These goods needed to be transported to Tiando City for sale. Your current and future task is to transport goods from Sea God Island to Hahai City. Of course, the decision to accept or decline incorporation rests with you. Whether to continue as unscrupulous pirates or to live as fishermen earning a legitimate livelihood is a matter for you, as the captain, to ponder deeply. As he spoke, Bofeng approached the edge of the ship. "Sister Bai, you may come aboard." No sooner had he spoken than the soul-devouring great white shark transformed back into Little Bai, landing gracefully on the deck. This scene left Zhejian Pearl and the group of pirates in a state of astonishment. What sort of person could command the king of the soul-devouring great white shark with such authority? "We accept incorporation," they exclaimed in unison. "Wolfing, given the circumstances, the first task upon your acceptance into our ranks is to relinquish all ties to your former piratical ways and bid farewell to your past selves. Henceforth, you shall serve as auxiliary personnel of Sea God Island, primarily responsible for transporting goods to Hanhai City, which includes deliveries destined for Tiando City, my sole objective this time. Rest assured, each of you will receive remuneration, starting at 10 gold soul coins per month. The more goods you transport, the greater the profits you will accrue. What are your thoughts on this arrangement?" Upon hearing this, the pirates were visibly exhilarated, for it signified their transformation from fearsome marauders into officially recognized members of Sea God Island's auxiliary staff. However, entry into Sea God Island is not granted to just anyone. One must pass the Sea Goddess trial to gain admission, lest they be expelled. This opportunity was not one to be missed. They hastily gathered their belongings and, under Captain Zizenzu's guidance, swiftly set sail towards the nearby destination. As the pirates receded into the distance, Bluffing instructed the ship to continue its voyage. "You must exercise caution with such a large number of newly recruited pirates. Their wild nature may be difficult to tame," Xiaobai warned. "If not driven by necessity, they would have likely remained ordinary fishermen. Our journey to the mainland serves two purposes: to expand our business and to remain inconspicuous." The Spirit Hall stands as our adversary. They returned empty-handed years ago, subsequently dubbing Sea God Island as Devil Island and forbidding all mainland soul masters from venturing there. Wolfeng opened the coconut and inserted a straw, handing it to Xiaobai. He continued, Sister Bai, you are a sea soul beast. If you encounter a tidal Douluo and your identity is revealed, it would be disastrous. Xiaobai took a sip of coconut juice and replied with a smile, you can assist me by utilizing the sea god's crown. This crown was worn by the sea god in his youth. Not only does it possess the power of the ocean, but it can also obscure all traces of presence, as well as unveil any illusions. Oh, as he spoke, the crown atop Wolfeng's head glimmered with the trident emblem, radiating a brilliant light. The azure luminescence enveloped Xiaobai, who basked in its glow, feeling an indescribable comfort wash over her. Moments later, Xiaobai appeared rejuvenated, stretching luxuriously. Now it is sufficient. Even a tidal Douluo would not discern my true identity. With a slight smile, Xiaobai revealed 9 soul rings arranged neatly beneath her. And behind her loomed a colossal soul master great white shark, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. Wolfeng was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the situation. Sister Bai, what is this? Xiaobai chuckled softly, retracting the 9 soul rings beneath her feet. As you know, I, your Sister Bai, am a 100,000-year sea spirit beast, holding a status equivalent to that of a tidal Douluo among humans. We fish cannot stray far from the ocean, otherwise, after 2 hours, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, you possess the sea god's crown, which harbors the power of the ocean, allowing me to completely transform my bodily structure. There is no need for concern regarding this matter. Rather, one might say that I have already become human. Upon hearing this, Wolfeng ceased his inquiries, reassured by the protection of a tidal Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring. With the pressing concerns alleviated, their next step was to venture onto the continent, uncertain of the peculiar and extraordinary encounters that awaited them. The vast ocean stretched endlessly, and after 2 days of navigating through treacherous waters, Wolfeng's ship finally arrived safely at the port. This was Hanhai City, located on the western side of the Tiando Empire. As soon as they entered the city, Wolfeng swiftly attended to his tasks before entering the city alongside Xiaobai. Everything within the city was captivatingly novel, and for a moment, the two wandered about in awe. The stalls lining the streets offered fresh seafood and various local specialties, all sourced from the sea, with a faint briny scent permeating the air. Before long, they arrived at a larger edifice, the Hanhai Grand Soul Arena. As Wolfeng gazed upon the name inscribed on the sign before him, he found himself at the Grand Soul Arena, a venue present in every city. This place serves as a battleground for soul masters to engage in friendly duels and competitions, which can be categorized into 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and 7-on-17 battles. Sister Bai, shall we venture inside for a bit of fun? Wolfeng suggested. This is the Grand Soul Arena, a realm for the exchange of skills between soul masters. What is this? Are you feeling a bit restless? Xiaobai chuckled. Wolfeng nodded slightly. This time, his mother had provided him with 50,000 gold soul coins. The journey to Tiando City was long, and this sum was far from sufficient. It would take several days for Zhenzu and the others to arrive, and the Great Soul Arena offered an opportunity to accrue profit through betting. This could significantly bolster their finances for future endeavors. Wolfeng planned to engage in several matches over the next few days. Sister Bai, I kindly ask you to place bets on my behalf. The more substantial, the better. Once Zhenzu and the others arrive, we shall set off for Tiando City. No problem? Leave it to me, Xiaobai replied confidently, patting her chest. The two then entered the vast Great Soul Arena, teeming with spectators. Xiaobai headed towards the betting area, while Wolfeng proceeded to register for the upcoming battle. Name? Wolfeng. Age? 18. Martial Soul? Trident. What level? Great Soul Master. After a series of formalities, Wolfeng successfully registered. He had deliberately understated his age to maintain a level of discretion. Standing at 185 meters tall, claiming to be 18 raised no suspicions, especially as a great soul master. Most importantly, he concealed the existence of the sea god's crown, masking his original sea god martial soul, with his soul rings now appearing as 1 yellow and 1 purple. If the sea god martial soul were to manifest, it would likely instill fear throughout Hanhai City. Where the majority were sea soul masters, how could they not recognize it? Chapter 14. The couple's hotel. Xiaobai sat leisurely above, sipping her wine, as it was soon time for Fengdi to battle. During their time on Sea God Island, Xiaobai had mentored Wolfeng, especially through the relentless attacks of the magic soul great white sharks, which had proven quite challenging for him. Furthermore, under the guidance of 7 titled Douluo of the Holy Pillars in the personal tutelage of Poseidon, Wolfing had diligently practiced the Hautian hammer technique daily under the illumination of the sea god's light, his strength now discreetly formidable. The great soul arena was vast, and even before the battles commenced, it was filled to capacity with spectators. In any city across the continent, the great soul arena was undoubtedly the most vibrant locale. This was a one-on-one combat arena, with every seat occupied. Below lay a massive pool, measuring 108 meters in length and 10 meters deep. Any participating soul master who fell within its confines would be deemed a loser. The water was crystal clear, the azure waves rippling gently. The host took to the stage and passionately announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the great soul arena of Hanhai." The audience erupted in cheers, the atmosphere electric with anticipation for the imminent battles. After an elaborate draw, Wolfing's opponent was finally revealed, a great soul master with the martial soul of a sea turtle. Named Haigue. The name Wolfing is indeed somewhat peculiar. However, in such a vast continent, uniqueness is not uncommon. It is merely a name, devoid of substantial significance. The opponent is a formidable level 29 soul master, with soul power tantalizingly close to level 30. It is rumored that he has triumphed in 5 consecutive matches at the Hanhai Grand Soul Arena, earning a modest reputation. As for Wolfing, under the guise of the sea goddess crown, his martial soul manifests as a trident, boasting a soul power of 28, with a true soul power of 36. Of course, there is an element of feigned humility at play, a necessary ruse to evade scrutiny. At that moment, the host's voice resonated once more, announcing the commencement of the first one-on-one soul duel, featuring Wolfing against the formidable sea turtle. Allow me to briefly introduce both contenders. The sea turtle has secured 5 consecutive victories, relying on its unparalleled defensive capabilities. Conversely, Wolfing, participating in his inaugural soul duel competition, wields a trident as his martial soul, setting the stage for a clash between offense and defense. Esteemed audience, let us warmly welcome both participants to the arena. With the host's fervent introduction, the atmosphere ignited with palpable excitement, stirring the emotions of the spectators. Among the audience, Xiaobai smiled subtly, aware that the sea turtle's winning streak had prompted many high-stakes bets, with only a scant few placing their faith in Wolfing. After all, this was his first foray into the soul duel arena, fraught with risk. Having emerged from Sea God Island, Poseidon had allocated a sum of 40,000 gold soul coins, all of which Xiaobai wagered wholeheartedly on Wolfing, confident that he would emerge victorious, even though the sea god's crown concealed the sea god's martial soul. Wolfing's trident martial soul is a divine artifact, the sea god's trident. Breaking through a turtle shell should be an effortless feat as both contenders enter the arena. Wolfing stepped onto the floating platform above the pool. Participating in his first soul duel amidst a throng of spectators made him feel a twinge of nervousness. His opponent, a muscular behemoth appearing to be in his late 20s, boasted a physique that was both imposing and sculpted. Observing Wolfing's youthful appearance, the sea turtle erupted in laughter. "Young lad, have you ever encountered such perfectly chiseled muscles?" he proclaimed, rolling up his sleeves to flaunt his own muscularity. Wolfing's expression darkened as he helplessly remarked, "With a simplistic mind and robust physique, he bears no distinction from a true sea turtle." The sea turtle, momentarily at a loss for words, readied himself, eager to deliver a well-deserved lesson to Wolfing. As the host proclaimed the commencement of the duel, the sea turtle let out a mighty roar, and before him materialized a vivid green shell, enveloping his limbs in a tightly woven protective layer with not a single gap. Beneath him, 2 yellow soul rings flared to life, causing the waters of the pool to tremble ever so slightly. Wolfing smiled faintly, raising his right hand above his head. A striking blue trident firmly grasped within it. The instant the trident materialized, an inexplicable sense of reverence enveloped all the sea soul masters present. Why was this so? Upon the trident, a yellow and a purple soul ring ignited, representing a century and a millennium, respectively. An eerie silence pervaded the competition venue. For the second soul ring belonged to the millennia. How had this individual, called Wolfing, managed such a feat? The sea turtle felt a surge of trepidation, not from cowardice, but from an overwhelming fear emanating from the trident itself. The trident rested against Wolfing's chest as the waters of the pool surged wildly towards him, the crown upon his brow radiating a faint golden glow. In that moment, Wolfing sensed the ocean's inexhaustible power flowing through the trident. At the instant the trident's tip was aimed at the sea turtle, a jolt of anxiety coursed through the latter's heart. In pursuit of victory in this battle, The sea turtle was compelled to confront its fear of the trident and launched an attack. The first soul skill, Rippling Waves. The water beneath the sea turtle began to coalesce frantically as the shell upon its back displayed ancient, mysterious green markings. With both fists, it struck fiercely towards Bluffing, the formidable waves seeming poised to engulf him. Yet Bluffing remained unperturbed, steadfastly rooted in place. Just as the tumultuous waves were about to crash down, a miraculous spectacle unfolded. The trident emitted a dazzling azure light. The waves unexpectedly dissipated, leaving the sea turtle utterly perplexed. In response, it decided to exert its strength once more, summoning an ever-increasing surge of tumultuous waves. Wolfing stood like an unconcerned bystander, calmly positioned in place, utterly dismissive of the onslaught before him. The presence of the trident rendered any soul technique related to the sea incapable of inflicting genuine harm upon Wolfing. A remarkable oversight indeed. Now, it is my turn. The right leg of the wave wind glowed with a crimson radiance as his soul bone ability was activated. Evil Whale's Demon Breaking Slash. The pressure exerted by this move was suffocating, akin to the malevolent orca. The sea turtle swiftly responded, its second soul ring flaring to life. The second soul skill, Shell Retreat, manifested. True to its name, the sea turtle withdrew into its shell, which now gleamed even more brightly, suggesting a substantial enhancement in defense. However, this was a soul bone derived from a 50,000-year-old evil orca. The evil whale's demon-breaking slash could cleave mountains, rendering the turtle's shell seemingly insignificant. The dark red scythe was poised to strike the shell, but at that moment, the skill emitted by the soul bone altered its trajectory, soaring directly upwards. Observing that the attack had yet to arrive, the turtle, curled within its shell, cautiously extended its head, realizing it was unharmed, and finally exhaled in relief. Why did you not strike? Just a moment ago was the perfect opportunity to attack. Did you deliberately misdirect your soul skill, perhaps out of disdain for me? The sea turtle inquired, perplexed. Bluffing shook his head slightly and then gestured upwards. Following the direction indicated by Bluffing, his pupils dilated in shock. A slender crack had appeared on the ceiling, its shape impeccably precise. Had that previous strike landed upon him, even the hardest of shells would have succumbed to the fate of being cleaved. With this thought, the sea turtle gasped in astonishment and promptly conceded to the referee. After several confirmations, the referee announced, in the first match of the one-on-one duel, Bluffing emerges victorious. The venue erupted in enthusiastic applause, as the audience eagerly anticipated the opportunity to become acquainted with this young talent, who had achieved what no one else on the continent had, an unparalleled second ring in a millennium. As the battle concluded, Xiaobai hurried to settle the bill, having made a considerable profit. With a golden card in hand and a buoyant spirit, he strolled towards the exit, where Bluffing had been waiting patiently. The night had deepened, and the siblings decided to indulge in a sumptuous meal. They arrived at one of the larger restaurants in Hanhai City, which was uniquely adorned, with the floor and surroundings lavishly decorated with vibrant rose petals, resembling a sea of roses. Here, an inexplicable aura lingered in the air, evoking a curious sensation. At that moment, a waiter approached, bowing respectfully before inquiring, "Esteemed guests, how may I assist you?" Kazekage Naruto, bring forth all the delectable dishes from your establishment. Serve as much as you possess. The expenditure here is truly unparalleled in the grand city of Hanhai, a luxury not afforded by ordinary individuals. The server, taken aback by such extravagant patrons, promptly guided the two towards a private chamber. Along the way, the couple encountered numerous elegantly attired individuals, all sharing a conspicuous trait, a man and a woman radiating affection for one another. The corridor was exquisitely decorated, adorned with a plethora of paintings. Thanks to the divine crown of the sea god, Naruto's auditory senses had sharpened significantly. He could distinctly perceive the sounds of labored breaths and unutterable whispers entering his ears. As a time traveler, Naruto instantly recognized the nature of this establishment. Just as he contemplated an escape, the server had already prepared the room. Before him lay an expansive suite, boasting over 200 square meters, adorned with exquisite decor, plush sofas, intricate carpets, and a floor laid with pristine white marble graced the space, while at the center, a heart crafted from vibrant red roses awaited. The newcomer, captivated by the scene, eagerly stepped inside to revel in the enchanting ambience. Naruto, filled with regret, found himself momentarily speechless. The server hastily retreated, but not before wishing them a splendid evening. With that, the server secured the room, and indeed, the lock was turned. Naruto struggled to break free, yet the door seemed akin to a preservation chamber. No matter how he twisted and turned, it would not yield even the slightest inch. In the crevice of the door, a note was wedged in. The door shall be automatically opened at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Should you attempt to force it open, please be prepared to pay a compensation of 10,000 gold soul coins at the front desk. Naruto stood frozen in place, contemplating whether the door was adorned with diamonds or gilded in gold, for it exuded an air of opulence. How infuriating! After countless calculations, he realized that this was a couple's hotel, a locale frequented solely by lovers. He glanced back at the petite figure sitting at the table, indulging heartily in her meal. Wolfing sat across from Xiaobai, sighing despondently. Sister Xiaobai, it seems we shall not be returning tonight. In the midst of savoring her meal, Xiaobai paused her chewing and looked at Wolfing with a puzzled expression. Brother Feng, what on earth is the matter? Wolfing explained, Sister Bai, this is a bit embarrassing. It's a couple's hotel. Couple? Hotel? For Xiaobai, who had lived for 100,000 years, this was her first visit to the mainland. And she was unaware of the implications of those two words. Is there really a difference? Observing Xiaobai's naivety, Wolfing sighed, the distinction lies in the term couple. We are siblings. This is not a place meant for us. No way. Xiaobai immediately protested. Before we came, the high priest instructed me to ensure your safety. I cannot allow you to sleep on the sofa alone. This bed can easily accommodate 3 people. We can just squeeze in together. Instantly, Wolfing's face flushed crimson. This, that, he stammered. When you were little, it was Sister Bai who helped take care of you while the high priest was busy. Don't forget. You were quite mischievous as a child, and we even slept together at night. Have you forgotten? Upon hearing this, Wolfing's ears grew even redder as he began to breathe heavily, struggling to suppress his rising agitation. That's not the reason. Wolfing tried his best to persuade her. If that's not the reason, then what is? Xiaobai asked innocently. Could it be what you mentioned about couples? Finally touching upon the key phrase, she added. Then why don't we stop being siblings and become a couple instead? Xiaobai said nonchalantly. The tea that Wolfing had just sipped was sprayed out in a fountain-like manner. As he wiped the remnants from the corner of his mouth and stared at Xiaobai in astonishment. At that moment, she truly resembled a blank canvas, untouched by any blemish. Case, caught in a dilemma, hastily elucidated the true meaning of being a couple. Once Xiaobai fully comprehended and regained her composure, her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, and she shot an indignant glare at Case. You little rascal, are you genuinely relishing my embarrassment? Wolfing chuckled helplessly, shrugging his shoulders and innocently stating. It was Sister Xiaobai who said it herself. I had no such intention. In my heart, you shall always be my sister, and I harbor no ill thoughts towards you. Xiaobai, hands on her hips, retorted angrily, you wouldn't dare. After finishing the dinner laid out before them, the two had no choice but to spend the night there. Sharing the same bed, Xiaobai deliberately drew a line to demarcate their personal space. They had shared a bed in their childhood, but Wolfing had grown up, and such closeness was no longer permissible. Before long, both drifted into slumber. In his dreams, Wolfing envisioned himself amassing great wealth in the Douluo Continent, luxuriating in a sea of riches. Suddenly, the gold sprouted sharp teeth, clamping down hard on Wolfing's arm, the force being quite formidable. The pain jolted Wolfing awake. Drenched in sweat, relieved to find it was merely a dream. However, something felt amiss with his right hand. Turning his head slowly, he discovered that Xiaobai was gnawing on his right hand, her sharp teeth grinding against his palm. This was disastrous. Sister Bai was a 10,000-year soul beast. The great white shark, notorious for her habit of grinding her teeth. In their youth, he had often been on the receiving end of such bites, and now, attempting to break free, he found himself tightly embraced by Xiaobai, her teeth engaging in their relentless grinding once more. Chapter 15. The Fierce God Battle Team? Boom. Wolfing triumphs. Wolfing triumphs. Wolfing triumphs. In recent days at the Hanhai Grand Soul Arena, Wolfing had achieved a flawless victory. This success had brought Xiaobai immense profits, with her earnings skyrocketing from 40,000 gold soul coins to an astonishing 550,000, multiplying well beyond tenfold. Today marked Wolfing's final participation in the Hanhai Grand Soul Arena, for Zhejian Pearl had arrived. The grand ship docked at the harbor, where Wolfing, Xiaobai, and Zhejian Pearl stood, gazing at the cargo being unloaded from the vessel, all preparations complete, save for their journey to Tiando City. Zhejian Pearl, time is of the essence. You must depart for Tiando City immediately. Here are the coordinates. We shall meet within the city, Wolfing said, handing over the map. Zhejian Pearl glanced at the map and, after bidding farewell to Wolfing and Xiaobai, set off towards Tiando City with her laden carriage. Zhejian Pearl was a soul emperor, and Wolfing felt no fear of potential highway robbers. However, previous pirates were not to be underestimated. Their combat prowess was formidable. With them overseeing the transport, Wolfing felt reassured. As Zhejian Pearl departed, Xiaobai inquired, "Brother Feng, shall we set off as well? Is the route planned?" Their journey from Hanhai City would take them through several small towns before ultimately reaching Tiando City. Given their pace, it would take at least 3 days to arrive. Without delay, Wolfing and Xiaobai embarked, taking a different path from Zhejian Pearl. Along the way, they reveled in the scenic beauty, enjoying a delightful journey. Tiando City, the capital of the Tiando Empire, is steeped in history and is one of the most prosperous cities on the continent. Conducting trade there promised ample gold soul coins. The city came alive at night, ablaze with lights and bustling with pedestrians. They passed through Silva City, part of the Silva City Kingdom. After 2 days of travel, Xiaobai and Boifeng were nearing Tiando City, planning to stay the night and aiming to reach their destination before nightfall the following day. This was their first visit to the continent. For the past 11 years, they had been surrounded solely by the vast ocean. Ah, the ocean. You are nothing but water. Upon arriving at an inn and securing a room, Xiaobai collapsed onto the soft bed, exhaling deeply. "I'm so exhausted. The continent is so fascinating that I'm almost reluctant to return to see God Island," Xiaobai lamented. As she had articulated, Wolfing encountered numerous sights for the first time. The journey's scenery truly a feast for their eyes. "Sister Bai, shall we go for a stroll?" Wolfing proposed, noting that the hour was still early. Xiaobai shook her head. "No, I've been on the road all day. My legs are utterly fatigued. You can wander about, but remember, don't get into any trouble." Naruto nodded slightly, then stepped out of the room, descended the staircase, and wandered alone along the street. Each city on the continent boasts immense scale, adorned with a dazzling array of goods and an assortment of delectable snacks. Kaze, the wind, passed through a narrow alley, a place seldom trodden by people, evidently long abandoned. As the wind rustled, he caught a whiff of a metallic scent, unmistakably the smell of blood, not far ahead. Faintly, he also perceived the sound of a child's sobs. An instinctual warning that something grave had transpired. "Die, you." A colossal fist descended like a torrential downpour, belonging to 7 men of imposing stature, their faces twisted in malice. Clad in heavy armor, chains stained with blood coiling around their hands. Before them lay a man, battered and bloodied, his breath shallow and weakening. Standing defiantly in front of her injured father was a little girl, blocking the advances of the 7 brutish men, compelling them to halt their assault. "Get lost, or I'll smash you too." One of the men bellowed at the girl, his overwhelming presence nearly causing her to falter. "You shall not harm my father," she declared, her expression unwavering, her eyes ablaze with indignation. The man who had been assaulted gently patted his daughter's small shoulder, his voice barely a whisper. "Nan Nan, you must leave this place. It is my failing." "Humph." The leader, with chains wrapped around his hand, scoffed. "Dare to flee? When will you repay the 10 gold soul coins you owe us?" 10 gold soul coins? The injured man's pupils dilated in disbelief as he stammered. "Wasn't it just 1? How did it escalate to 10? You, cough. To pursue you, we brothers exerted considerable effort. In the process of beating you, we got your blood on our clothes. We have no particular hobbies, but we do cherish cleanliness. Aren't you obligated to compensate for the stains?" A smile crept across the man's lips, his gaze turning icy. "This is sheer harassment. I will report you to the Silvis Grand Soul Arena." The man roared, though the effort only exacerbated his injuries. "Report us?" The 7 exchanged glances before erupting into laughter. At that moment, he arrived nearby, having witnessed the entire ordeal unfold. Such instances of usury were not uncommon, and he harbored a deep-seated loathing for these individuals. "Report us?" One of the men chuckled. "We, the Fierce God Battle Team, are well-known figures at the Silvis Grand Soul Arena, having accrued unimaginable profits over the years for the arena. Do you believe they would care about such trifles? As a mere commoner, you are of no consequence to them." "The Fierce God Battle Team?" Wolfing was momentarily taken aback. Was that not the most infamous team from the Silvis Grand Spirit Arena? Their methods were ruthlessly brutal, leaving many spirit masters dead or grievously injured after each battle. Yet, in the aftermath, matters were conveniently swept under the rug. The entanglements were too numerous. The Fierce God team provided considerable profit for those nobles. Under such a protective veil, their actions became increasingly audacious. Ultimately, during a confrontation with Tang Sand and his companions, they met their demise at the hands of Zhuge Shen's crossbow. On this particular excursion, Wolfing fortuitously encountered them. "How about this?" The leader of the group smirked, his henchman reaching for the little girl. "You have 3 days. If by then you can't present 10 gold soul coins with both hands, we shall keep this little girl for ourselves. Rest assured, we will fetch a handsome price for her." To prevent you and your daughter from fleeing, we shall take her with us now. After 3 days, upon receiving the payment, we will return your daughter to you." As he spoke, the man rubbed his hands together, his malevolent claws inching closer to the girl. The father, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, desperately shielded his daughter. Suddenly, a flash of blue light erupted, and a trident landed between the two parties, its overwhelming presence instantly forcing the 7 men to retreat. Chapter 16. Adopting the little girl. The first kill this unexpected assault and sent the members of the fierce god team. "Hurry and leave. It's merely 10 gold soul coins. I will pay." Woofing emerged from a shadowy corner, tossing 10 gold soul coins to the leader of the fierce god team. The man caught the coins, exactly 10, glancing at Woofing with a calculating gaze. He immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. "This sum is woefully inadequate. The trident nearly struck us. We demand compensation for our emotional distress." "Oh?" Woofing approached the injured man, assisting him to his feet, and remarked with keen interest, "I have long heard of the fierce god team's tyrannical behavior, preying upon the weak. It appears the rumors hold true. You brat, seeking death." Years of battle had rendered them impervious to any affront, unwilling to tolerate any slander or disobedience. A colossal fist lunged at Woofing, who remained unfazed, wielding the trident with one hand. He forcefully repelled the attack, with a resounding crack. It was no surprise that the man's arm was shattered. The color drained from Woofing's face as he softly urged, "Leave quickly, or beware for your lives." The captain of the fearsome god team, whose hand had been severed, shouted fiercely. The remaining 6 members unleashed their martial souls, all embodying the ferocious giant bear, a formidable beast martial spirit. The uneven soul rings beneath them glimmered, each member a soul master of the soul sect. Within the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena, this team resembled human weapons, emotionless machines of slaughter. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and the terrifying aura exuded by the 6 instilled fear in a little girl, causing her to bury her head in her father's bloody chest. Despite the crimson stains and her father's increasingly feeble breath, the little girl felt no fear. "Little brother," the injured man whispered, "you must leave at once. The fearsome god team is far too powerful. To be honest, I am also a soul master, and I once fought in the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena. We were once incredibly proud, even becoming the most dazzling presence in the arena. But one day, the fearsome god team arrived. They fought without regard for their lives. All 6 of my teammates perished, and I was left crippled. I am the sole survivor." As he finished speaking, the man coughed up a mouthful of blood. The little girl wept bitterly, her small hands clutching her father tightly, as if fearing she would lose him in the next moment. Wavewind consoled, "Please refrain from speaking further. I shall handle these 7 individuals and take you for treatment immediately." The man shook his head, his breath faint, and said, "May I ask you for one favor?" "Speak," was the reply. The man extended his blood-stained hand, gently taking the small hand of the little girl, placing it before Wavewind. He spoke softly, "This little girl is named Nan Nan, and she has just turned 6. I found her on the street, and since then, we have relied on each other." He began to cough violently, his breath growing increasingly feeble. Woofing understood the man's intentions regarding the entrusted legacy. "You will surely recover." "Refrain from speaking further," he reassured gently. The man slowly shook his head, his voice growing ever fainter. "I am nearing my end. The mere fact that I have managed to linger on until now is the greatest solace bestowed upon me by fate." Observing Woofing's prolonged silence, the 6 members of the Mad God team began to exhibit signs of agitation. "Damn it! Enough of your incessant chatter. Watch as I tear you apart." One member of the Mad God team surged forward, initiating the assault. "Be careful," the weakened father called out to Woofing. Calm and composed, the figure of Bo Fong stood firm, while behind him, the trident suddenly moved, transforming into a brilliant arc of blue light that struck the abdomen of the assailant. With a resounding crash, the member of the Mad God squad was sent reeling, blood spewing from his mouth, as even the walls were breached, leaving him buried beneath a cascade of bricks. Annoyed, Bo Fong cast a sharp glare at the remaining members of the Mad God squad, then turned his gaze gently towards the father and daughter. "Please, continue," he urged. "I wish to entrust Nan Nan to you. I hope you can take good care of her." With that, the man breathed his last, his grip on the little girl's hand slackening as he collapsed to the ground. "Daddy, don't leave me. Please. No. Daddy. Daddy." The little girl cried out in despair, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed skyward in anguish, her tears cascading down like a string of broken pearls. No matter what the girl did, her father had departed from her forever. In the hazy depths of the wind and waves, this world reveals its inherent cruelty, with such tragedies occurring almost daily. At that moment, The figure of the wind gripped tightly with both hands, the trident resonating with the fury of its master, emanated an intense cold light that flickered between its prongs. A faint glimmer of murderous intent seeped from Naruto's eyes as he faced the formidable opponent team. He found himself at a loss for words. Only their demise could truly extinguish the raging fury within him. Rest assured, I shall take good care of Nan Nan. From this moment forth, she shall be my sister, and no one shall ever harm her again. Kaze no Kaze extended his right hand, gently brushing over the lifeless eyes of the deceased man. The man lay in eternal slumber, having departed in tranquility. Bah! A worthless wretch met such an undignified end. Let us unite and tear him apart. Capturing that little girl will surely fetch a handsome price. The wind gently rose as Buffing turned around with an expressionless countenance. His right leg began to emanate a deep crimson glow, a sickle-like arc coalescing before him. You shall all perish. In that instant, a tightening sensation gripped the hearts of the 7 members of the fierce god battle team, a suffocating feeling enveloping their entire beings. Gasping for breath, they gazed at Buffing in that moment. No longer was he the gentle youth they once knew. His eyes now flashed like lightning, and the dark crimson demonic sickle entwined around his right leg poised for action. Demonic skill of the evil whale. Evil whale's demon slash. The dark crimson sickle surged forth, and the 7 members of the fierce god battle team, who had been charging ahead, suddenly halted. Each of them stood transfixed, their eyes vacant. As the soul rings beneath their feet gradually dimmed, Kaze no Kaze let out a cold snort as he lifted Nan Nan from her father's lifeless body, subsequently placing her father upon his shoulders. Come, for your brother shall guard you in the days to come. No one shall dare to torment you again. Should anyone dare to harm you, simply invoke the name of Sister Bai, and she shall stand with your brother in your defense. The wind carried the weight of a lifeless body as it departed alongside the young girl, their figures gradually fading into the distance, eventually vanishing from sight. Following their departure, the 7 members of the malevolent team were left in disarray, the scene drenched in blood. The wicked finally met their long-deserved retribution. P.S. The contract has been signed and dispatched. Chapter 17, The Royal Hunting Grounds. Snap. The pale visage of Kazekage was marked by a vacant gaze, with traces of blood adorning his attire as he gently ushered the little girl through the door. Fungdi, where did you venture last night? The previous night. Kazekage had been absent until dawn, leaving the ever-watchful Bai sleepless in anticipation. In this unfamiliar city, she harbored no belief that anyone would pose a threat to Kazekage. Observing the bloodstains upon his person and the hollowness in his eyes, he staggered to a nearby chair, seizing the cup and drinking greedily. Fungdi, what transpired last night? Why do you bear these bloodstains? Who has harmed you? Xiaobai implored urgently. The air fell into an immediate silence as Bofeng hesitantly confessed, I have taken a life. Xiaobai gazed at the usually obedient Bofeng, struggling to comprehend his words. What did you just say? She inquired, her voice tinged with disbelief. I have killed someone, Bofeng reiterated. You reckless fool. Before we set out, the high priest explicitly warned you against causing trouble. And now, nearly 5 days into our journey on the continent, you have committed murder. Xiaobai's frustration surged. She then turned her attention to Bofeng, whose gaze was vacant. Realizing that this was not akin to hunting spirit beasts, this was a living person. Bofeng's heart was a tumult of emotions. He had been consumed by rage the previous night, unleashing the full force of the evil whale's demonic slash. Xiaobai sighed heavily, looking at the taciturn Bofeng with a mix of concern and understanding. She gently patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly. It is not my intention to cast blame upon you. What has transpired is irreversible. Who was the individual you killed? And where did this little girl come from? The child glanced at Nan Nan, who sat nearby, and inquired. In a moment of reflection, Bofeng recounted the events of the previous night, causing Xiaobai to strike the table in frustration. She empathized deeply with the plight of the young girl. A group of despicable creatures, they deserve their fate. Fungdi, you handled this matter commendably. Observing Bofeng's despondency and ongoing confusion, Xiaobai offered words of comfort. It is a necessary part of life. As a soul master, such experiences are inevitable. Yet, I did not anticipate that your first act of killing would arrive so swiftly. Thereafter, things will be less burdensome. Xiaobai then turned her gaze to the side, where Nan Nan sat, still ensnared by the shadow of her father's loss, lost in her thoughts on the bed, reminiscing about the moments she shared with him. You are Nan Nan, aren't you? Xiaobai inquired, settling beside the little girl. Nan Nan, taken aback by Xiaobai's warmth, nodded and said, Are you Sister Xiaobai? I heard this big brother mention you before coming here. Indeed, I am Xiaobai, she replied, reflecting on Bofeng's earlier account. Xiaobai felt a profound sympathy for the burdens this young girl should not have to bear at such a tender age. Moreover, since Bluffing had pledged to honor the girl's father's last wish, he was bound to fulfill it. Fortuitously, their journey to Tiando City would now include Nan Nan, adding a lively element to their travels. Should anyone dare to bully you in the future, simply invoke my name, Sister Xiaobai, she assured Nan Nan. The girl nodded, still trapped within the sorrow of her father's passing. Alongside Bluffing, who had just experienced the grim reality of violence, both remained silent. With Xiaobai being the only one to break the stillness, they had initially planned to set off for Tiando City that day, but given the prevailing mood, they decided to linger in Silva City a while longer, awaiting a better disposition for Bluffing and Nan Nan before continuing their journey. After a night of psychological adjustment, Bluffing finally emerged from the shadows of his actions. Early in the morning, he rented a carriage, and the three of them climbed aboard. With the carriage's speed, they would soon reach their destination. The sun shone brightly that day, making it an ideal time for travel. Bluffing skillfully maneuvered the carriage, within which Xiaobai cradled Nan Nan, gazing at the enchanting scenery along the way. They traversed a dense forest, the carriage gliding slowly as vibrant underbrush flourished around them, with flocks of birds occasionally darting past. Suddenly, a glint of cold light shot toward Bluffing, a sharp crossbow bolt. Acting swiftly, Bluffing grasped his trident and severed the incoming arrow. The carriage gradually came to a halt, and Bluffing surveyed his surroundings, reflecting that this was his first visit to the Douluo Continent, where it was unlikely he had any enemies. The lush trees provided an ideal setting for an ambush. Fengdi, what is happening? Xiaobai inquired, peering out of the carriage. Just now, a crossbow bolt shot straight toward us. There must be some unusual circumstances, Bluffing replied gravely. Noticing the severed bolt lying on the ground, Xiaobai immediately leapt from the carriage, positioning herself protectively behind Nan Nan, her gaze scrutinizing the area with utmost vigilance. The silence was unnerving. Apart from the gentle rustle of grass in the breeze, there was an indistinct sound of hurried footsteps in the distance, indicating that their adversaries were numerous. With a grave expression, Bo Feng surveyed his surroundings. Someone was approaching. An assassin. At that moment, a squad of soldiers armed with steel spears encircled the trio along with their cart, the cold tips of their long weapons aimed menacingly at them. Nan Nan hid behind Xiaobai. As these individuals appeared fearsome, each soldier clad in silver and gold armor, seasoned veterans of countless battles. Excuse me, good sir, we are merely passing through. May I inquire about the situation here? Bo Feng asked hastily. The leading soldier replied coldly. Do not move. This is the royal hunting grounds. We have already announced in the city yesterday that His Majesty, accompanied by His Highness the Crown Prince and esteemed ministers, is here for the annual royal hunt. This area has been completely secured by us. How did you manage to enter, or are you an assassin? As he spoke, the soldiers advanced their spears closer to the trio, for the emperor's safety took precedence above all else. Wu Fengzhao nodded slightly to Xiaobai, signaling him to take care of everything and to ensure the safety of Nan Nan. Xiaobai acknowledged with a nod and immediately cradled Nan Nan in his arms. Have you ever seen an assassin burdened with family? Wu Feng sighed, shrugging his shoulders in disbelief. A group of soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. What on earth was happening? At that moment, a young man, adorned in resplendent garments woven with golden threads and riding a white steed, arrived. His brow was furrowed, and his countenance was etched with displeasure. The soldiers promptly knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing him. We pay our respects to His Highness, the Fourth Prince. The Fourth Prince? This was the Tiando Empire, thus this young noble must be avalanching. His expression spoke volumes of his dissatisfaction. From Bluffing's understanding of the Fourth Prince, it was merely a faade, a ruse to prevent suspicion from his so-called elder brother. You worthless fools, His Majesty is arriving shortly. Do not delay in capturing them. Chapter 18, Xiaobai's Fury and its Dire Consequences. Upon receiving the Fourth Prince's command, the soldiers, brandishing their steel spears, prepared to subdue Bluffing and his companions. Xiaobai clenched his fists. Having lived carefree on Sea God Island, he never anticipated such turmoil upon arriving on the mainland. Though the surface appeared tranquil, beneath it lurked a tempest of unrest. Bo Feng was keenly aware of Bai Jia's temperament. He quickly cast a glance at Xiaobai, urging her to refrain from such impulsive behavior. Should any friction arise with the Empire, their subsequent days in Tiando City would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty. I sincerely apologize. We shall take our leave at once. As the wind and waves prepared to retrace their steps, an avalanche, seated upon a white steed, abruptly obstructed their path, declaring, "To arrive and depart as you please truly shows a lack of respect for my royal family. You worthless fools. Did my words not reach your ears? Seize those three at once." The presence of these three enigmatic individuals was alarming, if any harm were to befall my father. Could you bear the weight of such responsibility? Under the pressure exerted by the avalanche, the soldiers pressed forward, and one soldier, brandishing a long spear, lunged fiercely at the wind and waves. With no alternative, they deemed it better to risk an unjust execution than to let any threat slip by. Should the emperor suffer any loss, it would be their lives on the line, and their families would likely face dire consequences as well. Kaze, gripping the steel spear firmly with one hand, fixed his gaze on the imposing avalanche, who sat triumphantly upon his white steed. Was this young man merely posturing? Or did he genuinely possess the audacity to act? With a slight exertion of force, Kazekage's tightly gripped steel spear was instantaneously crushed. This scene indeed astonished the soldiers. How dare they strike back? It appears they are truly assassins. How audacious. They dare to retaliate. Bring them down. Avalanche bellowed with fury. Xiaobai, unable to contain his indignation, gradually coalesced a sphere of water within his palm. Cease this. At this critical juncture, another individual arrived. The newcomer was a young man, around 21 or 22, with golden hair and a handsome countenance, exuding an indescribable charm that surpassed even avalanches. This was Kazekage's impression, at least. Fourth brother, our father has sent me to inquire about the commotion here. What has transpired? The young man spoke in a calm manner, his gaze sweeping over Kazekage and his companions, momentarily lingering on Kazekage. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Avalanche hastily dismounted from his horse, approaching the young man with gritted teeth. Elder brother, I have discovered 3 suspicious individuals here. I suspect they are assassins plotting against our father. Wolfing gazed at the individual whom Avalanche referred to as Big Brother, and in that fleeting moment of eye contact, an inexplicable sensation washed over him. The soul of the sea god, a divine entity, stirred within him, leading him to ponder the significance of the other's esteemed title. Shuechinghe. Yet, the imperial soul of the Tiando royal family was that of a swan, an emblem lacking in offensive prowess, yet exuding an air of nobility befitting royalty. This sentiment resonated deeply with Shuechinghe, who, despite the concealment offered by the head soul bone, could not fathom why the 6-winged angel's soul would evoke such feelings. Who, indeed, was this person? A myriad of questions swirled in Shuechinghe's mind, compelling him to take a step forward and inquire. Who are you truly? What brings you here? Wolfing politely clasped his hands and stated, We intended to venture to Tiando City for business, yet upon entering this forest, we were nearly struck by crossbow bolts. Subsequently, this 4th prince arrived and unjustly accused us of being assassins. Might I pose a question? Have you ever encountered an assassin accompanied by their family? Shuechinghe hesitated. It appeared that Wolfing and his companions bore no resemblance to assassins, indicating that there had indeed been a misunderstanding due to the avalanche. Shuechinghe was on the verge of releasing several individuals, as the Snow Knight Emperor was soon to arrive, and it was unnecessary to create discord at such a critical juncture. Although perplexed, she recognized that their destination was Tiando City, and utilizing her own methods to uncover the truth about these individuals would pose no challenge. Very well, you may depart now. Follow this path, and you shall reach Tiando City, Shuechinghe declared. Wolfing expressed his gratitude with a courteous gesture, just as he was about to depart. Elder brother, are you truly allowing them to leave so easily? At that moment, Shuelang stepped forward to publicly challenge Shuechinghe's sentiments. Fourth brother. Shuechinghe narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired with a calm demeanor, Do you harbor any doubts about my decision? Shuelang clenched his teeth. For the sake of their father's safety, he felt compelled to defy his elder brother's command. Why are you all still standing there? Hurry and apprehend the 3 of them. Shuelang rebuked fiercely, disregarding Shuechinghe's authority. At that instant, Xiaobai, with a grim expression, gently set down Nan Nan, whom he had been holding, and tenderly ruffled her hair. Wolfeng remained silent. While Xiaobai could no longer endure the situation, the avalanche was entirely a consequence of their own provocations. Their purpose for coming to Tiando City was to earn gold soul coins and subsequently travel across the continent. Wolfeng had no intention of making enemies or entangling himself too deeply with the royal family, yet the opposing party was relentless. The avalanche continuously harassed the trio. And while Wolfeng could endure for the greater good, Sibai could not disregard the matter any longer. Sibai slowly stepped forward, emanating an aura that caused the soldiers to tremble. The oppressive feeling indicated a formidable strength. The expression on Shuebing's face shifted, as a soul master himself. He had only experienced such intense pressure from the 3 committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy. Those three were all titled Douluo, holding high status within the empire, and were connected to his elder brother. The pressure radiating from this woman was several times that of the three committee members, leaving Xi Weibing gasping for breath. Xue Qinghe's expression grew serious. He had initially been surprised by the boy, but now the presence of Xiaobai behind him caused a drastic change in his demeanor. A titled Douluo. The aura was unmistakably that of a titled Douluo, and her strength surpassed that of the two beside her. Waves rippled around Xiaobai, and beneath her feet appeared a configuration of soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. A titled Douluo? Indeed, a titled Douluo. That red ninth soul ring was unmistakably one of 100,000 years. Xi Weibing instinctively retreated. He had now kicked against an iron wall. The soul master profession was the most esteemed on the continent, and the mysterious titled Douluo before him, possessing a 100,000-year soul ring, was someone no one dared to provoke. Except for Xue Qinghe, who had seen such a being before, the rest were witnessing a titled Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring for the first time. The soldiers exchanged fearful glances, their long spears raised skyward. Had they known they were facing a titled Douluo, they would never have dared to act so disrespectfully. What's wrong? Where is your earlier arrogance? Xiaobai gritted her teeth. In the face of Xiaobai's taunting, Xi Weibing was utterly deflated, hurriedly hiding behind the soldiers, attempting to use them as a shield. The soldiers, displaying panic, realized they were in the presence of a titled Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring. As an imperial prince, he was beyond their reach. How could they, mere commoners, dare to confront such a being? Naturally, the soldiers retreated quietly, and Xi Weibing, who had been hiding at the back, was fully exposed. Under everyone's gaze, Xiaobai slowly approached Xi Weibing. Not far away was an imposing army, a formation of soldiers arranged in ranks, with an elderly man clad in golden armor, embroidered with intertwining golden dragons, drawing his bow to aim at a pink rabbit. The old man exuded an aura of authority and supremacy. With the soldiers watching intently, the arrow flew swiftly, piercing the pink rabbit directly. The scene erupted in cheers as soldiers raised their long spears, shouting, "Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty!" The old man smiled, stroking his white beard, and waved his hand, restoring silence. "Your martial prowess remains undiminished," remarked a man standing nearby, whose dignified appearance and graceful demeanor exuded elegance. With long black hair cascading over a pristine white robe, he appeared to be in his 40s. Behind him stood an elder with a sword-like brow and starry eyes, dressed in white robes and possessing snow-white hair, with a silver sword floating behind him. Their identities were certainly not simple. The elder handed the golden bow to a nearby attendant and said with a smile, "Master Ning, you jest. I have not had the opportunity to partake in such activities for a long time. Today marks the rare annual royal hunt, and I apologize for troubling you to accompany me. I hope you and Sword Douluo will not mind." Master Ning smiled and shook his head. "Your majesty is too kind. It is my honor to accompany you." The elder laughed lightly. Qinghe, Xi Weibing. Noticing the two had not responded, the elder furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Where are the crown prince and fourth prince? Why have they suddenly vanished?" His tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction, as the emperor, with countless matters to attend to. It was disheartening that his 2 sons were absent during the annual royal hunt. The general responsible for the area quickly knelt, respectfully reporting, "Your Majesty, I just saw the crown prince and fourth prince heading towards the northern forest. They have been gone for some time." Upon learning the whereabouts of his sons, the emperor shook his head and smiled bitterly. It must be Xi Weibing acting recklessly again. Qinghe, as the elder brother, has it tough. With my numerous duties, I failed to keep a timely watch over him. Xi Weibing's current predicament is indeed my fault. Your Majesty speaks too harshly. It is natural for Qinghe, as the elder brother, to care for his younger sibling. You have state affairs to manage, and I believe Qinghe will handle it well, Master Ning remarked with a smile. Just then, a powerful energy fluctuation emanated from the northern forest. The elder behind Master Ning narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning as he focused on that area. The silver sword behind him trembled slightly. "Sword uncle, what is this power?" Master Ning inquired, puzzled. The emperor also sensed the disturbance, and all eyes converged on that location, where Xue Qinghe and Xi Weibing were situated. Was it possible that the 2 princes were in danger? Sword uncle's expression hardened, his tone grave, a titled Douluo. There is no mistaking this aura, and the overwhelming presence indicates a very powerful titled Douluo. Before Master Ning could ask anything further, Sword Uncle stepped onto the silver sword and soared towards the forest. After all, these were the emperor's last remaining heirs. If anything were to happen, the soldiers stationed there would surely suffer the consequences. Humph. I shall see which title Douluo dares to lay hands on my sons, the emperor snorted coldly, hastily mounting a white horse and galloping away. Most of the title Douluo on the continent were known to Master Ning, yet this aura was unfamiliar. Could it be from the spirit hall? He shook his head and joined the main force heading towards the northern forest. In the forest, Xiaobai stood before Xuebing. Her sharp teeth clenched, her gaze fixed upon him. Say that again, if you dare, Xiaobai coldly inquired. Xuebing trembled in fear, rendered speechless, particularly in the presence of Xiaobai, a top predator of the ocean. Zhuiqing cast a sidelong glance at Xiaobai. According to the records of the Spirit Hall over the years, this enigmatic female title Douluo had no information available. Moreover, possessing a soul ring of 100,000 years was an extraordinary feat in itself. The identities of these three individuals had transformed into a mysterious and perplexing riddle. Given the circumstances, Xuebing's predicament was self-inflicted. Zhuiqing showed no intention of intervening. He sensed that this female title Douluo harbored no malice, merely aiming to intimidate and thereby temper Xuebing's arrogant demeanor, which would indeed be commendable. Observing Xuebing's prolonged silence and the tremors of his legs, Xiaobai remarked, "What a coward, a bully against the weak." Though Xuebing seethed with indignation internally, he appeared exceedingly insignificant in the presence of the title Douluo. Wolfing smiled faintly, aware that she, the White Sister, was not one to instigate trouble. This was the city of Tiando, not the Sea God Island. It was best to tread lightly, as she would need to navigate this place in the future. Sister White. A mere show of intimidation will suffice. There is no need for any drastic measures. Let us hasten our departure to Tiando City, she added. I shall let you off this time, but should you dare to cross me again, beware. With that, Little White retracted her spirit rings and returned directly to Bluffing and Nan Nan's side. Just as the trio was about to depart, a silver beam of light descended from the heavens, instantly capturing their attention. The newcomer was none other than Sword Uncle. Upon noticing that the two princes were unharmed, Sword Uncle's gaze shifted to the three formidable figures before him. Might I inquire which esteemed individual just revealed themselves? He inquired, his voice echoing with authority. As soon as he finished speaking, the massive silver sword strapped to his back was thrust into the ground with force, his hands resting upon the hilt. Standing resolutely like an ancient pine, the spirit rings beneath his feet began to rise slowly, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. A stranger among the title Douluos. Little White was momentarily taken aback, surprised to encounter a peer on her inaugural visit to the continent. Little White mused, with such a configuration of spirit rings. This is rather unimpressive. How can a title Douluo lack even 100,000-year spirit ring? This truly is a display of ostentation. As she prepared to approach, Wolfing gently restrained her. Sister White, please tend to Nan Nan. I will handle this. He then inquired, is the newcomer a Sword Douluo? Sword Uncle responded. You are aware of my identity? With a smile, Feng nodded. The sword measured 4 feet and 3 inches in length, 3 inches in width, and the hilt extended 1 foot and 2 inches. It was named 7 Kills. I am indeed familiar with the title of Sword Douluo. In response to this acknowledgement, Sword Douluo gently nodded, clearly pleased, for who would not desire their reputation to be known far and wide? Was that you just now? Why did you show such disrespect towards the prince? Sword Douluo inquired. The gaze of Feng fell upon the side of Avalanche, the 4th prince, who had yet to recover from the fright induced by the little white creature. As for this matter, it was up to the Sword Douluo to inquire about the prince named Avalanche. We undertook this arduous journey to reach this place with the intention of conducting some business in Heaveno City. However, to our astonishment, upon entering the forest, we were immediately surrounded by a battalion of soldiers, and thus encountered Prince Avalanche. Even after we elucidated our purpose, Prince Avalanche remained obstinate. Not even the intervention of this prince's elder brother could avert the situation in time. A gentle smile graced the lips of Feng, as he expressed his sincere apologies for the impulsiveness displayed by his sister concerning the recent events. After recounting the circumstances, Jian Douluo grasped the general situation. He had heard of the 4th prince, notorious for his immoral behavior, often oppressing the students within the academy, rendering him a significant menace, an infamous figure well known throughout the entirety of Tiando City. Alas, being the emperor's son rendered him beyond reproach, leaving the populace powerless to curb his reckless behavior. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from behind, causing Xuebing to shudder in fright. Unable to meet the gaze of the tardy emperor, the Snow Knight Emperor, the sovereign of the Tiando Empire, the most powerful figure across the continent, he had attentively absorbed every word spoken by Feng without missing a single detail. Regarding this son, the Snow Knight Emperor felt helpless. He sighed and declared, Return to the palace and spend 1 month reflecting in solitude in your chamber, and I shall reduce your stipend for a year. Now, leave at once. Schwebing acknowledged the command, casting a lingering look at Bofeng and the others before departing with a countenance full of despair. Once Schwebong had exited, the Snow Knight Emperor turned his attention to Bofeng and his companions, inquiring, I am the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, known as Snow Knight. I deeply regret the events that have transpired. May I inquire from whence you have come? Wolfing respectfully addressed, it is your majesty. It is indeed an honor to make your acquaintance. My name is Wolfing, and I have traveled from Hanhai City to engage in some commerce. I was raised by the sea, and my family encouraged me to seek my fortunes beyond our shores, thus I chose Tiando City as my primary destination. Firstly, this city serves as the capital of the nation, bustling with merchants from all corners, and most of my goods are marine products, which I believe will fetch a fair price. Secondly, the local populace is known for their simplicity and sincerity, and being situated at the foot of the imperial palace. I am confident that under your gracious auspices, our business will flourish even further. Unintentionally, Wolfeng's flattering words caused Emperor Shuya to feel rather elated. He quickly cleared his throat and inquired, was that tremor you just felt? Wolfeng chuckled softly, remarking that his majesty was jesting and that he was not as formidable as implied. He continued, acknowledging that his sister had acted rather recklessly. And if any harm were to befall Prince Shuebing, he wished to extend his preemptive apologies. It is of no consequence. The fault lies with me for not guiding my children properly, replied Emperor Shuya, directing his gaze towards Xiaobai. Should there be any grievances, I kindly ask this young lady to be forgiving. Xiaobai waved her hand dismissively, smiling, you flatter me. It is truly not a matter of great significance. In fact, I too bear some responsibility for frightening others by unleashing my soul ring, which led to so many converging here and caused you to mobilize with such fervor. With that, Xiaobai exchanged a knowing glance with Bufeng and hastily departed, eager to alleviate any anxiety for Zizenzu and the others waiting for her. With a faint smile, Bofeng nodded and addressed the Snow Knight Emperor, saying, Your Majesty, unless there are pressing matters, we shall take our leave for Heaveno City. My associates who handle the cargo have arrived, and as their employer, I cannot afford to keep them waiting. Shortly thereafter, Shuechinghe leaned in to whisper something in the Snow Knight Emperor's ear. Upon hearing it, the Emperor's expression shifted dramatically, and his gaze towards the three from Bofeng altered completely, particularly towards Xiaobai, who concealed their true identity remarkably well. Nearby, Ningfengji faintly caught the mention of 5 words, 100,000-year soul ring, coupled with the disturbances at the forest's edge. It was highly probable that the woman from the opposing side was a formidable title Douluo. The Snow Knight Emperor regarded the three with utmost seriousness before issuing a command. Royal Knights, clear the path to Heaveno City. As the order was given, all soldiers of the Royal Knights stationed at the forest's rear promptly opened a direct route to Heaveno City. Bofeng was well aware of what the Royal Knights were. They were, without a doubt, the pride of the Tiando Empire, the army most trusted and relied upon by the royal family, answering solely to the commands of the Snow Knight Emperor. The decision of the Snow Knight Emperor to yield to the Royal Knights truly startled Bofeng. Your Majesty, this seems somewhat inappropriate, Bofeng remarked helplessly. However, the Snow Knight Emperor merely smiled gently and replied, there is nothing inappropriate about it. This matter originates from the royal family, and it serves as their apology to you. If you continue on your path, you will reach Tiando City. I shall remain here, eagerly anticipating our next meeting. With that, the Snow Knight Emperor gestured for them to proceed. Lord Ning, standing beside the Snow Knight Emperor, understood the underlying meaning of these words. Having accompanied the Emperor for such a long time, a title Douluo with 100,000 years of soul rings, even within the Spirit Hall, there were perhaps no more than 3 individuals who could surpass him. After expressing his gratitude to Bofeng, Xiaobai embraced Nan Nan and boarded the carriage. Under the gaze of all present, Bofeng skillfully guided the carriage forward until it vanished from sight. Qinghe endeavored to cultivate a rapport with that Bofeng. If my memory serves me right, he has come to Tiando City to engage and trade. Tomorrow, do inquire discreetly about the finest shops, and extend royal gifts to them in the name of the imperial family, the Snow Knight Emperor instructed. Snow Qinghe responded affirmatively, understanding that with these 3 individuals, the royal family could only foster goodwill and must refrain from malice. The origins of the mysterious Bofeng are unclear. It is said that he hails from Hanhai City, the sole port of the Tiando Empire, where marine goods have become the only commodity for fishermen. This venture serves to expand one's business while also providing an opportunity for training on the Douluo Continent. allowing for both financial sustenance and rapid enhancement of one's abilities. Why not seize such an opportunity? Despite his enigmatic background, Bofeng has caught the attention of the Snow Knight Emperor and for Ning Zhongshu, who has always cherished talent. A keen interest in this young man has arisen. This youth is no ordinary individual. Being protected by a titled Douluo with a 100,000-year spirit ring indicates that the power behind him is substantial, and fortunately, he is not affiliated with the Wuhuan Temple. The Sword Douluo remarked. Chapter 21. Arrival at Tiando. As the carriage sped along, a grand city emerged before Bofeng's eyes. Being one of the two most prosperous cities on the continent, it also boasts the largest scale. The city towers to a height of 100 meters. Constructed entirely of granite. At the imposing city gates, numerous soldiers wielding long spears exuded a solemn aura of menace. Sister Bai, Nan Nan, we are almost at Tiando City. What did the letter from Zhenzu say? Bofeng inquired with a smile. Little Bai peered through the carriage window at the approaching colossal city. Realizing that this was indeed Tiando City, a stark contrast to the towns they had passed, its magnitude truly impressive. Zhenzu is already awaiting us in the city and has specifically reserved a tavern for our gathering, she replied. Brother Feng, with Tiando City just ahead, what should our next course of action be? Little Bai asked. Bofeng chuckled. It is now high noon. Let us first enter the city and rendezvous with the Purple Pearl. Subsequently, I shall pay a visit to the Spirit Hall to register our martial spirits. Finally, tomorrow we shall seek out suitable shops to expand our business, striving to become the most formidable force. Our ambition is to emerge as the wealthiest on the Douluo Continent, surpassing even the 7 treasure glazed tile sect and rivaling nations in riches. Bofeng burst into hearty laughter. Xiaobai's lips twitched, realizing that Feng Di was undoubtedly enamored with wealth. What is so remarkable about money? Sister Xiaobai has no interest in it. I recall that the Spirit Hall is one of the branches of the Spirit Temple. We are in opposition to the Spirit Temple. So why would you wish to go there? Xiaobai furrowed her brow. Many years ago, when the Spirit Temple invaded Sea God Island, Xiaobai participated in that battle. However, at that time, she fought in the form of the king of the magic soul Great White Shark, not in her current human shape. Poseidon contemplated the long-term implications. For the safety of her soul son, she could not dispatch the 7 sacred pillars to guard Douluo. In that battle, all 7 had participated, and among the Spirit Hall, only a select few titled Douluo elders recognized the 7 sacred pillars. Consequently, only Xiaobai was deemed the most suitable as Bofeng's personal bodyguard. Throughout the continent, the Soul Master's Codex serves as a hallmark for every Soul Master, embodying their finest credentials, and the Spirit Hall encompasses all of this. Bofeng continued. We are uncertain how long we will remain in Tiando City, and there are numerous matters to attend to. With the Soul Master's ledger in hand, I believe we will encounter significantly fewer troubles in the future. Additionally, this will serve to dispel any suspicions from the Spirit Hall. He then turned his gaze towards Nan Nan. Nan Nan, if my memory serves me right, you should be 6 years old now. What is your martial spirit? Xiaobai also expressed her curiosity for until now. She remained unaware of her sister's martial spirit. Nan Nan shook her head and replied, Brother, my martial spirit has yet to awaken. I only just turned 6 yesterday. Oh? Bofeng nodded thoughtfully. Perfect timing. This afternoon, you shall accompany me to the Spirit Hall for your martial spirit awakening. We cannot perform the awakening here on Sea God Island, as we lack the necessary tools. Thus, we must go there. When brother, Xiaobai cautioned earnestly, exercise utmost caution, and avoid any interaction with individuals from the Spirit Hall. Naruto solemnly nodded. Rest assured, Sister Bai, I know what to do. Do you need me to accompany you? Suggested Xiaobai. Wave Wind shook his head gently, saying, No need for that, Sister Bai. Your recent display of the Soul Ring has already attracted the attention of the Tiando royal family and the Spirit Hall. Spirit Hall? Xiaobai furrowed her brow, pondering. Could it be that among those individuals just now, there were members of the Spirit Hall? Bofeng nodded and remarked. That prince is quite extraordinary. Although he appears gentle and cultured, treating others with great courtesy, he is, in fact, profoundly shrewd. I must exercise caution around him in the future. Subsequently, Bofeng guided the carriage slowly into the city. The bustling streets were a stark contrast to the earlier experience in Silva City. The capital, with its rich history, truly represented the pinnacle of commerce. Following the correspondence from the Purple Pearl, Bofeng arrived at the entrance of the inn, where Purple Pearl and his companions had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Bofeng, Purple Pearl clasped his hands and said, Boss, all the goods have arrived safely, and everything has proceeded smoothly. Additionally, a portion of our brothers has returned to Hanhai City. Once they deliver the next batch of goods, they will take turns escorting them with these brothers. Wolfing chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Do not call me boss. You are no pirate anymore. Just address me as master." Zizinzu paused momentarily, then responded with a smile, "Yes, master. Who is this little sister?" Zizinzu inquired, noticing Nan Nan beside Xiaobai. "Did you not just mention it?" "This is my sister," Wolfing replied with a grin. Subsequently, Wolfing proceeded to the room that had been pre-arranged. Xiaobai and Nan Nan shared one room, while Wolfing occupied a separate one. The room was exceptionally tidy, equipped with all necessary amenities. He drew back the long dusty curtains, allowing the blinding sunlight to flood into the space. Standing on the balcony, Wolfing gazed out over the sprawling cityscape. The arrival at Tangan marked the commencement of his own tale. Seated upon a chair, he retrieved from his bosom a comprehensive map of the vicinity, a relic bequeathed by his father. Before Wolfing set forth, his mother had entrusted him with all of his father's possessions. At the heart of the map lay Tangan, encircled by the sunset forest, a realm inhabited by soul beasts. To the east, a grand mountain bore three imposing characters that caught Wolfing's eye: Heaveno sect. These characters, written by his father himself, emanated a sense of majesty and grandeur. It was the sect founded by his father, once renowned as the supreme power of the world. If memory served him right, Wolfing's elder brother was none other than Tang Hao, the current Heaveno Douluo, who had long since departed from this world. Should Wolfing venture there, by lineage, he would undeniably embody the essence of Heaveno. 1. The map vividly illustrated the entire panorama of Heaveno sect, encompassing both its external and internal configurations. As for whether he would embark on this journey or not, Wolfing found himself in a state of indecision, gazing at the ebony hammer in his hand. This artifact served as the testament of the chief elder of the Heaveno sect. With it, along with the Heaveno hammer martial soul in his left hand, he should be able to validate his true identity. However, Wolfing had yet to establish his footing in the bustling city of Tiando. Making a journey to the Heaveno sect at this moment quite impractical, he would need to bide his time for a few more years. Before departing, his mother had entrusted him with a solemn directive. He must pay a visit to the Heaveno sect. The blood of his father flows through Wolfing's veins, necessitating a return to his roots. Even if he does not bear the Tang surname, the Heaveno hammer martial soul is undeniably genuine. "Oh, father, please do not become the king of slaughter. Though my mother forbids me from seeking you, as a son, I must heed her wishes only to a degree. Once I possess the means, I shall seek you out." Wolfing murmured softly. "Knock, knock, knock. Feng, hurry downstairs for dinner. Nan Nan and I have already gone down," Xiaobai called, tapping on the door. "I'll be right there," Wolfing replied. He then folded the map and closed the door, making his way slowly towards the hall. Chapter 22. The flowers have bloomed following the long staircase. Wolfing arrived at the hall. Many of the crew members, former pirates, were already dining. Recently, they had been recruited by Wolfing and had officially become external personnel of the Sea God Island, forming a crucial part of the team that would drive the upcoming business expansion. Boss, hello." With a smile, Wolfing returned the greeting, and in their hearts, there was an evident reverence for him. He had provided them an opportunity to end their piratical lives, with the prospect of even joining the island of the sea god, along with a monthly stipend of 10 gold soul coins. The more cargo they transported, the greater their earnings would be, and they would no longer have to stir up trouble upon the seas. The Purple Pearl pirate crew would henceforth be a thing of the past. Arriving at the Purple Pearl, Xiaobai and Nan Nan took their seats at the table. As Wolfing ate, he remarked, "Purple Pearl, once you finish your meal, please take a moment to tally the cargo. In just a few days, once we secure the shop, we shall officially commence our business." "No problem, leave it to me," Purple Pearl assured, thumping her chest in confidence. Wolfing continued, "Nan Nan, after dinner, accompany your brother to the Spirit Hall in Tiando City for your spirit awakening, shall we?" "All right," Nan Nan replied with a smile, nodding her head. "Sister Bai, I leave everything here in your care while I go to the Spirit Hall," Wolfing instructed. "You may go with peace of mind, but remember, do not engage with anyone from the Spirit Hall, understood?" Xiaobai reminded her. Wolfing nodded slightly, and soon after, everyone finished a sumptuous lunch. Following the day's itinerary, Wolfing cradled Nan Nan in his arms and made his way toward the Spirit Hall situated in the heart of Heaveno City. The Spirit Hall occupies a vast expanse and boasts a well-connected geographical setting, wielding considerable influence across the continent. Every child, upon reaching the age of 6, must undergo a soul awakening, a process entirely overseen by the Spirit Hall. Kaze held Nan Nan as they approached the grand entrance of the Hall of Martial Spirits. Standing guard were two knights, brandishing long spears that formed a cross, barring the way for the siblings. Halt. This is the Hall of Martial Spirits. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted to enter, the knights declared coldly. Bofeng explained, I have come to awaken my sister's martial soul. She has just turned 6 this year. Additionally, I require a Soul Master's ledger. I kindly ask for your understanding in this matter. Upon hearing his explanation, the two knights promptly retracted their long spears. I see. Then you may enter. Proceed directly inside to find Lord Salas. Thank you. As Bofeng and Nan Nan entered, they were greeted by an exquisitely adorned hall. Resplendent in gold and brilliance, a realm of power second only to the two great empires, perhaps even surpassing them. If the Spirit Hall was this opulent, one could only imagine the grandeur of the Papal Hall. Contemplating this, Bofeng shook his head. He must not engage with the denizens of the Spirit Hall. Setting aside the animosity between Sea God Island and the Spirit Hall, it was also true that his father's creation, the Hout sect, had been forcibly sealed off by the Spirit Hall. Upon reaching the center of the hall, an elderly gentleman clad in ornate robes was seen respectfully nodding to a flamboyant young man donned in golden armor, exuding an air of authority that commanded utmost deference. Salaris, have there been any notable talents awakened among this year's Soul Masters? Inquired the dashing figure. The elder, known as Salaris, was the principal overseer here and a platinum bishop of the Spirit Hall. Esteemed elder Jew, among this year's children, there is only one with innate soul power at level 7. The rest are all below level 5, with a significant number at levels 1 and 2, Salaris sighed, lamenting that this year was even worse than the last. Your presence here today, what instructions do you bear? The Pope has decreed that in 2 years, the grand tournament for high-level soul masters across the continent will commence. 3 soul bones will be awarded as prizes, the young man replied. And I have been instructed to inform you to expedite the recruitment of soul masters for the future. At this moment, Elder Ju's attention shifted towards Bofeng and Nan Nan as he inquired with a hint of irritation. Who are you? Who permitted your entry? To be honest, Bofeng had not comprehended a single word of their conversation. Bofeng Dao, my name is Bofeng, and this is my sister. We have come in pursuit of her awakening of the martial soul, and to collect a Soul Master's notebook. I hope I have not intruded upon your affairs. Although Elder Ju harbored some dissatisfaction, she cast a glance at Salas. Understanding her cue, Salas stepped forward and said, Come, I have pressing matters to attend to. As he spoke, Salas retrieved 6 equally sized stones from a nearby table, and under the influence of soul power, the stones emanated a dazzling golden light. Wolfing nodded at Nan Nan, who, with a heart full of questions, began to approach slowly. Bathed in a golden light, Nan Nan felt a shackle within her being released, and the aura radiating from her captivated even Wolfing, who possessed the divine martial spirit of the sea god. The previously displeased Elder Jew, standing nearby, trembled as a golden light flickered in his hand, revealing a chrysanthemum adorned with golden patterns, his martial spirit, which bowed towards Nan Nan. This act left Elder Jew utterly astonished. His martial spirit was a rare gem among floral types. To witness it bow was a clear indication that this young girl must possess a floral martial spirit of even greater quality than his own. His earlier discontent evaporated, replaced by eager anticipation. Under the gaze of Buofing and the others, Nan Nan slowly opened her left hand, revealing a simple white flower with a few blood-red petals, devoid of leaves or roots, accompanied only by a pitch-black stone. At the moment this flower manifested, Nan Nan appeared extraordinarily noble, surrounded by swirling crimson lights. The chrysanthemum in Elder Ju's hand bent forward in a remarkable display, while in every corner of Tiendo City, flowers of all varieties bowed towards the martial spirit hall. This extraordinary phenomenon persisted until, with great effort, Nan Nan retracted her martial spirit, restoring the surroundings to their previous state. At that moment, Wolfeng furrowed his brow as he noted the captivating man he had previously reprimanded now gazing at Nan Nan with fervor. It seemed he needed to strategize early regarding the actions of the martial spirit hall. Saras hastily cleared his throat and brought forth a blue crystal ball. Little sister, place your hand on the crystal ball, and let me assess your soul power. Nan Nan glanced at her small hand, and the instant it made contact with the crystal ball, a dazzling blue light illuminated the entire hall, shining brilliantly even in the daytime. Innate full soul power. Little sister, would you be willing to take me as your master? The captivating man inquired eagerly. Meanwhile, a glimmer of gold appeared upon the sea god crown adorning Buofing's head. Chapter 23, Is your name Chrysanthemum? Innate full soul power soul masters are a rarity in the entire soul master realm, with only a handful existing, each an exceptional being. Before him stood one such individual, and her martial spirit was how could the martial spirit hall resist such a lure? No. Without a moment's hesitation, Nan Nan firmly declined. The martial spirit hall would not let this opportunity slip by, especially with Elder Ju present. He was not one to overlook such a chance. Wolfing hastily inquired, "Could you grant me the Soul Master's notes?" He yearned to obtain the notes expeditiously and thus made to leave swiftly. Elder Ju expressed her displeasure, stating, "I am conversing with your sister. What gives you the right to interject?" As she spoke, the formidable aura emanating from her did not compel Wolfing to yield. This aura, it unmistakably belonged to a titled Douluo. It was an oversight, as he had not anticipated the presence of another titled Douluo within the spirit hall. Bofeng, neither overly humble nor arrogant, declared, "I am her elder brother and her guardian, possessing the authority to respond to your inquiries on her behalf. Furthermore, she is unwilling to acknowledge you as her master. Could it be that the spirit hall would impose such demands?" Elder Ju, momentarily incensed, found himself compelled to suppress his fury for the sake of the young girl before him, who bore an extraordinary spirit. "How audacious! You dare!" Salas bellowed in outrage. The Elder Ju, a figure of significant stature and a titled Douluo, understood the necessity of acquiring this remarkable child. "Enough, Salas. Provide him with the Soul Master's ledger." Elder Ju commanded. Just as Salas was about to voice a protest, he was silenced by the Elder's stern gaze. Despite his dissatisfaction, in this world where strength reigned supreme, he had no choice but to comply with Elder Ju's directive. Salas then approached a nearby table where a stone, roughly the size of a fist and black in hue, lay, similar to the one used during the recent awakening of the spirit, albeit with a different shape. With a tone tinged with displeasure, he instructed, "Place your hand upon it and unleash your spirit." Wolfing cast his gaze forward, his mind beginning to devise a plan to escape this place. Fleeing in the presence of a titled Douluo was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. However, the sea god's crown could facilitate such an endeavor. In an instant, the soul rings beneath Wolfing illuminated, 2 yellow rings spiraling around his waist, while a blue trident materialized in his right hand. As his soul power was drawn forth, it gradually flowed into the black stone placed before him, which immediately radiated a dazzling blue light. Saras inquired with curiosity as a level 28 soul master, "How old are you this year? Why have I never encountered your martial soul before?" Meanwhile, Elder Ju, intrigued, pondered why this trident seemed so familiar. Reminiscent of a weapon he had encountered in the past, though he could not recall it at that moment. "Wolfing Dao, this is my martial soul, the trident. I am 18 years old. In reality, I am merely 11, but I appear quite mature. 18 years of age, wielding a trident as my martial soul, and possessing a soul power of 28 levels? Rather unremarkable, I suppose." In a short while, Salas had prepared the Soul Master as credentials. With this document, Wolfing's identity as a Soul Master was sufficiently established, no longer an undocumented individual. Thus, from this moment forth, you are recognized as a Soul Master of the Tiando Empire, Salas stated impatiently, handing the credentials to Wolfing. The so-called Soul Master's credentials were merely a metal plate inscribed with Wolfing's martial soul information and soul power level. After carefully storing the credentials, Wolfing stepped forward to lift Nan Nan. The matter at hand was concluded, and it was time to return. However, wait. Elder Ju stepped forward, having stealthily positioned himself before the siblings. "Is this the renowned titled Douluo?" Wolfing furrowed his brow, inquiring about the elder's intentions. Was it a request for his sister to become her disciple? If so, he would decline, for their mother had taught them not to engage with strangers. Elder Ju, however, was not angered. Instead, she smiled and asked, "Do you know who I am? It would indeed be a blessing for me to accept your sister as my pupil. I would rather forego such a blessing. The spirit hall is not solely your domain," Wolfing countered. "Let us adhere to my sister's wishes, shall we?" Wolfing proposed. "Nan Nan, do you wish to take this uncle as your master?" Nan Nan gazed at the unfamiliar figure before her, her heart filled with displeasure. For he had raised his voice at her brother, making him an unlikable individual in her eyes. "I do not want that. My sister is far more formidable than he is. I wish to learn from her," Nan Nan declared. Upon hearing this, Elder Ju grew anxious. If this opportunity were to slip away, it would be regrettable. Moreover, those favored by the spirit hall would not easily be allowed to depart. "Pray tell, who is your sister that she surpasses me?" Elder Ju retorted, intrigued, for after many years as a titled Douluo, he wondered who could possibly be more powerful than himself. At least a titled Douluo would suffice. "She is simply my sister." "Brother, let us hurry home. I am hungry," Nan Nan exclaimed. Very well. A smile suddenly appeared on Bo Feng's face as he walked past Elder Ju, disregarding the elder's displeased expression. Are you intending to leave? Elder Ju bellowed, his right hand shimmering with golden light. A flurry of chrysanthemums soared through the air, their golden petals transforming into sharp blades that emanated a chilling aura, encircling the brother and sister. What do you mean by this? Do you intend to forcefully detain us? Bo Feng frowned slightly, clutching his sister Nan Nan more tightly. I am Yu Guan, an elder of the Spirit Hall, with the title of Ju, Elder Ju stated coolly, aiming to leverage the pressure of his title to compel the siblings to submit. Ju Guan? Bo Feng exclaimed in surprise, so you are indeed Ju Guan. Yu Guan's brow twitched as he despised that nickname. Listen, boy, I offer you one last chance. I can facilitate your entry into the Spirit Hall, and I shall dedicate myself to nurturing your sister. Occasionally, I may even provide you with guidance. Understand that personal instruction from a title de law is invaluable. Yu Guan presented this generous offer, which, under ordinary circumstances, would have been irresistible. However, he was speaking to Bo Feng with a dismissive smile. Bo Feng questioned the value of the guidance from the title de law. Since childhood, he had been under the tutelage of the 7 sacred pillars, receiving their counsel in succession, and frequently subjected to his mother's stern teachings, were it not for his unique identity on Sea God Island. Bo Feng's true martial soul and soul rings would undoubtedly astonish even the Pope of the Hall of Spirits. Not to mention the formidable 6-winged Angel de Law who once pursued his mother. As for the matter of Chrysanthemum Pass, he expressed his regrets, though they would remain forever unfulfilled. As he spoke, the sea god's diadem upon his head radiated a resplendent golden light, enveloping the entire Hall of Martial Spirits in a brilliant glow. By the time Chrysanthemum Pass regained his composure, the siblings had vanished without a trace. Clenching his fists, he realized that never before had anyone dared to escape from him so brazenly. Saras, issue a citywide search for the two, he commanded. Chapter 24. A joyous struggle against the Hall of Spirits. Let us set aside the considerable ire of the figure within the Hall of Spirits, for amidst the crowd, the individuals had simply vanished. Meanwhile, Bo Feng and Nan Nan had already returned to the tavern. Case hastily secured the door, noticing the return of the two individuals. Reclining leisurely on the sofa, the tranquil Seobai remarked, You have returned. Have you completed your tasks? It was quite perilous. There was a title Douluo from the Spirit Hall in the Spirit Master Hall. Fortunately, the Sea God Crown allows for brief displacement. Otherwise, both Nan Nan and I would have been stranded there, Case said, patting his chest. A title Douluo, Xiaobai exclaimed, sitting up abruptly. Nan Nan, tell Sister Xiaobai. Were you in any trouble? Xiaobai inquired with concern. Sister, I am fine. I was fortunate to have my brother protecting me, Nan Nan replied with a smile, then turned serious, saying, Sister, would you take me as your disciple? I wish to grow stronger, just like you. Wolfeng felt astonished. When had this young girl developed such an idea? Xiaobai appeared somewhat embarrassed, for she had never taken on a disciple. As a formidable soul of the great white shark for 100,000 years, her duty was to safeguard the tranquility of Sea God Island. Aside from occasionally instructing other great white shark souls in their cultivation and having guided Wolfeng during his childhood, she had never imparted knowledge to any human. Nan Nan, it is not that your elder sister is unwilling to teach you. Rather, my martial soul is that of the great white shark, which is only suitable for instructing soul masters whose martial souls are related to the sea. Speaking of which, Fengdi, what is Nan Nan's martial soul? With a subtle gesture, Bo Feng guided Nan Nan to spread her palm, causing the white flower to bloom instantly, prompting all the blossoms in the city to bow in reverence. In the Spirit Hall, Zhu Huaguan sensed this occurrence, but just as he prepared to investigate, the sensation abruptly vanished. This was of little consequence. As long as the siblings remained in Tiando City, he could locate them. Inside the room, Bo Feng hurriedly concealed Nan Nan's spirit, for the commotion was considerable, and a moment's carelessness could draw Zhu Huaguan's attention, although Bo Feng harbored no fear of him. This was still the continent, and with only Xiaobai by his side, confronting a title Douluo from the Spirit Hall could prove somewhat daunting. He needed to find a reliable ally, though he was reluctant to become too entangled. However, throughout this journey, Bo Feng had already attracted too much notice, each individual representing a formidable power on the continent. As the breeze swept onto the balcony, he cast his gaze towards the east, where the Haotian sect resided. Should circumstances truly demand it, he would not hesitate to personally visit the Haotian sect. Although its gates had been firmly shut, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. As long as his father remained, the Spirit Hall would not dare to act so arrogantly. In light of this, it would be prudent to publicize that his father was still present on the continent. At the very least, it would serve to deter the spirit hall. This was the last resort. This flower was exceedingly extraordinary, and its species eluded my understanding. The chrysanthemum, a spirit of remarkable rarity known as the celestial chrysanthemum, filled him with boundless excitement. That Nan Nan's spirit must certainly be of even greater value than his own. During my absence, has anything transpired? He inquired. Xiaobai nodded, retrieving an envelope from beside him. This was just delivered by the Tiando royal family. The Tiando royal family. Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, he immediately adopted a serious demeanor. First, the spirit hall, and now the Tiando royal family. Having just arrived in Tiando City a few days ago, he had already encountered two major powers in succession. Wolfing found himself in a bewildering situation, astonished by the profound implications of recent events, particularly the involvement of the heavenly dual royal family. They intend to gift us a shop, and under their name? He exclaimed in disbelief. Xiaobai nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the messenger has only just departed. It was that prince who sent him. According to the messenger, this is the emperor's will, meant as compensation for the rudeness displayed by the so-called avalanche prince this morning. Should we accept it? Of course we should. Wolfing replied with a subtle smile. I was at my wit's end, and now fortune smiles upon us. It's as if someone has offered a pillow while I was dozing off. We can leverage this opportunity to promote ourselves, utilizing the royal family's current stature to attract more funds. Are you not concerned that the title Douluo from the Spirit Hall might come after you? Xiaobai cautioned. Bofeng smiled and remarked, what is there to fear? Engaging in a contest with the heavens and the Spirit Hall is truly delightful. I find myself rather bored at the moment. We are in the heavenly dual city, and even if the Spirit Hall's reach is extensive, they would never dare to extend their influence beneath the royal citadel. After all, they are not yet prepared to confront the imperial family of Tiando. Sister Bai, do you recall that sword-wielding title Douluo from this morning? Indeed. Do you have another clever scheme in mind? Xiaobai giggled, covering her mouth. That sword-wielding title Douluo is one of the esteemed protectors of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, known by the title sword and the name Dust Heart. Our grand promotion serves a dual purpose. Firstly, to utilize the royal family's prestige to advance our merchandise. Secondly, the Spirit Hall has already taken notice of us. Given that Yuguan holds significant standing within the Spirit Hall, it won't be long before they pay us further heed. Thus, we must seek a suitable ally. An ally? Xiaobai inquired. Are you referring to the seven-treasure glazed tile school you mentioned? Wolfing nodded and remarked, indeed. The seven-treasure glazed tile school is as affluent as a nation, and with two titled Douluos guarding it, forming an alliance with them is a prudent choice. This will allow me to cultivate in peace on the continent and lay a solid foundation for the future. What do you plan to do? Such a formidable sect requires at least a show of sincerity. Interest, Wolfing replied with a mysterious smile. Interest? Xiaobai questioned, puzzled. Indeed, we all have a vested interest. Our Sea God Island harbors enmity with the Spirit Hall, while the seven-treasure glazed tile school is closely allied with the royal family. The Spirit Hall's ambitions extend far beyond, and the master of the seven-treasure glazed tile school is quite astute. Therefore, the seven-treasure glazed tile school is undoubtedly our ideal ally in this alliance. We can leverage this opportunity to engage and trade with them. Tomorrow, I shall personally present gifts to their sect, while also highlighting the uniqueness of our goods. Every faction is cautious with their finances. I am confident that I can persuade the seven-treasure glazed tile school to invest. This presents a win-win situation, so why not seize the opportunity? After listening to Wolfing's words, Xiaobai couldn't help but nod in approval. After I depart tomorrow, Sister Bai, I entrust everything here to you. And also, Nan Nan. Wolfing crouched down and gently stroked Nan's head, his voice laced with affection. Though I am unaware of your martial soul, I assure you, dear sister, that no one can harm you, not even the Spirit Hall. Tomorrow, you shall remain safely at the hotel, close by Sister Bai, who will protect you well. All right, Nan Nan replied with a cheerful nod. Sister Bai, could you arrange for someone to visit the new shop tomorrow to assess the environment? Perhaps they could promote it as well. Once I return from the seven-treasure glazed tile school, our shop will officially commence operations. Rest assured, I will handle this minor task, Xiaobai responded. Chapter 25, The first encounter with Ning Rongrong. The seven-treasure glazed tile school is situated not far from the outskirts of Tiando City. As one of the top 3 sects, its wealth could be likened to that of a nation. Early in the morning, Wolfing, accompanied by several skilled associates, once formidable figures within the Purple Pearl pirate group, set out, transporting a cart brimming with treasures unseen on the continent. Their primary objective this time was to forge an alliance. For the foreseeable future, Wolfing would be residing in Tiando City, having already played tricks on the Chrysanthemum Pass. He anticipated the Spirit Hall's relentless pursuit. They would undoubtedly not let such a matter rest easily. The chance to encounter a talent like Nan Nan was not one they would relinquish. Before long, following the map left by his father, Wolfing arrived at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The magnificent castle before him was dominated by a towering structure resembling a Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, its opulence rivaling that of Tiando City, a true testament to its affluent lineage. At that moment, two disciples guarding the city gate obstructed Wolfing's path. Halt. This is the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to trespass. Wolfing smiled gently and introduced himself. I am Wolfing, and I have come to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect to seek an audience with Sect Master Ning. May I trouble you two to convey this message? The two exchanged glances, and one hurried off to deliver the message while Wolfing waited outside. In the back garden of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, a young girl, dressed in a white floral dress and merely 11 years of age, was playing merrily with Ning Fingxi. She was his only daughter, his precious jewel. Daddy, I've reached level 20. When will you take me to hunt soul beasts? Ning Fengji lovingly ruffled the girl's hair and replied with a smile. Rong, my dear. Tomorrow your grandpa Bone will accompany you. Father still has important matters to attend to. Instantly, the girl's mood soured. Her small lips pouted in discontent as she protested. Daddy always makes excuses. You said the same when I was at level 10. Now that I've finally leveled up to 20, are you deceiving Rong? Ning Fengji found himself both amused and exasperated, quickly reassuring her, my little princess, I would never lie to you. Today, I am expecting a very important guest who will arrive shortly. It was not that Ning Fengji did not wish to take her as a support-type soul master. Without the protection of the sword Douluo and the bone Douluo, he feared the risks involved. Who is that person? Can you tell me, Daddy? The girl retorted, leaving Ning Fengji momentarily speechless. When had his daughter become so astute, truly taking after her father? Sect Master. At that moment, a disciple responsible for guarding the sect approached to report. Ning Fengji inquired, what is it? There is someone outside seeking an audience, the disciple replied. Ning Fengji turned to his daughter with a smile. See, Rong? Father was not mistaken. Today I indeed have an important person to meet. He then cleared his throat and asked, who is the visitor and what is his purpose? The sect disciple answered, he did not specify his intentions. Only that his name is Wolfing. Wolfing? That name sounds familiar, Ning Fengji mused. Suddenly, he recalled the young man he had encountered the day before, protected by a titled Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring, exuding an air of mystery. But why had he come in person today? Regardless, a guest was a guest. Ning Fengji turned to his daughter and said, Rong, go find your grandpa Bone. Father will attend to our visitor for now. He affectionately ruffled her hair once more before departing the back garden, guided by the sect disciple. The girl, however, was soon puffing up her cheeks in displeasure, resentful of Wolfing's sudden appearance that had disrupted the rare tranquility between her and her father. As the sect master, Ning Fengji was perpetually busy, and just when he had finally carved out some time, his daughter demanded company. He even contemplated sending his beloved daughter out to train, discreetly arranging for her protection. Meanwhile, the girl stealthily followed, eager to discover what this Wolfing looked like, and to note in her little notebook that someone dared to take her father away from her playtime. After a prolonged wait at the sect's entrance, Bofeng finally saw Ning Fengji emerge, accompanied by his disciples. It is an honor to meet you, Sect Master Ning. I was regrettably delayed yesterday due to unforeseen circumstances and could only exchange a brief greeting. I have come today specifically to pay my respects, and I hope you will not hold it against me, Bofeng said with a cupped fist and a smile. Ning Fengji chuckled softly and shook his head, replying, it is of no consequence. I too was occupied with accompanying His Majesty on a hunting expedition yesterday. Perhaps it was simply fate at play. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit today? With a resigned glance around, Bofeng could only sigh. At that moment, Ning Fengji understood the unspoken message and offered a wry smile, saying, it is my oversight. Please, do forgive me. Wolfing and Ning Fengji entered the sect together, followed closely by attendants carrying a large chest that moved slowly into the premises. The contents of the chest piqued Ning Fengji's curiosity. Could it be that Wolfing had come with a particular purpose? Upon entering the sect, it revealed itself to be akin to a miniature city, sprawling in its vastness and adorned with an opulent and grand decorative style. Are you Wolfing? As they walked, an unfamiliar voice suddenly caused Wolfing to halt in his tracks. Upon turning around, Bofeng found himself confronted by a girl adorned in a white floral dress, who stood defiantly with her hands on her hips. Her small lips pouted in indignation. Who might this be? Bofeng inquired, perplexed. Ning Rongrong, do not be disrespectful. Ning Fingji interjected with a wry smile. This is my daughter, Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong? So, you are indeed the infamous Ning Rongrong, Bofeng mused, observing her haughty demeanor, which bore a striking resemblance to that of a little sorceress. May I ask, Miss Rongrong, if there is something you wish to discuss with me? Bofeng inquired with a smile. In response, Ning Rongrong declared with irritation, I despise you. Bofeng, what is happening? I have only just arrived at the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and yet this little witch has already set her sights on me. If my memory serves me correctly, this is our first encounter, Rongrong. Ning Fingji furrowed his brow, his tone carrying a hint of reprimand. You should leave at once. With a stern expression, Ning Fingji commanded. In an instant, Ning Rongrong left in tears, resembling a weeping pear blossom, and ran straight away into the distance. Wolfing tentatively inquired, Master Ning, perhaps you should go check on her. Otherwise, your daughter might. Ning Fingji let out a long sigh. Let her be. Rongrong is usually quite pampered by me. So please do not take it too seriously. Not at all, not at all, Wolfing quickly replied. The two then continued their advance towards the grand hall. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ning Rongrong was running and crying, her resentment towards Wolfing reaching new heights. Ouch! She exclaimed, and while running, she bumped into someone and fell to the ground, continuing to weep. Rongrong, what on earth is the matter? Who dares to anger our little princess? Chapter 26. An expression of intent, the sword Douluo inadvertently knocked into Ning Rongrong, noticing her softly weeping, and quickly helped her up. Ning Fengji cherished this single daughter, treating her as a precious gem, especially the sword Douluo and bone Douluo, who regarded her as their own granddaughter and were reluctant to scold or reprimand her. Should Ning Fengji become angry, the two elders would be the first to comfort her, ultimately leading to Ning Fengji being admonished. This was akin to a food chain. Ning Rongrong was indeed the one whom no one from the 7-treasure glazed tile school should provoke. Grandpa's sword, you must help Rongrong. Ning Rongrong suddenly threw herself into the sword Douluo's embrace. The sword Douluo's expression shifted. Did Fengji scold you again? Ning Rongrong nodded. Not only that, but today he even lost his temper at me over a stranger. A stranger? The sword Douluo inquired curiously. Rongrong, tell Grandpa's sword, who is this stranger? After a moment of contemplation, Ning Rongrong replied, his name is Wolfing. Yes, that's him, she asserted emphatically. Wolfing? The sword Douluo pondered for a moment, suddenly realizing, so it is he. How intriguing. He has ventured to the 7-treasure glazed tile school with a purpose. Grandpa's sword, do you know this person? Ning Rongrong, noticing the sword Douluo's reaction akin to her father's, immediately asked. Indeed, I met him yesterday while accompanying the master during a hunt under the command of His Majesty. The sword Douluo advised, Rongrong, he is no mere stranger. That young man possesses remarkable poise and demeanor. You should learn from him. Hearing the tone of both the sword Douluo and her father, it seemed they were both favoring this Wolfing. What was it about him that was so admirable? Has Wolfing already arrived at the 7-treasure glazed tile school? The sword Douluo inquired. Ning Rongrong casually nodded. After their hasty parting yesterday, the sword Douluo couldn't help but wonder what sort of young man could command the attention of a title Douluo with a 100,000-year spirit ring. That was indeed a 100,000-year spirit ring, the most coveted treasure in the realm of soul masters. The forces behind him must be formidable. Unable to quell his curiosity, the sword Douluo made his way toward the grand hall, hoping to glean some useful information. Grandpa's sword, where are you? Ning Rongrong looked around. The grand hall of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, resplendent with gold and brilliance, was vast in scale. Even Wolfing, hailing from Sea God Island, could not help but be awed by the opulence before him. Indeed, life with wealth is splendid. Ning Fengji sat regally in a broad chair crafted from golden silk nanmu, with a large warm jade embedded behind him, a display of sheer extravagance. Sitting to the side, Bofeng was engaged in conversation. Uncertain of the purpose behind young Bo's visit, Ning Fengji inquired directly, spoke directly and without hesitation, addressing Ning Zongzhu. I have 2 purposes for my visit. The first is to form an alliance, and the second pertains to business. Oh, Ning Feng raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Please elaborate. Yesterday, I accompanied my younger sister to the spirit hall for her soul awakening ceremony. There, we encountered a title Douluo known as Chrysanthemum. I wonder if you are acquainted with him? Indeed, it is he, Ning Feng affirmed. He is one of the elders of the spirit hall. a title Douluo of the 95th rank, holding a position of great esteem within the organization. Could it be that he has issued a threat? Wolfing, with a resigned smile, remarked, "It is not so much a threat as it is a matter of circumstance. My sister and I have journeyed a great distance, and my younger sibling awakened a mysterious martial soul yesterday, a pure white flower, no less, with innate full soul power." Wolfing deliberately lowered his voice. Innate full soul power. Ning Fingji gasped in astonishment. Such a phenomenon was unparalleled on the continent. Over the years, there had been scarcely a dozen individuals possessing such a trait, most of whom had been absorbed by the spirit hall. Upon this revelation, Ning Fengji comprehended Wolfing's intentions for this visit. In this unfamiliar setting, even with the title Douluo by his side, one who bore a soul ring of 100,000 years, facing the spirit hall, akin to a ferocious tiger, would prove overwhelming. Therefore, I seek to forge an alliance with your esteemed sect. Should the spirit hall pose any threats to us, I humbly request your assistance. Ning Fingji offered a wry smile. Young brother Wolfing, it is not that I am unwilling to ally with you. Rather, I am still in the dark regarding your origins and identity. Wolfing Xian was momentarily taken aback, realizing his abruptness. I sincerely apologize, Master Ning. Before I disclose my identity, I kindly request that you refrain from revealing it. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed. I swear by the name of a soul master that our conversation today shall remain between us alone. Such an oath, taken under the auspices of a soul master, undoubtedly instilled confidence. I believe this item shall affirm my identity, Wolfing declared, his left hand unfurling to reveal a small hammer, which caused Ning Fengji's pupils to constrict in astonishment. The final word, Haotian, lingered unspoken in the air as Ning Fengji hastily cleared his throat, scanning the surroundings to ensure their privacy. He then spoke softly, I never anticipated that you were affiliated with the Haotian sect. Yet, why do you not reside within the Haotian sect, but instead seek an alliance with my seven treasure glazed tile sect? This enigma perplexed Ning Fengji. Although the Haotian sect had long since closed its gates, it was once revered as the foremost sect in the world. Moreover, with the surname Bo, and having arrived in Tiando City from distant lands, could he be a disciple seeking to reconnect with his ancestral roots? But that too seemed implausible. What could explain the presence of a title Douluo accompanying him, especially when they appeared to share an exceptionally close bond? A myriad of conjectures flooded his mind, leaving Ning Fengji with a throbbing headache. Wolfing shook his head with a wry smile and offered a simple hint. I wonder if the esteemed Master Ning still remembers the three legendary Douluos who were renowned in the world of soul masters? Ning Fengji nodded and replied, certainly. I am well aware of them. They are Qian Daolu of the Spirit Hall, Tang Chun, the founding patriarch of the Haotian sect, and Bo. Wait a moment. Ning Fengji's expression shifted as he gazed at Wolfing before him, waves of tumultuous thought surging within him, leading to an audacious conjecture. Could it be that you are? Ning Fengji ventured hesitantly. With a gentle smile, Bo Feng contemplated the true answer to Ning Zhengzhu's thoughts. Unexpectedly, you are. Alas. Ning Fengji sighed deeply. His background was immense, surpassing even that of the Seven Treasures Glass sect by several magnitudes. I truly cannot fathom why, with such a formidable background, you would seek an alliance with my Seven Treasures Glass sect, Ning Fengji remarked with a wry smile. To speak candidly, this journey is a trial bestowed upon me by my mother. Ning Zhengzhu understood well our relationship with the Spirit Hall and the invasion war from years past. We emerged victorious, and thus, the Devil Island was born. In the battle between Sea God Island and Spirit Hall, the latter lost two titled Douluos and ultimately retreated in defeat. From this day forth, the name of Devil Island resounded throughout the entirety of the Douluo Continent. With such a prestigious identity, Bo Feng can truly walk with confidence. Lord Ning, I have already introduced myself. May I inquire about the possibility of an alliance? Bo Feng asked. Given such profound connections, even the Spirit Hall would think twice before attempting to provoke Bo Feng, especially with two peerless Douluos standing behind him. An alliance would undoubtedly benefit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and with Bo Feng possessing the Haotian Hammer martial soul, which is intricately linked to the Haotian sect. He is indeed a person worthy of deep friendship. Ning Fengji rose from his seat and approached Bo Feng with a smile, saying, certainly. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is willing to ally with you. You shall forever be a friend of our school. I have a question, if I may. With a gentle smile, Bo Feng inquired, Master Ning, we are allies now. Please feel free to voice any concerns you may have. Ning Fengji continued. It is perplexing that during the calamity faced by the Haotian sect, while your esteemed mother was still alive, the Spirit Hall was allowed to act with such impunity. ultimately leading to the Haotian sect's closure of its gates. This question lingered in Ning Fengji's mind, for the death of that pope, coupled with Tang Hao's expulsion from the sect, along with both parties' concealment of the truth, resulted in a situation where even the well-informed seven-treasure glazed tile sect could not uncover the full reality of the matter. Wolfeng smiled helplessly, realizing he could not mention his father. Lord Ning, my father is currently striving to reach the 100th level, completely oblivious to the events occurring outside. Thus, I cannot disturb him regarding the matters of the Haotian sect. In a few years, he will achieve that pinnacle and ultimately return to the Douluo Continent. The 100th level. Ning Fengji's eyes widened in astonishment. That was a realm that no soul master had ever attained. It is said that upon breaking through to the 100th level, one would gain endless longevity, thus entering an entirely new world. A god? The reason my mother sent me away from the island was indeed linked to the affairs of the Haotian sect. Though my surname is Bo, the blood of the Haotian sect flows within me, and I cannot turn a blind eye to their matters. Lord Ning, regarding what we discussed today, Ning Fengji solemnly nodded. Rest assured, since I have sworn by the name of a soul master, I shall not utter a single word about it. That is for the best. The first matter, our alliance has been perfectly successful. The second matter, business. Subsequently, Wolfeng clapped his hands, and several attendants entered, carrying large boxes. The two approached, and Ning Fengji inquired with confusion, "Do you know what is contained within these boxes?" With a mysterious smile, Bo Feng opened the chest. And in that instant, the entire dazzling hall was enveloped in a radiant glow. Rare treasures. Before him lay luminous pearls the size of fists, coral clusters as large as a human head, and necklaces crafted from a myriad of pearls. These could indeed be considered extraordinary treasures. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was never lacking in such wonders. Yet, the sheer abundance left even the well-traveled Ning Fengji gasping in astonishment. The quantity was simply overwhelming. Ning Zhongzhu, these are no ordinary items from the sea. The ocean is vast and teeming with treasures beyond imagination. What we see here is but a mere fraction. With that, Bo Feng opened another chest. Inside were various jars and bottles, all unfamiliar to Ning Fengji. Just then, Sword Douluo entered. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he cast a casual glance at the valuable items within the chest. Having attained the rank of titled Douluo, such gold and silver trinkets had become trifles. The elevation of soul power was the sole pursuit of significance. Your Excellency Sword Douluo, our brief encounter yesterday has led me to intrude upon you today, Bo Feng said with a respectful gesture. Sword Douluo nodded slightly. Bo Feng's initial impression was indeed quite pleasant. He then turned to Ning Fengji and inquired, "Fengji, may I ask what brings young Bo here today?" Ning Fengji replied with a smile, "Sword Uncle, allow me to introduce. From this day forth, Bo Feng shall be our ally in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School." An ally? Sword Douluo regarded Bo Feng thoughtfully. Despite having a titled Douluo by his side, the essence of an alliance lies in the mutual benefits shared by both parties. The enigmatic presence of Bo Feng remains shrouded in mystery, leaving the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School uncertain whether this is a boon or a bane. After years of collaboration, Ning Fengji discerned the thoughts of Sword Douluo with a mere glance. With a resigned smile, he said, "Sword Uncle, rest assured, before this moment, young brother Bo Feng has elucidated everything." "Oh?" Sword Douluo inquired. "Fengji, might you elaborate? I find myself quite intrigued by young brother Bo's Sword Uncle. It is not that I am unwilling to share, but rather that I have sworn an oath in the name of a soul master to maintain confidentiality. I assure you that my decision today will undoubtedly lead the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School towards prosperity." Sword Douluo was momentarily taken aback. The fact that the sect leader would swear an oath as a soul master suggested that Bo Feng was indeed of significant stature. "Very well," he conceded. "I shall refrain from further inquiries. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration." Naruto smiled and nodded, affirming that it was indeed the case, and expressing his delight in the collaboration. Wolfeng continued, "Let us proceed to the matter at hand. Within this chest lies my second objective for this journey, commerce. It is a well-known fact that a woman's desire for beauty is innate. These bottles and jars are crafted specifically to enhance a woman's allure." "Truly?" A sudden exclamation abruptly interrupted Wolfeng's impending words. Out of nowhere, the previously concealed Ning Rongrong dashed forth from the shadows. "Rongrong, do not be rude," Ning Fengji admonished with a stern expression. However, Ning Rongrong paid no heed, merely sticking out her tongue playfully. Her gaze lingered on the assortment of bottles and jars within the chest. Despite her mischievousness, she remained, after all, a girl. A shared appreciation for beauty is a universal trait among women. Ning Zhongzhu, might I demonstrate the true purpose of these items? You surely understand that experience speaks louder than mere words. Only women can truly grasp the essence of these products. Us gentlemen, well. Ning Zhongzhu and Jian Douluo exchanged knowing smiles. Ning Zhongzhu replied, feel free to request anything you desire. I want no one else, only her. Wufeng directed his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, who was sprawled atop a box. Ning Fengji exclaimed with astonishment. The sword Douluo also expressed his surprise. At last, I can finally release this daughter, whom I have nurtured for 11 years, especially with Wufeng's formidable power, supported by 2 peerless Douluo, one of whom is on the brink of breaking through to the 100th level. Feeling Ning Fengji's malicious gaze, Ning Rongrong instinctively felt a chill in her heart and hastily concealed herself behind the sword Douluo. Chapter 28. The Ghost Shadow Title Douluo Kaze. Please do not misunderstand. I have no intention of contemplating such matters just yet. Kaze quickly replied. No worries. With time and interaction, you shall become accustomed to it. Wufeng, Miss Ning Rongrong, I can enhance your beauty beyond measure. Before Wufeng could finish his sentence, Ning Rongrong eagerly turned her sparkling eyes towards him and impatiently exclaimed, what are you waiting for? Come here at once. Wufeng cast a glance at Ning Rongrong, truly deserving of her title as the Little Witch. Her carefree demeanor was simply remarkable. A wave of uncertainty washed over him, prompting a decision to maintain a cautious distance in the future. Ning Fengji weakly tapped his forehead, realizing that this was not merely his daughter. Initially, he had considered a different approach, but it now seemed prudent to seek an opportunity for her to leave the sect early next year, embarking on her own adventures across the continent. In hopes of tempering her pampered disposition, without hesitation, Wufeng retrieved the necessary materials from the box. Ning Fengji commanded the arrival of a mirror, and Ning Rongrong settled comfortably before it, her mind wandering to visions of her future beauty. With her already fair skin, a touch of embellishment would suffice. Under the watchful eyes of the sword Douluo and Ning Fengji, Wufeng commenced his meticulous work. As he opened bottle after bottle, can after can, he wore a serious expression, applying each unfamiliar substance to enhance Ning Rongrong's delicate features. A sensation of indescribable delight enveloped her. At that moment, she closed her eyes, savoring the experience. The expressions of the 2 elders shifted from confusion to astonishment, and upon seeing Ning Rongrong before them, they couldn't help but rub their eyes in disbelief. Was this truly their little princess? At that moment, under Wufeng's careful enhancement, Ning Rongrong's subtly adorned visage appeared breathtakingly stunning, surpassing any woman they had encountered. When she slowly opened her eyes, Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless as she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, which seemed almost surreal. The exquisite makeup, combined with her already striking features, was simply extraordinary. Overwhelmed with excitement, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Ning Zhongzhu, you have witnessed it for yourself. This is the normal application of this product. It can render women even more enchanting, presenting an unprecedented business opportunity, especially in affluent places like Tiando City. The wealthy are abundant. The prospect of expanding the business across the Douluo Continent filled Ning Fengji with disbelief. The potential profits were staggering, perhaps even surpassing the national treasury's annual income. He felt a stirring desire. Who wouldn't wish for greater wealth? Subsequently, the remaining boxes were opened one by one, revealing an array of maritime goods, including lobsters, shark fins, and hairy crabs, among others. Additionally, due to the previous day's incident involving the disrespectful avalanche prince, the royal family had sent a larger shop to alleviate the situation. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji discreetly nodded, recognizing that the royal family had taken the initiative to extend a gesture of goodwill. Wufeng's visit today was fortuitous. Otherwise, Ning Fengji might have missed a golden opportunity. What does Ning Zhongzhu think? Ning Fengji inquired with a slight smile. No need for further discussion. I am willing to invest 10 million gold soul coins for a stake. In the future, we shall divide the profit 6-4. How does that sound to you? Wufeng paused in astonishment for a moment and suggested a 50-50 split, emphasizing the substantial weight of the matter at hand. You have invested 10 million gold soul coins. I cannot allow you to suffer a loss, can I? Without further elaboration, he acknowledged that this time they had benefited from his generosity, as otherwise, such an opportunity for collaboration would not have arisen. With the task completed, Wufeng prepared to depart from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. At the entrance of the sect, he addressed the esteemed Ning Zhongzhu and the sword Douluo. I shall take my leave once I have reached this point. He smiled and performed a respectful gesture. Will you not stay for a meal before departing? I have some other matters to discuss thoroughly. Ning Fingji cast a mischievous glance at the starry-eyed Ning Rongrong beside him. Wolfing, quick-witted as ever, remarked, "There is no need for such grand gestures. Tomorrow, our shop will officially open, and I would be honored if Master Ning could personally visit us." With assurance, he added, "Rest assured, I shall certainly be there to extend my congratulations." After bidding farewell to the two, Wolfing set off once more towards Tiando City with his companions. Just who is this young man? Jian Douluo pondered, perplexed by the fact that one could compel you to swear an oath in the name of a soul master. Gazing at the retreating figure of Wolfing, Ning Fingji smiled faintly. "In the future, you shall understand. His background is such that even the spirit hall must regard him with caution." He continued, "Our alliance would undoubtedly yield great benefits." Oh, after completing his mission, Bofeng officially returned to Tiando City. At this moment, in the Hall of Martial Spirits, a shadowy figure stood before Elder Ju, obscuring his true visage. He was also a titled Douluo. "Have you tracked down the whereabouts of that little girl from Juhua?" The ghost shadow coldly inquired. Yu Guan produced a colorful poster, which ghost shadow accepted, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "His Majesty has issued a strict decree. We must ensure that we bring that little girl back." Unperturbed, Yu Guan retrieved the poster that Ghost Shadow had cast aside. "Old Ghost, I have gathered all the information. The location depicted on this poster is indeed where the little girl is hiding. Is that so?" Ghost Shadow took the poster back, scrutinizing it closely. "A department store. With everything imaginable, there is nothing you cannot obtain. Juhua, are you certain our target is within?" Ghost Shadow sought confirmation once more. Yu Guan nodded earnestly. "There is no doubt. My martial spirit has sensed the essence of the heartbroken red. It is the king among flowers, and I, a mere chrysanthemum, cannot compare. What does His Majesty say?" "His Majesty urges us to act swiftly. Tomorrow marks the grand opening of that department store, does it not?" Ghost Shadow replied with a chilling smile. "Juhua, to speak frankly, His Majesty seems inclined to take that little girl as his disciple. It would be wise for you to keep your intentions to yourself." "Very well, old ghost, I understand." Yu Guan waved his hand impatiently. Having finally set his sights on someone, only to have His Majesty intervene. There was little to be done but to obey His Majesty's command. With two titled Douluos poised to act, they were filled with absolute confidence to strike the next day. Meanwhile, in the bustling commercial street of Tiando City, numerous businesses and shops thrived in this most prosperous area. Xiaobai stood before a sizable building with the disguised Nan Nan, as renovations were underway, and the sign had already been delivered. Department store. The four prominent characters drew considerable attention, for this was prime real estate at the foot of the imperial city, where each shop was backed by significant power. Likewise, the royal-sponsored store was strategically located in the heart of the commercial street, a golden spot. Chapter 29. Countdown to the grand opening. Celebrations from Shuqinghe. The day swiftly passed, and the commercial street was teeming with people. Thanks to the promotional efforts from the previous day and the royal authorization of the store, Bofeng's grand opening on this day was nothing short of spectacular. It was hard to believe that one could establish a shop at such a prestigious location without substantial capital and a formidable backing. In the early morning, Zijinju and the staff were bustling with activity, arranging various items on the shelves, all of whom had undergone special training to deliver their pitches with remarkable fluency. They possessed unique insights into the art of product promotion. In the expansive hall, Bofeng and Xiaobai stood amidst opulent decor. The establishment boasted a two-story design, encompassing an astonishing area of over 700 square meters. In the bustling city of Tiando, where every inch is invaluable, Xiaobai's status as a titled Douluo, coupled with the recent affront caused by the avalanche incident, led the royal family to seek favor with Bofeng. After all, titled Douluos with 100,000-year spirit rings are a rarity. With less than half an hour remaining before the grand opening, the entrance was thronged with eager patrons, as those who resided in Tiando City typically did not lack for wealth. At this critical juncture, it was imperative to avoid any missteps. Thus, Bofeng and Xiaobai meticulously inspected every corner to prevent any oversights, for first impressions are of utmost importance. Recently, due to Nan Nan's martial soul awakening, trouble had emerged, catching the attention of the Spirit Hall's Douluo. Consequently, Nan Nan was specifically assigned to the second floor today to guard against any sudden incursions. Within the hall, Bofeng was fervently occupied when suddenly, a staff member approached with an urgent report. "Boss, the royal family has sent someone to extend their congratulations. The person has already arrived." "That was quick," Bofeng exclaimed. "Who is it?" "The Crown Prince, Shuqinghe," the attendant replied. "Her?" Bofeng was taken aback. The fact that the crown prince had personally come to offer congratulations indicated the royal family's significant regard for the occasion. Although Kazekage was aware of the true identity of the prince, the circumstances had changed significantly. The prince had come to congratulate the opening of the shop. And as a member of the royal family, Kazekage naturally extended a warm welcome. Where is he? His Highness the Prince is already in the reception hall awaiting guests. Wolfing nodded slightly and, under the guidance of his companion, set off towards the waiting hall. Meanwhile, outside the bustling shops, two individuals lurked in secrecy. Jiwa, what absurd idea do you have? Guiming expressed his dissatisfaction. Known as the ghostly charm, Guiming, a titled Douluo, was a lone wolf, remaining taciturn except in the company of his soul friend, Yueguan. It was said that no one had ever glimpsed his true visage. At that moment, Guiming and Yueguan were mingling among the crowd, intending to blend in. Clad in cloaks and holding posters, Yueguan excitedly pointed to a product depicted on one of them, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Old ghost, you have no idea. This item can make my skin more delicate, smooth, and radiant. Guiming replied. Do not forget the task entrusted to us by the crown. Yueguan, lost in his excitement, continued, you have no idea. Yesterday, a spy from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School reported that Wolfing's makeup skills completely transformed Ning Fingxi's daughter. I wonder if that so-called cosmetic would look good on my face. Observing Yueguan's oblivion, Guiming felt a headache coming on. Sometimes, it was true that a martial soul could alter one's character. Wait a moment, Guiming suddenly recalled. What did you just say? Where did Wolfing go? To the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. What about it? Yueguan and Guiming exchanged glances. I have a premonition that our mission today will be thwarted, Guiming declared. Did the spy manage to uncover what Ning Fingxi discussed with Wolfing? Yueguan reminisced, you know that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is heavily guarded, and our infiltrators are merely outer disciples. Therefore, he only learned that Wolfing has partnered with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Guiming remarked, Ning Fingxi is no ordinary man. Since Wolfing has persuaded him to cooperate, I believe he will certainly attend today's ceremony to extend his congratulations. Let us depart. We shall reconsider our plans another day. Amidst the crowd, Guiming loathed the hustle and bustle, especially when tasked by the Pope. Don't leave yet, old ghost. There might be unexpected developments. Besides, once this opportunity passes, it won't return. The cosmetics on sale today are from the first batch, and I must secure some. Surrounding them were throngs of women, adorned in splendid attire, particularly eager to acquire the newly released cosmetics. They had queued since dawn, hoping to be among the first to experience the products, as only the initial batch had arrived. With the rest still in transit, merely 1,000 units were available. Rarity breeds value. Are you not afraid of being detected by Wolfing? Remember, he has seen you before. And Ning Fingxi will undoubtedly come. If either the Bone Douluo or the Sword Douluo appears, how will you complete the task? Guiming warned. Yet Yueguan clenched his teeth, determination glinting in his eyes. This time, I will not prioritize the mission. You may return first. Once I acquire the cosmetics, I will rejoin you, and we can strategize later. Guiming fell silent, then sighed, conceding, very well, I shall accompany you this time. Whenever Ning Fingxi departs, one of the two titled Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will surely emerge. If we spot that little girl, you must intervene while I take her away. Should we succeed, we will reconvene at the Spirit Hall. In the waiting hall, Xueqinghe sipped fragrant tea. He had accepted the decree of the Snow Knight Emperor to personally convey congratulations, demonstrating the royal family's stance towards Wolfing. As the sole heir to the throne, Xueqinghe was deeply trusted by the Snow Knight Emperor, hence his assignment. It was believed he would fulfill the task commendably. Wolfing smiled and said, Your Highness, it is an immense honor for me to have you here personally. If there has been any oversight on my part, I hope you will not take offense. Xueqinghe rose and, with a faint smile, replied, Wolfing, you jest. The other day, it was the avalanche that was discourteous. This time, my father has sent me specifically to extend his congratulations on your grand opening. Then I must thank His Majesty, Wolfing responded. Your Highness, let us proceed to the hall. For in less than half an hour, my establishment shall commence its operations. Wolfing extended the invitation. Indeed, Xueqinghe nodded in agreement. Brother. Wolfing's gaze shifted towards the girl behind Xueqinghe, adorned in a resplendent golden palace attire, her flowing golden hair cascading down her shoulders, and her exquisite features captivating. Your Highness, who might this be? Wolfing inquired. Xueqinghe chuckled softly, shaking her head. Forgive my sister's enthusiasm, Wolfing. This is my younger sister, Xueku, the apple of our father's eye. She insisted on accompanying me today, and I found myself unable to refuse. Chapter 30. The Grand Opening of the Department Store Greetings. Your Highness, Woofing said with a warm smile. Hello, Woofing. Just yesterday, I overheard my elder brother speaking highly of you before our father, praising your approachable demeanor and refined elegance, declaring you a rare gem indeed. At Shueke's words, Woofing sensed an unusual undertone. Shueqing aside with a smile. Oh, this girl of mine. Please do not take offense, Woofing. My sister was eager to visit upon hearing that you have unveiled new cosmetics. Thus she insisted on joining me this morning. Kazakage understood. Your Highness, please rest assured. I shall specifically set aside a portion for Princess Shueke. No, I desire 2 portions, exclaimed Shueke, her excitement palpable. 2 portions? Woofing turned his gaze towards Shueqing, pondering the situation. While it is understandable for women to cherish beauty, her identity complicates matters. Shueke hastily clarified, please do not misunderstand, Bossbo. This is a gift I have prepared for my teacher. Teacher? Is Shueke's teacher not? Indeed. Shueke's mentor is none other than the esteemed Tanguewa, the mistress of the Moon Pavilion. Shueqing elaborated. Ah, so it is she, Woofing replied, recognizing the significance. As the young lady of Haotian sect, she is, in terms of lineage, Woofing's niece. My teacher is exceedingly busy, dedicating her days to instructing me in the art of music. Thus, Shueke wished to present a token of appreciation to her, and I have kindly accompanied her. Oh, you. Shueqing affectionately ruffled Shueke's hair. Woofing cast a glance at Shueqing and then remarked, how about this? I shall present Princess Shueke with 3 sets, one for you, another for your esteemed teacher, and the last as a complimentary gift. What do you think? Oh, how could that be appropriate? Shueke quickly shook her head. 2 sets are more than sufficient. Woofing smiled, feeling no embarrassment, with the royal family's assistance. These trifles were merely tokens of my appreciation. The opening ceremony was about to commence, and I beckoned the crown prince and princess to accompany me to the hall. Shueqing wondered, what could the 3 sets of gifts signify? Could he have discerned something? As they spoke, the 2 followed Woofing towards the hall, where Xiaobai was receiving them. Ning Fingji stood alongside a tall, slender elder. As an investor, Ning Fingji deemed it essential to attend the opening personally. Ah, Master Ning. You have arrived, Woofing exclaimed upon seeing Ning Fingji, his face lighting up with a smile. Congratulations, congratulations. Ning Fingji offered his well wishes. Noticing the unfamiliar elder beside him, it was evident that he must hold some significance. Are you Woofing? The elder inquired. Indeed, I am he. May I ask who you are? Woofing responded with curiosity. Uncle Gu, please do not frighten Boss Woofing. Ning Fengji chuckled, introducing him. This is Uncle Gu, the guardian elder of our 7 treasures, Glazed Tile School. A title Douluo of the 95th rank, bearing the title, Bone. Woofing clasped his hands and remarked, ah, so it is the esteemed first defensive Douluo of the mainland. I am humbled. The Bone Douluo nodded in acknowledgement, expressing curiosity about the recent alliance with his sect, noting that few are favored by Ning Fengji. Upon witnessing him today, he indeed appeared dignified and remarkable. You flatter me, Ning Fengji replied. Teacher, you are here too? Shueqing exclaimed in surprise upon noticing Ning Fengji before him. Qinghe. Ning Fengji was not at all surprised by Shueqing's presence. However, the sudden appearance of Ning Fengji left Shueqing somewhat perplexed, as Woofing and Ning Fengji had only exchanged hasty pleasantries during their last encounter, hardly qualifying as acquaintances. Yet, their demeanor suggested a camaraderie. I am a major shareholder of the general merchandise store, Woofing explained. I have established a business relationship with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Thus I deemed it essential to personally come here today on such a fortuitous occasion. Upon grasping Ning Fengji's intent, Shueqing scrutinized Woofing with newfound respect. What a formidable individual, able to forge a consensus with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in a single day. His nature is profoundly intricate. Should he take action in the future, one must remain vigilant. Brother. At that moment, Nan Nan rushed down from upstairs, expressing her dissatisfaction. It is so boring to be alone in the room. I only wish to be with you, brother. Woofing sighed, silly girl, this is for your own good. Be cautious of those who might return. If you are captured, it would be a dire situation. Nan Nan is not afraid. Let them come, with brother and sister Xiaobai here. They wouldn't dare. With a resigned breath, Woofing replied, all right then, do your best to stay close to me, and ensure you do not stray beyond 5 meters. As time ticked away, the throngs outside surged like a restless sea. At long last, the long-sealed gates creaked open, amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd. Wufing and Xiaobai stepped forth with Nan Nan in tow. In the midst of the crowd, the ghostly figure remained patient, biding his time for the grand scheme of his master. However, Jiuhua Guan was unusually elated, for soon he would acquire the coveted treasures he desired, which could hardly fail to fill him with joy. The spirited Kazakage proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the wait. I am thrilled to announce that the department store is now officially open. Today, we offer a special discount of 20% off." At that moment, thunderous applause erupted, and everyone eagerly anticipated rushing inside. Wufing clapped his hands and continued, "Now, let us invite His Highness the Crown Prince and the Master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to the stage." My goodness, surely I cannot be mistaken. The Crown Prince, the Master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Oh, heavens! Under the gaze of all, Shui Qinghe and Ning Fingji approached Wufing. At the instant they appeared, the crowd was astounded. What could be the background of this establishment that even the royal family and the Master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School were willing to make an appearance? Crown Prince Shui Qinghe could sufficiently represent the emperor, especially alongside the master of the notoriously discerning Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. This background is indeed formidable. Among the onlookers, Gui Mei's eyes narrowed as he realized that he could not linger any longer. While the task assigned by the crown was undoubtedly significant, the sheer number of people present posed a risk. Should a confrontation arise, the reputation of the Spirit Hall would be at stake. Success would be advantageous, but failure would lead to irreparable consequences. Gui Mei hastily took Yu Guan and swiftly departed from the scene, initially intending to procure something desirable. Upon witnessing the formidable presence of several distinguished figures, Yu Guan had no choice but to leave with Gui Mei, for there would be ample opportunities in the future. Before them lay a ribbon symbolizing prosperity, and Wufing and the others each held golden scissors. As they cut the ribbon, they promptly cleared a path, causing the crowd to surge forward in a frenzy, with even Wufing, the proprietor, being jostled to the side. The atmosphere was abuzz with excitement. The sale had officially commenced, and the shop became bustling with activity, fortunately aided by a sizable staff. With great effort, Bofeng managed to carve out a pathway and hurriedly stepped aside. The rhythmic chime of coins echoed within the bustling shop, and the constant influx of golden soul coins at the cash register filled Bofeng's heart with immense satisfaction. Chapter 31. My beloved. As evening fell, after bidding farewell to the last batch of customers, all the staff collapsed onto the floor in exhaustion. The sheer volume of patrons had been overwhelming, leaving them with scarcely a moment to eat. Every item brought in had been sold, accumulating a staggering profit of over 30,000 golden soul coins. With such a pace, it would not be long before Bofeng ascended to become the wealthiest individual on the continent. Following the opening, Shui Qinghe had left early with Shui Ke, as he had numerous affairs to attend to back at home. After a long day's work, Bofeng arrived at a room on the second floor. Ning Fingji and Douluo had yet to depart. Their visit today was not only to celebrate Bofeng's prosperous opening, but also to discuss a matter of great significance. I sincerely apologize, Master Ning, for keeping you waiting for such an extended period. Naruto pushed the door open and apologized. Ning Fingji shook his head with a smile and replied, "It's quite all right. What are your plans for the next step?" Sitting opposite Douluo, Bofeng took a sip of water and remarked nonchalantly, "The shop has finally opened as I wished, which resolves a long-standing concern of mine. I have drawn the attention of the Spirit Hall, and I am uncertain when their representatives will arrive. There has always been a rift between us, and in the future, we may even become adversaries. I believe Master Ning understands the developments of the Spirit Hall over these years." Indeed, Ning Fingji nodded. The Spirit Hall's rapid growth is accompanied by ambitions that extend far beyond this. Rest assured, Brother Bo. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will stand resolutely by your side until the end. Thank you, Bofeng replied gratefully. What are your plans for the next steps? Ning Fingji inquired. The next steps? Bofeng pondered deeply. I intend to dedicate myself to training over the next few days, striving to reach level 40 as soon as possible. Level 40? Ning Fingji was bewildered. May I ask how old you are, Brother Bo? 11 years old. Bofeng replied with a hint of indifference. Ning Fingji and Douluo gasped in astonishment. At a height of 185 centimeters, you claim to be 11? Who would believe that? Moreover, to reach the Soul Master level at such a tender age is truly extraordinary. As he spoke, Bofeng rose from his seat, and his soul rings gradually ascended. Under the astonished gazes of the two, the configuration of one yellow and two purple soul rings manifested. Ning Fingji and Douluo were momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. At the instant Bofeng revealed his true soul rings, Far away in the Heaveno imperial palace, Xueqinghe trembled slightly. Miraculously, 6 pairs of golden wings sprouted from his back, resonating with Bo Feng's martial spirit. What could this phenomenon signify? This is the royal family, crowded with many watchful eyes. Xueqinghe hastily retracted the golden wings and focused on the source of that peculiar energy. His gaze sharpened. Was that not the department store? Indeed, it was him. Reports had indicated that his martial spirit was a trident, that he was 11 years old and a rank 28 Great Soul Master. However, his current prowess far surpassed that. What is his true identity? It seems necessary to engage with him closely to uncover the truth about his background. After bidding farewell to Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo, the shop officially closed for the day. In recent days, life has been quite comfortable, with the department store raking in a substantial profit, at least 10,000 gold soul coins daily. Bo Feng planned to establish branches across the continent to amass even greater wealth. As usual, today found Bo Feng seated in his office, relishing the rare tranquility of his days. Meanwhile, at Seagot Island, battles were a daily occurrence. One moment he was undergoing the trials of the 7 sacred pillars, the next he was besieged by a horde of demon soul great white sharks, and ultimately persevering under the light of the sea god. Now that he was at leisure, Bo Feng felt a twinge of discomfort. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, Xiaobai entered. Brother Feng, you have a letter here. A letter? Upon receiving the message, Bo Feng, still steadying himself in the bustling city of Tiando, sensed an impending matter at hand. His expression turned grave as he perused the contents of the letter, and after a prolonged silence, he placed it on the table. Noticing Bo Feng's troubled demeanor, Xiaobai promptly inquired, Brother Feng, what troubles you? Your countenance is concerning. Xueqinghe has invited me to dine. Bo Feng replied nonchalantly. Dine? Xiaobai questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion. You previously mentioned that the Xueqinghe is quite remarkable. Who exactly is she? In response to Xiaobai's curiosity, Bo Feng shook his head and explained, she is indeed extraordinary. Years ago, upon awakening my martial soul, I possessed a full innate spirit power of level 20. Likewise, she too boasts an innate spirit power of level 20 and shares the same divine martial soul. Sister Bai, consider this. Do you recall the formidable title Douluo with the 6-winged angel martial soul who fought alongside my mother? Xiaobai pondered for a moment, realization dawning upon her. Could she be a descendant of that individual? Indeed, Bo Feng affirmed with a subtle nod. The situation on the continent is far more dire than we perceive. Though it appears tranquil, a tumultuous undercurrent brews beneath. Later that night, Bo Feng arrived alone at the designated meeting place, intent on confronting her. Located to the east of Tiando City, this particular tavern held a modest reputation within the city. Following their prior arrangement, Bo Feng stepped inside. Knock, knock, knock. Please come in, came Xueqinghe's voice from the other side of the door. As Bo Feng stepped through the door, he instantly donned a bright smile. Your Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived. Please, take a seat, Xueqinghe said, rising to offer his regards. Sitting across from Xueqinghe, Bo Feng was the first to inquire. Might I ask what brings His Highness here this evening? It seems rather necessary for me to come in person. Xueqinghe smiled lightly, replying. There is nothing of particular importance. I simply found myself rather bored today. I am older than you. Older than me? Bo Feng shot a dark glance at a certain part of Xueqinghe. Ahem, Xueqinghe's face flushed slightly as he coughed. I apologize for the misunderstanding. What I meant to convey is that I am older in years than you. How about addressing me as Brother Xue? Wolfing quickly replied, No, Your Highness. You are the Crown Prince, the future sovereign of the Tiando Empire. I cannot overstep my bounds. It seems more appropriate to continue addressing you as Your Highness. Does it not? Very well, Xueqinghe conceded, noting Wolfing's insistence without further comment. Your Highness, may I inquire what brings you here today? With a sharp clap of his hands, Xueqinghe signaled, and the doors slowly creaked open. Before them, the table was soon laden with an exquisite array of delicacies. May I ask where young Wolfing hails from? Xueqinghe inquired. I have spent my youth by the sea, always in the company of the ocean. Residing on an unknown deserted island, Wolfing replied nonchalantly. Xueqinghe clearly found this response hard to believe. A titled Douluo, possessing a soul ring of 100,000 years. Who could he possibly deceive? With a slight smile, Xueqinghe asked, Young Wolfing, what brings you to the city this time? Bo Feng cast a glance at Xueqinghe and remarked, My mother insists that I marry. Yet I left home without any money and subsequently began my business in Tiando City. Oh, I wonder if young brother Bo has someone in mind? Chapter 32, Touching the Heart's Sorrow. Someone in mind. Wolfing cast a glance at Xueqinghe, and to be honest, he held a certain admiration for her. It was quite remarkable that a young woman could endure the stifling darkness and treachery of the imperial palace for so many years. Had it not been for Tang San's subsequent arrival, the entire Tiando royal family would have surely faced a drastic upheaval. Noticing Bofeng's unwavering gaze upon her, Xueqinghe couldn't help but feel a sense of embarrassment. "Why do you, Brother Bo, keep staring at me? Is there something written on my face?" With a gentle smile, Bofeng remarked, "It is nothing, merely that I detected a distinct aroma on His Highness, which seems quite familiar. Do you recall the cosmetics I delivered to Princess Xueqinghe this morning?" At that moment, Xueqinghe stood in stunned silence, recognizing the cleverness of the observation. What woman does not cherish beauty? Even in her male disguise, she could not help but feel intrigued by the gift from Bofeng. Consequently, she applied a small amount, only to discover that the results were truly remarkable. Not only did it nourish her skin, but it also rendered her even more captivating. She began to develop a fondness for the product. Alas, while her soul bone could obscure her appearance, it could not mask the enchanting fragrance. Moreover, Bofeng, being the vendor, was already well acquainted with the scent. To win a woman's heart, one must first understand her preferences. For a moment, Xueqinghe hesitated, then waved her hand with a smile, saying, "Dear Brother Bo, do not misunderstand. How could a man such as I use this? It merely happened that while my sister was using it today, I happened to be nearby, and thus I unwittingly absorbed a hint of the fragrance." In response to Xueqinghe's explanation, Bofeng simply nodded with a smile, comprehending the underlying truth. "Come, today I shall treat you. Let us not discuss anything else." With that, Xueqinghe lifted her cup and poured the imperial wine she had brought, which indeed had a high alcohol content. Bofeng hurriedly said, "Your Highness, it is truly unnecessary for you to trouble yourself. I can handle it on my own." "Nonsense. A guest must be treated with respect. Tonight, there is no title of prince. There is only Xueqinghe here to share wine and converse with you." Xueqinghe pressed the wine cup into Bofeng's hand. No sooner had he spoken than he drained the exquisite wine from his cup. However, the waves remained still, and Xueqinghe furrowed his brow, pondering why Brother Bo had yet to partake in the drink. Did he not wish to honor him? "Your Highness, I have never consumed alcohol. On the island, my mother was quite strict. I once dared to sneak a sip, only to be reprimanded for an eternity. Since then, I have not touched a drop." Xueqinghe chuckled. "I did not expect Brother Bo to fear his mother. Do you not fear her?" Bofeng asked deliberately. Xueqinghe found himself at a loss for words. In his gaze, Bofeng discerned a hint of complex emotions. After all, blood runs thicker than water. If she truly harbored hatred, Bofeng found it hard to believe. In truth, their fates were intertwined. Both possessed divine-level martial souls, both had innate soul power of 20, and both were children with a mother but no father, one slain, the other trapped in the city of carnage. Fortunately, Bofeng was blessed, as Poseidon showered him with affection. In contrast, Xueqinghe had not been so fortunate. Her mother's love was absent, leaving her in the care of only her grandfather. Placed in this predicament, she must have felt the weight of being powerless. Without uttering a word, Xueqinghe drained her cup in one swift motion. The words spoken by Bofeng struck at the most painful core of her heart. Though she was filled with indignation, she could only perceive it as Bofeng's casual remark. "I apologize for my loss of composure," Xueqinghe said softly. "It is of no consequence," Bofeng replied. "Everyone harbors a wound within. Ultimately, we are but kindred spirits. Come, let us drink." Xueqinghe once more raised his goblet. "Your Highness, without awaiting Bofeng's explanation, Xueqinghe interjected, "Consider this a gesture of atonement on my part. You have unwittingly touched upon my innermost feelings. You must drink this cup." In response, Bofeng resignedly acknowledged, "Very well, Your Highness. Let it be known in advance that I am not a proficient drinker, and should I inadvertently speak out of turn whilst intoxicated, I hope you will be forgiving." With that, Bofeng downed the contents of his cup. Xueqinghe watched with a smile, eagerly anticipating Bofeng's inebriation to uncover his true nature. His martial spirit was certainly not the so-called trident. As their conversation meandered, they lost track of time. Throughout their dialogue, Xueqinghe occasionally attempted to ensnare Bofeng with subtle traps, yet each time, Bofeng deftly evaded them. Xueqinghe's face flushed crimson, his head grew heavy, and he felt himself teetering on the brink of collapse. "Brother Bo, to be candid, how would you feel about remaining in Heaveno City to assist me?" Bofeng cast a glance at the intoxicated Xueqinghe, shaking his head in resignation. "I apologize, but we inhabit different worlds. You are the center of attention, destined to become the sovereign of a unified empire, while I am merely an ordinary fisherman on a remote island. Furthermore, my mother forbids any interaction between Bufing and the spirit hall. I am truly sorry. After several rounds of drinks, Bufing resolved to take his leave. However, Xueqinghe had already succumbed to slumber, her head resting on the table, her breathing a rhythmic cadence. As he gazed upon Xueqinghe, Bufing found himself lost in thought. They were kindred spirits, yet their fates diverged vastly. In contrast to her, Bufing considered himself fortunate. For soon he would rescue his father, and their family would be reunited. A sigh escaped his lips. Indeed, she too was a pitiable soul. Bufing gently draped his outer garment over Xueqing's shoulders before stepping out of the room, slowly closing the door behind him. The long-slumbering Xueqing gradually opened her eyes, gazing at the empty wine table and the bench that still retained some warmth. The coat resting upon her bore a lingering trace of heat. The strong liquor ignited a fervent blaze within Xueqing's heart, and a solitary tear, crystal clear, fell from her once rosy cheeks. In the next moment, she raised her right hand, and a flicker of golden light flashed before her. Her beautiful visage was revealed, skin as fair as snow, a delicate nose, cascading golden locks, and eyes that sparkled like gems, subtly glistening with unshed tears. She rose and approached the windowsill, watching Bufing retreating into the distance, gradually vanishing into the enveloping night. A charming smile graced her lips. This was her first genuine connection with another. Apart from her grandfather in her childhood, she had not encountered anyone she could relate to. In this frigid palace, she had grown increasingly aloof, smiling only in the presence of Princess Xueqinghe, perhaps due to their shared femininity, coupled with her indomitable spirit. She yearned to completely possess Bufing and uncover the secrets hidden within his heart. She resolved to seek an opportunity for their next encounter. "Young master," a voice called from outside. She transformed back into Xueqing, her expression returning to a mask of neutrality. Chapter 33, An Unusual Invitation. "Uncle Shi, from now on, no one shall harm him without my permission." The person outside paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. As night descended, Bufing returned to his room. Alone in bed, he could not help but replay the scenes from earlier in his mind. He had developed a profound interest in Bufing. What should he do? He had intended to remain an outsider, but had inadvertently been swept into this tide. Next step, I want to think about it. Sleep. A night passed in silence. The morning sun shone brightly, and the shop thrived, attracting numerous customers, many of whom had journeyed from the Star Luo Empire. Xiaobai had already begun preparations to expand the business, discussing with Zizinza the prospect of opening shops throughout the Tiando Empire, eventually encompassing the entire Douluo Continent. As the wind rustled, Bofeng descended the stairs, still feeling the effects of last night's indulgence. It was his first experience of such excess, and he couldn't help but feel a bit dizzy upon rising. "Fengdi, are you awake?" he called. "Wait a moment," Xiaobai remarked, taking a careful sniff. "You reek of alcohol. How could someone so young have indulged in drink? Be cautious, or I shall inform the high priestess, and she will have a stern word with you." Kazakage hurriedly replied, "No, Sister Bai. The circumstances last night were exceptional. The crown prince was relentless in his pursuit of me, leaving me with no alternative. If you were to inform mother, I would surely face her wrath." "What was the outcome of the battle?" asked Xiaobai. "The outcome of the battle?" Kazakage raised an eyebrow and shook his head, remarking that there was nothing of significance. The prince was not an ordinary individual. He even suggested that I assist him. "Huh, you wouldn't have agreed to that, would you?" With a playful smile, Bofeng remarked. "Am I truly that kind of person? The spirit hall and we are like fire and water. Do you believe I would ever consent to such an alliance? Unless we reconcile, there is no possibility of that ever happening. However, that reconciliation seems utterly unattainable, as we have both reached an irretrievable point." "Reconciliation? My mother would certainly never agree, especially given that my sister, the king of the Great White Shark, is involved. When the spirit hall invaded us back in the day, you were at the forefront of the battle. Would you truly agree to such a thing?" Little White decisively shook her head. "That battle was the most harrowing conflict since the inception of Sea God Island. Even though we succeeded in eliminating 2 titled Douluos from the opposing side, it nonetheless resulted in catastrophic losses for Sea God Island, particularly for the Great White Shark clan. By the way, there is something here for you. It arrived this morning." "Kaze, could it possibly be yet another melodramatic banquet? Ever since my arrival in Heaveno City, there has not been a moment of tranquility." "An invitation?" Kaze mused in surprise, holding a sealed invitation in his hand. Bofeng glanced at it, then shook his head and carefully tucked the invitation away. "Sister Bai, I shall take my leave for now and return in the evening." Xiaobai nodded, her excitement palpable as another significant business opportunity approached. since arriving on the mainland. Xiaobai had realized that wealth truly made a remarkable difference. Naruto held the invitation in his hand as he approached the imposing edifice in the distance. Halt. No unauthorized personnel are permitted within. The gatekeepers, two elegantly attired gentlemen, stood guard. This was not merely a location. It was the most prestigious and opulent institution in the Heaveno Empire, a place that epitomized the aspirations of all nobility. The Wind Wave understood their responsibilities and handed the invitation to one of the individuals. Upon receiving the invitation, the person's expression shifted. Are you the esteemed bossbo of the department store? Since the grand opening of the department store yesterday, it has garnered unparalleled momentum. With the royal family and the seven treasures glazed sect backing it, no one dares to cast covetous glances their way. Moreover, the quality of the goods within is commendable, albeit somewhat pricey. The transportation from Sea God Island to Hanhai City, and subsequently from Hanhai City to Tiando City, incurs a significant sum in shipping fees alone. In this land where every inch is precious, most residents can afford to indulge. Upon recognizing the visitor as Boss Bo, the guard immediately remarked, I apologize for any prior discourtesy. I hope you will not hold it against us. Boss Bo Woofing smiled gently. No worries. Where is your lady? Wasn't she supposed to discuss the supply matter? The guard, not daring to be negligent, promptly invited Woofing inside. The interior was adorned in an extraordinarily lavish style, every corner exuding an aura of nobility. Under the guard's guidance, Woofing was led to a spacious private chamber. Please wait a moment. Our lady will be here shortly. Woofing nodded slightly, casually taking a seat as he patiently awaited his first encounter with the members of Haotian sect. How could one not feel a surge of excitement? Sipping the fragrant tea from his cup, Woofing remained as tranquil as still water. With a soft creak, the door opened, revealing three individuals. At the forefront stood a strikingly beautiful woman, appearing to be in her late 20s, adorned in a resplendent silver palace gown that exuded an air of nobility. Her clear, penetrating gaze seemed to see through the very fabric of the world, a presence formidable enough to rival that of his own mother. Flanking her were two exquisitely featured young maidens dressed in elegant purple attire. The beautiful woman, taken aback, inquired, Are you the esteemed Boss Bo? She was astonished. For this Boss Bo seemed remarkably youthful, looking scarcely older than 17 or 18. What extraordinary allure could he possess that would captivate both the royal family and the seven treasures glazed sect? After bowing in greeting, Bo Feng smiled and said, You are the mistress of this place, Madam Yu? Madam Yu nodded, affirming his inquiry. Subsequently, she waved her hand, signaling the two young maidens behind her to slowly withdraw. Madam Yu gestured for Bo Feng to take a seat, and the two of them sat facing each other. To my surprise, the invitation I sent this morning reached you so swiftly, prompting you, Master Bo, to visit in person. Woofing, with a hint of resignation, remarked. The shop I manage is not far from here. Since I have no pressing matters today, I took the opportunity to come in person. Moreover, with Lady Yu herself extending the invitation, it would be remiss of me to treat this lightly. Lady Yu smiled subtly and continued, Let me get straight to the point. The cosmetics that Shueka delivered to me yesterday are quite exquisite. I intend to establish a makeup course at Yuexian, as you may be aware, Boss Bo. Our establishment serves as the etiquette academy for the royalty of the Tiando Empire, specializing in the refinement of noble youth. Therefore, I would like to formally propose an agreement with you to supply Yuexian with a fixed quantity of cosmetics each month, with the pricing left to your discretion, Boss Bo. Woofing nodded decisively, stating that it was an honor to collaborate with Yuexian. As for the financial aspect, Yuexian was not lacking in funds, and Woofing had no intention of charging a fee. Woofing smiled faintly and declared that he required not a single coin. Furthermore, he had a request. Lady Yu was momentarily taken aback. This was a significant transaction, and no one would be foolish enough to forego financial gain. Could it be that he harbored other intentions? She cautiously inquired, Please, Mr. Bo, speak freely. Whatever resources the Yu clan possesses, we shall ensure your needs are impeccably met. Mere moments after her words, Tang Yuehua rose from her seat, her exquisite features suddenly taut with tension. Very few were privy to her identity as a disciple of the Haotian sect. So how on earth did this Mr. Bo come to know? Upon witnessing Tang Yuehua's expression, Bo Feng could empathize with her. Do not be anxious, for we are akin to family. Upon uttering these words, Bo Feng opened his left hand, and at the very moment the Haotian hammer materialized, Tang Yuehua was rendered speechless. Whose child are you? Chapter 34. My adorable niece. The petite Haotian hammer twirled in Bo Feng's palm as Tang Yuehua widened her eyes, scrutinizing it intently. fearful of overlooking even the minutest detail. After a considerable pause, Bo Feng retracted the Haotian hammer, his face adorned with a beaming smile as he regarded Tang Yuehua. Who, pray tell, are you the child of? Furthermore, why do you not bear the surname Tang? It is common knowledge that all soul masters possessing the Haotian hammer martial soul carry the surname Tang. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua nodded in a daze, needing a moment to gather her thoughts, overwhelmed by the magnitude of information. The sect was insular, strictly prohibiting disciples from venturing outside. Only Tang Yuehua, due to her unique status, could traverse between the sect and Tindo City. Even the sect leader was not permitted easy passage. Noticing Bo Feng's prolonged silence, Tang Yuehua expressed her discontent. You have yet to answer my question. You appear to be merely 16 or 17 years of age. And considering your martial soul is the Haotian hammer, you must undoubtedly be a disciple of our Haotian clan. By lineage, you would be of the 3rd generation. Which means you ought to address me as Aunt. Aunt? Bo Feng chuckled heartily. With a chuckle, Bo Fengpu could no longer contain himself. Aunt? It's already generous of me not to have you call me uncle. What are you laughing at? Do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders? Tang Yuehua was immediately incensed, although her martial spirit was an anomalous one. Her status as the daughter of the old sect master granted her a high standing within the Haotian sect, and few dared to jest with her. The wind brushed away the tears at the corners of my eyes. It's nothing. To be honest, I am merely 11 years old this year. 11? Tang Yuehua exclaimed in astonishment. Then how is it that you? It's simply early maturity. Nevertheless, let us return to the main topic. Tell me about the current situation of the Haotian sect. Humph. Tang Yuehua snorted coldly, then sat down beside me, slightly irritated, saying, You still haven't told me which family you belong to. Wolfing lightly arched an eyebrow. What? Is Lady Yu about to lodge a complaint? If you were to address me as Aunt right now, I might just forgive you and refrain from informing your parents. Furthermore, I must inquire why I have never encountered you at Haotian sect. And as Tang Yuehua continued, your surname is Tang, not Wolfing. Kaze shook his head and said, Call you Aunt. I'm afraid my seniority surpasses yours. You, Tang Yuehua, were left speechless. Whose family do you belong to? I must investigate this upon my return. Wolfing chuckled softly, urging, Go ahead and investigate. If you uncover the truth, it shall be your merit. I sincerely hope that upon discovering the reality, you do not display an expression of shock. Having grown up by the sea, I cannot yet divulge the whereabouts of my parents. As for the Haotian sect, I shall return in due time. First, enlighten me on the current circumstances of the Haotian sect, and then I will consider whether to share my secrets with you. The two are indeed family. Wolfing's martial spirit is the Haotian hammer, intricately linked to Tang Yuehua by blood. Initially, Tang Yuehua had invited Wolfing to discuss future business ventures in cosmetics, unaware that they were related. As the saying goes, those who are not of the same family do not enter the same door. Tang Yuehua's earlier enthusiasm had dissipated, leaving her sulking in silence, visibly perturbed. Madam Yu, could you kindly provide a brief overview of the situation? Wolfing inquired repeatedly, only to be met with Tang Yuehua's indifference and disregard. Alas, his niece had begun to take offense. It was not supposed to be so difficult to have a relative, yet it seemed to have gone awry. Despite her insistence that Wolfing was her nephew, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Wolfing's eyes twinkled as he chuckled softly. In that case, let us temporarily set aside our cosmetics business. With that, he turned towards the door, intending to leave first. Wait, Tang Yuehua exclaimed immediately, you just promised me. How can you backtrack so suddenly? We are all family, and as your elder, you should not be so ruthless. Be careful that I return to the sect and expose your secrets, so your parents can educate you properly. Educate me? Wolfing smiled faintly. My parents dote on me. You are not in a position to do so. Even the sect leader of Haotian would not have that privilege. Athe, you are infuriating. Whose child are you? Tang Yuehua was utterly exasperated. It was her first time being so thoroughly provoked by a junior. Wolfing shook his head and then gently patted Tang Yuehua's fragrant shoulder. All right, my dear niece, I shall no longer tease you. At that moment, Tang Yuehua was taken aback, her gaze locking onto Wolfing with a flicker of emotion. What did you just call me? She stammered, scarcely believing her own ears. Is there a problem with niece? Wolfing reiterated. How can you be so outrageous, showing such disrespect to your elders? I must what? Wolfing interjected, swiftly producing the ebony hammer left by his father. The instant the hammer appeared, Tang Yuehua froze in place. The decree of the heavens. Who are you? She exclaimed in astonishment. Wolfing smiled gently, and return the Haotian order to his possession. There is no need for further elaboration. My mother is Poseidon, the sea god Douluo, and my father is none other than the master of this Haotian order, the founder of the Haotian sect, your grandfather, Tangan. Now, when I address you as my little niece, it is hardly an injustice, is it? Bofeng sat quietly beside the still shaken Tanguewa, who remained enveloped in silence. It was astonishing to discover that her grandfather had indeed left a descendant, and that this individual was none other than the sea god Douluo, one of the three unparalleled Douluos who stood alongside her grandfather. Why, after all, did her grandfather not return when the Haotian sect faced its tribulations? Tanguewa turned her gaze toward Bofeng once more, her earlier levity replaced by a cautious inquiry. Are you truly my grandfather's? Bofeng furrowed his brow, questioning my integrity once more. With the Haotian hammer and Haotian order in my possession, you should be familiar with this artifact. As he spoke, Bofeng produced a map, meticulously crafted by Tangan, detailing everything about the Haotian sect. Tanguewa examined it closely, wary of overlooking any detail. Upon comparison, it became evident that the handwriting was indeed that of her grandfather, and the illustration above bore an uncanny resemblance to the Haotian sect. Alas, Tanguewa sighed, a hint of disappointment in her demeanor. Why are you sighing in broad daylight? Bofeng cautiously retracted the map. Why didn't you mention it earlier? You've embarrassed me greatly. Tanguewa lamented. With a playful smile, Kazekage inquired, So, you insisted I call you aunt? What is the matter? Why are you no longer asking for it? Call me uncle first. Dear niece, let me hear it. Who knows, if my mood is favorable, I might just gift you a few extra cosmetics. You. Tanguewa immediately bristled. Despite her unwillingness to admit it, Kazekage was indeed the son of her grandfather and was of a higher generation. Little uncle, Tanguewa muttered softly. What? Kazekage leaned in deliberately, pretending to clean his ears. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Chapter 35. Little Uncle Tanguewa felt the veins on her forehead throb. Her face flushed with embarrassment. This was simply too humiliating. Though she loathed to acknowledge it, Kazekage's status was an undeniable reality, and she had endured his teasing for quite some time. With a resigned sigh, Tanguewa finally mustered her voice, calling out, Little uncle. What? Don't push your luck. Tanguewa retorted. It's true that you are grandfather's child, but if you continue like this, beware. I shall return and inform the 5 elders, and they will teach you a proper lesson. The 5 elders? Those 5 were all titled Douluo and referred to Tang Chun as uncle, placing them a generation above Kazekage. Wait a moment. As Bofeng chuckled, he remarked that the 5 elders referred to his father as uncle, and since he was the son of his father, their statuses were equivalent. Are you suggesting they should reprimand me? Let us not forget that the Haotian order still rests in my possession. Who knows who will end up admonishing whom in the future? He stated emphatically. Tanguewa was left speechless. Enough of this jesting. Quickly inform me of the current situation of the Haotian sect, so I may arrange subsequent matters. Bofeng inquired with a serious demeanor. But first, do tell me. Where is grandfather now? Back when the Haotian sect was coerced by the spirit hall, why did he not take action? Tanguewa asked. Bofeng let out a long sigh. His father was engaged in a formidable challenge at the 100th level, a place not easily accessible, and it would be inappropriate for me to intrude upon him. I have spent my childhood on Sea God Island, and only recently did my mother urge me to leave the island to address the issues concerning the Haotian sect. The spirit hall has already taken some notice of me. Thus, my identity must remain confidential and should not be disclosed to anyone. Not even to elder brother? Tanguewa inquired. Wei Feng shook his head, declaring, No, that won't do. The spirit hall has been keeping a close watch on me these past few days. Our relationship is rather delicate. Should anything arise, a simple letter would suffice to inform me. Pray, haste to share the current state of our sect. Tanguewa nodded in response. Ever since the sect was sealed, my elder brother was expelled and has since vanished without a trace. I initially believed your arrival would herald our grandfather's return, yet here we are. You must come up with a plan. After all, the esteemed #1 sect in the world has been sealed. Do you have any idea of the burden my elder brother bears daily? My dear niece, do not sway. I feel lightheaded. Wei Feng swiftly patted Tanguewa's hand, gripping his arm. So what course of action will you propose? We cannot simply sit idly by. Wolfing Dao, let us proceed with caution. The spirit hall has already set its sights upon me. I shall eventually return to my sect, but not at this moment. For now, my priority is to traverse the continent in search of my nephew Tang Hao and reunite him with the sect first. Tanguewa nodded in agreement, inquiring. When shall you set off? Do not rush. I still have some concerns weighing on my mind, and I must ask you for a favor. Please, speak, dear uncle. Oh, why do you now address me as dear uncle? Wolfing teased. Tang Yuehua's cheeks flushed. If it were not for your service to the sect. Do you think I would call you that? Now, quickly, what is it you wish to discuss? A few days prior, I took in a young girl in Silva City, named Nan Nan. Recently, during a soul awakening ceremony at the Spirit Hall in Tiando City, her soul manifested as a mysterious white flower, and she possesses innate full soul power. Unfortunately, the formidable Douluo was present at that time. Douluo? He was the one who led the charge against Heaveno sect all those years ago. Tang Yuehua exclaimed through gritted teeth. I intend for you to escort Nan Nan to Heaveno sect. Though it is secluded, the most perilous locations often provide the greatest safety. However, Tang Yuehua appeared somewhat uneasy. The sect has its regulations. Only those with the Heaveno hammer may ascend the mountain, and all others are forbidden. Kaze, this vexing rule is truly bothersome. How about this? Would you consider becoming my younger sister's godmother? Godmother? Tang Yuehua replied helplessly. How can I? My little niece is still a saint, unmarried. Tang Yuehua rolled her eyes at Kaze and nodded. Having fallen for someone she should not have. She remains unwed to this day, and likely will continue to be irritated by it in the future. Very well then. Clap clap. Kaze waved his hand. And the closed door slowly creaked open a narrow gap. Brother, where is this place? Nan Nan inquired innocently as she pushed the door open and stepped inside. Wolfing smiled gently and stepped forward to embrace her, then instructed the attendant to leave. Fortunately, before arriving, he had discreetly arranged for the attendant to bring you here. Keeping you close to me, it was indeed perilous. Nan Nan, unafraid, declared, let those villains come. Subsequently, Wolfing took a seat opposite Tang Yuehua. This is Nan Nan, my sister. Her martial soul is known as Heartbroken Red. Heartbroken Red? What kind of martial soul is that? Tang Yuehua inquired, puzzled. Bofeng elucidated. Upon my return, I diligently perused numerous records, revealing that it is the flower martial soul, the sovereign among all floral martial souls. If the Heaveno hammer is regarded as the supreme weapon martial soul, and the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is esteemed as the foremost beast martial soul, then the Heartbroken Red is the monarch within the realm of floral martial souls, holding a status equivalent to that of the Heaveno hammer and the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Now, it becomes clear why the Chrysanthemum Pass sought to capture Nan Nan. Tang Yuehua nodded, acknowledging that this young girl is indeed extraordinary. Heartbroken Red, there is also. Wolfing produced the Heaveno order and handed it to Tang Yuehua, instructing, if there are any obstinate elders within the sect, simply present the Heaveno order in my father's name. Let us see if they dare to defy it. Tang Yuehua respectfully accepted the Heaveno order, a symbol of the supreme authority of the Heaveno sect, capable of being wielded even against the sect leader and the council of elders. Rest assured. With the Heaveno order in hand, I feel at ease, she assured. Do not forget what? Tang Yuehua carefully stored the Heaveno order away. Do not forget to return it to me. There are still matters that require the assistance of the Heaveno order, Wolfing cautioned. Fear not, she replied. Turning her gaze towards Nan Nan, she smiled and asked, your name is Nan Nan, is it not? In a sweet, childlike voice, Nan Nan inquired, brother, who is this beautiful sister? Wei Feng smiled gently. This is my brother's family. He cast a glance at Tang Yuehua. It would be inappropriate to refer to her as a niece. Soon, you will accompany this sister to a safe place. Brother, are you going to abandon Nan Nan? Tears shimmered in Nan Nan's eyes. Wolfing gently ruffled Nan Nan's little head. Indulging her, staying by your brother's side, is truly perilous. You should accompany this sister. She is family and will take good care of you. Don't you wish to grow stronger? There are several individuals there, not inferior to your sister Xiaobai, who can teach you. Yet, Nan Nan remained apprehensive. Fear not. Brother will find time to visit you. I entrust you to her, and with that, I shall feel much more at ease regarding subsequent actions. Wolfing earnestly addressed Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua nodded deeply, assuring, rest assured, I will take Nan Nan back to the sect immediately. Chapter 36. My apologies, little uncle. After issuing his instructions, Wolfing exited the Yuexian and headed straight back to the general store. He needed to commence his cultivation. Since arriving at Tiando City, Wolfing had been consistently occupied, neglecting his training. Meanwhile, upon investigating the true circumstances of the general store, the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo, who had long coveted Nan Nan, promptly returned to the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall is the foremost power on the continent, towering over the 7 major sects and 2 great empires. Had the Haotian sect not sealed its gates, it would undoubtedly possess the strength to rival the Spirit Hall. Situated between the two great empires, the Spirit City serves a balancing role. Within a grand hall, the chrysanthemum and ghost Douluo knelt respectfully before a woman seated on a throne, wielding a purple gold staff. Where is she? Did you bring her back? The authoritative voice of the woman echoed throughout the hall, resonating in the ears of the two titled Douluo. The chrysanthemum Douluo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, trembling. Your Holiness, an unforeseen incident occurred en route. The woman narrowed her beautiful eyes, her aura causing the temperature in the hall to plummet. You are both titled Douluo elders. You couldn't even bring back a little girl? She expressed her dissatisfaction. The ghost Douluo added, Your Holiness, the general store has the backing of the royal family and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. And the royal family? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? And what else? The woman's gaze hardened. Moreover, within the store, there is a titled Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring. We may not be their match. The disparity in strength between a titled Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring and one with a standard configuration is substantial. Tang Hao from back in the day serves as a prime example. As soon as the chrysanthemum Douluo finished speaking, the woman flashed down to their level. Have you confirmed the identity of this titled Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring? She inquired again. The chrysanthemum Douluo continued, Your Holiness, this information was relayed to us by the young master, who also instructed us to convey a message to you. Her? The woman scoffed. What message does she wish to communicate? The young master hopes you will refrain from intervening in the affairs of the general store, the chrysanthemum Douluo replied, sweating profusely under the immense pressure. The woman sneered. She truly believes she has grown wings. Why should I refrain from intervening in that so-called general store? A royal family and a 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School have inexplicably allied with that store. There must be some unspeakable secret behind it. Do you know who is behind that general store? The chrysanthemum Douluo bowed, Your Holiness. The little girl with the heartbroken red martial spirit is the sister of the store's owner. Not long ago, during the martial spirit awakening at the Spirit Hall in Tiando City, I happened to encounter her. Her name is Buffing, 18 years old, and a 20th level Great Soul Master with a martial spirit known as the Trident. However, based on the young master's recent interaction with him, it appears his martial spirit is not the so-called Trident, and he is quite enigmatic. Oh? The woman returned to her throne, her long, slender legs casually crossed as she expressed interest. Woofing? A trident martial spirit? 18 years old, 28th level Great Soul Master? Since she wishes to prove herself, let her be. Temporarily halt any actions regarding the little girl. Keep a close eye on Woofing. Should there be any developments, report to me immediately. Yes, Your Holiness. As they spoke, the two vanished from the hall. The woman murmured, A trident? Such martial spirits are indeed rare on the continent. It resembles the sea? On the other side, Woofing entrusted Nan Nan to Tang Yuehua, who intended to return to the Haotian sect to ensure her safety and had already arrived there. The Haotian sect, perpetually enveloped in ice and snow, greeted Nan Nan, who was visiting for the first time with Tang Yuehua. With numerous sneezes, her little face reddened from the cold. Sister Tang, why haven't we arrived yet? Nan Nan, cheeks flushed, was cradled in Tang Yuehua's arms. Nonetheless, the terrible weather was unbearably frigid. Tang Yuehua smiled. We will be there shortly. And remember to call me Mom. This is your brother's explicit instruction. Tang Yuehua, having never had children or married, had resolved to live her life alone since that incident. Mom? Nan Nan exclaimed in surprise. I should call you Mom? Then what should I call my brother? Tang Yuehua chuckled. Let us each call ourselves as we please. Although the relationship is a bit convoluted, it is quite advantageous to take advantage of a little uncle. After all, Woofing started teasing right from the beginning. The Haotian sect occupies a vast area, and many disciples were taken aback along the way. Why was their aunt holding a little girl? And their relationship seems so close. Could it be that she is her child? Impossible. Impossible. Their aunt had never married. How could that be? Following the familiar path, Tang Yuehua arrived at the room where the sect leader resided, as some matters needed to be personally communicated. Elder brother, I have returned, Tang Yuehua announced as she pushed the door open. Yuehua, didn't you just return a few days ago? Why a tall, burly man with graying hair and a serious expression, exuding an air of solemnity, stood before her. This man was none other than the current leader of the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao, a 97th level peak Douluo with the martial spirit of the Haotian hammer. Elder brother, this is my daughter. What do you think? Isn't she adorable? Tang Xiao. Yuehua, what did you just say? Tang Xiao rubbed his ears. as if he had misheard, repeating the question. This is my daughter, Tang Nan Nan. Is there a problem? Tang Yuehua smiled slightly. Your biological daughter? What do you think? How old is she? Not too much, just 6 years old. Why Heaveno, I heard you mention this before. It's the same now. I wanted to give elder brother a surprise. Tang Zhao's mouth twitched. This was the most speechless day of his life in several decades. How had his sister quietly brought someone back, and it was her own child? Who was the father? Why didn't you discuss this with me, your elder brother? Tang Xiao asked with a wry smile. Sigh. Tang Yuehua instantly took on the role of a drama queen. Elder brother, he abandoned both of us. You must stand up for me. Tang Xiao was instantly enraged, an aura radiating from him that caused Nan Nan to frantically rush into Tang Yuehua's embrace. Yuehua, where is that scoundrel? Tang Xiao huffed, his fists clenched tightly. Ever since the second brother departed from the sect, this younger sister had become his sole family. He never anticipated that she would secretly marry and even bring back a niece. While this should have been a joyous occasion, who could have foreseen such betrayal? A man who begins a relationship only to abandon it is unworthy of being a son-in-law of the Haotian sect. His name is Bufeng, a shop owner in Tiando City. Tang Yuehua wiped away the tears from her eyes, and one could not deny that she was a natural actress. A shop owner? Bufeng? Tang Xiao murmured. He then placed a reassuring hand on Tang Yuehua's shoulder, declaring, Do not worry, elder brother will seek justice for you. With that, Tang Xiao vanished without a trace. After his departure, Tang Yuehua stifled a giggle. Andy, you were setting up your brother, Nan Nan said in a childish voice. Tang Yuehua replied with a proud expression. Who told my little uncle to deceive me first? I am merely returning the favor in kind. Do not worry, your uncle knows what he is doing. Come. Mother will take you to meet the other 5 elder grandfathers. With that, Tang Yuehua carried Nan Nan and walked outside. I am sorry, little uncle. Chapter 37, Bufeng versus Tang Xiao, a misunderstanding wonderful. My soul power has finally reached level 38. Bufeng exclaimed, elated at the change in his soul power. Since arriving in Tiando City, he had been preoccupied with matters concerning his shop, and his soul power had finally broken through its constraints. Just 2 more levels to ascend to the soul sect. Under the twinkling stars and the full moon hanging high in the night sky, Bufeng rubbed his sleepy eyes, intending to retire for the night. In the darkness, a man clad in a black robe, towering over 2 meters, approached Bufeng. In the bustling city of Heaveno, the relentless chaos seems to follow Bufeng unceasingly. Bufeng sighed and said, Who goes there? If you seek to purchase something, I kindly ask you to return tomorrow, for we are already closed for the day. The man in the black robe coldly inquired, Are you Bufeng? K's nodded slightly. The figure before him towered at least 2 meters, surpassing K's by a head. An imposing aura surrounded this individual, signaling that he was no friend. May I inquire your identity? K's inquired nonchalantly, his right hand already reaching behind him, where a faint blue glow began to shimmer. Are you acquainted with the Lord of the Moonlight Pavilion, Tang Yuehua? The man in the black robe asked. Acquainted? She is. Before K's could finish his sentence, the man in the black robe swiftly acted, his massive hand clenched into an iron fist, aimed directly at K's. This guy. The azure light of the wave-wind right hand shimmered faintly, imbued with a touch of the ocean's power. As it collided with the iron fist of the man in the black robe, the sound echoed with a resounding thud. Both were simultaneously repulsed, their hearts filled with astonishment. A title Douluo? In his early years, Bufeng was frequently trained by the 7 sacred pillars of Douluo, which rendered him exceptionally sensitive to such encounters. Just moments ago, the man in the black robe utilized a thread of soul power, and Bufeng could distinctly sense the fury emanating from him. However, Bufeng had only been in Tiando City for a mere few days, making it improbable for a title Douluo to take notice of him, let alone harbor any ill will. What puzzled Bufeng the most amidst this anger was the mention of Tang Yuehua. Was she associated with the spirit hall? The implications remained uncertain. Senior Bufeng, feeling utterly helpless, found that his adversary offered him no opportunity to speak as the onslaught resumed. Fists rained down upon him like relentless raindrops, prompting Bufeng to furrow his brow slightly. A glimmer of azure light emanated from his right hand, and a cerulean trident materialized within his grasp. The second soul ring began to rotate, radiating a brilliant violet glow. A millennium-old second ring? The figure in the black cloak widened his eyes in astonishment. This Bufeng possessed remarkable prowess, for no one on the continent dared to wield a millennium-old ring in such a manner. With a flourish, Bufeng activated his second soul skill, Sea Goddess Guardian. A cerulean barrier enveloped him, steadfastly shielding him from the onslaught of the black-cloaked man's fists, which struck with the force of an iron torrent, as swift as bullets. His combat abilities were commendable, yet ultimately, they fell short. The man in black, his right hand shimmering with an ominous glow, brandished a pitch-black Haotian hammer. Surrounded by 9 soul rings that immediately captured Wolfeng's attention. The Haotian hammer. A title Douluo. Are you of the Haotian sect? Wolfeng inquired, astonished. Since you are aware of this, why then have you forsaken Yuehua? What grievance does she bear against you? The black-cloaked man responded, his voice laced with agitation. The dark line of the wind suddenly halted. Stop! Bofeng shouted, causing the man in the black robe to momentarily freeze. Tang Yuehua. She is my niece. What abandonment are you talking about? Since you are a titled Douluo of the Haotian sect, why not ask her directly what this is all about? Niece? The man in the black robe furrowed his brows and inquired, who exactly are you? Why do you claim Yuehua as your niece? That should be my question for you. With that, Bofeng's left hand shimmered with dark light, and a Haotian hammer, identical to that of the man in black, manifested in his grasp. The black-robed man could hardly believe his eyes. The Haotian hammer before him was undoubtedly a direct lineage martial spirit of the Haotian sect. Who are you? Why does Yuehua say you abandoned her? And what of that little girl named Nan Nan? Yuehua insists that she is her biological child. The man's inquiries made Bofeng's eyelids twitch. This situation was indeed a web of confusion. Are you Tang Xiao? Or perhaps Tang Hao? Or one of the 5 elders? The black-robed man lifted his cloak to reveal his true appearance. My name is Tang Xiao, the current sect master of the Haotian sect. Which family do you belong to? Observing Tang Xiao before him, Bofeng nodded, recognizing the extraordinary presence he emanated. If Tang Xiao is such, he wondered how remarkable Tang Hao must be. My father is Tang Chen. Tang Chen. Tang Xiao gasped, realizing this was the child of his grandfather. How could this be possible? His grandfather had been missing for decades. How could he have left descendants, and so young at that? Was Yuehua lying? Or was this man named Bofeng spinning tales? Then why do you not bear the surname Tang but instead Bo? Skeptical of Bofeng's words, Tang Xiao found it hard to believe that his sister could lie. Absolutely impossible. Who decreed that the owner of the Haotian hammer must bear the surname Tang? I grew up with my mother. My father left long before I was born to pursue the path of divinity. My mother is the grand priestess of Sea God Island, the sea god Douluo, Poseidon. As he spoke, the golden radiance of the sea god crown donned by Bofeng illuminated the surroundings. The trident in his hand gradually dissipated, revealing 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings at his feet, with the sea god appearing in his wake. The moment the sea god martial spirit manifested. Far away in the Tiando Imperial Palace, Shui Qinghao abruptly rose from his seat, a faint golden glow radiating behind him, where an angel with 6 wings shimmered in and out of sight. That feeling returned. Bofeng, what secrets are you concealing? Ah, Feng brother. What are you doing up at this hour? Xiaobai, hearing the commotion, stumbled out with bleary eyes. Upon seeing Bofeng unleash the sea god martial spirit, he instantly perked up. Tang Xiao gazed at the ethereal figure of the sea god. In his youth, he had once visited Sea God Island with Tang Hao to deliver a message to his grandfather. He had encountered the sea god Douluo Poseidon before. The ethereal figure before him was indeed Bofeng's primary martial spirit. Soon after, Bofeng retracted the sea god martial spirit, and Xiaobai approached him. Looking at Tang Xiao across the way, haven't we met somewhere before? As a guardian spirit beast of Sea God Island. Xiaobai recalled how Tang Xiao and Tang Hao had once gone to Sea God Island to deliver a message. Everyone has had their youthful follies, back then. The Haotian sect was the foremost sect in the world, naturally holding lofty standards. They had once clashed with the spirit masters of Sea God Island and had been thoroughly defeated. Only thanks to Tang Chen's personal guarantee did the 2 brothers remain safe. Oh, I remember now. You were young back then and entangled with the guardian spirit masters of Sea God Island, and you were defeated. Tang Xiao's face flushed red. Was it really necessary to dredge up such old, embarrassing tales? Who are you? Tang Xiao asked Xiaobai in confusion. Me? Xiaobai smiled gently. I am the guardian divine beast of Sea God Island, the spirit of the great white shark. As he spoke, the ethereal figure of the great white shark materialized behind him, exuding an overpowering aura. This was undoubtedly the spirit of the great white shark. Tang Xiao, having visited Sea God Island in his youth, had seen it before. He never imagined his grandfather would have gotten involved with the grand priestess of Sea God Island and even produced offspring. Dear nephew, as you can see, my martial spirits are inherited from both my father and mother. Do you have any further inquiries? Bofeng asked solemnly. Tang Xiao felt utterly speechless. being called nephew by someone seemingly much younger than himself. Cough. Do you have any evidence? Tang Xiao inquired. Wolfing helplessly remarked. My Haotian order is in the hands of my niece. You may inquire with her upon your return. Additionally, the little girl named Nan Nan is my sister. I merely appointed my niece as her godmother. At her age, she is still a saint. It is only fair to leave her with a lingering thought, is it not? If you remain skeptical, surely you are familiar with my father's own handwriting. At the moment when Bo Feng presented the map of the Haotian sect to Tang Xiao was momentarily taken aback. This map contained the entirety of the Haotian sect's geographical layout, detailing the ascent to the mountain and outlining several hidden passages. Should it fall into the hands of adversaries, the Haotian sect would face utter annihilation. You truly are my grandfathers. Kaze no Kaze raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Pray tell, what exactly did your niece say to provoke such ire from you? Her elder brother? Is it so severe that you would forsake your esteemed position and disregard the rules of the Haotian sect to descend the mountain at will? Indeed, it is so. Aha. Little Bai clutched her belly, laughing heartily. This is simply too amusing. Your niece is extraordinarily talented. She audaciously claimed that Nan Nan is your daughter and that you abandoned her. Aha. Kazakage, Tang Xiao was deceived, and Kazakage was almost beaten. Kazakage wore a sullen expression, nearly outmaneuvered by his own niece, indicating that she had not forgotten the events of that morning. Reflecting on the morning's occurrences, it was indeed unreasonable to blame his young niece. The sudden appearance of an additional uncle, coupled with the playful teasing she endured, understandably left her with a touch of resentment. However, who would have anticipated that she would concoct a deceitful tale, summoning her elder brother Tang Xiao to challenge Kazakage? Fortunately, the Haotian hammer martial soul had revealed itself in due time, or else. Tang Xiao hastily inquired, Uncle, what are your orders? Return and keep an eye on your niece. Do not believe everything she says. Additionally, take good care of Nan Nan. Understood, Tang Xiao replied. One more thing. Upon your return, ensure that your niece promptly returns the Haotian token to me, as I shall require it for future matters. Tang Xiao nodded. Uncle, may I ask where grandfather is now? Ask your niece upon your return. I have already informed her this morning. Nothing else? You may leave now. As for today's matters, you must not disclose them to anyone else in the Haotian sect. I will return to the sect eventually, but not at this moment. Focus on gathering strength, preparing for my re-emergence at any time. Yes. With that, Tang Xiao donned his black robe once more and vanished from sight. How does it feel to be outsmarted by your niece? Xiao Bai teased. Wolfing shook his head helplessly. Sister Bai, please refrain from adding salt to my wounds. This niece of mine, though she appears noble and extraordinary, harbors a grudge beneath her facade. Sigh. Let it be, let it be. A night passed in silence. The morning sun bathed the Haotian sect in golden light, and many disciples had already embarked on their training for the day, even with the mountain gates closed. These disciples remained undeterred, diligently honing their skills, firmly believing that the Haotian sect would rise again. In one room, Tang Weihua sat leisurely, while Nan Nan had been taken away by several elder gentlemen, reportedly to acquire the first soul ring. Upon learning that this child was Tang Yuehua's biological daughter, they were even more delighted. Consequently, the five elders personally perused all ancient texts of the Haotian sect and eventually discovered records of the Heartbreak Red martial soul, along with the necessary soul rings. They set out early that morning. Only Tang Yuehua remained at home, feeling bored and wondering about her elder brother's battle situation. She hoped her little uncle would face a good beating from this so-called big nephew, especially after her little uncle had played tricks on her the day before. Suddenly, as if summoned, Tang Xiao removed his black robe and sat across from Tang Yuehua, his expression dark. Yuehua, your behavior is becoming increasingly outrageous. Why did you not inform me about your little uncle's affairs in Heaveno City? Brother, did you not come to blows with him? Tang Yuehua asked, puzzled. Almost. Thankfully. Little uncle promptly unleashed the Haotian hammer martial soul, which cleared up the misunderstanding. When did you get married? I was perplexed to learn you even have a child. Had it not been for my righteous indignation at the time, I would have thoroughly interrogated you, girl. Tang Xiao exclaimed in exasperation. What about the Haotian order? He inquired. Reluctantly, Tang Yuehua produced the Haotian order in response to Tang Xiao's reprimand. The small hammer represented the supreme authority of the Haotian sect, surpassing even that of the sect master and elders, being the judgment elder. Well, Tang Xiao nodded. You shall descend the mountain tomorrow and return the Haotian order to your little uncle. Remember to apologize upon seeing him. No more mischief. Oh, Tang Yuehua replied listlessly. Brother, you cannot fathom how outrageous my little uncle was yesterday. Tang Yuehua complained. I kindly invited him to discuss a collaboration on cosmetics. Yet he inexplicably referred to me as little niece. I was baffled, and he toyed with me for a long while. Then you fabricated a lie, making me the scapegoat. Tang Xiao looked at her in silence. Tang Yuehua smiled wryly, acknowledging his dismay. There was little he could do. He indulged this one sister like a treasure. Ever since the second brother left, the home no longer felt like a home. Now, with the inclusion of a little uncle, who was also their grandfather's child. Possessing twin martial souls, they awaited the day when the Haotian sect would resurface and shake the entire spirit master world. Sighing, Tang Xiao mused that no matter how one viewed it, this little uncle was still their grandfather's child and the future heir to the Sea God Island's grand offerings. Had it not been for your inadvertent actions, we might have remained oblivious to little uncle's existence. In truth, you did nothing wrong. It was merely your approach that faltered. You ought to have disclosed the truth to me yesterday rather than weave this lie that nearly brought me shame. Reflecting on his performance last night and the inadvertent ridicule from Xiao Bai, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It seemed that the child often led the parent astray. This younger sister had indeed put her elder brother in a predicament. Chapter 39. Teacher Bo. Time passed. And in the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. The department store established by Bo Feng a year ago has now spread to every corner of the Douluo Continent. With the support of the royal family and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, it has expanded to encompass nearly half of the continent's territory. With the shadow of the department store present in every city. Over the course of this year, Bo Feng has either been counting money or on the path to counting it. Outside the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Bo Feng and Ning Fingxi stand together. Lord Ning. Let us conclude our dealings here, Bo Feng said with a courteous smile. Ning Fingxi replied with a smile, this collaboration has been delightful. A year ago, I truly did not underestimate your vision. With a smile, Bo Feng shook his head, remarking that if anyone were to amass the greatest wealth, it would undoubtedly be Ning Fingxi. The annual revenue of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School amounts to an astonishing figure. With this fortune, Ning Fingxi has recruited numerous talented individuals, and the entire 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School has flourished. Ning Zhongzhu, where's Rongrong? I haven't seen her for the past few months. Without this mischievous little girl around, I find myself somewhat unaccustomed. Ning Fingxi replied with a wry smile. 3 months ago, I arranged for her to travel to the Douluo Continent. Our little witch is quite the handful, and even I, as her father, find it challenging to manage her. Recently, I heard that she has joined the Shrek Academy, located in Soto City, which is no ordinary institution. Shrek Academy? Soto City? Wolfing nodded slightly, indicating that the time had come. Tang San, my grandson, we shall meet again soon. Very well, Master Ning, I shall take my leave now. Safe travels. With that, Wolfing stepped into the carriage, which gradually made its way toward the city of Tiando under Ning Fengxi's watchful gaze. Boss, here's the invitation from His Highness the Crown Prince. Inside the carriage, Wolfing held the invitation from Shui Qinghe, barely glancing at it before carelessly tossing it aside. It had been a year, yet she had not ceased her attempts to court Wolfing, to the point that he felt a sense of irritation whenever he encountered Shui Qinghe. Each banquet was filled with wine, and midway through, the familiar tug of conversation ensued, whether discussing mundane matters or the state of the continent. What did the continent's turmoil matter to Wolfing? Wasn't earning money far more appealing? The attendant beside him shook his head discreetly. This was not the first invitation Wolfing had declined due to his busy schedule. It must be said that women truly possessed remarkable perseverance, as Shui Qing has sent an invitation every single day. If one were to calculate, the last time Wolfing met Shui Qinghe was 3 months prior. This fellow, she finds it tiresome. Yet I find it exhausting. Stop the carriage. I wish to get off and take a stroll. Upon hearing this, the carriage came to a halt outside the city gates of Tiando. As the wealthiest individual in Tiando City, is a figure known to all. Even the soldiers guarding the city gates exhibit utmost cooperation in his presence. In the past, every individual entering the city had to endure stringent searches. But upon laying eyes on, the soldiers immediately donned expressions of deference. This was something he had grown accustomed to. At that moment, a notice nearby caught his attention. We are hiring Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy. Due to our expansion, we urgently seek to recruit the following personnel, Soul Masters above level 40. Those with higher soul power will be prioritized. Exceptional treatment for successful candidates. Lamba Academy? Is that not the predecessor of Shrek Academy? With a mischievous glint in his eye, Wave Wind broke into a grin, his mind brimming with a bold idea. 6 months prior, he had already surpassed level 40. And his 4th spirit ring was a millennium old, elevating his spirit power to an impressive 44. Now, with the bustling general store managed by Little White Sister, seamless cooperation with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and the presence of his elder nephew and younger niece in the Houghton sect, Wavewind found himself unburdened by responsibilities. This past year had been a monotonous cycle of either training or counting money, rendering him utterly bored. Additionally, he had to remain vigilant against the invitations from Xueqinghe. One must never underestimate a woman, especially one like her. She had long since regarded Wavewind as her prey, intent on conquering him personally, yet her efforts proved futile. Simply ignoring her was enough. Kaze, with a firm nod, settled back into the carriage and instructed, "Let us alter our course towards Lambo Academy." Lambo Academy? The companion inquired. Perplexed. "Boss, are you planning to attend school?" Woofing. "Do you really expect me to return to school? I have already attained the esteemed rank of level 44 Soul Master, far exceeding the realm of advanced academies. I intend to apply for a teaching position at the Blue Wave Academy. Did you not see the recruitment notice earlier? We must set off promptly, lest we find ourselves without a place." The companion nodded eagerly, steering the carriage swiftly towards the direction of Blue Wave Academy. Blue Wave Academy is a prestigious institution for advanced Soul Masters, having demonstrated commendable performance in past continental advanced Soul Master competitions. Yet it has consistently fallen short of reaching the final elimination rounds. As an academy aimed at recruiting commoners, its nature stands in stark contrast to that of the Tiando Royal Academy, which caters exclusively to nobility. As the carriage came to a gradual halt, Woofing gazed upon the imposing iron gate before him, adorned with a sign that read, "Blue Wave Advanced Soul Master Academy." A student guarding the entrance hurried forward and inquired, "Greetings, this is Blue Wave Academy. May I ask the purpose of your visit?" "Naruto Uzumaki, I have heard that you are recruiting teachers here, so I have come." "And you?" The student glanced at Naruto, shook his head, and said, "Brother, no offense, but how old are you? Take my advice and leave while you still can." Bofeng furrowed his brows and inquired, "What is it?" "Do not underestimate others." The student hastily replied, "It is not that I look down upon you. But in recent days, many spirit masters have come seeking recruitment. Although they have managed to pass the initial test without any major issues, the final assessment by the dean poses a significant challenge. Few have succeeded. Allow me to forewarn you, our dean is a formidable spirit saint at level 78. To truly become an instructor at our Blue Tyrant Academy, one must pass the dean's rigorous practical ability examination. You still have time to reconsider your decision, otherwise the consequences will be yours to bear." Upon hearing this, Bofeng became intrigued. The dean of Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong, a level 78 battle spirit saint, wields the Fire Dragon martial spirit and hails from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Her temperament is as fiery and tempestuous as her Fire Dragon martial spirit. "Take me to the test," Bofeng insisted. Seeing his determination, the student could not find further words to dissuade him. After instructing the attendants to return, Wavewind entered Blue Tyrant Academy alongside the students. The reason Bofeng has taken up the position of a teacher here is largely to evade Xueqinghe. He has earned money and established a shop. Apart from his daily training, he also peruses the invitations sent by Xueqinghe, each with a singular theme, to win him over. Should matters of romance arise, Bofeng might consider them. However, they belong to two disparate worlds, and any union between them would be futile. Regarding the timeline, many have discussed this aspect, and I shall elucidate it for you. I have made slight alterations to the timeline while keeping everything else intact. The sole modification is that Tang Chen ventured to the city of Slaughter a year prior to Poseidon's conception of the protagonist. The remainder of the timeline aligns largely with the original narrative. Chapter 40, The Heart of the Sea God within the Imperial Palace of Tiando. Xueqinghe rests his chin on his hand, idly seated. From the shadows, an elder wielding a snake spear emerges. "Young master, Bofeng has refused you for the 100th time. Are you not incensed?" Xueqinghe smiles faintly. A competent hunter must possess patience. We are only at the beginning. The secrets surrounding Bofeng remain largely undiscovered. Has he exhibited any recent activity? The elder with the snake spear responds, "Recently, Bofeng has been frequenting the general store. He even made a special visit to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School this morning." "The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School?" Xueqinghe inquires, puzzled. "What business does he have there?" The elder shakes his head. "Our agents have not gleaned any insights. Bofeng maintains a close relationship with Ningfengji. If they are concocting any clandestine schemes, it could pose a threat to the spirit hall." Xueqinghe gently shakes his head. "He wouldn't. Young master, how can you be so certain?" Xueqinghe chuckles softly. He is an individual deeply enamored with wealth. According to this year's financial reports, Bo Feng has amassed 9 million gold soul coins within a year. His shops dominate the entirety of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, save for the Spirit City. Last month, during our meeting, he inadvertently revealed his desire to establish a shop within the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall. The elder chuckles in response. His Majesty would never acquiesce to that. Xueqing nods thoughtfully. Though Bo Feng is indeed avaricious, he is undeniably talented. I cannot overlook that, unless he gains my approval. He lacks the authority to open a shop in Spirit City. Meanwhile, Bo Feng, having entered the Blue Tyrant Academy, proceeds slowly under the guidance of the students. In the heart of a dense forest, Bo Feng found himself surrounded by towering trees that concealed most of the academy's structures. Unlike the opulent Tiando Royal Academy, which was built against the mountainside, this environment lacked extravagance yet exuded a sense of comfort. As he traversed the path, numerous tall buildings loomed around him, and before long, the students escorted Bo Feng into a spacious chamber. Upon entering, Bo Feng noticed 3 individuals standing above him. Their appearances were unremarkable, and they appeared to be in their 40s, presumably the instructors responsible for this assessment. The leader among them, upon seeing Bo Feng, expressed surprise and inquired, "Boss Bo, what brings you here?" The department store of Bo Feng is renowned throughout the continent. Thus, many individuals are familiar with this young and accomplished proprietor, and numerous people wish to become acquainted with him. Wolfing, with a resigned smile, decided to indulge in the role of a teacher for a while. Do not, however, deliberately go easy on me due to my unique status. The 3 individuals exchanged knowing glances, and then the leader cleared his throat and inquired, "Boss Bo, have you truly thought this through? Very well, let's proceed. Given the circumstances, allow me to briefly outline the rules. First, you must showcase your martial soul. Then, if your soul power exceeds level 40, you will engage in combat with one of us 3. If you can endure for 10 minutes, you will earn the right to face the dean." With the introduction complete, Wolfing smiled gently, and with a flick of his right hand, a blue trident materialized, shimmering with azure light. How can this be? The second ring of a millennium? The 4th ring of 10,000 years? Wolfing's soul rings illuminated beneath his feet, showcasing a configuration of 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, which utterly shattered the trio's understanding. The so-called geniuses of the Soul Master realm paled in comparison to the formidable Wolfing before them. The teacher in charge of the assessment wiped away the cold sweat induced by fear and hastily remarked, "Wolfing, you have successfully passed the first challenge. May I inquire which of us 3 you intend to challenge next?" In truth, each of the 3 silently prayed not to be the one chosen, hoping fervently to avoid such a fate. A Soul Master with a 4th ring that has existed for 10,000 years is not to be underestimated. They were all Soul Kings, and at this age, their potential for growth had diminished significantly. The young Kazekage, unburdened by the desire for self-inflicted hardship, wore a mysterious smile. "Come at me together," he said to the 3 of them. The trio exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by Kazekage's unexpected declaration. "Boss, you can't be serious, can you?" the leading teacher questioned, incredulous at what he had just heard. With a smile, Bo Feng shook his head and remarked, "What do you think? I, too, wish to witness the true prowess of the instructors at Blue Tyrant Academy. Once I have passed the final trial, we shall all be teachers there, making it essential to gain a profound understanding of one another. Furthermore, as Soul Masters, engaging in combat is the sole means through which we can truly comprehend each other's abilities." The 3 exchanged glances and then proceeded downwards in unison. Without further ado, they unleashed their martial souls, and their soul rings ascended in succession, each displaying a configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black ring. Their martial souls were identified as Ghost Vine, Golden Eagle, and Battle Tiger. One was a plant-type soul master, while the other 2 bore beast martial souls. It was evident that the majority of plant-type soul masters were control-type, indicating that the Golden Eagle soul master was likely an agile attacker, leaving the remaining one as a formidable force. "Bo, please exercise caution," the Golden Eagle soul master advised. Holding a trident, Bo Feng nodded and said, "Come on, you 3. Unleash your full strength and allow me to witness your true capabilities." Upon his words, the 3 exchanged a knowing glance. The Ghost Vine Soul Master summoned a surge of green light from his right hand, activating the first soul ring beneath him, causing an abundance of ghostly vines to erupt from the ground, intending to obstruct Bo Feng's path. Simultaneously, the Golden Eagle Soul Master sprouted a pair of golden wings, with the second soul ring revolving frantically around him, accompanied by a rushing gust of wind, mingled with golden feathers resembling razor-sharp blades. The assault was directed straight towards Bo Feng. The third soul technique, Roar of the Tiger in the Mountains was invoked by the Battle Tiger Soul Master, whose face gradually transformed into that of a tiger, its jaws opening wide to gather a sinister crimson energy. A thunderous tiger roar resonated throughout the room, shattering the glass along the window ledge in an instant. The three formidable attacks surged forth, their combined might capable of obliterating anything in their path. Wolfing secretly nodded as the second soul ring illuminated beneath his feet, infusing the trident with a radiant purple light. The second soul ring, the guardian of the sea god. Layers of azure barriers materialized beside him, while the diadem of the sea god atop his head radiated a splendid blue-golden glow. Mysteriously, in a certain location within the Heaveno city, the deepest part of the Heaveno palace was heavily guarded, being the most secure area of the entire palace. Accessible only to the emperor, and even the crown prince, Shuechinghe, lacked the privilege to enter. Within, the heart of the sea god was safeguarded, regarded as the national treasure of the Heaveno Empire, believed to be a soul guide. However, it was more than merely a soul guide. It was indeed the heart of the sea god, the core of the sea god trident. It emitted a profound azure light, and one could faintly hear the relentless roar of the ocean. Chapter 41, Confrontation of 3. The heart of the sea god truly resided within the Heaveno palace. Wolfing murmured. The diadem and the heart resonated in harmony, their powers echoing across the void, a sensation that Wolfing acutely felt. This is bad. How can one engage in battle while distracted? Damn. Channeling the power of the ocean through the trident in his hand, Wolfing neutralized the attacks launched by the three Soul Kings one after another. Taking advantage of the mist generated by the explosions, Wolfing surged forward, instantly arriving before the Ghost Vine Soul King. His right hand glowed with a verdant light as countless ghost vines erupted from the ground, surging toward Wolfing like a multitude of sharp spears, continuously detonating around him. The wave of the trident in Bofang's grasp commanded all the ghostly vines. Even if this were not the trident of the sea god, and only possessed a mere fraction of its power, the paltry ghostly vines posed no threat to Bofang. With the emergence of the first soul skill, Spear of the Sea, a multitude of blue orbs shimmered like ripples in water, fervently converging into the trident. With a resounding force, the wall formed by the ghostly vines was instantaneously pierced. Under the fearful gaze of the Ghost Vine Soul King, the trident approached with unwavering resolve. I must apologize, dear teacher, the Ghost Vine Soul King said, momentarily stunned before managing a wry smile. I concede defeat. Indeed, Bo is a master of concealment. With that, he stepped aside. The Battle Tiger Soul King and the Golden Eagle Soul King were utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that Bofang, the shopkeeper, possessed such extraordinary strength. Nor could they fathom the enigmatic Trident Martial Soul and the unparalleled Soul Ring configuration that surpassed all on the continent. Following the defeat of the Ghost Vine Soul King, the remaining two dared not let their guard down, for their mission was clear, to leverage their own advantages and restrict Bofang's capacity to unleash his full potential. With a fierce roar, the Battle Tiger Soul King unleashed a barrage of rapid strikes with his tiger fists. The powerful gusts of wind infused with the might of a tiger's dominance. With the trident of the sea breeze plunged into the ground, he clenched his right fist tightly, engaging in a fierce struggle. Crack! Oh! Under the radiant light of the sea god, he diligently practiced, further enhanced by the successive teachings of the seven titled Douluo. The prowess of Wave Wind is indeed unfathomable. Despite his seemingly avaricious demeanor, he exhibits remarkable fortitude in battle. The Tiger Soul King, stroking his claw, possesses fists of iron. Although Wave Wind may appear unremarkable, the reality is evident as the tiger claw quivers ever so slightly, before Wave Wind can launch his next assault. Another wave of golden wings descends from above. Feathers cascade like raindrops, striking the ground, which is laid with resilient rock, penetrating it to about 1/3 of its depth. Wolfing patted his chest, acknowledging the formidable prowess of his opponent. Fortunately, his reflexes had been swift, or he would have been transformed into a hedgehog. He gazed upward at the poised Golden Eagle Spirit Master, a faint smile gracing his lips as he thought to take the initiative. With a gentle motion of his right hand, the trident swiftly flew into his grasp. A mysterious smile emerged upon his face as he prepared to showcase the might of his third spirit ability. The third spirit ability, Prison of the Sea, illuminated beneath his feet as the violet spirit rings transformed into beams of light, rapidly converging into the trident. Under the watchful eyes of the remaining two spirit masters, Wolfing stood proudly with the trident positioned between his brows, and around him, identical tridents began to materialize, 10 in total. They hovered in the air, radiating an eerie chill as they emitted a cold, glimmering light. Wolfing smiled faintly at the golden eagle spirit master suspended in midair, bidding farewell. Chase, he bellowed. 10 floating tridents transformed into azure light and surged forth, targeting the airborne golden eagle spirit king. The golden eagle spirit king sighed inwardly, sensing impending doom, and hastily soared upwards. The eagle was renowned for its velocity among the myriad spirit beasts, yet it appeared that the tridents were swifter, encircling him from all directions. The golden eagle spirit master quickly steadied himself, surveying his surroundings. He was entirely ensnared by the tridents, their sharp tips drawing ever closer. With a flourish, he unleashed his 5th soul skill, Majestic Eagle's Wings. The long-awaited black 10,000-year soul skill was finally employed, revealing his ultimate trump card. He found himself enveloped in a golden ocean, his golden wings radiating a dazzling brilliance as they transformed into a colossal golden eagle, unleashing a fearsome roar directed at Wolfing below. The encroaching tridents were immediately repelled, causing Wolfing to hastily regain his footing, altering the trident's trajectory. Clang! The 10 tridents landed beside the Battle Tiger Spirit King, and a surge of blue electricity crackled between them, thoroughly incapacitating the Battle Tiger King. Thus, the tridents were irregularly embedded in the ground, effectively sealing off his path of escape. In light of this, the two could only place their hopes on the sole-surviving golden eagle. Soaring high, the eagle, with its imposing stature and commanding presence, prepared for a final dive. By the time Wolfing engaged the Battle Tiger Spirit King with his soul skill, the eagle had already amassed its strength, poised for a fierce confrontation. Planning to go head-to-head? I relish such tenacity. A 10,000-year soul ring, you say? To triumph over an opponent, one must employ even mightier tactics. Wolfing retracted his trident, calmly facing the situation. The two defeated teachers were perplexed. Among the trio, the Golden Eagle Soul King possessed formidable strength, and his martial soul's quality far surpassed theirs. Moreover, he had already reached the 59th level, his prowess rivaling that of any ordinary soul emperor on the continent, a testament to his millennia-old soul skill. Does Boss Bo possess a means to withstand it? With a gentle smile, the calm and composed figure of Bo Fong took a step back, and faintly, red luminescent points began to converge into his right leg. Intermingled with strands of crimson lightning, a waning moon encircled his limb. Soul Bone, exclaimed the 3 instructors in unison. You guessed correctly, but alas, you have already lost. The skill of the evil demon orca Soul Bone, evil whale demon slash. As the figure of wave wind swept past, the crimson crescent moon, reminiscent of blood, expanded instantaneously. It resembled a scythe harvesting death, gradually descending from the heavens, while the golden-eyed eagle's gaze tightened in apprehension. The blood-red crescent approached with alarming speed, the stench of mortality enveloping the air. However, in an unexpected turn, the crescent suddenly altered its trajectory. A few golden feathers floated down helplessly from the sky, as Wave Wind stood smiling in place. At that moment, the Eagle Soul Master, having retracted his martial soul, felt the cold sweat drenching his back. Gasping for breath, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at Wave Wind. Soul bones are already scarce, and the skills they bestow are immensely powerful. The right leg bone of the Wave Wind originates from the malevolent tiger whale that roamed the oceans 50,000 years ago, a creature that even the formidable spirit soul great white shark found daunting. In the realm of the sea, true predators are scarce. Apart from the 100,000-year-old malevolent tiger whale king, this soul bone stands as one of the rarest and most precious entities, second only to those of the 100,000-year caliber. Embodying the tyrannical and brutal essence of the malevolent tiger whale, the skills derived from this soul bone impart an acute awareness of impending death. My heartfelt gratitude extends to Boss Bo for his mercy. Sincerely, the Golden Eagle Soul Master. Wolfing gently shook his head, expressing gratitude for the guidance provided by the 3. May I now meet with the Dean? Chapter 42. Lu Erlong. Have we met before? Young Master, there have been new developments regarding Wolfing, spoke the elder with the snake spear. Shueqinghe immediately became intrigued and inquired, Uncle Shi, is there any progress? Upon returning from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Wolfing did not immediately head back to the shop. Instead, he took a detour to the Blue Tyrant Academy. Blue Tyrant Academy? Shueqinghe mused, if I recall correctly. It is a prestigious school for soul masters. What could Wolfing possibly want there? According to the notice posted at the city gate, Wolfing was to take on the role of a teacher there. Upon hearing this, Shueqinghe burst into hearty laughter. A teacher? Haha, am I not familiar with him? That miser? Becoming a teacher? While I cannot ascertain his soul power level, the Dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong, belongs to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Could it be that? The elder with the snake spear interjected, Young master, are you concerned that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family may have some connection with Woofing? Xueqing slowly shook his head. It is impossible for there to be any connection. Woofing has been under my watch for the entire year. He cannot stir up any significant trouble. His actions are merely a means of evading us. Evading us? Has he perhaps sensed something? The elder with the snake spear furrowed his brow. He is far too clever, Xueqing realized. He seeks to take advantage of the situation and secure a teaching position at Blue Tyrant Academy, thereby severing our surveillance over him. What shall we do next? The elder with the snake spear inquired. At that moment, a mysterious smile grazed Xueqing's lips. I have extended invitations to him for 3 consecutive months. Yet he has not attended. Just as Uncle Shi stated, this marks the 100th time he has declined my invitation. From the very beginning. He is the first man bold enough to refuse me. This time, I shall take the initiative to probe his intentions. With a cold smirk, Xueqing's gaze shifted toward the direction of the general store. At the Blue Tyrant Academy, Woofing successfully passed the first phase of the assessment. Under the guidance of the evaluation teacher, the pair made their way toward the rear mountain. Does the dean usually reside in the rear mountain? Woofing inquired. The evaluation teacher patiently explained, the dean prefers tranquility. Thus, most matters of the academy are decided by the vice dean. The dean only intervenes in significant affairs. For the majority of the time, the dean prefers to remain alone in the rear mountain. By the way, Boss Woofing, I should kindly remind you that our dean is notoriously temperamental. Several candidates who previously came to apply either fled in fright from the dean's imposing aura or were personally defeated and shown the door. Woofing was incredulous. Is it truly this dire? The assessment teacher solemnly nodded in affirmation. This was all in preparation for the Continental Senior Soul Master competition, set to unfold a year and a half hence. In the previous edition, our academy had managed to advance to the elimination rounds, even managing to oust the second team from the Tiando Royal Academy. However, in the subsequent matches, we were swiftly overwhelmed by our opponents. Consequently, this year, we are rigorously training, with the dean personally selecting several exceptionally talented students to lead us into this competition. While we do not aspire to seize the championship, at the very least, reaching the finals would be a splendid achievement. Bofeng smiled reassuringly, saying, rest assured, your dreams are on the verge of realization. I recall hearing Ning Fingji mention this morning that Ning Rongrong has already joined Shrek. By the timeline, it won't be long before they arrive. Tang-san. My dear grandson, we shall soon meet. Shall we take a moment to visit Soto City? This would also provide an opportunity to elude Xueqing's watchful gaze. It is paramount that we prioritize the tasks at hand. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, the environment became increasingly enchanting, with the melodious songs of birds and the fragrant blossoms surrounding them. Before long, a quaint wooden cabin came into view, its gentle melodies drifting through the air, resonating with Bofeng's soul and soothing the deepest scars within. A beautiful woman was tending to the flower bed, humming a tune as she watered the plants. The gentle breeze accompanied by the assessment teacher halted their steps, revealing a serene wooden cottage amidst the picturesque backdrop of the mountains, where a tranquil stream meandered gracefully, creating an idyllic paradise. The woman, with her alluringly curvaceous figure and flowing ebony locks cascading down her back, possessed a visage of extraordinary beauty. Her large, expressive black eyes sparkled with intensity as she observed her surroundings, blissfully unaware of the presence of the breeze and the assessment teacher, fully harmonizing with the enchanting environment. Reflecting upon this scene, the breeze could not help but feel envious of that master, truly an extraordinary individual, born with the soul power of merely level 0.5 and a mutated martial spirit. What sort of charismatic persona must he possess to captivate the affections of the esteemed figure before him? Akin to a celestial being destined to marry a scholar, reminiscent of the tales of Dong Yong and the Seventh Fairy, or the Cowherd and the Weaver Girl. It was a complete tale of an underdog triumphing against the odds. With a heavy sigh, the breeze resolved to pay a visit to this remarkable individual when time permitted. The assessment teacher addressed the woman with utmost respect. Director, a new applicant for the teaching position has arrived today. Another one? The woman replied, her tone tinged with impatience. I hope he is not yet another feeble individual, incapable of withstanding even a single strike from me. A single strike? With wide eyes, Bofeng exclaimed. As a soul sage, even a casual attack from you could be lethal. He simultaneously readied himself for battle. When the woman set down the kettle and beheld Bofeng, she stood there, stunned. Boss Bo? What brings you here? The enigmatic Bofeng inquired. Do you know me? The lady promptly replied with a smile. How could I not recognize the illustrious Boss Bo? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Erlong, a level 78 battle soul saint. With the martial spirit of a fire dragon, and I currently serve as the principal of Lambo Academy. The cosmetics produced by your establishment are truly remarkable. I visited your shop recently to make a purchase. At that time, I caught a brief glimpse of you, but your reputation precedes you, Boss Bo. And I could never forget such a notable figure. Wolfing introduced himself, stating, I am Wolfing, a level 44 Battle Soul Sect member, with a martial spirit in the form of a trident. My purpose for coming here is to join your esteemed academy and become a remarkable teacher, Bo. Lu Erlong exclaimed. Boss Wolfing, you can't be serious, can you? With a smile, Bo Feng shook his head and said, Director Lu Erlong, do I appear to be jesting in any way? Moreover, I have successfully passed the first round of evaluations. At that moment, the instructor overseeing the assessment remarked, Boss Bo has bested the three of us. It is indeed a source of shame. Gazing at the remarkably youthful Bo Feng, Lu Erlong's mind wandered through a myriad of memories, and she involuntarily recalled events from the past. Boss Bo, have we perhaps crossed paths before? Lu Erlong inquired. Kaze no Kaze shrugged. Did you not mention it before? We encountered each other at the shop. Lu Erlong gently shook his head. No, what I mean is, it seems we were acquainted in my youth. Take note. This is a prelude to the final plot. Chapter 43, An Anguished Rebuke to Shueqinghe. Wolfing chuckled helplessly and said, Director Lu Erlong, this is our first encounter. Furthermore, I was not even born when you were young. How could we have possibly met? As he spoke, Lu Erlong nodded, realizing that she must have made a mistake, though Wolfing bore a striking resemblance to someone. By the way, Boss Bo, are you here to apply for a teaching position? Lu Erlong proceeded directly to the point. Case nodded slightly, requesting the director's guidance. He heard that the final test lay in the director's hands, so he urged, please proceed. Indeed. The final test is to be conducted under my supervision. However, I intend to amend the rules, smiled Lu Erlong mysteriously. I humbly seek your instruction, Director, Case inquired. Lu Erlong replied with a smile, to become a competent teacher, one must possess not only formidable strength but also an abundance of patience towards students. Both qualities are indispensable. Your prior victory over the three instructors of sound and literature leaves no doubt about your prowess. Tomorrow, I shall arrange a special class, and I invite you, Boss Bo, to partake personally. As for practice, if you successfully fulfill the teaching duties tomorrow, I shall consider you to have passed this test. What do you say? Without hesitation. Wolfing nodded decisively. No problem. What time shall I come tomorrow? If I recall correctly, afternoon tomorrow, the Academy will organize an outdoor practical class for the students. How about that? Suggested Lu Erlong. An outdoor practical class? Setting aside the students' familiarity with the situation, an outdoor practical class clearly indicates a hands-on session. We shall see how it unfolds tomorrow. No problem, Wolfing replied. Very well, I shall be present as well. I hope that Boss Wolfing can pass the assessment and officially become a part of Blue Brawler Academy. After a brief understanding of the Academy's basic conditions, Wolfing prepared to take his leave in anticipation of tomorrow's challenge. Outside Blue Brawler Academy, under Lu Erlong's farewell, Wolfing entered the carriage, officially returning to the general store. The journey was bumpy, and Wolfing sat quietly in the carriage, contemplating how to conduct his first lesson in life. Before long, the carriage came to a gentle halt. They had arrived home. Boss, we've arrived. Boss? Boss. Noticing that Wolfing remained motionless in the carriage, the attendant called out several more times. Oh, I'm here. I'm here. Wolfing dismounted the carriage with an air of nonchalance, and as he entered the shop, Xiaobai unexpectedly approached him. Fingdi, where have you just been? Wolfing Dao remarked. Some matters necessitated my deliberate change of course after departing from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Noticing the grave expression on Xiaobai's face, he inquired, Sister Bai, what troubles you? Xiaobai cast a fleeting glance upstairs and gently replied, the prince you so despise, Shueqinghe, has arrived. Instantly, Wolfing's eyes widened in surprise. Goodness. Does this count as a proactive approach? Is she alone? Indeed, she has been waiting upstairs for quite some time. Wind, would you care to meet her? Wolfing gazed at the tightly sealed room on the second floor, sighing to himself. Some matters must be addressed face to face. He had long been aware that Shueqinghe had dispatched someone to follow him. As soul masters, such trivial tactics were easily discernible. Consequently, Wolfing typically conducted himself with utmost caution, seldom allowing her to gain any leverage against him. After adjusting his attire, he ascended the stairs slowly, hoping that this time all issues could be resolved in one fell swoop. As the wind of the waves approached the door, he took a deep breath and slowly opened it. At long last. My dear brother Bo has returned. I have been waiting for this moment for quite some time. Meanwhile, Xueqing has sipped fragrant tea, a cheerful smile adorning his face as he gazed at Bo Feng. Wufeng settled opposite Xueqing, inquiring about the prince's purpose for visiting. Xueqing smiled lightly, remarking that he had sent invitations daily over the past 3 months, yet someone seemed to disregard his gestures, consistently postponing their meeting. Thus, Wufeng had come in person. Is this the manner in which a merchant entertains guests? Xueqing's gaze sharpened as he silently regarded Wufeng. Your Highness, while you send these so-called invitations daily, my affairs keep me occupied, precluding my attendance at your banquets. If there is nothing pressing, you may take your leave. I have matters to attend to. Wufeng sensed the dismissal. Very well, Xueqing replied with a faint smile. Since you have pressing engagements, I shall not intrude further. However, before I depart, there is one matter I must address. Please, go on, Wufeng urged. Xueqing, with a mysterious smile, declared, the invitations will continue to arrive as usual, until the day you choose to accept them. Wait. As Xueqing prepared to leave, Wufeng interjected. Oh, brother Wufeng, do you perhaps have something else to discuss? Xueqing inquired. Approaching with a serious demeanor, Wufeng stated, Your Highness, I have long wished to pose a question to you. Noticing the shift in Wufeng's usual demeanor and tone, Xueqing replied earnestly, Pray tell. You have been arranging for someone to follow my movements. What exactly does this signify? Over the past year, my actions have been clear to you, have they not? If your intention is to have me join the royal family, it would suffice to state so directly, rather than engaging in these superfluous maneuvers. We are both soul masters. Let us speak candidly. I, too, require my own space and harbor certain secrets. Your relentless pursuit bears a striking resemblance to the indecisiveness of a woman. Xueqing was rendered speechless. Wufeng spoke of the crux concerning Xueqing. Indeed, she is but a woman. Yes, I did assign someone to follow you, and I also hope you might assist me. It would be a pity for a talent like Brother Bo to remain solely in commerce, wouldn't it? Furthermore, do not think I am unaware of your recent visit to Lambo Academy. You merely sought to extricate yourself from my grasp to engage in other endeavors, didn't you? Xueqing gazed intently at Wufeng, intending to observe his reactions. Indeed, I wish to break free from you. Wufeng nodded subtly. I would appreciate it if His Highness could refrain from disrupting my ordinary life. I harbor no interest in the intrigues you speak of. I am merely an ordinary fisherman, far less remarkable than you presume. My visit to Lamba Academy was solely to experience life. Counting money in a shop day after day is hardly thrilling, is it? Xueqing found herself at a loss for words. Wufeng was a prodigy, having built a vast commercial empire in merely a year. Save for the absence of shops in Wuhuan City, which city in Douluo Continent or even in smaller villages lacks the presence of retail establishments. Yet, regardless of Wufeng's assertions, Xueqing could not align herself with his sentiments. A year prior, the resonance generated by the Wuhuan. Chapter 44. How about becoming my sister-in-law? Xueqing, rarely in agreement, nodded. Very well. From this moment forth, I shall no longer intrude upon your ordinary life, and I will simultaneously revoke all forms of surveillance over you. However, before that, I would like you to promise me one thing. Without hesitation, Bo Feng directly inquired, Please, speak freely. I shall do what I can. A smile graced the corners of Xueqing's lips as she replied, It would be best for us to meet at least once a month, to nurture our relationship. What do you think? She wondered what the matter could be. As long as Xueqing no longer pursued Bo Feng relentlessly, he found this condition acceptable. Meeting once a month was certainly preferable to sending daily invitations. No problem. With that, he took his leave. After descending the stairs slowly and bidding farewell to Xueqing, Xiaobai stepped forward and asked, What did the prince say to you? Previously, your meetings would last quite a while. Nothing much. Bo Feng shook his head. Just some rambling, resolving a few unnecessary troubles. He could not help but admit, she truly was remarkable. With that, Bo Feng returned to his room, preparing to face the trials at Lamba Academy the following day. Thus, the day passed in tedious monotony. In the stillness of the night, many in the city succumbed to slumber. Yet, within a certain chamber of the palace, the lights remained bright. Young master, are you truly set on this course of action? The old man with the serpent spear gazed at her as she adorned herself. At that moment, Xueqing had shed her previous disguise, fully embracing her feminine form once more. Qianrenxue, gazing at her regal and beautiful reflection in the mirror, Qianrenxue smiled faintly and asked, Uncle Shi, how have you fared with the tasks I entrusted to you? The old man nodded, and the door slowly opened. Xueqing entered, and Qianrenxue cast a glance at her, nodding in satisfaction. Very good. With that, Qian Rinxue resumed her preparations. The old man could not help but ask, "Young master, what is the purpose of your actions? What is the purpose?" Qian Rinxue set down her comb and replied with indifference for him. Here, him naturally referred to Bo Feng. "Young master, could it be that you harbor feelings for him?" Qian Rinxue smiled bitterly. "Uncle Shi, do not misunderstand. How could I possibly like him?" She then scoffed. "This is a course I have no choice but to take. I have rescinded all surveillance on Bo Feng. He is quite clever and will not be easily tamed." "What do you plan to do?" the old man inquired. "I intend to meet him personally. Tomorrow, I will seize the opportunity to enter the general store. If my memory serves me right, we have people there." The old man nodded. "Indeed, we infiltrated it long ago, and they are currently engaged in routine cleaning." At this point, the old man's expression shifted dramatically. "Young master, you do not mean to enter the store to approach Bo Feng and, in turn, uncover his true secrets, do you?" Qian Rinxue nodded slightly. "This is my only chance. Over the past year, no matter how many people I sent, I was still unable to uncover Bo Feng's true identity and intentions. The more enigmatic he is, the more it piques my interest. Such a person I am eager to conquer completely. Just wait. Your secrets will ultimately be revealed to me. Bo Feng, beware of losing both the lady and the soldiers." At dawn, the morning sun shone brightly. At that moment, the general store bustled with people, each laden with packages of various sizes. The wind swirled as Bo Feng continued his training, while Xiaobai busily attended to the affairs of the shop. In hushed silence, a graceful figure entered the establishment, clad in professional attire, diligently sweeping the floor. Qian Rinxue had successfully blended in. "Sister Bai, I am heading to Lamba Academy now." At that moment, Bo Feng descended the staircase and addressed Xiaobai, who was meticulously calculating accounts nearby. Xiaobai waved her hand dismissively. "Go ahead, just return early." Just as Bo Feng was about to depart, he inadvertently caught sight of Qian Rinxue, who was earnestly cleaning. "Sister Bai, who is that person? Is she a newcomer?" The shop was quite expansive, and over the past year, many staff members had been recruited, most of whom Bo Feng was acquainted with, except for her. Xiaobai glanced over and casually replied, "That is Xiao Wan's sister, Wang Shui. Xiao Wang resigned yesterday to return home, claiming he's going back to marry. He then recommended his sister to us. I found this young lady quite agreeable. She is demure and rather beautiful, so I decided to keep her. I must say, you, being of such age, should not be wandering aimlessly outside. Since Shui Qingha has ceased his surveillance over you, you ought to focus on important matters." Qian Rinxue listened intently, realizing that something significant was about to be revealed. Xiaobai said earnestly, "It is time for you to find a sister-in-law, isn't it? Before leaving the island. Your mother specifically instructed you that the next time you return, you must bring back a daughter-in-law, and preferably a robust grandson as well." With a darkened expression, Bo Feng's countenance shifted, causing Qian Rinxue to stumble momentarily. Now that he possessed both wealth and an appealing appearance, and with Shui Qingha no longer surveilling him, this rascal had the opportunity to pursue his desires. In an instant, Bo Feng vanished from sight. In response, Xiaobai could only shake his head in resignation. This mischievous lad always fled at the mention of such matters, truly a source of exasperation. "Very well," Xiaobai then turned to Wang Shui, instructing, "Go and tidy up the boss's bedroom, dispose of any unnecessary items." Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement and slowly made her way towards Bo Feng's room, determined to seize this opportunity and not disappoint him this time. Meanwhile, having departed from the shop, Bo Feng made his way to Lanba Academy, where Lu Erlong had been waiting for quite some time. The quest for a suitable partner weighed heavily on Bo Feng's mind. It was not that he lacked desire, but rather he struggled to find someone with whom he shared a genuine connection. Compounding his dilemma were Xiaobai's relentless urgings every few days, along with his mother Poseidon's occasional letters, both of which incessantly pressed him on the matter. "Boss, you have arrived." Lu Erlong stepped forward to greet him. Woofing nodded slightly. "What about the students?" "I can hardly contain my excitement. The students had gathered on the playground, awaiting your esteemed presence, Boss Woofing." With that, Woofing followed Lu Erlong into the Lamba Academy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qian Rinxue entered Woofing's room. Following the instructions of Xiaobai, she was tasked with tidying up. Observing the impeccably clean room, she wondered what there was to clean. Just as she was about to search for something related to Woofing, Xiaobai entered. "Boss Bai." Qian Rinxue greeted hurriedly. Xiaobai nodded, then began to scrutinize Qian Rinxue from head to toe. Xiaobai occasionally nodded in satisfaction, leaving Qian Rinxue bewildered. It was Xiaobai who had instructed her to clean the room, and now it was Xiaobai who had entered. This pair of siblings was shrouded in mystery. How about becoming my sister-in-law? Qian Rinxue was taken aback. Chapter 45. The personal maid. Qian Rinxue gazed at the smiling Xiaobai, her heart stirred by a tempest of emotions. What had she just said? To make her. Qian Rinxue had come to investigate Bufing, not to assume the role of a sister-in-law. How could her first day at work be so overwhelming? Boss Bai, you are a titled Douluo, possessing a soul ring of 100,000 years. Even with my divine-level martial soul of the six-winged angel, I would stand no chance in front of a titled Douluo. At that moment, Xiaobai showed no inclination to act. Her sole focus was to assist Bufing in finding a bride, a task entrusted to her by the High Priestess, essential for the future of Sea God Island. Just that morning, she had seen Wang Shui, the replacement for the previous individual. Qian Rinxue had assumed that identity, having been in the imperial palace for so long. No one recognized her appearance or status. Even when Bufing had emerged this morning, he couldn't help but steal glances at her. She was, after all, remarkably beautiful. Having known Bufing since childhood, Xiaobai understood his sentiments well. In truth, Bufing harbored no particular thoughts. He was merely misunderstood by Xiaobai, leading to the current situation. Qian Rinxue found herself speechless, unsure of how to respond. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. Who would make such declarations on their first encounter? This left her profoundly shaken. I apologize. Xiaobai is not merely a person. She is the king of the 10,000-year soul demon white shark. Did I frighten you? Xiaobai realized she had misspoken and quickly added, I truly apologize. I shouldn't have been so hasty. Just as Qian Rinxue exhaled in relief, Xiaobai continued. Why not hasten the wedding? This way, I can fulfill the wish of Brother Fang's mother and allow her to embrace her grandchild sooner. In an instant. Qian Rinxue was dumbfounded, unable to believe that such words could come from a titled Douluo. Forgive me. Xiaobai is a shark. Qian Rinxue felt an urge to leave. Yet she understood that departing now would undoubtedly attract Bufing's attention. He was exceedingly cunning. The next time she wished to enter this place, it would not be so simple. Boss Bai, I truly do not have such intentions right now. I implore you. She bore the burden of a mission to infiltrate the Tiando Empire. Although someone was substituting for her in the palace, if any discrepancies were discovered over time, the consequences would be dire. Xiaobai smiled gently and patted Qian Rinxue's shoulder. Do not worry, feelings can be nurtured, and I will not impose upon you. Just as Qian Rinxue felt a sense of relief, Xiaobai continued, from now on. You shall be Brother Fang's personal maid, responsible for taking care of his daily needs and, in the evenings. Xiaobai giggled mischievously, the kind that warms his bed. At this, Qian Rinxue's heart shattered completely. She had hoped to infiltrate the general store to uncover Bufing's true secrets. Yet, unexpectedly, she had entangled herself in this situation without discovering anything. Wait a moment. A maid, the kind that takes care of Bufing. This would allow her to get close to him, seize the opportunity to uncover the secrets hidden deep within his heart, then leave and revert to her original identity as Shui Qinghe, unnoticed. Qian Rinxue nodded in understanding. Xiaobai, visibly delighted, departed, leaving Qian Rinxue alone. Seated on the soft bed, Qian Rinxue began to survey her surroundings, intent on uncovering all information pertaining to Bufing. The sooner she comprehended the secrets he harbored, the sooner she could escape. If Xiaobai's words held true, making her Bufing's, the entire spirit hall would surely be thrown into chaos. For instance, Qian Dalu considered his granddaughter his only hope and held great expectations for her. Without understanding Bufing's true identity, Qian Dalu would undoubtedly oppose the idea. However, if he were to learn the truth, Qian Dalu, I would be more than happy if Bufing's mother failed to pursue him, letting Tangchen take him instead. If his son marries my granddaughter, I would be most pleased. Next time I meet Tangchen, I could thump my chest and declare, back in the day, we both pursued Poseidon, and I lost to you. Now, my granddaughter has captured your son. This time, I have triumphed. Thus, Qian Rinxue began her search through Bufing's room, meticulously sifting through items before returning everything to its original place to avoid arousing suspicion. This fellow was exceedingly clever. However, after a prolonged search, she found nothing concerning Bufing. In her hand, she held a red item that repulsed her, which she tossed aside. Bufing is an exceedingly astute individual, one who would never commit his knowledge to paper. It is undoubtedly etched in the recesses of his mind. As the adage goes, one must venture into the tiger's den to seize the tiger's cub. Qian Rinxue intends to take a bold risk. Simultaneously, Bufing, following Lu Erlong, enters the Blue Tyrant Academy. At this moment, the Verdant Playground has already seen a considerable number of students clad in uniforms. These students are well acquainted with Bufing, for his reputation in the Heaveno Empire is immense. His business spans the entirety of the Douluo Continent. Furthermore, the quality of his goods is beyond reproach. Just yesterday, news spread throughout the academy that Poseyxi intended to join Blue Tyrant Academy as an instructor. This announcement stirred a tumultuous reaction, leaving many puzzled as to why Poseyxi would choose this path when he could comfortably enjoy being a proprietor. Poseyxi, you are all still on the first level. Today marks the outdoor combat class, an inevitable aspect of being a soul master. Whether in the soul arena or hunting soul beasts in the wild, combat is the singular reality. Lu Erlong and Poseyxi arrive at the center of the playground, prompting the students to hastily take their seats. Remarkably, even the usually reclusive dean has arrived, indicating the significance of this occasion. Lu Erlong waved his hand, and the previously boisterous academy fell into a hushed silence, for Lu Erlong is notorious for his volatile temper, and no student dared to defy him. Ahem. Lu Erlong assumed a serious demeanor and solemnly addressed the assembly. Esteemed students and faculty, this is Poseyxi, who has come today to participate in our outdoor combat class. I trust everyone is familiar with him. Indeed, he is the proprietor of the department store in Heaveno City and also a soul master. At my invitation, should Mr. Poseyxi successfully complete the forthcoming 2 tests, he will officially become a true instructor at Blue Tyrant Academy from this day forth. Mr. Poseyxi, are you prepared? With a solemn nod, Poseyxi proceeded to the center of the playground. Lu Erlong declared, the first assessment will involve the students posing questions to Poseyxi regarding their understanding of martial souls. As a soul master, and more importantly, as a future educator, one's comprehension of martial souls will directly influence the achievements of their future students. As Lu Erlong's words faded, the first evaluation commenced. One of the students inquired, Poseyxi, I possess a plant-type martial soul. Are there any particular considerations I should keep in mind when selecting soul rings? Poseyxi Dao, it is widely acknowledged that martial souls are classified into weapon martial souls and beast martial souls, with the age of the soul rings being contingent upon the future achievements of the soul master and the evolution of their martial soul. You possess a plant martial soul. Should you encounter a plateau in your development, you might consider hunting some beast souls that fall within the requisite age for your soul rings. However, a question arises, how can a plant-type martial soul possibly absorb beastly soul rings? Would this not lead to a conflict between the two? Poseyxi smiled gently. I recall a master once mentioned that a plant-type martial soul need not exclusively absorb soul rings from plant-type soul beasts, and beast-type martial souls may not be incapable of absorbing soul rings from plant-type soul masters. Although this conclusion has yet to be substantiated, it lingers in my mind. Master? Lu Erlong exclaimed in disbelief. It had been a long time since he had heard that name mentioned, and the events of that year must have left a significant impact on him. The wind of change continues to blow, as it has become evident that, in the contemporary realm of soul masters, there exists an individual who has indeed accomplished this feat. This is not mere hearsay, for I stand as a unique testament to this truth. With that, the palm of the wind opened, and a cerulean trident materialized in his grasp, while beneath his feet, soul rings began to ascend. Yellow, purple, black. 1 century, 2 millennia, and 1 myriad. For soul rings spiraled around the feet of the wind, a configuration that left those present utterly astonished. How could he possibly have attained the 4th ring of 10,000 years? And the 2nd ring of 1,000 years? This surpasses the usual limits of soul ring absorption. Even Lu Erlong, who had heard from her teacher the previous day about the wind's soul ring configuration, found it hard to believe that one individual could possess such an array of soul rings. Yet now, this irregular configuration of soul rings rendered all the academy speechless. Poseyxi chuckled, declaring himself an exception. The definitions of the soul master realm are numerous and unknown. We cannot be bound by convention, rigidly adhering to the knowledge found in books. The essence lies in the truth that emerges from practice. Of course, you must not emulate me, for I am a genius. Poseyxi, the inquiries continued, and Poseyxi enthusiastically answered them one by one. Standing beside him, Lu Erlong nodded in satisfaction with each of Poseyxi's responses, indicating that the Blue Tyrant Academy had indeed struck gold this time. The seemingly unremarkable Poseyxi, merely a businessman, turned out to be a person of hidden depths. Meanwhile, the master mentioned by Poseyxi was currently at Shrek Academy. Its founder, Flinder, a soul sage of level 76, possessed the martial soul of a cat eagle. Apart from Poseyxi's grandson, Tangan, who ventured into the Star Doe forest to hunt soul beasts, the entirety of Shrek Academy was left with only Flinder and the arriving master. Returning to Blue Tyrant Academy, Poseyxi officially passed the first round. At this moment, the second round was underway, involving practical testing. The second soul skill, Sea Goddess Protection. With a trident in hand, Bofeng confronted the ethereal blue flames, his azure barrier standing resolute against the inferno that surged across the playground. Indeed, his opponent was Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong possessed the mutated martial soul of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, the fire dragon, whose ghostly blue flames reached scorching temperatures that were nearly impossible to escape once ensnared. The fire dragon unleashed its flames with abandon, while Lu Erlong stood with a triumphant smile upon his face. Despite possessing a millennium-old soul ring, Bofeng finds himself at a disadvantage against Lu Erlong, a soul sage, as no comparison can be made between the two. However, under the protection of the sea god, Lu Erlong's dragon flame fails to inflict any damage upon Bofeng. Is this the extent of your flames, Dean Lu Erlong? Lu Erlong smiles faintly, activating her first soul ring. Is that so? Then allow me to show you. With a swift motion, she unleashes her first soul skill, Flame Dragon Claw. Her left hand transforms into a dragon's claw, adorned with ethereal blue flames. With a sweeping strike aimed at Bofeng, the dragon claw collides with the trident. Truly worthy of the title Killing Horn, the clash of battles starkly contrasts Lu Erlong's previously gentle and graceful demeanor. It is almost unfathomable that such melodious tones could emanate from her lips. With each swing of the dragon claw, Bofeng keenly senses the fluctuations in temperature surrounding him. Lu Erlong's formidable strength affords Bofeng no opportunity to counterattack. Conversely, every strike from Lu Erlong is deftly neutralized by Bofeng. The audience continues to swell, astonished that their dean can hold her own against an opponent of equal standing, especially one who is a soul master. This duel, seemingly a straightforward contest, is defined by their physical prowess alone. Lu Erlong had previously stated that she would only utilize her first 4 soul skills. And as long as Bofeng remains standing for the duration of an incense stick, he will have passed the test. Half of the incense stick has already burned away. The battle rages on, and as Lu Erlong wipes the sweat from her brow, she is perplexed by the fact that each of her assaults is skillfully deflected by Bofeng. May I inquire why you refrain from initiating an attack and prefer to evade? This battle seems rather unexciting. Bofeng thrust the trident into the ground, smiling as he elucidated. We are merely engaging in a friendly exchange, nothing more. He continued, moreover, in the future, we shall all be part of the same academy. Given that we will frequently encounter one another, it would be unwise to hold back. As the principal, I hereby command you to initiate an attack. For the sake of our future students, I must ascertain your true combat capabilities. Lu Erlong instructed. In response, Bofeng reiterated, are you truly certain? Enough with the pleasantries. Let us proceed. Thus, the stage was set. The arrival of Wave Wind was truly magnificent. As he spoke, the trident in his grasp transformed into shimmering blue orbs and vanished. He emanated an aura of divinity and nobility, adorned with a crown of the sea god that radiated a resplendent golden light. Behind him, the ethereal figure of the sea god flickered in and out of existence. At this moment, an inexplicable power suppressed the martial souls of all present, even affecting his adversary, Lu Erlong. In a distant shop, Qian Renxue and Xiao Bai were taken aback. Lord Sea God, Wave Wind. Xiao Bai sensed that Wave Wind had unleashed the true power of the sea god, channeling divine presence. Could it be that he was facing a grave peril? In the blink of an eye, Xiao Bai vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue stood on the balcony of Wave Wind's chamber, her expression grave as she gazed towards the source of the sea god's power, which lay at the Blue Tyrant Academy. A subtle smile played on her lips. Indeed, he was concealing something. His martial soul was not merely the trident he professed. Just wait, I shall unearth the secrets that dwell within your heart. Simultaneously, Qian Renxue continued her search for any vital information within the room. Chapter 47. The Early Blessing of Progeny. Under the sea god's manifestation, Wave Wind was draped in blue and gold silks, intricately adorned with the undulating patterns of the ocean. A golden trident mark gleamed upon his forehead, while the crown of the sea god began to evolve, ripples appearing behind his head. With a golden halo that lingered long in the air, Kaze no Kaze held out his left hand, prompting Lu Erlong to realize that he had grown stronger, his aura becoming increasingly enigmatic, to the extent that even his fire dragon martial soul was utterly overwhelmed. What on earth are you? Why is it that my martial soul with a serene smile, Bofeng declared, if I win, I shall reveal it to you. Very well. Prepare yourself, he retorted. Unleashing his second soul skill, Inferno Cataclysm, the second soul ring beneath Lu Erlong radiated with brilliance as the fire dragon behind him roared. unleashing a torrent of scorching flames that surged towards Bo Feng with overwhelming force. With a gentle smile, Bo Feng slowly raised his right hand, and at that moment, countless azure light points flickered into existence, resembling tiny droplets of water suspended in the air. The second soul skill, Sea Goddess Protection, was unleashed. In an instant, those blue light points surged towards Lu Erlong, overwhelming the flames she emitted, which were crushed and transformed into white mist that gradually dissipated into the atmosphere. This was the true essence of Sea Goddess Protection, dismissing all assaults while simultaneously ensnaring the adversary. With the aid of the Sea Goddess Crown, the ocean roared and surged in tumultuous waves. In the blink of an eye, the small droplets formed by the blue light points had completely encircled Lu Erlong. Bluffing grasped gently, and beside Lu Erlong, the tiny droplets of water erupted instantaneously, inundating Lu Erlong in a relentless surge of seawater. For a moment, Lu Erlong found herself ensnared, the tide flowing freely and nearly suffocating her. In her moment of desperation, the fifth spirit ring beneath her feet blazed to life. In the instant the dark ring materialized, the water sphere enveloping Lu Erlong burst forth explosively. As it shattered, she emerged drenched, her garments thoroughly soaked. The wet fabric clung to her exquisite form, accentuating her alluring curves, causing all the students to hold their breath, fearing to miss such a captivating sight. It was well known that Dean Lu Erlong possessed an admirable physique, and the reality was undeniably impressive. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I might just pluck out your eyes. With this fierce declaration, the crowd hastily turned away, for they knew she meant it. The waves receded, and the crown of the sea god emanated a radiant glow as the embodiment of the sea god gradually faded away. Director Lu Erlong, you have succumbed, he declared. According to the regulations, you employed your fifth soul skill, thereby violating the pre-established rules. Blue flames erupted from Lu Erlong, instantly drying her damp garments. With a sigh, she remarked, this time, I underestimated my opponent. I did not anticipate that Boss Bo would possess such formidable prowess concealed beneath the surface. With a serene smile, Bo Feng remained silent, while Lu Erlong officially announced, from this moment forth, Bo Feng shall serve as a teacher at the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy. Alongside the esteemed position of Dean, the trials of the day had concluded, leaving Bo Feng in high spirits as he busied himself at home, counting his wealth. To the point of near exhaustion. Occasionally, he would emerge to impart wisdom, and thus, the name of Teacher Bo would undoubtedly resonate throughout the entire Douluo Continent. Wind. What on earth are you up to? At that moment, Xiaobai descended from the skies, as if from another realm. Bo Feng explained, Sister Bai, nothing significant occurred. It was merely the Dean urging me to exert my full strength. In a moment of uncontrollable impulse, I inadvertently overstepped my bounds. Xiaobai shook her head in exasperation. To be more cautious next time. After all, we are in Heaveno City, and should your identity be unveiled, the Spirit Hall would not be merciful. Wolfing nodded in acknowledgement, and Lu Erlong glanced at the petite figure beside him. Having previously visited the general store, she naturally recognized the individual accompanying Wolfing. Greetings, Boss Bai, she said. Following the sound, Xiao Bai turned her gaze towards Lu Erlong and inquired, Are you the Dean of Lambo Academy? Indeed. I have seen you from a distance during my past visits to the general store, Lu Erlong replied. Xiao Bai scrutinized Lu Erlong for a moment and could not help but nod in approval. Quite impressive. A level 78 soul sage at such a tender age. Your future accomplishments shall undoubtedly be remarkable. Thank you for your kind words, Boss Bai. Lu Erlong expressed his gratitude. Boss Bai, you will officially assume your position tomorrow. I kindly ask that you do not arrive late. Naruto nodded slightly, bidding farewell to Lu Erlong before departing with Bai. Wind brother. Sister Bai has found you a wonderful companion. The breeze gently brushed against Bo Feng's face as he helplessly shook his head and remarked, Sister Bai, I am not in a hurry about my own matters, so why are you more anxious than my mother? He continued. You must understand that you are the future of our Sea God Island. Moreover, I have personally raised you. Having children sooner would only serve to strengthen our island further. Xiaobai tightly grasped Bo Feng's wrist to prevent him from fleeing once more. This time, you are not permitted to go anywhere. Sister Bai assures you that this charming individual will surely meet your expectations. With a furrowed brow, the reluctant Bo Feng was hastily dragged away by Xiao Bai towards the bustling department store. Meanwhile, in Bo Feng's room, Qian Renxue searched diligently for a considerable time, yet found not a single strand of hair. She uncovered no trace whatsoever, and before Bo Feng's return, she skillfully restored everything in the room to its original state, ensuring that no signs of disturbance were apparent. She resolved that to truly understand Bo Feng, she must remain close to him. Sister Bai, please spare me. Impossible. Affection can be nurtured gradually. You have 1 year to ensure that girl becomes pregnant. Kaze no Kaze. Qianrenxue. Oh my. This is the first time Kaze no Kaze has uttered such profanity. Realizing that something is amiss, Qianrenxue hurriedly thinks to escape. If she truly were with child, what a calamity that would be. Qian Daolu. I am filled with anticipation. At that moment, the door swung open, and Qianrenxue sat on the edge of the bed, her small hands tightly clenched, her heart racing with anxiety. This was her inaugural moment of genuine contact with Kaze no Kaze. Xiaobai forcibly pulled Kaze no Kaze into the room, and in an instant, the atmosphere shifted. Bluffing gazed at the enchanting Qianrenxue, seated upon the bed, momentarily taken aback. She was not the same Wang Shui he had encountered earlier that morning. A mere lingering glance had led to this misunderstanding, fostered by Sister Bai's misinterpretation. Although Wang Shui was undeniably stunning, surpassing even his mother, Poseidon, in beauty, Wolfing's thoughts were far removed from such considerations as he prepared to flee. Just as he anticipated this maneuver, Xiao Bai's right hand shimmered with a cerulean glow, delivering a forceful strike to Wolfing's back. In an instant, he collapsed, descending swiftly. Under the astonished gaze of Qianrenxue, Wolfing gradually fell, leading to an unexpected and intimate encounter as their lips met. In that fleeting moment, Qianrenxue was rendered speechless, realizing her first kiss was lost. Pinned beneath Wolfing, her delicate form pressed closely against his. Her mind was a blank canvas, while Wolfing's eyelids fluttered, his thoughts racing uncontrollably. Xiao Bai, in a fit of excitement, exclaimed, "Wow! How exhilarating! It seems you truly are a match made in heaven. I shall not intrude any longer. Wishing you early blessings of offspring." Chapter 48. Spring. In truth, Xiao Bai had not departed. Instead, she clandestinely observed through the crack in the door. Meanwhile, both Wolfing and Qianrenxue found themselves in a state of bewilderment, their minds buzzing, still unable to comprehend the unfolding events, their lips lingering in proximity. Wolfing's lips subconsciously moved, a sweet, exquisite sensation enveloping him. Qianrenxue's gaze was vacant, utterly disbelieving of the events that had transpired that day. Initially intending to gather intelligence on Wolfing and simultaneously conquer him, she ultimately found herself the one bested. Not only had she suffered a loss, but she had also unwittingly invested herself in the outcome. The loss of her first kiss seemed trivial compared to the prospect of marriage. If her grandfather were to discover the truth, Wolfing would undoubtedly be in peril. Wolfing, I fear nothing, for with my mother and father by my side, I am invincible. Though Qianrenxue felt a lingering trepidation, her heart was a tempest of turmoil at that moment. Outside the door, Xiaobai stifled a laugh, exclaiming, "Win, brother! Win, brother! Allow Sister Bai to lend you a hand." Before either party could react, Xiaobai produced a small box. Upon lifting the lid, it revealed a substance of a most intriguing nature, an elixir produced by none other than her own establishment, undoubtedly a premium offering. With a quality guarantee and a 7-day return policy, it was truly an essential remedy for any outing. The powder, a delicate shade of pink, was carefully pinched between Xiao Bai's fingers before she gently blew it into the room. Odorless and tasteless, it was known colloquially as 7 times for its capacity to invigorate the senses throughout the night. Rumor had it that sales had been remarkably brisk. On the inaugural day of its release, gentlemen from all corners of the city had flocked to procure it. As the powder permeated the atmosphere, the room was soon aglow with shimmering pink halos. Wolfing cast a glance around, hastily rising to his feet, the lingering fragrance still evident at the corner of his lips. Unfortunately, the potency of the medicine was overwhelming, leaving his head in a hazy stupor. Similarly, Qianrenxue felt an intense heat coursing through her body, her gaze towards Wolfing growing increasingly infatuated. In that moment, Qianrenxue resembled an angel who had descended into the room, her alabaster skin adorned with a delicate blush, her slender wrist encircling Wolfing's waist. Then she boldly leaned in for a kiss. Though Wolfing expressed his refusal, his heart yearned for the connection. Observing this, Xiaobai chuckled softly, realizing that this mischievous lad had finally fallen into his trap. For a year, ever since Wolfing's general store had flourished, amassing wealth and attracting countless customers, he had become the object of admiration. Coupled with his striking good looks, a significant portion of his charm was inherited from Poseidon. The city was not devoid of noble women who had made advances towards him on more than one occasion. Yet, to no avail, as Wolfing had sent them all away. Indeed, he had dismissed them. Witnessing Wolfing's prolonged singlehood, Xiaobai was understandably anxious. Before leaving the island, The high priest had specifically instructed him that this was a matter of utmost importance. Hence, this plan had been meticulously conceived by Si Bai over a considerable period. Everything was prepared, save for Qian Rengshu's involvement. It was truly serendipitous had Qian Rengshu utilized her soul bone to conceal her identity and assumed the guise of an ordinary woman. Si Bai's plan would have been rendered impossible. It is well acknowledged that Qian Rengshu's beauty is eternally captivating, and thus, she became the focus of Xiao Bai's intentions, firmly securing her presence. Fearing that Qian Rengshu might evade him, once the deed was accomplished and a child was born, everything would naturally fall into place. Xiao Bai gave Bufeng an approving thumbs up before quietly closing the door. Bufeng opened one eye, summoning the last vestiges of strength within his body to catch a glimpse of the departing figure of Xiao Bai, who wore a gentle smile. Sister Bai. Sister Bai. In truth, it is not entirely Xiao Bai's fault. Bufeng has been raised by her since childhood. Poseidon is the great patron of Sea God Island, tirelessly engaged in its affairs. At times, his duties consume him for several consecutive days, leaving him out of sight. Consequently, the responsibility of caring for little Bufeng naturally fell upon Xiao Bai. On the surface, Bufeng referred to Xiao Bai as his elder sister. However, in a different light, Xiao Bai was akin to a stepmother to Bufeng. Who wouldn't desire their son to marry and start a family at an early age? Moreover, the people in this world mature swiftly. It is no wonder that his mother, Poseidon, often urged him onward, especially considering Bufeng was once a promising young man. Yet, when in Rome, one must adhere to local customs. Qian Renxue felt entirely numb. Her body unwilling, yet the potency of the medicine crafted by Bufeng was undeniably formidable. In a state of reluctant compliance, the two gradually drew closer. Xiao Bai leaned against the door, listening to the sounds emanating from within with a satisfied smile. Great patron, the task you entrusted to me has been successfully accomplished. Now it is Bufeng's turn to take the lead. Today, Xiao Bai was in high spirits, instructing that no matter who might come, they were not to disturb Bufeng. As night fell, shrouded in mist in the allure of spring's embrace, Bufeng sat languidly in the corner of the room, while Qian Renxue's eyes brimmed with tears. What on earth was happening? Fortunately, in the final moments, Bufeng adeptly utilized the sea god's crown to dispel the effects of the medicine, averting the culmination of the ordeal. However, aside from that last step, everything else had progressed quite similarly. This was merely a small portion of the powder from the seventh sun, had Xiao Bai procured a larger quantity initially. The outcome would have been significantly intensified. One night could yield far more than merely 7 encounters. Bufeng gazed at Qian Rengshu, who was curled up in bed, her eyes devoid of light, silently shedding tears. I am sorry. This time it is my fault. I will take responsibility for you. Qian Rengshu turned her gaze to Bufeng, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Responsible? Can you truly bear the weight of that responsibility? Do you understand the enormity of the trouble it will bring you? Trouble? The gentle breeze swayed as Bufeng shook his head, then settled beside Qian Rengshu. Events had transpired. And although their final step had not been directly warned against by Qian Rengshu's piercing gaze, Bufeng felt it inappropriate to broach the subject again. This matter had already been firmly established, and I could not evade my responsibilities. Might I inquire your name? Qian Rengshu took a deep breath and replied, Wang Shui. Wang Shui. Bufeng nodded, acknowledging it as a fine name. The situation had escalated beyond Qian Rengshu's control. Returning was no longer an option, with Shui Qinghe in the palace. She could find solace in her current surroundings. The true identity of Bufeng is the only aspect she truly values. For an entire year, she is engaged in conversation with Bufeng under the guise of Shui Qinghe. She has shrouded this big boy in mystery, and deep within her heart, she has long designated Bufeng as her quarry. As a competent hunter, the pursuit and conquest of her prey is Qian Renxue's mission. Now, the roles of both have been reversed. The wind has transformed into a hunter, while Qian Renxue has become the prey. Their friendship, though amiable, is confined solely to Shui Qinghe and Bufeng, not extending to Qian Renxue and Bufeng. The events have unfolded, though the final act remains unexecuted. If Qian Renxue wishes to marry, this notion casts a considerable shadow upon her heart. A woman's chastity is of utmost importance, particularly for one of Qian Renxue's stature. The six-winged angel epitomizes purity and sanctity. Presently, Qian Renxue casts a glance at Bufeng and lets out a resigned sigh. Perhaps it is worth exploring possibilities. After all, what if it proves suitable? Chapter 49. Spouses. I ask you. Qian Renxue suddenly adopts a serious tone. Kaze no Kaze nodded slightly and inquired earnestly. Have you truly considered it? Are you prepared to take responsibility for me and to be with me? Bufeng took a deep breath and nodded solemnly, saying, I have made up my mind. Although this turn of events is not of my choosing, it has nonetheless transpired. Though Qian Rinxue's gaze warned me, it was not entirely unfounded. I am not a beast. I shall fulfill what I have spoken. Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, then continued to inquire. I have many enemies from my youth. If they were to discover our association, it could prove detrimental to me. What would you do? The reason she posed such a question was that Qian Rinxue concealed her true identity, opting to invoke her adversaries in place of her future grandfather. Should they grasp the entirety of the situation, they might very well come in person. To ensure Bofeng's safety, it was imperative that neither her grandfather nor she be made aware of this matter. Fortunately, Uncle Shi had a good rapport with her and would not divulge this information. Furthermore, the presence of the title Douluo by Bofeng's side only solidified Qian Rinxue's conviction. He is no ordinary individual. Kaze no Kaze, with unwavering determination, declared, I shall strike them down with resolute force, ensuring that they cannot inflict even the slightest harm upon you, until they are utterly vanquished. Very well, Qian Rinxue nodded. I shall hold you to your promise made today. From this moment forth, we are united as husband and wife. Bofeng, what? Are you unwilling? Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow. Gazing at Bofeng's reluctant expression, Kazekage hastily shook his head, exclaiming, No. It is merely that I have suddenly acquired a wife, and such a beautiful one at that. I find it exceedingly difficult to comprehend, truly akin to a dream. Qian Rinxue smiled softly. Might you share with me where you hail from? Bofeng gazed at Qian Rinxue, recalling the words of his mother. She had once warned him that the continent was unlike the sea god island, where the waters ran deep. If one did not possess complete trust in another, it was imperative to refrain from revealing one's true identity, lest unnecessary troubles ensue. After much contemplation, Bofeng smiled and said, Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Bofeng, bearer of the Trident Martial Spirit, a level 44 Battle Soul Master. Hailing from an island on the outskirts of Hanhai City, my sister's name is Xiaobai, and in truth, I also have a mother. But it has been my sister who has cared for me since my early years. I must admit, it was only upon arriving in Tiando City that I came to realize the truth. My sister is, in fact, a title de law. Upon hearing Bofeng's words, Qian Rinxue could only regard him with a sense of skepticism. This morning, the power Bofeng displayed was on par with that of his six-winged angel, perhaps even surpassing it. Qian Rinxue inquired earnestly, Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Kaze no Kaze promptly nodded, affirming, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. We are indeed husband and wife. In the future, we shall walk hand in hand, leaving no room for deceit. A husband never lies to his wife, he vowed. And a wife never deceives her husband, Qian Rinxue declared with equal conviction. Their gazes met, and within their eyes, one could discern a crystalline clarity that revealed their true selves. There was no hint of ulterior motives, only an earnest sincerity towards one another. In truth, they had both misled each other. Each sought the other's well-being, as Qian Rinxue harbored concerns that her grandfather might come for them unexpectedly. Bofeng harbored trepidation for the sea god island, as it was referred to as the Devil's Island by all on the mainland. Moreover, Bofeng feared the presence of Wang Shuo. Should the spirit hall uncover his true identity, it would spell dire consequences for Wang Shuo. Although this was their first formal encounter, it was not entirely accurate, for they had known each other for a year since Qian Rinxue was still known as Shui Qinghe. During this time, they had shared their innermost thoughts on numerous occasions. Otherwise, Qian Rinxue would not have so readily accepted Bofeng. After a year, even the most stoic of hearts would harbor some affection. Upon finishing their words, they exchanged a smile and embraced tightly. The night was destined to be long, as Bofeng held Qian Rinxue in his arms, both lying on the bed, finding it difficult to succumb to slumber. Both Bofeng and Qian Rinxue were feeling quite unwell. Even though the effects of the medicine had dissipated, its lingering properties still persisted. Sister Bai, I truly have the best sister, Bofeng lamented. Qian Rinxue's face flushed slightly as she replied, Dear, please refrain from complaining. Your sister is only looking out for your well-being. Otherwise, we wouldn't have spent such a quiet night. Early the next morning, Bofeng, needing to head to Lamba Academy for his duties, woke up unusually early. Fengdi, how did it go last night? Xiaobai suddenly appeared from nowhere, inquiring about the events of the previous evening. Bofeng found himself at a loss when it came to addressing his sister, unsure of how to articulate the tumult of emotions stirring within him. All he could do was give a silent thumbs up and quietly move aside to partake in breakfast. Meanwhile, Xiaobai remained undeterred, seated beside Bofeng, and once again inquired, between his siblings, how is it with Wang Shui? Bofeng was met with the curious inquiries of Xiaobai. And if he did not respond, Wang Shui would surely speak up. It has all been resolved. Everything has been accomplished. Sister Bai, are you pleased now? In truth, only the final step remained, while everything else was practically set in stone. Upon hearing these words, a smile blossomed within Xiaobai's heart. Her exceptionally clever younger brother. Who would have thought she would outsmart him one day? The mere thought filled her with excitement. At that moment, Qianren Shui descended, casting her gaze upon Xiaobai once more. Following her line of sight, Xiaobai wore a slight smile, as everything unfolded just as she had anticipated. Qianren Shui's face flushed crimson, and she sauntered over to Xiaobai's side. Sister-in-law, please take a seat. From now on, we are family. Xiaobai quickly pulled Qianren Shui down to sit and then proclaimed, if anyone dares to bully you in the future, just invoke Sister Bai's name, and let us see who would dare to lay a hand on you. And you, Feng Di, treat Xiao Shui well from now on. Let us strive to welcome a lovely little one next year. Ahem, ahem. Kazekage wiped his mouth with a tissue and hurriedly said, well, Sister Bai, I must head to the academy now. Today marks my first day at work, and I absolutely cannot be late. I'll take my leave. With that, Kazekage quickly departed, genuinely fearful that Xiaobai might bring up unnecessary matters. Once Kazekage had vanished from sight, Xiaobai placed her hands on her hips, exclaiming helplessly, this rascal. Even after starting a family, he still neglects his elder sister. If it weren't for me. Beside her, Qian Rushue leisurely savored her breakfast, as she needed to swiftly acclimate to her new surroundings. Xiaobai, with her innocent and kind-hearted nature, treated everyone well, although she did possess a somewhat cunning side. Aside from that, she had no major flaws. Chapter 50. The arrival of the wife today marked Kazekage's formal induction as a teacher and the director of Blue Baron Academy. Upon entering the academy gates, a steady stream of students was already making their way inside, and along the route, they greeted Kazekage one by one. His battle and performance from the previous day had not gone unnoticed. Moreover, as the director, he was primarily responsible for overseeing the students. Wufeng returned the greeting with a smile and proceeded into the office that had been prepared in advance by the academy. In the bustling department store, Qian Rengshu remained alone in Wufeng's room after finishing her breakfast. Meanwhile, Xiaobai was busy attending to the store's affairs. The goods from Hanhai City had arrived, and she needed to arrange their distribution across the Douluo Continent. As Qian Rengshu surveyed the immaculate room, she felt a sense of boredom in her solitude. Just yesterday, she had been Zweeking, but today she found herself transformed into a dutiful wife. Although still grappling with her new identity, she needed to adapt swiftly. Throughout her year of interacting with Wufeng under the guise of Zweeking, a flicker of affection had developed within her, which explained her rapid acceptance of Wufeng. Rather than languishing in boredom, Qian Rengshu decided it would be more worthwhile to visit Lamba Academy and seek out Wufeng, hoping to uncover any clues about his activities. Resolute, she exited the room and made her way down the stairs. She observed Xiaobai instructing the staff, while the shop front was filled with carts laden with goods destined for various locations. Sister, Qian Rengshu called out. Xiaobai turned, her face lighting up upon seeing her sister-in-law. Sister, why are you here instead of staying in your room? Xiaobai was quite pleased with her sister-in-law and was determined to ensure that Qian Rengshu did not touch anything. Qian Rengshu's primary role was to bear children. Sister, I plan to go to Lamba Academy. Lamba Academy? Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with understanding and she chuckled. Could it be that you're longing for Wufeng? Qian Rengshu's cheeks flushed as she nodded shyly. Go ahead. After all, my little brother is teaching at the academy. He has little to occupy himself with at the store, aside from training. For the most part, I have been the one managing things this past year. With a sigh, Xiaobai rubbed her aching temples. What can I say? I raised her myself. With Xiaobai's consent, Qian Rengshu set out on her own. Though Xiaobai considered sending a few individuals to ensure Qian Rengshu's safety, her sister-in-law declined the offer. The store was busy, and fewer hands would only add to the workload. As a soul master, Xiaobai felt confident that no one in Tiando City would dare to harm Qian Rengshu. Once outside the store, Qian Rengshu made her way towards Lamba Academy, which was not far, and she arrived shortly. Wearing a veil to conceal her exquisite beauty, she wished to avoid drawing unwanted attention. After ensuring her surroundings were secure, she approached a hidden location, a secret stronghold arranged by the Wuhuan Hall, known only to a select few. Uncle Shi, you have arrived, Qian Rengshu said, removing her veil. The elderly man with the serpent spear inquired, Young master, how has the mission progressed? Qian Rengshu nodded. I have successfully infiltrated the department store. The elder raised an eyebrow, and? I have married Wufeng. I am now his wife. The elder gasped, Young master. Could it be that you too? Qianrengshi silently nodded, prompting a long sigh from the serpent spear elder. Young master, how am I to explain this to the Grand Offering and His Holiness the Pope? Protecting Qianrengshi was his duty, yet she had wed a stranger. As the heir of the Wuhuan Hall, her status was noble and unique, not something just anyone could match. In the elder's eyes, Wolfing was merely a businessman, tainted with the scent of copper, unworthy of the young master. Young master, he lamented, even if I remain silent, the Pope and the Grand Offering will inevitably discover the truth. With their capabilities, uncovering the reality of the situation would be a matter of ease. Wolfing had a titled Douluo by his side, and among the Wuhuan Hall, only 3 individuals possessed a 10,000-year soul ring. Qianrengshi remarked, in other words, aside from my grandfather, neither the Golden Crocodile Elder nor anyone else could rival Sister Xiaobai. She posed a question, Uncle Shi, are you a match for Sister Xiaobai? The elder firmly shook his head. The disparity between an ordinary titled Douluo and one with a 10,000-year soul ring was monumental. Good morning. In a spacious office meticulously prepared in advance, Bo Feng found himself immersed in his surroundings, a room spanning over 100 square meters. The office was equipped with all necessary amenities, and as he settled into a chair, he glanced over the week's lesson schedule laid out on the desk. This afternoon, he was set to teach a class. Engrossed in his textbooks, Bo Feng diligently prepared for the upcoming lesson. The soft rustle of paper and scratching of pen filling the air. With the morning stretching before him, he spent time perusing everything related to the Blue Tyrant Academy. By day, he instructed students, and by night, he returned home to his wife, savoring the sweetness of life. In his previous single days, he had faced countless nudges from Xiaobai and Poseidon to settle down, yet remained unmoved. Recently, Xiaobai devised a scheme that nearly led them to a more intimate encounter, leaving them on the precipice, having seen and done much, save for the final step. The sensation was undeniably thrilling. A sudden knock interrupted his thoughts. Come in, he called. A student entered. What is it? Director, your wife has arrived. Oh. What did you say? Who has come? Bo Feng repeated, his curiosity piqued. Your wife is at the academy entrance. Before the student could finish, Bo Feng vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Qianrengshi, adorned in a veil, awaited at the academy's entrance. Despite concealing her exquisite beauty, her graceful figure sparked considerable commotion among passers-by, with whispers filling the air about who could be so fortunate. Not far away, Bo Feng's figure approached steadily. Qianrengshi smiled as she moved towards him. What brings you here? With a playful grin, she replied, I thought of you and came. Am I not welcome? How could that be? Please, come in. It's quite chilly outside. With that, Bo Feng took her hand, leading her into the academy, drawing the attention of numerous students along the way. Who would have imagined that the youthful Bo Feng had married such a stunning beauty? Her allure accentuated by the mystery of her veil. Chapter 51. Departure to Soto City. Lair of the human-faced demon spider, Qianrengshi, followed Bo Feng into the office. Did you come alone? Where is Sister Bai? Sister Bai is busy arranging quotas for the shops across Douluo Continent. There's much to be done. I wanted to help, but she insisted I refrain, saying my task is. As she spoke, Qianrenshi's cheeks flushed. To have children, Bo Feng interjected. At that, Qianrengshi cast a playful glare at him, her face blooming with color. Wolfing smiled without uttering a word. This matter had been reiterated by Xiaobai countless times, and over time, Wolfing had grown numb to it. Days passed one after another, and throughout the course of these 2 months, Qianrengshi had seamlessly integrated into this big family. During the day, Wolfing taught classes, and at night, he returned to spend time with Qianrengshi, leading a life of delightful contentment. One night, Wolfing sat in his room, gazing at the paper in his hand, suddenly enveloped in silence. Indeed, Poseidon had written, urging him to respond. The letter read, My son, I have heard from Xiaobai that you have taken a wife, and she is quite beautiful. Though I disapprove of Xiaobai's methods, if she can bear children, then this is the only way to deal with you. Wolfing's expression darkened. After all, it was his own mother who favored Xiaobai over him. The contents of the letter continued. You are given 1 year to provide me with a son. Ever since your father departed, I have been alone on Sea God Island, and I am nearly rusting away. Hurry and bring forth a child. If there is no progress after a year, do not blame me for coming to the mainland to supervise you personally. After reading the letter, Wolfing sighed deeply. Thinking to himself, I am not anxious, yet my mother is. After incinerating the correspondence, Wolfing picked up another stack of papers. In his hands was the quota for the next shipment to Soto City, requiring his signature for confirmation. 2 months had passed since then. Ning Rongrong had already set out for Shrek Academy, and by this time, she was likely undergoing the rigorous training from the master. It seemed he would need to make a personal visit, Wolfing murmured. My dear, what troubles you? You appear quite distressed, said Qianrenxue, who approached in her nightclothes. Her hair still damp. What could possibly be troubling me? It is merely my mother pressing me, he replied. If Qianrenxue's condition did not show any signs, it was likely that his mother would come to the mainland herself. She was a woman of her word, and that would certainly create complications. Wolfing shook his head slightly, dismissing the matter. It's nothing. I have taken a leave of absence for a while and plan to visit Soto City. Would you care to accompany me for a stroll? Soto City? What is your purpose in going there? Qianrenxue inquired, puzzled. I recall it being merely a small town, far less prosperous than Heaveno City. Bofeng chuckled. Staying here for so long, don't you find it unbearably dull? Qianrenxue silently nodded. Little did he know. She had spent countless years in this place, previously assuming the identity of Shueqinghe. Now married, her days with Bofeng were quite comfortable. And an occasional stroll outside was also pleasant. Just now, a letter from her mother arrived. Qianrenxue inquired, what did mother write in her letter? Naruto. With a mischievous grin, suggested, let us hasten to add a little one. Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue's face instantly flushed with color, and she swiftly burrowed into her bedding. Wolfing smiled wryly. It had been merely half a month since their marriage, and they had already consummated their union. Yet, there was no sign of a pregnancy. Who could be blamed for that? It was only the first month. How could one expect to discern such matters so swiftly? Thus, on the following day, Wolfing and Qianrenxue boarded a carriage destined for Soto City. After taking leave from the Blue Basha Academy, they bid farewell to Sibai. Laden with the necessary goods for the Soto City shop, and the caravan set forth from the city in grand procession. Unbeknownst to them, the Serpent Spear Elder had been trailing them all along. Regarding the time shared between Qianrenxue and Wolfing, Qiandaolu remained oblivious, shrouded in ignorance. The journey was long, and the carriage inevitably swayed. Inside, Wolfing and Qianrenxue leaned against each other. The journey from Tiando City to Soto City would take at least 2 days. Braving the rigors of travel, both Wolfing and Qianrenxue, as soul masters, possessed the fortitude to endure. Moreover, the porters responsible for transporting the goods were originally members of the Purple Pearl Pirate Group, indicating that those accompanying Wolfing were all soul masters. The sheer volume of cargo was immense, with a total value exceeding several 100,000 gold soul coins. They continued their journey until the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the landscape in the warm glow of twilight. Kaze no Kaze instructed the group to rest in place, for they found themselves amidst a dense forest, rarely frequented by either people or spirit masters. The others promptly dismounted from the carriage and commenced the gathering of materials to prepare their meal on the spot. As Bofeng and Qianrenxue sat in the carriage, they scrutinized the map in their hands. Having departed from Heaveno City, they were but a day's journey away from Soto City. This forest bordered the Stardoe Forest, representing the outermost region, where soul beasts were scarcely encountered. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Bofeng and Qianrenxue finished their meal and prepared to return to the carriage for rest. At that moment, an inexplicable sound emanated from the depths of the forest. The air was thick with a faint purple haze, and several companions began to feel dizzy, with some even succumbing to nausea. It was toxic. Bofeng hastily shielded Qianrenxue as, deep within the forest, a multitude of crimson eyes emerged. Their numbers were staggering, each creature possessing a body diameter exceeding 3 meters. These grotesque spiders, with legs resembling long spears that extended over 3 meters, were entirely clad in a black exoskeleton. The slender tips of their elongated legs silently pierced the ground with each step, revealing their keen sharpness. Human-faced demon spiders, Bofeng exclaimed in astonishment. Why are there so many? After a quick estimation, Bofeng realized that there were no fewer than dozens of these humanoid demonic spiders present, each at least 3,000 years old. Could it be that they had stumbled upon their lair? Shui, I will hold them off. You must flee at once, Bofeng urged. However, Qianrenxue firmly grasped Bofeng's arm, expressing her discontent. What foolish words are you speaking? As husband and wife, we should share both joys and hardships. They may be numerous, but let us not forget that we are all soul masters here. Moreover, the elder Shimao is nearby. For the safety of our young master, he will intervene at any moment. Naruto surveyed the surroundings, and before the battle had even commenced, his companions were already nearly incapacitated by poison. Their faces were a ghastly shade of purple, and without having engaged in combat, nearly half of them had already lost their fighting capability. Boss, What shall we do? Let us confront these beasts. We are all soul masters. Should we truly fear them? Let us fight. Let us fight. The moment Wave Wind waved his hand, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Among them, directly facing Wave Wind, was a grotesque 8-meter-tall humanoid spider, its maw dripping with repulsive viscous fluid. I had encountered records of this creature in the archives of Blue Tyrant Academy. This was no ordinary humanoid spider. It was none other than the Spider Monarch. Wolfing's expression turned grave as he remarked, at least 70,000 years of cultivation. This situation has truly become dire. Chapter 52, Battling the Demon Spider Alone, The Secrets of Bluffing. The colossal human-faced Spider King loomed before Qian Rengshu. And even with her own intervention, she would undoubtedly face considerable challenges. Uncle Shi should be nearby. But with my husband here, will Uncle Shi intervene? Time passed slowly. And the horde of human-faced demon spiders watched them with predatory intent, fixating not only on them but also on the goods behind them. This shipment was primarily composed of dried goods and jerky. The demon spiders must have been lured by the enticing aroma. The sheer number of these creatures made Wolfing's scalp tingle. At this juncture, they could not afford to lose the cargo, nor could they allow any harm to come to themselves. Prior to marrying Qian Rengshu, Wolfing had vowed not to deceive her. Now, however, he could no longer afford to ponder such matters. Take my wife and leave. I shall hold them off, he declared. With that, the soul rings beneath his feet illuminated, one yellow, two purple, and one black. Nearby, the elder with the snake spear couldn't help but be taken aback, exclaiming, 1 century. 2 millennia. 1 10,000-year ring. How has he achieved this? Throughout the past 2 months, the elder had been diligently safeguarding Qian Rengshu's safety while quietly observing Bluffing. Yet, the man remained an enigma, and the elder's understanding of him was far from complete. Now, witnessing the 4 soul rings beneath Bluffing, he resolved to ensure the safety of both Qian Rengshu and Bluffing. Previously puzzled as to why the young master would wed an ordinary man, he now recognized the brilliance of this individual. First soul skill, Spear of the Sea. The trident, adorned with shimmering blue points of light, was launched by Bluffing, striking precisely at the most vulnerable point in their defenses. In an instant, 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spiders were obliterated. Their exoskeletons, though remarkably tough, could not withstand the might of the sea god's weapon. While it might not compare to the genuine one from Sea God Island, it was more than sufficient to deal with the human-faced demon spiders. Quickly, take my wife and proceed down that path. Do not look back, Bluffing commanded. With that, he unleashed a blue point of light from his right hand, enveloping Qian Rengshu and all present in the gentle power of the ocean. Breaking through the encirclement of the demon spiders, the human-faced Spider King erupted in fury, uttering words that were lost in the chaos. As 1/3 of the demon spiders pursued them, watching Bluffing grow increasingly distant, tears filled Qian Rengshu's eyes, no matter how fervently she called out. The power of the ocean carried them far away. With his worries cast aside, Bluffing resolved to unleash his true strength. Sea God, manifest. The ethereal figure of the sea god emerged behind him, and the diadem began to radiate a golden halo, draped in a blue and gold robe. It seemed as though the sound of crashing waves echoed from behind him, standing proudly with the trident in hand. Wave Wind resembled a deity of the sea descended upon the mortal realm. Not far atop the cliff, the serpent spear elder nodded in approval, recognizing the commendable qualities of this Wave Wind individual. In a moment of peril, he had courageously ensured the safe passage of the young master, valiantly confronting a throng of human-faced demon spiders alone. Among them was the formidable 7,000-year-old human-faced Spider Monarch, which would undoubtedly require considerable thought and effort for even him to vanquish completely. At present, the young master was of paramount importance, prompting the serpent spear elder to set forth. First, he would rescue the young master, and then attend to Wave Wind. After the departure of Qian Rengshu, the human-faced demon spiders launched an assault on Wave Wind. They brandished their robust spider spears, directing a flurry of thrusts at him. Meanwhile, they incessantly expelled faintly purple spider silk, which subtly exuded a sweet yet acrid aroma. This silk harbored a deadly toxin, capable of inducing paralysis in the nervous system. With a trident in hand, Wave Wind swings with each strike accompanied by splashes of deep violet blood, the lifeblood of the monstrous human-faced spider. Severed limbs and dismembered arms lay scattered in disarray. In mere moments, these arachnids are rendered limbless. Some have had all 8 of their legs cleaved away, leaving only their heads and bodies feebly thrashing upon the ground. With the trident in hand, Bluffing sought their liberation. In the realm of one-on-one combat, Bluffing had yet to suffer defeat, his mastery of the trident unparalleled. particularly in the state of being possessed by the sea god. These monstrous spiders posed no threat to him whatsoever. Meanwhile, Qian Rengshu and her companions had been transported to a secure area. All her companions lay unconscious. And as Qian Rengshu struggled to rise, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Observing her unfamiliar surroundings, it seemed she had indeed escaped peril. "Oh no. My husband is still fighting. I must return," Qian Rengshu declared, wielding the sword of angels as golden angelic wings unfurled from her back, intent on aiding Wufeng. Just then, a horde of human-faced spiders descended upon her, their numbers considerable, amounting to over a dozen. Among them was a 10,000-year-old beast, the others being 1,000 years old. As they launched their assault, a serpent spear descended from above, its shockwaves obliterating several nearby human-faced spiders instantly. Uncle Shi, the elder wielding the serpent spear, appeared before Qian Rengshu. Brandishing his weapon, his soul rings glowing. 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black. A title Douluo. The serpent spear Douluo. Gripping the serpent spear tightly, he transformed into a cascade of golden lightning. In the blink of an eye, the swarm of spiders was annihilated. "Young master, are you unharmed?" Qian Rengshu shook her head, her urgency palpable. "No, Uncle Shi, you must hurry and save him. I cannot be without Wufeng." The serpent spear Douluo reassured her. "Young master, for the time being, Wufeng is not in grave danger." "Why?" Qian Rengshu inquired, confused. "Before my arrival, I took the liberty of observing Wufeng. To my astonishment, his prowess surpasses even mine. His movements with the trident are not only swift but powerful, each action executed with remarkable precision," the serpent spear Douluo exclaimed in admiration. "For the immediate future, he should be safe. Moreover, his martial soul is not the trident, but rather a person." "A person?" Qian Rengshu asked, intrigued. "Uncle Shi, what does that person look like?" The serpent spear Douluo shook his head gently. "I could not discern clearly. I only vaguely heard Wufeng utter the words, 'possessed by the sea god.' It must be true. Possessed by the sea god. The sea god. The sea god island." Qian Rengshu murmured, realization dawning upon her. The serpent spear Douluo nodded. "In our battle from years past, the losses we incurred were substantial. It is highly probable that Wufeng hails from there. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for a title Douluo to accompany him. Furthermore, Wufeng's martial soul must indeed be that of the sea god. Do you recall when the Grand Offering allied with Tangan to battle the sea god Douluo Poseidon?" Qian Rengshu nodded, recalling the event vividly. "Of course, I remember. Back then, my grandfather and the leader of the Haotian sect, Tangan, joined forces yet were unable to defeat Poseidon." "Wufeng. Poseidon. Wufeng. Poseidon." Qian Rengshu's eyes widened in disbelief. The sea god martial soul. Sharing the same surname as Poseidon, could he be the son of the sea god Douluo Poseidon? The serpent spear Douluo's expression turned grave. If that is the case, this explanation holds water. He must indeed be the son of the sea god Douluo Poseidon. Chapter 53. The Sea Goddess Might. External soul bone, what a fearsome lineage. No wonder he can connect with the 7 treasures, glazed tile school. "Young master, this matter is of utmost importance. The sea god island is our sworn enemy." Qian Rengshu sighed. "Let us keep this from grandfather for now. I am his wife now. Regardless of whether he comes from the sea god island or is the son of the sea god Douluo Poseidon. From the beginning to the end, I have been his wife, and this matter shall be treated as if it never occurred." "Uncle Shi, you," the serpent spear Douluo chuckled softly, nodding in agreement, indicating that he would keep this secret. Just as the two prepared to rescue Wufeng, the night sky was suddenly illuminated by a brilliant blue-gold radiance, drawing the attention of Qian Rengshu and the serpent spear Douluo. They were astonished to discover in the air stood the formidable Wave Wind, wielding a trident that radiated a brilliant golden light. The immense aura caused the serpent spear spirit of the Douluo to tremble slightly, signifying its submission. Adorning his forehead was the crown of the sea god, emanating a dazzling golden halo. At this moment, Qian Rengshu was certain that Wave Wind must be the son of the sea god Douluo Poseidon. Where there is a mother, there is bound to be a son. A sudden thought brought a smile to Qian Rengshu's face. Her grandfather had once recounted his pursuit of Poseidon alongside Tang Chun, only to be rejected. In an instant, Qian Rengshu's expression changed dramatically at the mention of Tang Chun. Gazing up at Wave Wind's figure, she exclaimed, "My husband! My husband! How many secrets lie buried within your heart? If your father truly is Tang Chun, then our ties with the Spirit Hall would indeed be irreconcilable. As the heir of the Spirit Hall, I have unwittingly wed the son of Poseidon." Qian Rengshu's intellect was unparalleled. Everything seemed like a cruel twist of fate. Her grandfather's failed pursuit of Wave Wind's mother now felt like a laughable irony. What of the present? Here I am, having married you without a second thought. The Spirit Hall and Sea God Island, as well as the Haotian sect, are sworn enemies. Could our union ignite the very spark that leads to their enmity? On this side, the ground is littered with severed limbs and lifeless bodies. A multitude of man-faced demons lie vanquished. Even the man-faced Spider King, at this moment, bears countless wounds. Under the influence of the Sea God's crown and the radiance of the Sea God, the man-faced Spider King ultimately succumbs to the might of Bofeng. With a resounding invocation of the fourth soul skill, Sea God's Tremor, this strike, imbued with the power of the ocean, surged forth as tumultuous waves, while the golden trident soared directly ahead, intermingled with golden lightning. The man-faced Spider King and the remaining man-faced demons transformed into a violet rain of light, gradually dissipating into the air at a visibly accelerated rate. The matter has reached a conclusion. Bofeng gently descended, retracting his Sea God martial spirit. In the space where the man-faced Spider King once stood, two objects floated in midair. Upon arriving at the location where the Spider Queen had vanished, Bofeng discovered the presence of soul bones. Moreover, there were two of them, each being 70,000 years old, a treasure of immense value. My dear husband. Not far away, Qian Rinxue rushed over and, in a moment of emotional turmoil, threw herself into Bofeng's embrace, weeping softly. You frightened me to death. I thought you were gone. Qian Rinxue gently thumped Bofeng's chest in a display of relief. Bofeng gently tousled Qian Rinxue's hair, affectionately stating, I assure you, all is well. The face Spider King and the face Demon Spider have both perished, leaving behind two soul bones of considerable value. Qian Rinxue promptly shook her head, replying, No, thank you. These soul bones are not suited for me. They are better off with you. In truth, Qian Rinxue had already possessed a soul bone, a legacy of angelic armor passed down through her family for generations. Seeing her unwavering insistence, Bofeng relented, intending to seize the opportunity to find an open space where he could sit cross-legged and begin absorbing the two soul bones. Gradually, several comrades returned, having thoroughly eliminated the face demon spider swarm. These two soul bones were exceedingly formidable. One was the left leg bone of the 70,000-year-old face Spider King, while the other was rather unique. During the absorption process, it quietly adhered to Bofeng's back. Could it possibly be a vertebra? That seemed improbable. The Sea God's crown emitted a radiance of divine light, enveloping Bofeng, with the relentless resentment of the face Spider King illuminated by the divine light. The malice dissipated without a trace. Qian Rinxue sat nearby, observing Bofeng as he silently absorbed the soul bones, her heart a tumult of emotions. Should you ever discover your true identity in the future, would Bofeng? At that moment, Qian Rinxue suddenly covered her mouth, feeling an inexplicable urge to vomit. She hurried to a concealed spot, retching for some time, yet produced nothing. It was the first time she had experienced such a sensation. Perhaps it was merely a result of fatigue from travel. Awakening in the early morning, she found herself in a sun-drenched forest, the air crisp and refreshing. As Bofeng gradually awakened, he had completely absorbed two soul bones. The presence of the Sea God's light was indeed advantageous, alleviating any concerns regarding the resentment of the soul beasts associated with the absorption. Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation at his back. The crisp sound of metal resonated, immediately capturing the attention of his companions. Qian Rinxue rubbed her drowsy eyes, and upon witnessing Bofeng's current state, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. 8 spider legs unfurled from behind Bofeng, the spider spear a deep purple-black, its sharp tip glimmering with a chilling light. My dear, how could this be? Kaze no Kaze. He began to attempt to activate the spear of the spider behind him, only to be astonished to discover that the spear resonated with his intentions, moving freely in accordance with his desires. An external soul bone. Ha. Bofeng laughed heartily, astonished that this human-faced Spider King had produced 2 soul bones. One was a left leg bone, while the other turned out to be an external attached soul bone, truly a stroke of fortune. An external attached soul bone? Its worth is comparable to that of a 100,000-year soul ring. And there are scarcely more than 2 fingers' worth of individuals in the entire Spirit Master realm who possess such a treasure. After much contemplation, it became clear that this was indeed an external attached soul bone. With the absorption of both soul bones, Bofeng's power significantly increased. However, Qian Rinxue felt a lingering dread. With his newfound strength, the future relationship with the Spirit Hall could become precarious. That unsettling sensation returned. Qian Rinxue covered her mouth and began to retch once more, only dry heaving. Apart from feeling nauseated, there were no other symptoms. Wolfing swiftly retracted his spider spear and hurried to support Qian Rengshu, expressing his concern. What has happened to you? Why did you suddenly vomit? Could it be motion sickness? We are all soul masters. I have traveled in carriages before and have never experienced such discomfort. This condition has actually been present since last night, and I have been pondering its cause. Qian Rengshu was perplexed. In an instant, it seems that Kazekage has grasped something. Shui, could it be that Kazekage is uncertain about his own feelings? Is that so? What is it? Qianren Shui inquired. I can't possibly have made Qianren Shui realize it. Covering her mouth in disbelief, Wolfing nodded dazedly. The atmosphere was remarkably tranquil. Qian Rengshu and Wolfing exchanged glances for an extended period, for this was unmistakably a sign of pregnancy. Although it was their first experience, none could ascertain with certainty that they had succeeded on the first attempt. Consequently, Wolfing hastily assisted Qian Rengshu, cautiously helping her into the carriage, intending to investigate further upon their arrival in Soto City. Chapter 54. The arrival of new life after a day of travel. Wolfing has always been meticulously protective of Qian Rengshu, unwavering in his commitment to safeguard her. Regardless of whether she is with child, no one shall ever harm her. They have now arrived at Suatua City. As the carriage enters the department store of Suatua City, Wolfing's foremost action is to take Qian Rengshu for a medical examination. How is it? Wolfing inquires, suppressing his inner excitement. Simultaneously, Qian Rengshu feels a flutter of anxiety. It is indeed a common sentiment for a first-time mother. The doctor beams with a smile, clasping his hands in congratulations. Congratulations. Your wife is over a month pregnant. Utmost caution is advised. Upon hearing this, Qian Rengshu and Wolfing exchange a gaze filled with astonishment. Mamma mia! It is truly happening. A moment of profound realization. Wolfing is filled with excitement, while Qian Rengshu is beset by distress. What troubles her? To her astonishment, she is with child, a revelation that threatens to unveil her identity as the young master of the spirit hall. If Wolfing were to discover this, what chaos would ensue? Wolfing was filled with joy. Just a few days prior, he had received a letter from his mother, and today, to his astonishment, his dreams had come to fruition, freeing him from the burdens of worry. Without hesitation, Wolfing assisted Qian Rengshu as they strolled slowly towards the department store. K's appeared exceedingly cautious, genuinely fearful of any unforeseen mishaps. The streets basked in bright sunlight, with few pedestrians traversing the path. This place was far less bustling than the heavenly Douluo city. All right, I can walk on my own. Qianren Shui immediately expressed her displeasure. Wolfing has been exceedingly cautious. It has only been a month, and such vigilance seems unwarranted. Both he and his companion are soul masters, possessing physical capabilities that far surpass those of ordinary individuals. Yet, one must never let their guard down. From this day forth, you must remain by my side, never straying even a step away. This child is destined for greatness. Born of the union between the bearer of the six-winged angel and the possessor of the sea goddess martial spirit, with Wolfing also wielding the Haotian hammer martial spirit. This child represents the future of Sea God Island, the spirit hall. On the street, a group of individuals sprinting while carrying bamboo baskets caught Wolfing's attention. Inside the baskets were large stones, and the 7 individuals, drenched in sweat, were braving the sweltering sun in their haste. Among them were 4 men and 3 women, one of whom appeared strikingly familiar to Wolfing. Could it be Ning Rongrong? The little witch. Who is it? Ning Rongrong halted abruptly, her face contorted with anger as she scanned her surroundings. The other 6 came to a standstill, functioning as a cohesive unit, their fortunes intertwined, as taught by their master. Over here. Hi. Wolfing greeted them. The gazes of the 7 turned towards him, recognizing him as a complete stranger. Wolfing, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise, what brings you here? Upon realizing their mutual acquaintance, the group relaxed their defenses. And who might this be? Inquired a burly blond man. Allow me to introduce everyone. This is Wolfing, the proprietor of a general store and a friend of our 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong introduced. Wolfing, the shopkeeper, chorused the 6 in unison. The name of Wave Wind has resonated throughout the entirety of the Douluo Continent. His enterprises have permeated every corner of the land. And within the span of merely a year, he has ascended to become one of the most illustrious super tycoons on the continent. Even the emperors of the 2 great empires must regard him with deference. Firstly, Xiaobai, a titled Douluo, commands a sense of awe. Secondly, Wave Wind holds the lifeblood of the continent in his hands. In other words, the vast majority of the populace on Douluo Continent has become reliant on the goods he provides, much like one cannot live without sustenance. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, and thus, Everyone hurriedly greeted him. Boss wave, greetings. I am Dai Mubai, spoke the golden-haired man. My surname is Dai. Wolfing smiled and said, I understand. If the opportunity arises, please convey my regards to your father. The last time we met was 6 months ago, and I shall certainly intrude upon you again when time permits. Dai Mubai promptly shook hands with Wolfing, eagerly affirming, absolutely, absolutely. Following this, the others proceeded with their introductions. Namely, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Shuqing, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Notably, Wolfing took a moment to scrutinize Tang San and Xiao Wu. This was indeed his grandson. One could only wonder how Tang San would feel upon discovering his true lineage. As for Xiao Wu, she was a 10,000-year soul beast known as the soft-bone rabbit. Wolfing is not a title de law. One cannot discern at a mere glance. If Sister Bai were present, she would undoubtedly recognize him instantly. Tang San felt perplexed. This was his first encounter with Wolfing, yet he couldn't shake off the impression that the boss's gaze held something peculiar. Moreover, for reasons unknown. The hammer in his left hand trembled slightly, resonating with his martial soul. This boss Wolfing is no ordinary individual. His renown at such a young age on the Douluo Continent speaks volumes of his remarkable prowess. Brother Wolfing, what brings you here? Could it be that you came specifically to see me? Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed a delicate hue. In that moment, Oscar from the team felt his heart shatter. It was evident to all that Ning Rongrong harbored feelings for him. Kazuki coughed lightly. Please do not misunderstand. I have come to Soto City to replenish supplies. And I brought my wife along for a leisurely visit. Wife. This time, it was Ning Rongrong whose heart shattered. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue smiled gently. Her husband was indeed handsome. And it was only natural for him to attract the affection of other girls. Yet, they were married, and Qian Rinxue was already carrying Kazuki's child. A beacon of hope for both Sea God's Island and the Spirit Hall. Should both parties discover her pregnancy, the child would undoubtedly become a coveted prize. Who would not desire a dual god-level martial soul heir? Furthermore, the Angel clan was already sparse in numbers, and Kazuki's family was not much larger. Whether a conflict might ensue remained uncertain. Thus, Kazuki and Qian Rinxue resolved to keep this matter private, planning to quietly welcome their child into the world. When the time comes, they would address it. Any delay was advantageous. The crowd gazed at Qian Rinxue beside Kazuki, momentarily awestruck by the presence of such an exquisite beauty. Heavens. Ahem. You little rascals. Have you been slacking off? Be cautious on your way back. Master will have words with you. Upon hearing this, the 7 individuals hastily resumed their journey, their expressions fraught with urgency. At that moment, a man in his 50s, robustly built with a flat face and a protruding chin, wearing black-framed glasses, approached slowly. He bowed respectfully to Kazuki, introducing himself. I am Flinder, responsible for these children. I kindly ask you not to disturb their training. The dean of Shrek Academy, Flinder, Kazuki inquired. Oh, you know of me? Flinder replied, astonished. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kazuki, a teacher of senior soul masters at the Blue Tyrant Academy. Kazuki? Flinder murmured. Why does that name sound so familiar? I feel as though I have heard it somewhere before. With a gentle smile, Bofeng added, I also hold the position of a department store owner. Upon hearing this, Flander turned to Bofeng, his expression brimming with excitement. You are indeed the esteemed Boss Bo. Chapter 55, Confession. Indeed. After receiving confirmation from Bofeng, Flander suddenly grasped Bofeng's hand, his enthusiasm palpable. Boss Bo, seeing you in person is far more impressive than hearing about you. I am Flander, the principal of Shrek Academy. I have long heard of your illustrious reputation, and I sincerely hope you will visit our academy when time permits. To Bofeng's surprise, Flinder exhibited such enthusiasm that he awkwardly chuckled and remarked, when time permits, I shall certainly visit. He then offered a guiding suggestion. These students possess considerable talent. Yet Shrek Academy has so little to offer them. Consider attending the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy in Heaveno City. There, you will find what your heart desires. Flinder murmured to himself, what I truly seek. With that, Bofeng assisted Qian Rinxue in departing from the premises. Upon their return to the Soto City branch, Bofeng promptly arranged for Qian Rinxue to lie down in bed. Qian Rinxue said, Darling, is it truly necessary to make such a fuss? It has only been a month. Kaze no Kazian remarked, even if it is just a month, there are still 9 months remaining, over 270 days. You must not cause any trouble. Soon, you will become a father. How can one not feel exhilarated? My dear, are you truly not going to inform Sister Xiaobai? Sooner or later, she will find out. Wolfing smiled and said, let's not inform Sister Bai just yet. Her loud mouth would certainly cause a stir throughout the city. Just a couple of days ago, our mother sent me a letter, and now it has come to fruition. Yesterday, Qianren Shui speculated whether Bufing is indeed the son of Poseidon, the sea god. Curiously, he inquired, "My dear, who exactly is our mother? You've spoken of her for 2 months." Yet I remain unaware of her identity. Bufing was momentarily taken aback as he gazed into Qianren Shui's perplexed eyes, his heart in turmoil over whether or not to confide in her. Now, she was not only his wife but also carrying their child. Trust is fundamental in a marriage. However, both had deceived one another. "My dear wife, before I share this with you, you must promise to keep it a secret. Do not disclose it to anyone." Qianren Shui solemnly nodded and vowed, "Rest assured, my husband, I shall never reveal this to another soul. Should I betray this promise, may I face dire consequences." Kaze swiftly covered Qianren Shui's mouth, exhaling in relief, and said, "There is no need to make such a solemn vow. Our son is still here." "How can you be so certain it is a son? What if it turns out to be a daughter?" Qianren Shui smiled faintly. With a smile, Bofeng nodded and said, "Indeed, she is my daughter. Before we proceed, I must extend my sincerest apologies. I have deceived you." Undoubtedly, Qianren Shui's heart was reassured. For his mother must indeed be. "In truth, I hail from Sea God Island, and my martial soul is not a trident, but rather that of the sea god." Qianren Shui calmed herself, listening intently and meticulously. The gentle breeze whispered, "It is indeed the sea god Douluo Poseidon." The sea god Douluo Poseidon? Is he not one of the 3 unparalleled Douluos of the world? Qianren Shui feigned surprise. Let us not speak of any diminishment of intellect. The protagonist speaks with the consideration of a child. Furthermore, the female lead would not reveal this. Those who understand, understand. You must keep this a secret. Absolutely do not let it become complicated. Qianren Shui nodded, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, my husband. For the sake of this child, I shall not speak of it." Should her grandfather come to know of the child's existence, combined with their martial souls, the 6-winged angel and the sea god, the union of 2 beings with divine martial souls would be unprecedented in history. As for the nature of their child's future martial soul, presently, they could not ascertain. But one thing is certain, their child is destined for greatness. Both Sea God Island and the Spirit Hall are among the foremost powers of the Douluo Continent. Everyone aspires to grow ever stronger. The union of Bofeng and Qianren Shui, coupled with the presence of this child, may very well lead to a fierce confrontation between the 2. For the sake of the Douluo Continent, and in the interest of harmony between them, one must tread carefully. Both Kazekage and Qianren Shui are united in their resolve to keep the existence of this child a secret from others. However, as the pregnancy progresses, it becomes increasingly difficult to conceal the truth, prompting a cautious approach of taking one step at a time. "My dear husband, I never anticipated that you possess such profound connections. It seems I have indeed reached for something beyond my grasp." The gentle breeze embraced Qianren Shui tenderly as he warmly remarked, "Why speak such foolishness? Encountering you truly constitutes the most splendid moments of my life. Then when shall we return to Tiando City?" "The goods have now been delivered," Qianren Shui inquired. "Let us linger a while longer. Sister Bai is managing the shop, and everything will proceed in an orderly manner." Wolfing's countenance was grave, for I had 2 additional objectives in my visit to Soto City. Qianren Shui inquired, perplexed. "What are those objectives?" "Firstly, regarding the individual we encountered this morning, Flander, I intend to visit Shrek Academy tomorrow." "Shrek Academy? What kind of institution is that? I've never heard of it." With a gentle smile, Bofeng addressed the dean, Flander, alongside the dean of Lanbai Academy, Lu Erlong, forming what is widely regarded as the Golden Iron Triangle. If my conjecture holds true, they shall soon relocate to Heaveno City, as the commencement of this year's competition is imminent, and their participation is inevitable. "And what of the other?" Qianren Shui inquired further. "The other?" Bofeng took out a letter from his bosom, the insignia on the letter causing Qianren Shui's gaze to sharpen. "The emblem of the Spirit Hall. My dear husband, what is this?" Wolfing's expression turned grave as he nodded, acknowledging the truth. Indeed, it was a missive from Her Holiness, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. It was she, Bibi Dong, the mother of Qianren Shui. Qianren Shui clenched her teeth in determination. What could she possibly want to convey? Unless she had learned of her daughter's impending marriage. That could not be. Uncle, she had a close friendship with her and would never divulge such matters. Bofeng shook his head, expressing his helplessness. "It is not solely the issue of the department stores, as you are well aware. My establishments are scattered across every corner of the Douluo Continent. Aside from the formidable Wuhuan Hall, I have opened outlets everywhere else. 6 months ago, I personally traveled to Xinglua City to meet with the Emperor of the Xinglua Empire, to discuss a potential collaboration, and he readily agreed. Yet, it is only the Pope BB Dong side that remains a challenge. Wolfeng let out a deep sigh. Darling, is she deliberately making things difficult for you? Qian Rengshu immediately expressed her indignation. Although Qian Rengshu and BB Dong are mother and daughter, BB Dong has never fulfilled a single duty of a mother, resulting in their consistently poor relationship. She would rather refer to BB Dong as her sister than as her mother. Wolfeng shook his head gently and remarked, "It is not so much a matter of being difficult. Rather, she expects 7 parts while I can only concede 3. Who would engage in such a losing deal?" Qian Rengshu nodded slightly, reflecting her formidable character. "So, what do you intend to do? Will you pay a personal visit there?" Wolfeng replied calmly, "Indeed. Once I conclude my affairs here, I shall set forth to the Spirit Hall to bring this matter to a resolution." Alas, Qian Rengshu, being the young master of the Spirit Hall, would undoubtedly reveal her true self upon her arrival there. Chapter 56. I fear mother will come, darling. Once you have finished your business in Suatua City, I wish to return to Heaveno City to rest and nurture our unborn child. Qian Rengshu expressed this sentiment to prevent BB Dong and her grandfather from discovering her current state. Without securing their consent, she had rashly married him. As the young master of the Spirit Hall, her identity and status were transcendent, embodying the pride and future of the Spirit Hall. Yet now, she had become Bofeng's wife and was with child. Unaware of Bofeng's true identity, Qian Douluo and BB Dong might harbor suspicions towards him. Should they uncover Bofeng's actual standing? It could inevitably instigate a conflict between the two formidable factions. Thus, Qian Rengshu resolved to return to Heaveno City first, thereby avoiding a return to the Spirit Hall and preventing unnecessary complications. Bofeng inquired, "Do you feel any discomfort? Please do not overexert yourself. The first 3 months are crucial." Qian Rengshu smiled and shook her head reassuringly. "I am perfectly fine. The journey to the Spirit Hall is quite long. With a pregnant woman like me in tow, how can we possibly set off? Therefore, to enable you to complete your task swiftly and return to my side sooner." As she spoke, Bofeng smiled gently, and hand in hand, they exchanged a tender glance. "Marrying you is truly the greatest blessing of my life." Wolfeng extracted a conch from the soul communicator and declared, "I shall inform Sister Bai, allowing her to personally escort you." Observing the conch in Bofeng's hand, Qian Rengshu inquired, "Darling, what is this?" The distance to Tiando City was considerable. Even a round trip for delivering a message would require no less than 4 days. "This is a sound-conveying conch," Wolfeng explained. "On our Sea God Island, it serves as a means to transmit information utilizing soul power. I had contemplated selling it in Douluo Continent, but due to the extreme scarcity of such conchs, I abandoned that intention." As he spoke, Wolfeng infused the conch with soul power, causing it to emit a peculiar energy wave that swiftly propagated outward. Meanwhile, in a shop bustling with activity in Tiando City, Xiaobai had just concluded her day's work and was preparing to visit Tangyuewa for some leisure. At that moment, the sound-conveying conch on the shelf began to emit a series of muffled sounds. Unfazed, Xiaobai approached the conch. "Has it only been 2 days? Could it be that Fingdi has forgotten something at home?" Picking up the conch, she placed it to her ear. "Fingdi, how are you using the sound-conveying conch? Did you leave something behind again? You are grown, yet you can't spare Sister Bai some peace of mind?" The distance from Tiando City to Suatua City was indeed formidable. Even with the speed of a tidal Douluo, it would take an entire night to reach. "When will you provide me with some assurance, Sister Bai?" On the other end, Wolfeng, holding the conch, couldn't help but twitch his lips upon hearing Xiaobai's voice. Beside him, Qian Rengshu stifled her laughter, clearly amused by the unfolding situation. What a delightful scene! Before Bofeng could utter a single word, Xiaobai immediately began to chide him, initially intending to have Xiaobai escort Qian Rengshu back. He was instead met with a barrage of reprimands. After a long day of labor, Xiaobai had finally hoped to unwind, only to be called upon by Bofeng. After a lengthy tirade, Xiaobai finally concluded, asking, "What would you like me to send over?" Where are you? Speak up, you rascal." On the other end, Bofeng covered his ringing ears and shook his head vigorously. Hearing Sister Bai's incessant nagging, he could only smile wryly and reply, "Sister Bai, I would appreciate it if you could come to Tiando City tomorrow to bring Shuer back." "Shuer? Isn't your sister accompanying you to Suatua City? What? Are you dissatisfied with her?" It must be noted that Bofeng displayed no hint of annoyance towards Xiaobai's scolding. Meanwhile, Qian Rengshu, seated nearby, listened intently to Xiaobai's voice emanating from the conch, feeling a warmth spread through her heart. Marrying Bofeng was undoubtedly the best decision of her life. She had a loving husband, a protective sister, and a yet-to-be-met mother-in-law, Poseyxi. She wondered what her future mother-in-law would be like, whether she would take a liking to her, or if her status would be an issue. According to Bofeng, his mother was a very amiable person. Sister, stop the nagging. Shrek is pregnant. Hurry over. As soon as the words left his lips, a sudden silence fell on the other end of the conch. In the shop, Xiaobai inadvertently dropped the conch, which clattered to the ground. Stunned, she stood frozen, unable to believe that her brother Feng could be so impressive. They had been married for merely 2 months, and already. Swiftly picking up the fallen conch with joy, she exclaimed, I sincerely apologize, Feng, that was a misunderstanding on my part. I am here to express my apologies to you. Where is Shuer? Quickly, bring the conch to her. With a smile, Bofeng shook his head and handed the conch to Qianrenxue. Sister, exclaimed Xiaobai, her face alight with joy. You've worked hard, Shuer. You are truly a benefactor of our island. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. I shall fetch it for you at once. Qianrenxue chuckled softly. Sister, there is no need for anything. My husband has everything we require. It is I who have troubled him to contact you. Sister, you must be weary after such a long day. Perhaps you should rest before coming again, considering the distance you must travel. On the other end, Xiaobai giggled. Ah, my dear sister-in-law is indeed beloved, unlike my brother Feng, who only brings me worry. Kaze no Kaze, then I shall take my leave. After conversing with Bai and Qianrenxue, Kaze once again took the conch shell and said, Sister Bai, I kindly ask that you refrain from informing mother about this matter. Why not? Your mother has been longing for a grandson for quite some time. Why keep it from her? Bai questioned, perplexed. Kazuki explained, the sound-transmitting seashell has a range limitation, and since Heaveno City is quite distant from the island, it is certain that you would be unable to establish contact. Moreover, considering my mother's personality, she has been quite insistent since the moment I departed. Regardless of how attractive or virtuous the young ladies she introduced to me were, I cannot count the number of them. Fortunately, I did not accept any of those introductions. Otherwise, I would not have encountered a remarkable girl like Shrek. Qianrenxue smiled gently. Naruto continued, considering my mother's disposition, there are 2 possibilities. Firstly, she may instruct someone to take snow to the island. I believe Sister Bai understands the dangers of the sea. The small figure across from her nodded. The ocean is tumultuous, and if any unforeseen circumstances arise, it could lead to irreparable losses. After all, this child is the future of Sea God Island. As for the first possibility, if my mother chooses not to adhere to it, I fear what? You have neither stolen nor taken anything. Woofing, she will personally come here. Xiaobai's expression changed. It couldn't be, could it? Your mother is the one in charge of the island, bearing the heavy responsibility of safeguarding it. She cannot possibly come here herself. Chapter 57. The first encounter with the Master Sister Bai. Do you still remember the time when the malevolent tiger whale king invaded the island? My mother relentlessly pursued it across half the sea, disappearing for several days. Woofing brought it up. Of course, I remember. Those days were filled with your 6 uncles and the sea maidens busily attending to the affairs of the island. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai instantly understood. Rest assured, I will absolutely not inform your mother. Xiaobai made a solemn promise. Woofeng was well aware of Sister Bai's temperament, and after a lengthy series of admonitions, he finally felt at ease. Meanwhile, in a bustling shop, Xiaobai, having concluded her call, was not idle either. That very night, she set off for Soto City, and with her formidable strength as a titled Douluo, she would arrive in no time. The night was shrouded in darkness, and Soto City lay in tranquil silence, with all its inhabitants lost in slumber. In bed, Woofeng held tightly on to Qianrenxue, anxious about any unforeseen events, as he bore the weighty responsibility of protecting the child. Suddenly, there came a series of knocks at the door. Qianrenxue and Woofeng awoke almost simultaneously, their gazes locking in confusion. Who could it be at such a late hour? When brother, sister-in-law, hurry and open the door. I'm freezing to death out here. Sister Bai, they exclaimed in unison. Both Bofeng and Qianrenxue exclaimed in unison. Wasn't it agreed that you would come tomorrow? How is it that you have arrived so soon? Hastily leaping from his bed, Bofeng opened the door to find the long-awaited Xiaobai. Sister Bai, was it not agreed that you would come tomorrow? Why have you arrived tonight? Bofeng inquired, puzzled. Xiaobai retorted, What? Who decreed that I must arrive only tomorrow? I simply wish to meet my future nephew a little earlier. Is that not permissible? Do not hinder me, let me in at once. With that, Xiaobai forcefully pushed past Bofeng and hurriedly settled beside Qianrenxue. Take it easy. You are currently my primary charge. You must not suffer any mishap. Xiaobai swiftly supported Qianrenxue, ensuring she was comfortably reclined upon the bed. Turning her gaze back to Bofeng, she commanded, Tonight, you shall retire to another room. From this moment forth, you are forbidden from approaching Xiao Shui even by a single step. With a decisive slam, Xiao Bai shut the door, leaving Bo Feng standing alone in the cold wind. Early the next morning, Qian Rinxue and Xiao Bai boarded the carriage returning to Tiando City, accompanied by their companions. Their task of replenishing supplies had been accomplished, and they were prepared to depart. Under Xiao Bai's watchful gaze, Bo Feng and Qian Rinxue shared a farewell kiss. And as they silently observed the caravan fade from view, Bo Feng gradually made his way towards the location of Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy is nestled in a quaint village on the outskirts of Suatua City. As Bo Feng strolled along the country path, golden rice fields adorned both sides, filling the air with the sweet melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. Today felt rather peculiar. Ordinarily, the Shrek 7 would have commenced their training laps by now. Could it be that they had other plans? After inquiring with several passers-by, Bo Feng finally arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Before him stood an aged, rustic village, with a sign at the gate emblazoned with the 5 characters spelling Shrek Academy. Halt. This is Shrek Academy. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter. Just then, an elderly man with snow-white hair emerged from within. He was one of the instructors here. Kaze no Kaze respectfully stated. Please inform him that Kaze has matters to discuss with Dean Flandra. The elder nodded slightly and promptly entered the academy. At the doorway, Kazekage awaited. Soon, Flanders approached with a beaming smile, eagerly grasping Kazekage's hand. Boss Kazekage, you have finally arrived. Come, allow me to introduce you to my Shrek Academy. Such fervent enthusiasm truly took Kazekage by surprise. Wufeng comprehended the intentions behind Flanders' actions. Though he was avaricious, he was also a person of profound loyalty and fiercely protective of those close to him. He had devoted nearly his entire life to the Shrek Academy. The academy was constructed in proximity to the village, and as Wufeng followed Flanders inside, he surveyed his surroundings. The place was modest, yet it would later give rise to 7 individuals who would astonish the continent. At the heart of the academy lay an open space where a man with a buzz cut stood, his expression rigid and devoid of emotion. His hands clasped behind his back as he coldly observed the battle unfolding before him between Tang San and Dai Mubai. The remaining 5 students stood to the side, while the buzzcut man patiently elucidated the various issues afflicting them. Wufeng and Flanders stepped aside. Tang San's right hand glimmered with azure light as 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings materialized beneath his feet. The blue-silver grass swirled around the arena, while Dai Mubai gathered the fierce radiance of the white tiger, sweeping away the obstructing blue-silver grass. The control-type soul masters inherently possess an advantage over the assault-type soul masters, and in a matter of moments, Dai Mubai found himself at a disadvantage. Enough, exclaimed the bald man, halting the proceedings. He then cast a dissatisfied glance at Flandra, remarking, Flandra, did I not make myself clear? While I am instructing the little monster, I shall not permit anyone to disturb me. Wufeng felt somewhat extraneous. It appeared he was indeed a master, an unparalleled expert in theory, a former member of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, and the beloved of Lu Erlong. This perfectly aligned with his image, serving as the greatest nightmare for the Shrek 7 monsters in the earlier stages. Flanders smiled faintly, addressing his master. Since you have been instructing the little monsters for quite some time since morning, it is perhaps time for them to rest. Haste makes waste. Subsequently, Flanders stepped forward and cleared his throat, proclaiming, that concludes today's lesson. Everyone is dismissed. As the dean, even this master had to heed Flanders' command. The crowd exchanged glances before dispersing in a rush, several groups making their way towards a nearby location. Ning Rongrong cast a glance at Wufeng beside Flanders, letting out a quiet sigh. Sometimes, a missed opportunity is just that, a missed opportunity. The next one may be even better. When Ning Rongrong noticed Oscar's infatuated gaze, a wave of disgust washed over her, particularly at his recitation of those incantations. Never mind, that was inconsequential. Tang San silently regarded Wufeng, thinking, it's him again. The proprietor of the department store. He carries an air of familiarity. What could this mean? Coincidentally, Wufeng was observing Tang San as well, and as their eyes met, Wufeng smiled and nodded, leaving Tang San momentarily startled. Did this fellow harbor an interest in him? No, they had merely crossed paths yesterday. They were hardly acquainted. After the Shrek 7 monsters departed, the master approached Flanders and remarked, Flanders, you mustn't indulge them so. If this permissiveness continues, when will they ever become true strong warriors? Strength is cultivated through gradual effort, not through such rigid training methods. Wufeng interjected, what you say holds some truth. The master eyed this unexpected stranger, his tone tinged with hostility. What do you mean by that? Are you implying criticism of my teaching methods? Chapter 58. Grandson criticism is hardly the case, merely a suggestion. Bluffing gazed at the departing Shrek 7 monsters and remarked, each of them possesses exceptional talent, particularly that one named Tangan, who no longer needs to toil away in isolation. What they currently lack the most is practical combat experience. Engaging with various opponents is precisely what they require. The master naturally comprehended Bluffing's words, which aligned with his forthcoming plans. However, being publicly confronted by this unexpected stranger left the master feeling quite unsettled. Was it not a slap in the face? Not far away, the Shrek 7 monsters had not truly departed but were concealed in a corner, observing the conversation between Bluffing and the master. Ningrong, is this boss Bluffing truly as formidable as he seems? It appears he is in a heated debate with the master, Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. Ningrong replied with a smile, you mustn't underestimate boss Bluffing. He is a close friend of my father and also a friend of our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, with whom we have business dealings. His general store even holds shares in our sect. Even the emperors of the 2 great empires hold him in high regard. It is said that Bluffing's sister is a title Douluo powerhouse. Title Douluo, exclaimed the others in unison. A title Douluo represents the pinnacle of soul masters, each holding an exceedingly high status. The presence of Bofeng at the forefront is intricately linked to Xiaobai. Tangan gazed deeply at Bofeng. Having encountered him twice, he found the peculiar glint in Bofeng's eyes to be rather unsettling. Did he harbor intentions towards him? Instinctively, Tangan felt a tightening within. I care not for your identity. Your interference in my affairs is unwelcome, outsider. Master waved his hand dismissively, placing it behind his back, adopting an air of lofty detachment. Woofin, outsider? Just wait until you arrive at the Blue Tyrant Academy. We shall all be under the same roof. The master harbored a deep-seated disdain for Bluffing, who had interrupted his speech. He was exceedingly confident in his upcoming training regimen for the little monsters, believing firmly that he could transform them into genuine powerhouses. All right. Flanders stepped forward as a mediator. Xiaojiang, allow me to introduce you to this individual, Bluffing, the proprietor of the general store. He is quite a significant figure. You are aware of the general store, are you not? It is the one in Tiando City. The general store? The master regarded Bluffing with newfound respect. He was indeed familiar with the general store. It was a colossal enterprise. Aside from the 2 great empires and the Spirit Hall, the general store monopolized the vast majority of commerce on the continent, unmatched by any competitor. It stood as an empire in the realm of trade, holding an esteemed position. And that seemingly inconspicuous Bluffing was the true master behind it all. Outsider, Bluffing chuckled softly, introducing himself, in addition to being the owner of the general store. I am also a teacher and the director of discipline at the Blue Tyrant Academy. What does that have to do with me? The master replied. The gentle breeze carried a subtle smile as the esteemed president of Blue Bada Academy, Lu Erlong, was mentioned. Surely, the master recognizes this name? The master's gaze shifted, revealing a complex array of emotions, for it had been nearly 2 decades since he last encountered Lu Erlong. Bosbo, is it truly the younger sister of Erlong? The president of Blue Bada Academy? Exclaimed Flander, brimming with excitement. Bluffing nodded slightly, smiling as he said, Dean Flander, how could I possibly deceive you? I have heard that you and Dean Lu Erlong are members of the illustrious Golden Triangle. Indeed, Flander replied proudly, and with this esteemed master alongside us. The 3 of us were once the renowned Golden Triangle of yesteryears. Sighing, Flander continued, it has been over 20 years. I wonder how Erlong has fared all this time. As he reminisced about their adventures across the continent, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Meanwhile, the master remained silent, clearly affected by the past tribulations. Eventually, she clasped her hands in front of Bluffing and said, I apologize, Mr. Bluffing, for my earlier rudeness. With a smile, Bofeng shook his head and said, it is of no consequence. The master is also considering the well-being of those 7 children, and I can personally understand that. Dean Flandra, do you intend to participate in the upcoming Continental Senior Soul Master Competition in a year and a half? Dean Flandra replied with a wry smile. I have such aspirations, but our Shrek Academy has not registered and thus lacks the qualifications to participate. It is worth mentioning that these 7 children should be regarded as the last batch of students from Shrek Academy. This is the source of Flandra's heartache, as it embodies all his dedication. Perhaps, Bofeng suggested, I could invite you under the name of Lamba Academy to Tiando City. With the talents of these children, It should not be an issue to join under the leadership of Dean Lu Erlong for this great competition. Flandra was suddenly taken aback and exclaimed, "Indeed. How did I not think of that? If we go to Sister Erlong's side, won't all our problems be effortlessly resolved?" Xiao Gang. Where is he? The master, who had just been present, had turned and vanished without a trace. There existed an insurmountable barrier between him and Lu Erlong. He had harbored guilt in his heart for over 20 years, and now, even knowing her whereabouts, he still lacked the courage to confront her. Sighing deeply, Flandra lamented. It seems that the blow dealt to Xiao Gang back then was quite significant. Even after 20 years, he has yet to find closure. Subsequently, Bo Feng and Flandra toured the academy. Though small, it was fully equipped with all essentials. Wolfing assured that as long as Flanders led the team to the Blue Overlord Academy, he would specifically allocate funds, assuming full responsibility for the training expenses and competition uniforms of the Shrek 7. The aesthetic sensibilities of Flanders were beyond Wolfing's imagination, with that dreadful green uniform serving as the sole testament. Upon hearing this, Flanders readily agreed, vowing to persuade the master without delay. After all, this was an investment from Wolfing, a renowned figure across the continent, and the once-depleted treasury was about to be replenished. The mere thought of it filled Flanders with excitement as he temporarily bid farewell to Wolfing and set off to the master's residence to engage in some enlightening discussions. As Bo Feng found himself idle, Shrek had already undergone considerable changes. Not far ahead, he spotted Tangan and Xiaowu seated together, their rapport seemingly quite strong. At last, he would have the opportunity to meet his grandson in a formal setting. Grandson? No. Tangan. Hearing someone call his name, Tangan stood up and turned around. Boss Bo, may I inquire what matter you wish to discuss with Tangan? After a moment of scrutiny, Bo Feng nodded in satisfaction, truly a testament to being Tang Hao's nephew, possessing both striking appearance and an extraordinary demeanor. Noticing Bo Feng's peculiar gaze, Tangan instinctively took a step back, his expression gradually turning serious. Boss Bo, you. Wave Wind chuckled, do not misunderstand. I harbor no such intentions. Your father. Is he not Tang Hao? P.S. With the new year, there shall be additional updates. Wishing everyone a joyous new year. Chapter 59. Tang Hao's visit to Uncle Indeed. He is my father, Boss Bo. Could it be that you are acquainted with him? Tangan inquired. Wolfing nodded slightly, acknowledging the relationship. According to the hierarchy of kinship, I should indeed be related to your father, Tang Hao. Ah. Tangan was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend Wolfing's words. Boss Wolfing. I grew up in Holy Soul Village with my father. Aside from Grandpa Jack, we hardly have any relatives. Moreover, my father is a solitary figure. What do you mean by this? Naruto smiled gently, for it was your father who had deliberately concealed the truth. Certain extraordinary events had transpired, which compelled your father to lead you to the secluded village of the Holy Spirit. Wolfing turned to the petite figure of Xiaowu and said, I have some matters to discuss with Tangan. Could you please step aside for a moment? Tangan gave a slight nod to Xiaowu, and she promptly departed from the scene. After she left, Wolfing gently inquired, do you possess a hammer spirit? In an instant, Tangan's eyes widened in shock. This secret was known only to his father and his mentor. He had never disclosed it to anyone else, not even to Xiaowu, who was as close as a sister. Had he revealed a hint of it? Tangan began to feel anxious, his nerves fraying. Given his temperament, the number of individuals aware of his secret was exceedingly few, and if it were to be revealed to others, he would act without hesitation. With a slight smile, Wolfing conjured a hammer in his hand, the Haotian hammer. Suddenly, Tangan trembled, his attention riveted on the Haotian hammer resting in Wolfing's palm. It dawned on him that the resonance of their spirits from a couple of days prior was indeed connected. His own spirit was this very hammer. We share the same spirit, and there exists a certain blood relation between your father and me. At this revelation, Tangan finally grasped that there was a familial bond between himself and Wolfing. What exactly is your connection to my father, Boss Wolfing? Tangan asked, perplexed. Wolfing raised an eyebrow and smiled. Guess. If son wishes to unravel the mysteries that weigh upon your heart, as well as the truth behind your father's departure, the answers can be found in Tiando City. With that, Wolfing departed, leaving Tangan standing in a daze. Ever since the age of 6. When his father Tang Hao vanished without a trace, 6 long years have passed without a reunion between father and son. However, the reality is quite different. Tang Hao has been silently safeguarding the safety of his only son from the shadows. Moments ago, not far off in the dense woods of the back mountain, a man clad in a tattered black cloak seemed to have witnessed the scene. After bidding farewell to Dean Flanders, Bo Feng intended to journey to the Spirit Hall to discuss matters of collaboration with Pope Bibi Dong. On the once tranquil country path, a man cloaked in black now stood before him. Although the man concealed his appearance, the wear of time was evident, and a faint, unpleasant, musty odor lingered around him. "Are you attempting to rob me, good sir?" Bo Feng expressed his bewilderment. Being a prominent figure himself, he was well aware that many sought to target affluent merchants. Yet he found himself confronted by one in this unexpected moment. "May we converse privately?" The man's voice resonated with the weight of experience. Kaze no Kaze nodded slightly, and soon the two settled beneath the shade of a tree. The man was the first to inquire, "How has the Haotian sect fared in recent years?" Naruto. Although Bo Feng is the biological child of Tangshan and has acknowledged his lineage with the esteemed leaders of Haotian sect, Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua, he himself has never set foot there, for the time has not yet come. Only one who has been expelled from the sect would dare to pose such a question. "Are you Tang Hao?" Bo Feng inquired cautiously. The man in the black robe nodded and lifted the hood of his garment. Wolfing beheld a middle-aged man, his face adorned with a scraggly beard and a multitude of wrinkles, appearing to be in his 50s. His disheveled hair framed a pair of dim, lifeless eyes. Observing his young nephew in such a state, Wolfing could not help but shake his head and remarked, "Even my eldest nephew does not appear as aged as you. Your elder brother is over 70, yet you, my young nephew, seem to have endured much hardship over the years." Hearing the term young nephew, Tang Hao furrowed his brows and replied, "Are you not from the Haotian sect?" Kazekage shook his head and retrieved the sect's token from his bosom, casting it directly to Tang Hao. At the moment Tang Hao caught the token, his expression transformed into one of profound excitement. For he understood better than anyone what this hammer truly represented. "The Haotian order? From where did you acquire the Haotian order?" The gentle breeze whispered. "This was bequeathed to me by my father. Your father, Tang Chun, and my mother, Poseidon," he continued. As he spoke, the Haotian hammer manifested in his grasp, devoid of any soul rings above it. This is because his primary martial soul is the sea god. And only when the sea god possesses 9 soul rings will Bo Feng bestow soul rings upon the Haotian hammer. "You are truly the son of my grandfather." Tang Hao exclaimed in disbelief, for Tangshan had already departed from their sect for over a decade. Tang Hao's father was the previous leader of the Haotian sect, while Tangshan was Tang Hao's grandfather. Thus, Bo Feng, being the son of Tangshan, places Tang Hao in a position of kinship beneath him. Wolfing retrieved the Haotian order and solemnly declared, "The Haotian hammer and the Haotian order serve as the sole evidence. If you doubt this, I can escort you back to the Haotian sect right now. Those who once expelled you from the sect would not dare voice a single complaint." With that, Tang Hao nodded earnestly, kneeling on one knee and clasping his hands, he said, "Unfilial disciple Tang Hao pays his respects to my dear uncle. Please rise." Wolfing hastily assisted Tang Hao to his feet, observing his young nephew's melancholic expression. The events of the past were enough to rend his heart asunder. "Dear uncle, where is grandfather? Is he well?" Tang Hao could not help but inquire. With a smile, Bo Feng replied, "My father is in good health, currently striving at a mysterious location to reach the 100th level, entirely unaware of the events transpiring within the Haotian sect." However, how could it be that Tang Hao, oblivious to the happenings in the Haotian sect, sought out Tang San? Moreover, how is it that Bo Feng, as the offspring of Tangshan, discerned the secret of Tang San's twin martial souls at a mere glance? Bo Feng smiled gently and said, "All of this was conveyed to me by my mother. I grew up on Sea God Island, and she urged me to leave the island for the sake of the Haotian sect." "Have you been by Tang San's side all these years?" Tang Hao nodded. "Little uncle, you may not be aware, but I have been apart from that child for 6 years. Throughout this time, I have failed to fulfill the responsibilities expected of a father. Though my heart is heavy with guilt, I have no choice. If I were to appear beside Xiao San, the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly endanger this child. This is our last hope. He possesses twin martial souls, akin to that of the Pope Bibi Dong. Should the Spirit Hall discover the child's identity, they would surely strike with lethal force. Little uncle, I wish to entrust Xiao San to you." Chapter 60. Meeting the Parents. Kazekage furrowed his brows slightly and inquired, "You are Tang San's father, and similarly, Tang San is my grandson. It is only natural for me to care for him. What are your intentions?" Tang Hao, with a bitter smile, shook his head. "My heart has ceased to exist ever since Ain passed away. Uncle, I entrust little San to you." With those words, Tang Hao donned his robe once more and swiftly vanished from Kazekage's sight. Wolfing, goodness, is this akin to entrusting a legacy? The manner in which Tang Hao addressed him as uncle was invaluable, yet he seemed indifferent, even going so far as to hand over Tangan to Bufing. Bufing helplessly shook his head. Never mind. It is only natural for a grandfather to care for his grandson. The Spirit Hall is situated between the two great empires in the Spirit City. After several days of travel, Bofeng finally arrived at his destination today. He was about to meet the legendary Pope, evoking a sense akin to that of a mother-in-law meeting her son-in-law, although neither party was yet acquainted with the other. Naruto wed his daughter, and she, in turn, became his bride, now expecting a child. Upon entering the city gates and stepping into the urban landscape, one finds that the Spirit Soul City, though not as expansive as the capitals of the two great empires, is comparable to Soto City in stature. However, the local customs and vibrant atmosphere here are in no way inferior to those of Soto City. As he strolled along the streets, countless pairs of eyes were drawn to the unfamiliar figure of Naruto. With an air of tranquility, Bofeng continued his steady approach towards the majestic edifice ahead. Upon reaching the grand entrance of the Spirit Hall, he encountered two vigilant knights stationed to guard its sanctity. Halt! They commanded in unison, their voices firm and authoritative. Anticipating such a scenario, Bofeng promptly produced the letter entrusted to him by Bibi Dong. Upon the knights discerning the papal seal emblazoned upon the document, they swiftly knelt in homage, instructing Bofeng to await their further instructions. One knight remained to oversee him, while the other hastened to report. At that moment, 7 individuals approached from behind Bofeng, adorned in garments emblazoned with the Spirit Hall insignia. Led by a golden-haired woman, they proceeded with measured steps towards the papal chamber. Hey, you there. Step aside immediately. Do not obstruct our path. As Bofeng turned, he happened to catch sight of 7 individuals approaching slowly. Noticing that Bofeng showed no intention of evading, a red-haired man furrowed his brows slightly, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. I'm talking to you. Hurry and get out of the way, don't block the path. With that, the red-haired man stepped forward, attempting to shove Bofeng aside with a swift motion. However, Bofeng effortlessly grasped the man's wrist, calmly stating, if there's something to discuss, we can do so amicably. Is it truly necessary to resort to violence? The red-haired man, infuriated, retorted, you dare to retaliate. He lifted his left foot, ready to launch an attack, but alas, Bofeng was quicker, sending the man crashing to the ground. The 6 companions trailing behind were momentarily taken aback, especially a blonde woman, who recognized that this individual possessed formidable skills. Why had she never encountered him at the Martial Soul Hall before? The red-clad man, incensed after being bested, had intended to make a good impression before the woman he admired, but this humiliation left him feeling utterly embarrassed. You will pay for this, he seethed, summoning a colossal flame giant behind him, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings rising from beneath his feet. He was a soul king. Upon witnessing this, Bofeng shook his head in resignation, pondering the volatile temperament associated with fire-type martial souls. Why is it that those with such abilities exhibit such fiery tempers? For instance, Lu Erlong. He had no desire to escalate the situation, yet the red-haired man remained obstinate. As the tempestuous wind swirled, he prepared to strike. At the very moment the trident manifested in his grasp, a golden-haired man in a nearby palace was taken aback. Behind him stood a resplendent statue of a divine angel, indistinguishable from a seraphim. This aura, has she arrived? No, this presence does not belong to her. In a swift motion, he vanished from his previous location. With a glimmer of golden light, the man reappeared between the tempestuous warrior and the crimson-haired man, timely intervening to halt their confrontation. All hail the Elder of Judgment. The gathered assembly knelt one by one. Even the previously unleashed crimson-haired warrior promptly subdued his power. The Elder of Judgment? Thousand Dao Flow? Wufeng gazed at the golden-haired man before him, one of the 3 unparalleled Douluos of the world, renowned alongside his mother. Why had he suddenly appeared here? Qin Daolu declared. Let today's matters conclude here, Hulaina. The golden-haired woman clasped her hands respectfully and replied, Elder of Judgment, please take heed of your associates. This is not a place for conflict. Qin Daolu cast a sidelong glance at the kneeling crimson-haired man. Hulaina, as the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, was a direct disciple of Bibi Dong. Without delay, she stepped forward to assist the crimson-haired man, and then the group hastily retreated. Qin Daolu turned to face Wufeng, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and inquired, What is your name? I sense a trace of an old acquaintance within you. An old acquaintance? He must be referring to his mother, who had once pursued Qin Daolu alongside his father. Ultimately, his father triumphed while Qin Daolu faced defeat. Before Wufeng could utter a word, Qin Daolu continued, You are her son, are you not? Wufeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a reaction could not escape the keen perception of Qian Daolu. In an instant, Qian Daolu discerned Wufeng's true identity. To her surprise, even her son had grown up so much. How is your mother faring? Konoha also sensed that the other party had already discerned his true identity. Thus he made no attempt to conceal it. Kazekage chuckled. My mother has always been well. As for you, Candelia, you still possess your former elegance. Oh? Candelia smiled. Do you know me, my dear? Kaze nodded slightly and remarked, Of course, I recognize you. You are a defeated subordinate of my mother. In the past, you and my father challenged her, but the outcome was quite clear. Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu retorted, Why bring up what is better left unsaid? This young man. He paused for a moment, then continued, As for the events that transpired in the Heaveno sect, the Spirit Hall bears its share of responsibility. And your father? How has he been lately? I am indeed looking forward to our next confrontation. Wufeng smiled faintly, unaware that his father was immersed in cultivation, oblivious to the events of yesteryears. With a few more years of perseverance, his father would shatter the constraints of the 99th level and attain the 100th level. At that time, he would return to see God Island to reunite with his mother. What did you say? Qian Daolu exclaimed, taken aback, and hurriedly inquired. Are you saying that Tang Chun can truly break through to the 100th level? Both Qian Daolu and Poseyxi were messengers of the gods, destined to never reach the 100th level in their lifetimes. If there remained any hope on the continent for someone to surpass the 100th level, it could only be Tang Chun, who had achieved an unparalleled height through sheer determination, a feat unattainable by a soul master in a lifetime. Wufeng nodded earnestly and said, Why would I deceive you? In no more than 4 to 5 years, the Heaveno sect will not only re-emerge, but my father will also reunite with my mother. This revelation profoundly shocked Qian Daolu. Indeed, Tang Chun was nothing short of a miracle. Chapter 61. Selling my granddaughter? Apologies, she is already mine. Before Qian Daolu stood none other than Tang Chun and Poseyxi's son. The information he bore was nothing short of explosive. Should Tang Chun succeed in breaking through to the 100th level, the Spirit Hall would indeed have no prospect of rising. Furthermore, given Tang Chun's marital ties to Poseyxi, the alliance between Sea God Island and the Heaveno sect was merely a matter of time. Did the Spirit Hall aspire to dominate the continent? Despite having retreated to the shadows, Qian Daolu remained invested in the affairs of the Spirit Hall. As the Judgment Elder, he would not permit anyone to undermine its interests. Gazing at Wufeng, he had come merely in response to Bibidong's invitation, intent on discussing matters of collaboration, without any detrimental implications for the Spirit Hall. Qian Daolu understood that the department store established by Wufeng had gradually infiltrated countless households, emerging as a commercial empire. Were it not for provocation from others, Wufeng would not engage in battle, nor would he be perceived by Qian Daolu. For the sake of the Spirit Hall and to rectify past regrets, a terrifying thought took root in Qian Daolu's mind. His gaze towards Wufeng softened, resembling that of a biological father, leaving Wufeng perplexed. Senior Qian Daolu, what is this about? Wufeng felt an unsettling chill. Qian Daolu smiled gently. You bear an uncanny resemblance to your mother. In the past, I journeyed to see God Island alongside your father. United, we ultimately fell short against your mother. Thus, both your father and I fell in love with her, yet in the end, Qian Daolu gritted his teeth. It was your father who got to her first. This remains my lifelong regret. Wufeng could not comprehend these words. Senior Qian Daolu, the past is painful to recall. Why dwell on it? Indeed. Qian Daolu exhaled deeply. The past is indeed hard to face, yet seeing you now, I find myself nostalgic for those days. How old are you this year? 13, Wufeng replied. Excellent. Qian Daolu promptly praised. At 13, you have already reached the soul sect, with a soul ring configuration of 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. In my youth, I could not boast of such prowess. May I ask for your guidance? Wufeng inquired. Qian Daolu smiled mysteriously. I have heard that your department store is located in the Tiando Empire? Indeed. I have a granddaughter residing in the Tiando Empire as well. Although she is a bit older than you, she possesses unparalleled beauty, unmatched across the continent. Wufeng, is your granddaughter not Qian Rengxiu? We are acquainted, and at this very moment, she is in the royal palace of Tiando, continuing her role as the crown prince. Could it be that Qian Daolu intends to sell his granddaughter? In truth, Wufeng has already become Qian Daolu's grandson-in-law. Yet Qian Rengxiu has kept this information under wraps, leaving both of them in the dark. Qian Daolu, Senior, what do you mean? Wufeng perceives the truth, but chooses to remain silent. Qian Daolu chuckles and replies, Am I not clear enough? Your father and mother, along with myself, are collectively recognized as the 3 unparalleled Douluo of this world. As their son, you ought to address me as uncle according to our generations. Kazekage, the fortress granddaughter, should have stated it clearly. There was no need for such roundabout expressions. Ahem. Chidaolu cleared his throat and solemnly declared, I have taken a liking to you. Naruto took several steps back in haste, gazing at Chidaolu with a look of astonishment. How could someone over 100 years old behave in such a manner? Chidaolu felt a sense of exasperation. I have not yet finished my words. Remain composed. I have intentions of proposing you as my granddaughter's fiancé. She is no longer young, and it is indeed time for her to establish a family. Has your mother arranged any betrothal for you? Kaze no Kaze shook his head and replied, No, that's good. That's good. However, I am already married. Chidaolu suddenly froze in place, his eyelids twitching and his lips quivering, momentarily at a loss for words. He could hardly believe his ears. He must have misheard. What did you say? He repeatedly inquired. Wufeng shook his head in resignation and said, I appreciate the kind intentions of Senior Chidaolu, but I must inform you that I have been married for over 2 months now. Moreover, my wife is expecting a child, so I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding. Chidaolu appeared utterly taken aback, feeling a profound embarrassment. After speaking for quite some time, he had not anticipated that Wufeng was already wed. He had initially contemplated introducing his granddaughter to Wufeng, envisioning their union, which would facilitate a reconciliation between the Haotian sect and the martial soul hall upon Tang Chen's return as a deity, leveraging their familial ties. Yet, to his dismay, this rascal had already tied the knot. What a wasted effort. Pray tell, what is the background of your esteemed wife? Chidaolu queried, unable to fathom how anyone else could possibly be worthy of Wufeng's status, aside from his own granddaughter. Kazekage explained, My wife, named Wang Shui, hails from an ordinary family. Although she does not possess the noble lineage of your granddaughter, she is a kind and understanding young woman, and we share a profound happiness together. Wang Shui? Who could this person be? It seems imperative to conduct a thorough investigation. I dread the possibility of discovering a truth that could be utterly devastating. Senior Chidaolu. Unless there are other matters at hand, I must take my leave to meet with His Holiness the Pope. My purpose for coming here is to discuss a potential collaboration between the department store and the Spirit Hall. Oh, Chidaolu inquired. What are your thoughts on how to collaborate? Konoha, 6 months ago, I had intended to collaborate with the Spirit Hall. However, to my surprise, the Pope's demands were exorbitantly high, resulting in the failure of our previous partnership. My visit this time is also in response to Her Holiness's invitation. Chidaolu, very well. You may approach her directly. But remember, exercise utmost caution in your dealings with her. Wufeng nodded slightly, and, after bowing to Chidaolu, proceeded towards the papal palace. Once Wufeng had departed, Chidaolu began to ponder. With Tangchen poised to reach the 100th level, the situation for the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly become dire. Furthermore, as Wufeng was the offspring of himself and Poseidon, it was unwise to act recklessly against him. Initially, he had contemplated leveraging his granddaughter to forge a beneficial alliance. But alas, she had already entered into matrimony, a step too late. Time was of the essence for the Spirit Hall. Should Tangchen return, it would spell their doom. Presently, there remained but one course of action, to establish a cooperative relationship with Wufeng's general goods store. Chidaolu could not help but wonder about the remarkable individual named Wang Shui, who seemed to surpass even his granddaughter in merit. Go to the general goods store in Tiando City and investigate this girl named Wang Shui. I require her complete dossier. Qianrenqiue, surprised, are we? Unexpected. Is it not? Chapter 62. The son-in-law meets the mother-in-law. The bed established after bidding farewell to Chidaolu, Wufeng followed a palace knight to a long-sealed grand door. You may enter directly. His Holiness the Pope has been awaiting your arrival. With that, the ancient door slowly creaked open. Naruto took a deep breath, gradually making his way towards the papal palace. The surrounding expanse stretched for thousands of meters, resembling a resplendent and magnificent palace. Bofeng was fortunate enough to have visited the Heavenly and the Xing Luo, and the scene before him was no less opulent and luxurious than either of those grand palaces. This grandeur was befitting of the papal palace. Soon, Bofeng arrived at the central position, where stood a woman of unparalleled beauty, adorned with a crown of purple gold and wielding a 2-meter-tall scepter encrusted with jewels. Her youthful complexion and nearly perfect figure suggested she was in her 30s. Like her mother, she exuded a noble aura that evoked a desire for reverence. Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the inheritor of the Rakshasa god, and the mother of Qianrenqiue. You have arrived, Bibi Dong's melodious voice resonated. Imbued with an air of authority, befitting one of imperial stature. Wu Feng smiled faintly, and Bibi Dong, as described by many, exuded an air of nobility and elegance. Your Holiness, I am but a merchant. Please state your terms. As long as they fall within my means, we can certainly reach an agreement. Wu Feng was forthright in his approach. Indeed, Boss Wu Feng lived up to his reputation as a businessman, displaying remarkable candor. Bibi Dong, wielding her scepter, slowly advanced, the delicate fragrance surrounding her evoking in Wu Feng a sense of longing and affinity. How about we split the profit 60-40, with you receiving the larger share? The collaboration between the parties would be mutually beneficial, advantageous for both. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Feng resolutely declined. Your Holiness, are you not being a tad too domineering? If you were to propose a 50-50 split, I might consider acquiescing. Wu Feng took a deep breath, pondering the immense profit that could be derived from this endeavor. Naturally, Bai Bidong comprehended the significance of this. For the spirit hall to flourish and expand, it must first secure substantial funding and cultivate formidable spirit masters. Collaborating with department stores presented an exceptional opportunity, as this commercial empire had swiftly risen to prominence within a mere year, establishing itself as a preeminent force on the continent. Although it operated within the realm of commerce, its status remained unassailable. With the backing of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School, and the Tiando royal family, not to mention the formidable support from the Sea God Island, the prospects appeared exceedingly bright. Boss Bo, she remarked, I must admit my admiration for you. At such a tender age, you have amassed a considerable fortune. A year ago, you visited the Spirit Main Hall. I wonder, do you still recall that visit? Wu Feng nodded and remarked, I recall there was a titled Douluo known as Chrysanthemum Pass. He once harbored intentions towards my sister but ultimately failed. Bibi Dong let out a cold laugh, her gaze sharpening as she spoke. Your sister possesses remarkable talent. With innate full soul power and a martial spirit that is the unrivaled king of flowers, the heartbroken red. It even stirred within me the thought of taking her as my disciple. I offer you an opportunity, should your sister choose to become my pupil. I shall agree to a 50-50 split. With a smile, Wu Feng shook his head, pondering how a year had passed yet there were still intentions to capture his sister's attention. Was he not enticing enough? Bah, Your Holiness, how about this? Shall we establish a wager? Bai Dong, intrigued, replied, Very well, Boss Bo, please proceed. Wu Feng Danran remarked, I have long heard of the illustrious golden generation of the Spirit Hall, and among them, the three most exceptional individuals have all attained the purple record medal. Thus, I propose a challenge to these three. Should I be defeated, our collaboration will not only be divided 60-40, but I shall also acquiesce to the demands of Your Holiness the Pope. The three distinguished members of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall are Helena, Shiyue, and Yen. All of them have reached the 50th level of soul power, standing as the vanguards of the younger generation within the Spirit Hall, with Helena being the favored disciple of Pope Bibi Dong. A slight smile graced Bibi Dong's lips, as she held great hopes for these three. Very well, she replied, but with an additional stipulation. A mysterious smile played upon her lips. Kaze no Kaze, should you suffer defeat, it shall not only be your sister who bears the consequences, but I shall claim you as well. Wu Feng exclaimed, What has transpired between Kandaliu and Bibi Dong? What is this family affair? Your daughter seeks to conquer me. Yet as a mother, you wish for my submission instead. He continued, I urge you to join the Spirit Hall. I recall you have a sister as well. And I would gladly welcome both of you into the Spirit Hall. I can elevate you to the pinnacle of the continent. After Bibi Dong spoke, Wu Feng shook his head, saying, Your Holiness, such a voracious appetite you possess. Are you not concerned about overindulgence? This woman, his potential mother-in-law, harbored grand ambitions. The outcome of this conflict would undoubtedly determine their fates. If the Spirit Hall were to lose, there would be little consequence, as they would continue to collaborate, albeit with a changed ratio of profits. However, should Wu Feng be defeated, the situation would drastically differ. Should he align himself with the Spirit Hall, his prosperous shop would inevitably become theirs, a perilous gamble indeed. Have you given further thought to my proposal, Wu Feng? Bibi Dong inquired, with unwavering confidence. Wu Feng faced the three Souls Kings, among whom Hulaina and Xiaoyu possessed the formidable martial soul fusion technique, charming demons. While waiting at the entrance, he encountered one of the trio, Yin, leading to a confrontation. Wu Feng accepted the challenge, determined to secure victory in this battle. After a long and arduous journey, Qianrenxue and Xiaobai finally arrived at the bustling markets of Heaveno City. Xiaobai, exceedingly cautious, assisted Qianrenxue down from the carriage, ensuring that no one, not even Wu Feng, laid a finger on her. Slowly, Little snow. Xiaobai smiled warmly. Since Qian Rinxue's pregnancy, Xiaobai had been elated. Even more so than when Feng was born. The snake spear Douluo had been covertly following Qian Rinxue, exerting every effort to conceal his presence from Xiaobai. However, he found himself perplexed by the change in the young mistress's gait, occasionally cradling her abdomen with her hand. Her once flat belly had developed a slight prominence. Could it be that she was already pregnant? This was a significant matter, one that pertained to the inheritance of the spirit hall. The elder of the snake spear began to ponder whether he should keep this revelation from the young mistress, given the magnitude of the situation. If she truly was pregnant, concealing it indefinitely was not a viable solution. Should the judging elder find out, he would surely face dire consequences. After much contemplation, the elder resolved to act accordingly. I am sorry, young mistress. For the sake of the future of the spirit hall, I must disclose your condition to the judging elder. The snake spear Douluo sought a secluded spot and began to channel his soul power, murmuring incantations under his breath. Chapter 63. Qian Dalu smiled subtly, remarking, "This is quite interesting. She has indeed made such a wager with Feng. The prowess of Feng is indisputable. As the son of Poseidon, the sea god Douluo, and Tang Chun, the Haotian Douluo, it is inconceivable that Feng would undertake any venture without assurance. This wager presents substantial advantages for the spirit hall. In truth, Qian Dalu harbors a genuine curiosity regarding Feng's true combat capabilities, and he intends to witness them personally. Hulaina and her companions, being part of the illustrious golden generation of the spirit hall, are certainly known to Qian Dalu. Naruto audaciously dared to challenge all three of them consecutively, exhibiting remarkable courage. The configuration of the soul ring for Feng is not something achievable by mere mortals. Just as Qian Dalu was about to depart, he abruptly halted in his tracks. The voice of the serpent spear Douluo echoed, announcing a grave matter. Qian Dalu immediately seated himself on the ground, commencing the circulation of his soul power. Employing the unique transmission methods of the spirit hall, the serpent spear Douluo was tasked with safeguarding the safety of Qian Rinxue, and news had now emerged. In the grand tapestry of the world, nothing surpasses the importance of a granddaughter. Qian Dalu pressed urgently for details. The serpent spear Douluo, with a complex expression, replied, Elder Judgment, you must brace yourself. The young mistress. Qian Dalu, growing impatient, interjected, What has happened to Xiaoxue? Has her identity been exposed? The serpent spear Douluo gritted his teeth and said, She is already married. Qian Dalu stood frozen, for Xiaoxue was supposed to be infiltrating the Heaveno imperial palace, aiming to dismantle and usurp the Heaveno empire. How could she possibly have married? As the sole descendant of the angel lineage and the young master of the spirit hall, Qian Dalu could proudly assert that there was no one in this world worthy of his granddaughter's hand. Feng, am I not worthy? Were you not watching over the young mistress? How could you allow her such recklessness? Who is the man she is wed? Qian Dalu demanded in fury. He had intended to connect Feng with his granddaughter, only to find that Feng was already married. The marriage of Feng may be one matter, but it is undoubtedly a significant blow to Qian Dalu. Once Tang Chun returns, how will the conflicts between the two be resolved? However, what was unexpected was that his granddaughter was also getting married. How could this not infuriate Qian Dalu? The serpent spear Douluo dared not breathe a word, for despite having retreated to the shadows, Qian Dalu remained the most powerful figure within the spirit hall. As the judgment elder, he wielded authority surpassing that of the Pope. The serpent spear Douluo was merely an elder whom Qian Dalu deemed insignificant. As events unfolded, the serpent spear Douluo gritted his teeth and said, The young master has married the owner of the general store, Feng. Qian Dalu was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. What did you say? Xiaoxue married whom? The serpent spear Douluo repeated, The owner of the general store, Feng. Which Feng? Qian Dalu pressed for clarification. There is only one Feng, the owner of the general store. Is it truly the Feng from the general store? Indeed, it is the owner of the general store, Feng. The serpent spear Douluo continued. He recently departed for the spirit hall to discuss collaboration between the store and the spirit hall with the Pope. He should be at the spirit hall now. A radiant smile blossomed on Qian Daolu's face. What a twist of fate. The flowers I intended to cultivate have not thrived, yet the willows I planted inadvertently have flourished. The serpent spear Douluo continued, Moreover, the young master, it seems, is already with child by Feng. Listening to the serpent spear Douluo's report, and combining it with what Feng had just mentioned, it appeared that Xiaoxue's pregnancy was a certainty. Soon, he would have a great-grandson. How could this not bring joy to Qian Dalu? His lips twitched with excitement that words could scarcely express. Tangan, Tangan. In the past, I pursued Poseidon alongside you, only to be bested. Now, by a stroke of irony, my granddaughter has married your son. Just wait. When you return, let us see how you will treat the spirit hall. Unable to contain his delight, Dalu realized that not only was the union of Feng and Rinxue significant, but also the child within her, the sole heir of the angel lineage. There must be no complications. Serpent Spear, I am aware of this matter. Protect Xiaoxue and the child within her at all costs. No harm must come to them. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Daolia's eyes as he coldly declared, kill anyone who dares to threaten them. Understood, replied the Serpent Spear Douluo. The Serpent Spear Douluo then added, Elder Judgment, there is another matter concerning Feng's identity. In truth, Dalu had realized Feng's identity the moment he manifested his martial spirit. What surprised him was the fact that Tangan and Poseidon's son had grown up to be so remarkable. Dalu nodded, I am already aware. Let it be. Meanwhile, the Serpent Spear Douluo was perplexed. Why had the Judgment Elder, who had seemed furious just moments ago, suddenly changed demeanor? It was common knowledge that the Spirit Hall and Sea God Island were archenemies. The Elder's thoughts were beyond his comprehension. His duty was simply to protect the young master. After a long moment, a smile crept onto Daolu's face. The descendants of the angel lineage would finally continue. He vowed to safeguard this child at all costs. He did not wish for the tragedies of the past to repeat. Would he inform Bibi Dong? Most certainly not. Given her nature, she would forcibly bring Xiaoxue back. Not to mention Feng's true identity, this was a crucial time for collaboration between the Spirit Hall and the General Store, and nothing unusual must occur. Dalu contemplated visiting Tiando City to see his granddaughter, but ultimately decided against it. To avoid unnecessary trouble and considering Xiaoxue's delicate condition, he resolved to refrain from making a visit. The 10 months ahead would feel like an eternity to Dalu. Even before the birth of his great-grandson, he began to ponder what name to bestow upon the child. What should it be? My friends, think about it. One thing was certain. The child must bear the surname Qian. Poseidon, did I agree to this? He could not allow Sea God Island to seize the initiative. Swift action was imperative. With a joyful heart, Dalu smiled and strode purposefully outside. Meanwhile, Feng and Bibi Dong were engaged in a wager. Soon after, they arrived at an open area outside the Pope's palace, selecting it as the battlefield for their imminent confrontation. Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin were already prepared, ready to engage at a moment's notice. This time, it was a direct order from the Pope. The battle must be one to uphold the dignity of the Spirit Hall, especially for Yin, who, if not for the interference of the Judgment Elder, would have long since. Chapter 64. Even Xiaoxue is more beautiful. I pay my respects to the Judgment Elder. The surrounding guardians of the palace knelt in unison. As the Judgment Elder, Dalu held considerable sway within the Spirit Hall. What brings you here? Bibi Dong cast a cold glance at Dalu. He smiled slightly, ignoring her, and instead approached Feng with a gentle demeanor. In that moment, Dalu carried none of the airs typically associated with the Judgment Elder, lightly placing his hand on Feng's shoulder. This gesture left everyone present utterly bewildered. Feng is the son of Poseidon, and although Dalu is acquainted with his mother and they stand as adversaries, by virtue of their familial hierarchy, Feng ought to address Dalu as uncle. Dalu, no. I eagerly await the day you call me grandfather, my son-in-law. Hulaina and her companions possess formidable strength, and they also wield a martial soul fusion technique known as Enchantress, which is a matter you ought to pay keen attention to, Dalu specifically advised. Feng, my dear brother, as a Judgment Elder of the Spirit Hall, your reminder could be seen as a betrayal of your comrades. In that moment, silence enveloped the surroundings, and Bibi Dong's expression darkened. Hulaina and her companions were equally taken aback, initially planning to utilize their soul fusion technique to secure victory in this battle. However, the Elder's intervention left them momentarily stunned. Dalu, on the other hand, remained unfazed. Aiding anyone was still aiding. Moreover, Feng was his grandson-in-law, and given Daolia's already strained relationship with Bibi Dong, compounded by the death of Xuanji at her hands, he might have sought to eliminate her had it not been for the potential to strengthen the Spirit Hall. At the moment of Xuanji's demise, it was highly probable that Dalu would have taken Bibi Dong's life. Within the Spirit Hall, apart from his granddaughter, Dalu had no other kin. Now that his granddaughter was married, and to the son of Poseidon no less, he bore no grievances. In fact, he regarded Feng with great fondness. almost as if he were his own grandson. Furthermore, with his granddaughter expecting a child of the Angel clan from Sea God Island, Daolu felt compelled to support Wolfing even more. Senior Daolu, this seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Wolfing stammered. Daolu chuckled softly and shook his head, stating, "There is nothing inappropriate about it. You are facing 3 opponents alone, which is inherently a disadvantage, especially since those 3 are Soul Kings. And from the Golden Generation at that. My actions are entirely reasonable. I have faith in you." Wolfing gazed at Daolu, who returned his look with an affirming gaze and an ant-like smile, prompting him to instinctively nod in response. After speaking, Daolu stepped aside once more. "What do you mean by that, Daolu?" Bibi Dong inquired, casting a cold glance at him. Unfazed by her question, Daolu replied dismissively, "What I choose to do is none of your concern. For Wolfing, this battle was inherently disadvantageous and unfair. In a 1-against-3 scenario, his chances of victory were less than 30%. Moreover, with Xie and Hulaina wielding their martial soul fusion technique, charming enchantment, their combined strength easily reached the level of a soul emperor. So, you have revealed this secret," Bibi Dong pressed on. "Do you believe that Wolfing alone can turn the tide of battle, even if he knows of the existence of the martial soul fusion technique?" Bibi Dong sneered, fully aware of the combat prowess of Hulaina and her companions, having personally trained them. In response, Daolu merely glanced at Bibi Dong and stated, "You should focus on your own responsibilities. It is not your place to question my decisions. Furthermore, do not underestimate Wolfing. He is our grandson." Bibi Dong's gaze shifted towards Daolu, pondering why this old man, who had remained in the Elder Hall, would suddenly appear today. This was not a matter of great significance. Yet based on Daolu's earlier attitude towards Wolfing, Bibi Dong suspected that there was something hidden between the two. Perhaps important information or a certain connection. On the battlefield, Wolfing's expression was grave. His opponents were exceptionally formidable, and he could not afford to underestimate them. This battle was crucial for the ownership of the marketplace. As a resident of Sea God Island, he should not be entangled with the Spirit Hall. However, given the circumstances, Wolfing felt resigned. "Kid," Yin chuckled, just outside the door, "I was eager to teach you a lesson. Had it not been for the timely appearance of the Elder of Judgment, you would certainly have been the one lying on the ground." Wolfing retorted, "You." Yin gritted his teeth, flames flickering in his palm. "Yin," Hulaina interjected promptly, "we must act according to our teacher's plan." Yin was utterly obedient to Hulaina's words. A sycophant destined for a life of mediocrity. Hulaina exchanged a knowing glance with Xie, the siblings displaying remarkable synergy. With a graceful step, Hulaina swiftly appeared directly in front of Wolfing, a gentle smile blooming on her face. As she released her martial soul, a delicate pink fox tail sprouted behind her. Hulaina's martial soul, the enchanting fox, possessed formidable charm abilities. Emitting a soft pink aura, her graceful figure moved with a rhythm that stirred the blood. Her eyes veiled in a blush, an allure that ensnared anyone in its grasp. In stark contrast, Wolfing remained as composed as ever, his eyes devoid of any ripple. Calm and unflustered, he was a married man, and moreover, his wife, Xiaoxua, was far more beautiful than Hulaina. Such enchantment dared to manifest beneath Wolfing's very nose. Wolfing gently lifted his wrist, using 2 fingers to raise Hulaina's chin. He shook his head in disappointment and remarked, "Is this all? My little Shui is far more beautiful. Let us go." With that, Wolfing abruptly raised his right leg, as a dark crimson energy began to rapidly converge, forming a blood-red crescent moon. This is dire. He possesses a soul bone. Bibi Dong has underestimated him. The skill of the evil demon orca soul bone, evil whale demon slash. The force of Wolfing's kick sent waves of crimson rippling through the air as it struck Hulaina, who was instantly propelled backwards, all eyes upon her. Nana. At that moment, Xie deftly caught Hulaina in his arms. As Xie's sister, they had grown up together, and he had always taken care of her with utmost tenderness. Under the influence of the evil demon slash, Hulaina fell into a deep state of unconsciousness. Xie remained silent, commanding others to carry his sister away. The silence of a person can be the most terrifying. Gripping his blood-red crescent blades, he summoned his soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, each bursting forth in succession. Yin, the foremost suitor of Hulaina, could scarcely bear to witness the harm done to the one he cherished. A towering figure of flames emerged behind him. As his own soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, began to rise slowly. In Chapter 65, holding the heavy grandson to command Tang Chun, Bibi Dong, as a teacher. felt a pang of pain for her injured disciple. Qian Rinxue was indeed her own flesh and blood, yet in her childhood, she had received not a shred of Bibi Dong's affection. The depth of her love paled in comparison to that of Juliana, her apprentice. Bibi Dong hurried forward to examine Juliana and, upon realizing that she was merely in a light coma, breathed a sigh of relief. Her gaze turned from playful to one filled with a despairing death stare directed at Wufeng. Shiyue, Yan. In this swiftly, Bibi Dong issued her cold command. With Juliana out of the equation, the possibility of a soul fusion technique with Shiyue had vanished. The situation swiftly tilted in Wufeng's favor. Bibi Dong had not anticipated that someone so young could possess a soul bone of such exceptional quality, at least over 10,000 years old. Yet, she had still underestimated Wufeng. With his sister harmed, the protective instincts of Shiyue surged forth. Wielding his crescent blades, he launched a furious assault on Wufeng. Each strike executed with blinding speed and lethal precision. Yin joined the fray, his soul rings illuminating as the ground transformed into molten lava beneath him, leaving Wufeng with no avenue of retreat. In that moment, Wufeng reached out, summoning a blue trident that appeared in his grasp. The trident crossed his chest, clashing violently against the crescent blades, sending sparks flying. Simultaneously, Yin swung his iron fist, encased in a shell of molten rock, filled with unbridled rage, aiming a devastating blow at Wufeng's head. Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened as she noticed 8 spider spears sprouting from Wufeng's back. Wasn't his martial spirit a trident? Why this? Could it be an external soul bone? Qian Dalu mused on the remarkable fortune of this young individual, who had acquired such a precious external soul bone. Indeed, Bibi Dong's conjecture was correct. It seemed this external soul bone was derived from a soul beast of the spider variety. She herself possessed dual martial spirits, the twin spider empress martial spirits. This external soul bone stirred deep memories within Bibi Dong. Yan and Shiyue understood the gravity of the situation. Wufeng's strength was unfathomable, and in mere moments, he had already bestowed upon them a multitude of surprises. First the soul bone that defeated Juliana, then the external soul bone, and now, the soul rings of Bofeng materialized. Yellow, purple, and black. Yan and Xiaoyu held their breath as they beheld the most astonishing spectacle of their lives, an ancient second ring of 1,000 years and a fourth ring of 10,000 years. All present were astounded by this seemingly chaotic arrangement of soul rings, including Bai Dong, who was equally taken aback. The enigmatic figure of Bofeng eludes understanding. What secrets lie beneath his exterior? She must uncover the truth. Years ago, at the Chrysanthemum Pass, she witnessed the 2 golden century soul rings adorning Bofeng. Yet now, reality has dealt him a harsh blow. Qian Dao nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this is the son of sea god Douluo and Haoyin Douluo Tangchen, deserving of the title of his granddaughter's husband. Even if Tangchen were to return in the future, settling scores would necessitate consideration of their intertwined relationships, former adversaries now inexplicably transformed into in-laws, and quite close ones at that. Qian Daolu could even envision the astonished expression on Tang Chen's face upon his return. The anticipation was palpable. The spirit hall may find itself at a loss. Seeking retribution is not so simple, especially when cradling his great-grandson, wielding a form of leverage over Tangchen. It would be intriguing to observe their rapport, wouldn't it? On the battlefield, Bofeng brandished a trident, with 8 spider spears shimmering with a violet glow behind him. His left and right legs radiated purple and red light, respectively. The surprises he presented today were indeed plentiful, leaving Bibi Dong momentarily speechless. Judging by his stance, the left leg likely harbored a soul bone, and the glimmering light suggested it bore significant age, certainly not inferior to that of the right leg. Bofeng has now fully unleashed his potential, wielding the trident. His movements were as swift as lightning. His first soul skill, Spear of the Sea. The trident rippled with blue waves, with a single strike. The blade of the moon blade wielded by Xiaoyu crossed in defense. Xiaoyu was sent reeling back several dozen meters. The so-called golden generation of the Spirit Hall, had prided themselves as the foremost of the younger generation. Yet, Bofeng now stood undefeated, confronting 2 soul kings with the prowess of a soul sect. A gentle smile graced the lips of Bofeng as he wielded his trident, striking once more at Yin beside him. Having learned from the lesson of the malevolent Yu, Yin demonstrated cleverness this time. His fiery, giant fist collided with the trident, igniting flames that soared skyward. The 4th soul skill, Molten Surge. Bofeng, you are destined to lose this time. The 4th soul ring beneath Yan's feet glimmered rapidly, while Bofeng, caught in a stalemate, inadvertently found himself on the defensive. The magma beneath him began to churn, approaching the brink of eruption. Yan's martial spirit, the Flame Sovereign, a supreme fire and earth dual-element martial soul, aimed to drag Bo Feng down into the molten abyss. Meanwhile, Qian Daoliu's expression grew increasingly grave. Truth be told, he believed in Bo Feng's victory, yet the current situation was exceedingly dire. Yan's fourth soul skill was unleashed, and magma erupted into a towering fire column, ensnaring both Yan and Bo Feng within. Observing from a distance, Bibi Dong reveled in secret delight. Mere mortals could not endure such intense heat. Although Bo Feng was powerful, he was ultimately youthful, with experience still quite limited. Within the flames, Bo Feng remained calm and composed. The surrounding magma inflicted no harm upon him. A transparent blue barrier enveloped his body, manifesting as his second soul skill, Sea Goddess Protection. Suddenly, Bo Feng broke free from Yan's grasp, striking his shoulder with one thrust and his waist with another. This was merely a contest, and Bo Feng harbored no intent to inflict harm. In the meantime, Xiaoyu, wielding the moon blades, was haunted by visions of his sister in a state of unconsciousness. Dismissing further contemplation, he fused the two blades into a single crescent moon, launching it straight at Bo Feng. After subduing Yin, Bo Feng turned his gaze towards the approaching Xiaoyu. It was time to conclude the battle. With his right hand gripping the trident, his fourth soul skill illuminated beneath his feet. The blue trident radiated a resplendent golden glow. A millennium soul skill. Fourth soul skill. Sea Goddess Roar. The golden trident, imbued with lightning, was hurled with great force towards Xiaoyu. This strike contained the immeasurable power of the ocean, instilling a sense of crisis within Xiaoyu. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, an explosive roar resounded, causing every heart to race. Wolfing brandished his trident, poised to strike the throat of the malevolent moon. The battle had reached its conclusion, the outcome evident. Wolfing emerged triumphant in the final victory. The gentle breeze carried a smile from Bo Feng, who marveled. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall truly lives up to its illustrious reputation. Although Xiaoyu was reluctant to confront the truth, the reality remained. They had suffered a complete defeat. Bibi Dong, her countenance darkened, had harbored hopes that the three of them could vanquish their foes and seize control of the marketplace. Now, however, Bo Feng emerged victorious. Chapter 66. As long as the hoe is wielded well. The victory of Bo Feng and the defeat of the Spirit Hall present a disheartening contrast, especially when compared to Bai Dong. She has missed the opportunity to seize control of the commercial enterprise. And the series of miracles that have befallen Bo Feng are indeed remarkable. Such a prodigy, not aligning with the Spirit Hall, is a lamentable loss. Xiaoyu clutched his chest, enduring the excruciating pain that coursed through his body as he rose to his feet. Next time, fortune may not favor you as it has today. His eyes fixated on Bo Feng, his fists clenched tightly. It was indeed astonishing that the three heralded as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall had all fallen at his hands. With a smile, Kazekage nodded and said, "I shall await your arrival." As he turned away, he caught sight of Qi Dao Lu's ant-like smile, a smile that was undeniably peculiar. Though he had only met Qi Dao Lu once, the sensation was profoundly unsettling. No, something felt truly amiss. Yet, he chose to disregard these thoughts. Wolfeng gazed at the somber-faced Bibi Dong and remarked, "Your Holiness, I wonder about the status of our wager." In that moment, Bibidong's spirits plummeted to an unprecedented low. The golden generation, whom she held in high esteem, had fallen to the avaricious Wolfeng. Indeed, the opponent's soul rings were astonishing. Yet they were not the sole reason for the defeat of three soul kings. As for the unexpectedly emerged soul bones and external soul bones, it is a remarkable feat for an ordinary person to possess even a single one, but Wolfeng? He held three, including the most coveted external soul bone. Bibi Dong truly yearned to recruit Wolfeng, yet alas, she had lost this gamble. With a wry smile, she shook her head and said, "Wolfeng, you truly are formidable. Might you have any interest in joining the Spirit Hall?" The personal invitation from Her Holiness was one that none present could likely refuse. Meanwhile, Candalia cast a teasing glance at Bibi Dong, thinking to himself how naive she seemed. How could a denizen of Sea God Island, such as Bo Feng, possibly join the Spirit Hall? Even though his granddaughter has married Bo Feng, this does not alter the undeniable truth that he is from Sea God Island. Wait a moment. Upon further contemplation, Qian Daolu realized that with his granddaughter marrying Bo Feng, it implies, oh no, he has suffered a tremendous loss. Wolfeng smiled helplessly and turned to Bibi Dong, responding, "My apologies, Your Holiness. I am merely a merchant, and it is only natural for a merchant to covet wealth. I have already triumphed in this wager. May Your Holiness fulfill the terms of our agreement?" The Spirit Hall is currently in a phase of rapid development. And what it requires most are talent and funds, without a doubt. Wolfing is precisely such an individual. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong naturally found it difficult to contravene the terms of the wager. Very well. Suppressing her inner fury, Bibi Dong nodded in indignation and continued, from this day forth. The Spirit Hall shall enter into a partnership with the General Merchandise Store, granting the store the right to establish a branch in Spirit City. Having spoken, Bibi Dong turned on her heel and returned to the Papal Hall without a backward glance. Witnessing Bibi Dong's humiliation, Qian Daolu was in high spirits and approached Wolfing, gently placing an arm around his shoulder. With a smile, Qian Daolu remarked, "Well done. You were the first to make her falter." Wolfing gently shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Today, I have undoubtedly offended this Pope. My future days will not be as easy." "How is it that as the heir of Sea God Island, you still harbor fears?" Qian Daolu inquired softly. "Senior Qian Daolu, this is the Martial Soul Hall, not Sea God Island. Were we on Sea God Island, I would not need to exercise such caution. Even you once faced difficulties there," he replied. Qian Daolu retorted, "You rascal, is it necessary to dredge up old grievances?" Clearing his throat to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Qian Daolu then asked, "What are your plans moving forward? Will you return?" Wolfing smiled gently as he gazed towards the direction of Heaveno City. With his wife expecting a child, it was only natural for him to return to her side. In just 8.5 months, their child would enter the world. Wolfing could not help but reflect on the extraordinary journey across the continent. Not only had he acquired a shop of his own, but he had also married a wife of exquisite beauty, gentle disposition, and profound understanding. This was indeed the greatest happiness of his life. At this juncture, Qian Daolu meticulously calculated the time remaining until his great-grandchild's arrival, which was also 8.5 months. Since the demise of Qian Xuanji, the Angel clan had suffered significant loss, leaving only him and his grandson. Now, with his granddaughter married and starting her own family, and a child soon to be born, this child must be brought back to the Spirit Hall. This was the final hope for the Angel clan. Furthermore, with Wolfing's martial soul being that of the sea god, as the son of Poseidon and Tangan, his innate talents were beyond question. Their child was destined to stand at the pinnacle from the moment of birth. With the support of Sea God Island and the Spirit Hall, along with the loving guidance of Tangan and Poseidon as grandparents, and the venerable Qian Daolu as great-grandfather, the affection of 3 unparalleled Douluos was a weighty legacy not easily borne by ordinary individuals. It seemed that Qian Daolu had surpassed Tangan and Poseidon by an entire generation. "Oh, by the way, when will you inform your mother of this matter? It is of great significance concerning the inheritance of Sea God Island," Qian Daolu inquired, eager to compete with Poseidon over this important issue. Kaze no Kaze gazed at the smiling Qian Daolu, questioning whether this was truly the same person. From beginning to end, Kaze no Kaze had observed that Qian Daolu's smile never wavered, and his gaze remained fixated upon him without a moment's pause. Could it be? No. It was impossible. Absolutely impossible. With a gentle smile, Wolfing remarked, "I have yet to inform my mother. Given her disposition, she would undoubtedly set aside the matters of Sea God Island and is highly likely to come to Heaveno City, dedicating herself to the care of my wife, Poseidon. As one who has traversed these experiences, possesses the wisdom of nurturing the winds of the sea, it is likely that she would come forth without hesitation to ensure her daughter-in-law is well cared for during her pregnancy. Regarding the future of the island of the sea gods, she, as the high priestess, has always regarded the winds more dearly than anyone else. Now that a grandchild is on the way, it is only natural. Winds, shall I take my leave? Naruto has fallen out of favor. Poseidon is coming." Qian Daolu's eyes sparkled with excitement. At this moment, Tangan was striving to reach level 100. The regrets of the past haunted Qian Daolu for a lifetime. How infuriating. Qian Daolu firmly believed that with a well-wielded hoe, no wall corner was unturnable. Seizing this opportunity, Qian Daolu planned to make one final desperate push. What charm does Tangan possess that could so profoundly move Poseidon? Yet, Tangan has not yet returned. Qian Daolu understood that his opportunity had arrived. It was essential to first nurture their relationship. That was of utmost importance. Qian Daolu hurriedly exclaimed, "Young man, with such significant matters at hand, you must promptly inform your mother. The inheritance of the Sea God Island is at stake. This is more important than anything else." Wolfing gazed at Qian Daolu, who wore that enigmatic and peculiar smile. Wolfing was aware of Qian Daolu's affection for his mother. Could it be? Heaven forbid. This fellow has not yet given up. With a resigned smile, Wolfing tentatively inquired, "Senior Qian Daolu, you still have not given up, have you?" Chapter 67. Unable to dig at the corner. The Pope contemplates action. Qian Daolu instinctively nodded, affirming, indeed. Indeed. With narrowed eyes and a solemn expression, Bofeng gazed intently at Qian Daolu, realizing the implication. Qian Daolu hastily shook his head, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Am I truly that kind of person? Bofeng, is it not so? Your smile has betrayed you. I regard you as a senior, yet I never anticipated your desire to become my new father. Senior Qian Daolu, you should abandon this notion. My mother harbors no feelings for you. She once stated that whoever ascends to godhood would earn her favor. And now, my father is returning. As the angelic representative, you have already achieved the 8 trials of angels. Attaining the 9th trial is surely within reach. Despite this, Qian Daolu clung to his dwindling hope. And what brings your father back? Do you seek a beating? Bofeng interjected. I merely wish to discuss the experiences of becoming a deity, Qian Daolu replied. After all, as the angelic representative, I have no opportunity to ascend and must await the emergence of the true heir to the angelic throne. Qian Daolu lamented, how many years have passed? I wonder how much longer I must wait. You shall not wait much longer, came the reassuring response. With a mysterious smile, Bofeng observed that Qian Daolu still harbored hopes for his mother. His eyes gleamed with inspiration. Qian Daolu, I can reveal to you the precise time of my father's return, as well as the divine position he is destined to inherit. Qian Daolu's interest was instantly piqued, and he inquired with fervent urgency, what is it? In this world, there exist 2 great harbingers of death, one a Rakshasa, the other an Asura. My father. The corners of Bofeng's lips curled into a smile as he spoke. It is indeed Shura. Shura. The Shura god has already deemed Bibidong worthy, which is one of the reasons why Qian Daolu dares not move against her. Who would have thought that the Shura god would choose Tangan? My heavens! Qian Daolu can hardly fathom what it will be like when Tangan returns. No, such thoughts must be abandoned at once. Otherwise, the entire spirit hall may face annihilation. For now, it is still centered around that child. I can only hope that time is on our side. The events of the past have already left Qian Daolu filled with regret, yet it is of no avail. The spirit hall's actions have led to the closure of the Haotian sect's gates. As the founder, how could Tang Chen simply let this go? I am aware that the Haotian sect's seclusion is inextricably linked to the spirit hall. I hope that when Tang Chen returns, you can speak kindly, after all. Qian Daolu, we are family. Naruto comprehended the thoughts swirling in Qian Daolu's mind. It was nothing more than a fear of retribution from his father come autumn. Rest assured. Esteemed Qian Daolu, I am well aware of what must be done. If there are no further matters at hand, I shall take my leave for Tiando City. It has been quite some time away, and my beloved wife has surely been missing me. Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu promptly advised, Shui, your wife is a remarkable woman. You must cherish her dearly and never let her down. Otherwise, you may find yourself facing the consequences I did in my youth. Wufeng narrowed his eyes once more, fixating intently on Qian Daolu. Qian Daolu remarked, is it a crime to reminisce? After exchanging a few pleasantries, it was time for Wufeng to take his leave. Following his farewell to Qian Daolu, Wufeng officially embarked on his journey home. In the papal palace, Bibidong sat upon her throne, her face a mask of fury. The purple golden scepter in her hand emitting a series of ominous sounds. Today marked the most distressing day since her ascension to the papacy. She had envisioned a firm grasp over the general merchandise store, yet the unexpected had transpired. Bofeng's formidable strength has already surpassed the control of Bibidong. Such a person, if not recruited, must be eradicated. In a fit of rage, Bibidong resolved to take decisive action. With a mere utterance, the 2 titled Douluos, Gue and Yueguan, instantly appeared before her. Bibidong's gaze turned icy. The spirit hall must dominate the Douluo Continent, and everything shall ultimately belong to her. She had long coveted the lucrative territory of the department store. Now, with Bofeng at the helm, it was imperative that she secured her grasp on him. If Bofeng dared to resist, her eyes glinted coldly, causing both Gue and Yueguan to shudder involuntarily. They dared not delay and hurriedly made their way outside. At that moment, Qian Daolu entered slowly. Where are you 2 planning to go? He inquired sternly. As the judgment elder and grandfather of Qian Renxue, he was naturally inclined to protect Bofeng, her husband. Gue and Yueguan exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to respond. What brings you here? Are you meddling in my affairs again? Bibidong glared at Qian Daolu, recalling their prior agreement that he, as the judgment elder, had no authority to intervene in the matters of the spirit hall. Qian Daolu smiled slightly. I know you intend to act against Bofeng, but today, I'm not here to stop you. Rather, I come to warn you. At his words, Both Gue and Yuegwan nearly faltered under the oppressive atmosphere that was beyond their capacity to bear. Bibi Dong's expression darkened as she slowly rose from her seat. Wielding her purple-gold scepter, its aura rivaling that of Qian Daolu. I am rather intrigued. What is it that you wish to warn me about? She asked with a seductive smile, her gaze fixed intently on him. Humph. Qian Daolu snorted dismissively. If you dare to lay a finger on Bofeng today, be wary of my wrath. Oh? Bibi Dong asked with curiosity. I am quite intrigued. You have never met him before. Yet he seems to hold significant value in your eyes, to the extent that you would oppose me? In due time, you will understand, Qian Daolu replied, shaking his head without further elaboration. Remember, should I discover that you have harmed him, be cautious of your position as Pope. Although I have vowed not to interfere in the affairs of the Pope's Hall, do not forget that, as the Judgment Elder, I possess the authority to revoke your power. Bibi Dong cast a cold glance at Qian Daolu. As he stated, he indeed had that capability. Just as Qian Daolu turned to leave, Bibi Dong suddenly called out, Wait. Who exactly is Bofeng, that you, who typically remains uninvolved, would react so strongly, even to the point of opposing me? In due time, you will understand. He reiterated before vanishing from sight. After Qian Daolu's departure, Yuegwan cautiously asked, Your Holiness, what shall we do now? If you are not afraid of death, then by all means proceed. Do you think Qian Daolu will spare you? Bibi Dong cast a disdainful glance at Yuegwan, ignoring both him and Gue as she began to ponder the identity of this individual who could invoke such trepidation even from Qian Daolu. One family need not make things difficult for another. You will understand when Bofeng returns with Qian Renxue and their child. Chapter 68. Returning home to accompany my wife with the matters of the Spirit Hall concluded, Bofeng planned to return to Heaveno City. Upon exiting the Pope's Hall, he fortuitously encountered Hulaina, who was being supported by Xiaoyu. Her complexion was poor, having suffered from the brutal attack of the evil whale's demon-slaying strike, leaving her somewhat overwhelmed. The ferocious power of the evil demon tiger whale still lingered within her, causing beads of perspiration to form on her forehead. Hulaina had come in search of her teacher, hoping Bibi Dong might have a method to dispel the residual violent energy within her. Upon encountering Bofeng, Xiaoyu furrowed his brow, exhibiting a decidedly unfriendly demeanor towards him. Having suffered defeat, the trio, once hailed as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, had swiftly become targets of public scorn. With less than a year and a half remaining until the Continental Senior Soul Master competition, time was running short for them. They needed to secure victory, not only for the dignity of the Spirit Hall but also to reclaim the 3 soul bones that rightfully belonged to them. In today's battle, both Xiaoyu and Hulaina had witnessed the formidable power of Bofeng's soul bones. As Bofeng was about to depart, he was suddenly called back by Hulaina. Hold on. Bofeng halted his steps, turning to Huilina, and inquired, Miss Huilina, what seems to be the matter? Could you enlighten me as to why you remain impervious to my allure? You are indeed a spirit master, even though your soul rings may confer certain advantages. Or perhaps it is your mental fortitude. With a gentle smile, Bofeng acknowledged the allure of Miss Hulaina's enchanting abilities, which would undoubtedly ensnare an ordinary individual. However, during my childhood, there was a time when Bofeng was immersed day and night in the haunting melodies of the Sea Maiden's divine melody, a tune known for its capacity to disturb one's senses. Over time, Bofeng became indifferent to its effects. Thus, Hulaina's enchantment proved ineffective on him, far less potent than that divine melody. It must be said that after employing her charm, Hulaina's figure and beauty ascended to a completely new echelon. Of course, she could never rival my dear little Schwer. But what do you mean? Hulaina inquired, perplexed. Halfway through his words, Wave Wind shook his head and said, It's nothing. You are not as beautiful as my little Snow, of course. This charm holds no sway over me. Glancing at Hulaina's rather unremarkable visage, Wave Wind faintly sensed a trace of the malevolent power of the demon orca within her. Almost forgot. Being struck by the evil whale's demon-breaking slash is not a pleasant experience. With a gentle lift of his right hand, the crown of the sea god upon his head radiated a luminous blend of azure and gold. Upon witnessing this, the malevolent moon became immediately cautious. Accompanied by a flicker of the sea goddess light, a gentle force swiftly penetrated Hulaina's being, commencing the purification of the lingering dark power of the malevolent orca within her. This force was imbued with a soothing essence, and Hulaina found herself comfortably closing her eyes, enveloped in a warm embrace. In but a fleeting moment, the light of the sea god had dissipated the remaining ferocious energy within her. Bofeng nodded slightly. and after confirming that Hulaina was unscathed, he hastily departed, eager to return home and spend time with his wife. After a considerable while, Hulaina gradually regained consciousness. "Brother, what did Bufing do to you?" Xiaoyu inquired anxiously, his concern directed solely towards this one sister, determined that no further mishap should occur. Hulaina offered a faint smile, reassuring him, "Do not worry, brother. The residual power within me has been entirely eradicated by Bufing." After surveying her surroundings, she noted the absence of Bufing. "Brother, where is Bufing?" Xiaoyu replied with irritation, "He has already departed. When I next encounter him, I shall personally ensure his defeat." Hulaina shook her head with a bittersweet smile, her expression turning complex as she contemplated strength. Upon leaving the spirit hall, Bufing immediately set forth towards Heaveno City. Remarkably, he returned to the general store in just a day and a half. As always, the shop was bustling with customers, and business was thriving more than ever. Upon Bufing's return, the staff greeted him warmly, and he reciprocated each salutation. His foremost priority, to find his wife. Entering his room, Bufing's heart raced with excitement as he gently opened the door. Creaking softly, the door revealed Qian Rinxue and Xiaobai seated on the balcony, basking in the sunlight and engaged in carefree conversation. It was visibly apparent that Qian Rinxue's belly had grown slightly. "Husband, you have returned," she exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Bufing. "Feng Di, how did things go at the spirit hall?" Xiaobai inquired. Kaze sat beside Qian Rinxue, gently embracing her. "Sister Bai, the spirit hall has consented to collaborate with us, but something occurred along the way. What exactly happened? Could it be that someone is deliberately causing you trouble?" Xiaobai furrowed her brow slightly. Bufing lamented, "It is none other than that Pope Bibidong. When I proposed a collaboration with her, she audaciously requested that I join the spirit hall, even attempting to seize control of the entire merchandise shop. This woman harbors considerable ambition." Upon hearing Bufing's words, Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow, expressing her discontent. "How has she troubled you so? Are you unharmed, my dear?" Qian Rinxue was acutely aware of this mother's formidable nature, dominant. Exceedingly so, with the capacity to annihilate anything in her path. The interest of the merchandise shop had certainly piqued Bibidong's envy. For the spirit hall to ascend to dominance over the Douluo Continent, it desperately requires talent and wealth, both of which Bufing possesses in abundance. Hence, Bibidong's intention to recruit him was set in motion. Alas, it is utterly impossible for Bufeng to join the spirit hall, as he is inherently a denizen of Sea God Island and maintains a profoundly adverse relationship with the spirit hall. Were it not for a partnership, he would never set foot there. To suggest that I join the spirit hall? Such a notion is inconceivable. Immediately, I proposed a wager. Let the spirit hall's golden generation, led by Hulaina, face me alone against their trio. What, then, was the ultimate outcome? Qian Rinxue inquired anxiously. The wind rustled gently as I smiled and declared, "Of course, I emerged victorious. Consequently, Bibidong abandoned her attempts to win me over, inadvertently paving the way for a collaboration with the spirit hall. However, the days ahead may prove to be challenging, for I have provoked a pontiff, and this woman is no trifling adversary. Dominant. Indeed, she is formidable." Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "Are we, the Sea God Island, intimidated by the spirit hall? In years past, I commanded a horde of soul-devouring great white sharks, inflicting untold losses upon them." Qian Rinxue, with a hint of anxiety, inquired, "Darling, did anything else occur during your visit to the spirit hall?" After a moment of contemplation, Bufeng remarked, "Indeed, I also encountered Qian Douluo." "Grandfather." Qian Rinxue struggled to contain her inner excitement. "What did that esteemed elder, Qian Douluo, convey to you?" Bufeng Dao, Qian Douluo is indeed Qian Douluo. He could discern at a glance that I am my mother's son and revealed that I hail from Sea God Island. Chapter 69. The Shrek 7 Monsters? How does Qian Douluo treat you? Has he posed any disadvantage to you? Xiaobai inquired hastily. Wufeng shook his head lightly and remarked, "Qian Douluo has not acted unfavorably towards me. On the contrary, his demeanor is somewhat peculiar. He even contemplated introducing his granddaughter to me." Qian Rinxue exclaimed, "Isn't that me?" "Curious," Qian Rinxue inquired, "how did you respond?" Wufeng chuckled and replied, "Naturally, I declined. Being married, how could I aspire for something beyond my reach? It is said that Qian Daolia's granddaughter, Qian Rinxue, is an extraordinary beauty. Well, that's quite flattering." He added, "However, I already have my Xiaoshuer. The matter of Qian Rinxue is irrelevant to me. In this lifetime, Xiaoshuer is all I need." Qian Rinxue smiled gently, then comfortably leaned against Wufeng's shoulder. Dear husband, I hope that when you discover my true identity, you won't be taken aback, she giggled. By the way, Feng, I have already informed the high priest about your wife's pregnancy, Xiaobai reminded. Woofing, sister Bai, did we not agree to keep this from our mother? How can you go back on your word? Xiaobai, with a hint of pride, replied, as the heir of the sea god island. You bear the weighty responsibility of ensuring its prosperity. Were it not for me, would you have had the chance to meet the likes of Xiaoxua, to encounter such a virtuous wife? Ever since you arrived on the mainland, you have grown rather indolent. Woofing inquired, did mother say anything at all? Xiaobai glanced at Woofing and smiled. The high priest holds this grandson in high regard. He is the hope of our sea god island. As there are still matters to be resolved on the island, the high priest will not be able to visit us for the time being. However, once Xiaoxua gives birth, the high priest hopes you can take her and the child back to Sea God Island. Woofing nodded slightly, expressing that there was no issue. There were still 8.5 months until Xiaoxua's delivery, so there was ample time. Xiaoxua, soon you will meet our mother. Are you nervous? Qian Rengshu gently shook her head, smiling as she replied, not at all. During the days you were away, Sister Bai took great care of me. I have also heard you speak of our mother as a kind-hearted person, though we have yet to meet. I am confident that I will cultivate a good relationship with my mother-in-law. After several days apart, the following morning, Woofing packed his belongings and, after bidding farewell to Qian Rengshu and Xiaobai, set off towards Lamba Academy. Beyond being the proprietor of a general store, he held the esteemed position of a teacher Woofing. Today, he had a class to conduct, and he was on his way to Lamba Academy. At that moment, he noticed a gathering of individuals, led by a bespectacled man who was engaged in a heated discussion with the guard at the academy gate. I have already stated that I am acquainted with the Dean. Lu Erlong. Acquaintance or not, it matters not. All individuals entering the academy must declare their identity and purpose. No unauthorized personnel are permitted entry. Dean Flender? What brings you here? Just then, Woofing arrived at the scene. Upon seeing Woofing, the guard immediately approached him and said, Teacher Woofing. These individuals claim to be from Shrek Academy and wish to speak with Dean Lu. The visitors were indeed Flender, and according to the timeline, weren't they still in Soto City? How had they arrived at Lamba Academy so swiftly? Moreover, Flender was accompanied by the entire Shrek 7 monsters as well as all the faculty members of the academy, including the master himself. However, the master's expression was somewhat complex. It seemed Flender had done considerable persuasion to bring him here. Flender's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped Woofing's hand. Boss Woofing, it has been a while. Dean Flender, what brings you here? Woofing inquired, glancing at the crowd behind Flender. Flender chuckled heartily, proudly surveying the individuals behind him before saying, I have brought these little monsters to participate in the Advanced Soul Master competition that will take place in 1.5 years. Thus, I decided to come to Tiando City to seek a livelihood and, coincidentally, to rely on Sister Erlong. It is fortunate for us that you provided guidance back then, otherwise, with what Shrek Academy currently possesses, we would be utterly incapable of nurturing these 7. They're all exceptionally gifted children who require a more conducive environment to fully realize their potential. Therefore, the very day after your departure, I set out with all the faculty and students, and we have only now arrived in Tiando City. Woofing nodded slightly, then turned to the student guarding the school gate and said, I am acquainted with these individuals. I shall escort them to Dean Lu Erlong. The student, unwilling to hesitate, promptly opened the academy's gates, for if Woofing recognized them, there was no reason for further inquiry. Under Woofing's guidance, the members of Shrek Academy leisurely traversed the expansive campus, surrounded by a splendid educational environment and the necessary simulated training conditions. This was the very purpose of the master's journey, as the second phase of training aimed to enable the young prodigies to earn the Silver Soul Badge at the Soto Great Soul Arena. However, the master could not resist the persistent urging of Flanders, especially after learning from Woofing that the head of Lamba Academy was Dean Lu Erlong. Flanders had long since devised a plan to visit Lamba Academy, with the primary consideration being the master, who had not seen Lu Erlong for over 20 years. It seemed that Flanders had thoroughly prepared the master for this visit. Here's to the teaching building, the place where students attended classes, and over there lay the student dormitories, providing a space for rest. As Bofeng walked and introduced the 7 heroes of Shrek, along with a multitude of teachers and students, couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, clearly pleased with the environment. After all, from this moment forward, they were to embark on a new chapter of their lives here. The group took a cursory glance around the Blue Tyrant Academy before Bofeng led them toward the back mountain. Lu Erlong, with her affinity for tranquility and nature, had chosen the back mountain as her sole residence. Generally speaking, she would not make appearances unless significant matters arose. Dean Flanders, Master. How do you feel as we approach Dean Lu Erlong's residence? Bofeng jested. Flanders chuckled, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and replied, we came here, quite unexpectedly. I wonder if Erlong still remembers her big brother? Let us hope she doesn't turn us away. It's been over 20 years since we last met. And I must admit, I've missed her terribly. Wouldn't you agree, Master? Flanders cast a glance at the Master, seeking affirmation. As Bofeng followed his gaze, he noticed the Master's eyes were vacant. From the very moment of his admission, his heart had been in turmoil, uncertain of how to confront Lu Erlong, a person he once cherished, who also happened to be his cousin. 2 decades had passed. Some matters he must confront. Chapter 70. I shall not reveal it to you. The back mountain remains as beautiful as ever. Under the guidance of Bofeng, the members of the Shrek Academy slowly made their way towards the residence of Lu Erlong. Not far ahead, as was customary, Lu Erlong's melodious singing drifted through the air. Living a solitary life here, her interests were limited to daily watering, planting flowers, and singing. Her voice was enchanting and clear, yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. It was a reflection of her yearning for someone who was on the very path to her. Suddenly, the Master's expression darkened, leaving him frozen in place. Tears welled up in his previously stoic eyes. He fell silent, as if his spirit had departed. Tangan, observing the Master's current state, could not help but feel a surge of curiosity about what could possibly cause this usually composed mentor to be reduced to such a state. Flinder wiped away the remnants of tears from the corners of his eyes, reminiscing about the days gone by, when they were filled with vigor and ambition. Now, they had grown old. Time is indeed relentless. The Master clenched his teeth, preparing to leave, but Flinder seized his shoulder firmly. Xiao Gang, it has been 20 years. Do you truly refuse to see her? Flinder urged. The Master shook his head vigorously, responding, it is not that I do not wish to see her, but rather that I lack the courage within to face her. Sighing helplessly, Flinder acknowledged the heavy toll that past events had taken on him. The once loving couple, on the brink of marriage, had been torn apart by their own kin, only to discover that she was his cousin, a brother to his sister. Such a revelation was devastating. This was one of the reasons the Master had evaded the truth for over 2 decades. Flinder comforted him, saying, well, you have come this far. Some matters must be confronted, seek not solace within. For the sake of these children and Bo's good intentions, you must meet her today, no matter what. And so, Flinder forcefully dragged the Master away. Under the gaze of everyone around them, the Master's eyes reflected his helplessness. He yearned to resist. Yet, Flinder was a soul sage, and how could a mere great soul master contend against him? Wolfing smiled silently before continuing to lead the group towards the residence of Lu Erlong. Director Lu, there are acquaintances here to see you, Wolfing announced as he approached. Lu Erlong promptly set aside his current tasks and approached Wolfing, smiling. Acquaintances? Who might they be? Lu Erlong cast a glance at the unfamiliar faces behind Wolfing, puzzled by the unexpected visitors. Teacher Bo, who are they? Aside from Flanders and the Master, this was Lu Erlong's first encounter with the Shrek 7 Devils and the others. Wolfing turned around and inquired, where are the Master and Flinder? Tangan, where is your teacher? Tangan replied, the Master and Dean Flinder are still down the mountain. When we ascended together, my teacher appeared somewhat reluctant. It seems that the Master still harbors lingering fears. Flinder? You are students of Flinder? Lu Erlong asked in astonishment. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's question, everyone exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. As part of the renowned Golden Iron Triangle, the 3 shared a bond akin to that of brothers, and the teacher Tangan referred to was of great significance. I must ask you, Lu Erlong pressed eagerly. What is the name of the teacher you just mentioned? The urgency in Lu Erlong's inquiry reflected a deep-seated anticipation for the name that lay buried within her heart. Although Tangan was unaware of the circumstances, he could clearly perceive that Lu Erlong's emotional state surpassed even that of his own teacher. Without any hesitation, Tangan responded, my teacher is known to all as the Master, and Dean Flinder often refers to him as Xiaojiang. The Master. Xiaojiang. Lu Erlong murmured to herself, her excitement palpable and beyond words. It is truly you. After 20 years, I have finally awaited this day. Now, you cannot escape from my grasp. With that, Lu Erlong shed her previous demeanor and dashed down the mountain. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, each person struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. With a wry smile, Bofeng shook his head and then instructed, everyone, please take a seat and rest. We will all be part of the same academy from now on, so do not hesitate. After traveling for so many days from Soto City to Heaveno City, it is quite a considerable distance. Furthermore, this place is beautifully serene, an exquisite locale perfectly suited for a leisurely life. The group began to scatter and sit comfortably on the ground. At that moment, Tangan cast a complex gaze towards Bofeng, pondering the identity of this teacher who shared his hammer martial spirit. What could be the connection between them? And why did he know his father? Could it truly be as he claimed, that they were family? These questions swirled in Tangan's mind, leaving him in a state of confusion for quite some time. Before Tangan could approach, Ning Rongrong took a step forward and came to Bofeng's side. "Brother Bo, it has been a long time. Have you missed Rongrong?" Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled as she looked at Bofeng. Wolfing gently pushed Ning Rongrong aside, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "Little sorceress, behave. Do not be mischievous. I have already settled down." "Wolfing, could you refrain from calling me little sorceress? I have grown up." Ning Rongrong immediately expressed her displeasure. With a smile, Bofeng shook his head and said, all right, our Rongrong has grown up. This place is not far from your 7-treasure glazed tile school. Make sure to return and visit when you have the chance. Your father has been missing you dearly. The last time I met him, he often mentioned you." "Brother Bo, there is something I have long wished to inquire about," Ning Rongrong tentatively asked. With a slight raise of his brow, Bofeng remarked, "Speak up. Furthermore, this is Blue Tyrant Academy, and as a teacher here, you shall henceforth be my student. Refrain from addressing me as Brother Bo. You should call me Teacher Bo." Yes, Teacher Bo," came the response. "Teacher Bo, I have always been curious about your origins. How is it that you possess such an array of peculiar knowledge?" "I have inquired with my father numerous times, yet he remains tight-lipped," Ning Rongrong inquired. All of this traces back to Bofeng's initial visit to the 7-treasure glazed tile school and his first encounter with Ning Fengji. Ning Rongrong was acutely aware of her father's character. For the leader of a sect to forge an alliance with Bofeng upon their first meeting speaks volumes of Bofeng's extraordinary nature. Indeed, it has been substantiated that Bofeng is indeed remarkable. Within the span of merely a year, the commercial establishments have infiltrated every corner of the continent. Recently, Wolfing extended his hand towards the spirit hall. "Would you like to know?" he asked with intriguing curiosity. Ning Rongrong nodded earnestly, eagerly anticipating Wolfing's response. After a long wait, he said, "But I won't tell you." With that, Wolfing intended to depart, as he had classes to prepare for. "You, Wolfing, are truly pushing your luck. Beware." "I might return and inform my father," urging him to cease his collaboration with the department store. Ning Rongrong retorted in indignation. Just as Wolfing was about to leave, he paused, slowly turning to face the furious Ning Rongrong. He couldn't help but find it amusing. "If your father doesn't tell you, what do you think? Will the wind tell you?" Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to the scene before them. They were all aware that not long after entering Shrek Academy, the then Ning Rongrong was a quintessential little witch. After enduring various experiences, her temperament had shifted, becoming increasingly harmonious with those around her. At this moment, could it be that Ning Rongrong was reverting to her former self? Just then, Flinder arrived, his heart brimming with joy, and traces of tears lingered in the corners of his eyes. Perhaps they were tears shed from emotion, or perhaps due to some other reason. In any case, what was lost was long gone. After over 20 years, Flinder had come to terms with it. Now, Shrek was his sole focus, following closely behind. Lu Erlong grasped the master's hand with a cheerful countenance, exerting considerable effort to drag him to this gathering. Lu Erlong wished to afford the master some time, having evaded for over 20 years, and now he was not to fall once more into her grasp. This time, Lu Erlong was confident that the master would not suddenly depart again, for his disciple Tang San was present. And training Tang San along with the Shrek 7 was a promise the master had made to Flinder. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Erlong planned to foster connections. The atmosphere was tranquil. Flinder cleared his throat, breaking the silence. "Ladies and gentlemen, I bring forth joyous news. From this moment onward, Shrek Academy is officially merging with Lamba Academy, and our new institution will primarily retain the name of Shrek Academy. Henceforth, we shall no longer have to worry about financial matters." As Flinder concluded his announcement, the onlookers erupted with exuberance. As the capital of the Tiando Empire, being able to cultivate here provided an excellent environment for the young monsters, which would also facilitate ample preparation for the upcoming grand competition. In truth, all of this had been anticipated by Bofeng. He had initially thought Shrek would arrive later, but they had come several months earlier than expected. Lu Erlong, still holding the master, approached Flinder with a smile, saying, "From now on, you are all students of Lamba. No, Shrek Academy. Henceforth, I shall be the vice dean, and Flinder, you shall undoubtedly take the position of dean. Flinder, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, Erlong, this visit has already favored us. As for the dean's position, I think I shall decline. Lu Erlong shook her head with a smile, stating, Flinder, do not be modest. I have no interest in the role of dean. Otherwise, I would not have moved to this back mountain. Previously, much of the academy's affairs were handled by Teacher Bo, and now that you are here, I have the leisure to pursue my own desires. As she spoke, Lu Erlong tightened her grip on the master. The crowd realized that the master and Lu Erlong seemed to be acquainted beforehand, each wearing an expression of intrigue. The master's discomfort grew, prompting him to extricate himself from Lu Erlong's embrace. He then approached the Shrek 7, adopting a stern demeanor and declaring, Do not think that just because we have changed our surroundings, your training can be neglected. There is still a year and a half until the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. During this time, my training will be even more rigorous and demanding, beginning this afternoon. Really, Master? After all the effort we put into getting here, can't we have a few days to rest? Oscar implored, his doe-like eyes blinking innocently at the Master. The others joined in with pitiful expressions, well aware of the Master's grueling training regimen, which was nothing short of inhumane. Even during that period, Tang Sin found himself utterly exhausted, let alone the remaining 6 members of Shrek. Wolfing cast a glance at the Shrek 7 monsters, a thought emerging in his mind. He stepped forward to the side of the Master and said, Master, since you have been working so hard on training the Shrek 7 monsters, why not allow me to assist you in their training? The moment these words escaped his lips, the Shrek 7 monsters were taken aback. Even the Master was momentarily stunned, as were Flander and Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong, caught between laughter and tears, remarked, Teacher Bo, Xiaojing has a unique method for training these little monsters. Although your combat prowess is commendable, Xiaojing is an expert in educating others. It would be best if you refrain from meddling. Indeed, with Xiaojing already causing quite a stir among these little creatures, the thought of you, Boss Bo, joining forces with Flander is beyond imagination. The minds of the Shrek 7 monsters involuntarily conjured images of a future where Boofing and the Master collaborated in their training. The 7 could not help but shake their heads in unison. It was unthinkable. Brother Bo, I apologize for my earlier remarks. I truly meant no offense. As for what you suggested, we genuinely do not require it. Ning Rongrong hurriedly expressed her apologies to Boofing. Yes. Teacher Bo, we really do not need it. In fact, the Master is quite good. We have all grown accustomed to his methods. Wouldn't you agree? In an instant, each of the 7 voiced their opinions. Their intentions clear. They must prevent Boofing from intervening, lest their future become troublesome. In a moment of indecision, Flander turned to the Master and inquired, Xiaojing, you have been training these little monsters all along. What is your stance on this? The Master pondered for a moment before looking at Boofing and asking, if you were to train them, what methods would you employ? This was the Master's way of prompting Boofing to consider an alternative perspective. Boofing cast a glance at the Shrek 7 monsters, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips, inducing a chill among the 7. If it were I, with less than a year and a half remaining before the competition, I would not be concerned about their current capabilities, particularly those of Daimo Bai, Tang San, and Xiaowu. Their innate talents are remarkable, and given sufficient time, reaching the spirit sect would undoubtedly be within their grasp. However, the prospects for the others remain uncertain. At the tender age of 6, I commenced my training through an exceedingly rigorous regimen. Allow me to share a tidbit with you. I was taught by 7 titled Douluos in succession from a young age. 7 titled Douluos. Everyone present was left in astonishment. The magnitude of Boofing's strength was palpable to Lu Erlong, who had once sparred with him. Who would have imagined? Being instructed by 7 titled Douluos from such an early age is an extraordinary fortune for any spirit master. The excellence of Bofeng is evident for all to see. Moreover, one cannot overlook the terrifying forces behind him, which include no less than 7 titled Douluo, and perhaps even more. Chapter 72, The Nightmare of the 7 Monsters approaches. Boofeng smiled faintly and continued, in other words, I can employ the training methods of those 7 titled Douluos to instruct you. I have no doubt that in a year and a half, at the Grand Spirit Master Tournament, you will seize the championship. The Shrek 7 instantly felt a sense of despair. The days ahead were destined to be shrouded in darkness. The Master, suppressing his inner excitement, spoke calmly, very well. From this moment on, I shall train alongside Teacher Bo, striving for you to achieve the most commendable results in the competition a year and a half from now. It was over. It was truly over. The 7 gazed vacantly, realizing that their hopes had been utterly dashed. Bofeng gazed at the despondent Shrek 7 monsters, and soon they would experience a respite. Subsequently, Lu Erlong convened a meeting for all faculty and students, officially renaming Lamba Academy to Shrek Academy. Flandra was appointed as the inaugural dean of Shrek Academy, while Lu Erlong retired to a secondary role as the vice dean. Although puzzled by Lu Erlong's intentions, it seemed irrelevant who assumed the role. It was rumored that this newly appointed Dean Flandra was an old acquaintance of Lu Erlong. Aside from the change in name, there were no significant alterations. As for the training of the Shrek 7 monsters, Bofeng already had a plan in mind. On the mountainside, Bofeng stood alongside the master. "Teacher, why have you brought me here?" The master inquired, perplexed. With a serene smile, Bofeng extended his hand to point towards the rugged mountain path. "Master, the peak upon which we stand is indeed the highest summit within Shrek Academy. Could you perhaps estimate the distance from the foot of the mountain to its apex?" In response to Bofeng's inquiry, the master began to gauge the distance, furrowing his brow. "It is approximately over 3,000 meters. You wouldn't be suggesting they..." "You have only guessed half the answer," Bofeng interjected. "Half? Are you implying they should carry large boulders?" The master pondered. "I have employed such a method before, during my time in Soto City. I consistently adhered to this training regimen." The master had anticipated that Bofeng might propose a novel approach, yet it seemed he had underestimated the youth's creativity. Before long, Tangan and his companions had arrived at the foot of the mountain, following Bofeng's earlier guidance. Wolfing and the master had been awaiting their arrival for quite some time. Daimubai inquired, "Master, Teacher Bo, what will be the focus of our training this afternoon?" The master glanced at Wolfing, who nodded in affirmation, and replied, "In the past, during my time in Soto City, I observed your training methods, which involved carrying a basket of stones while running from the academy to Soto City. Today's training will mirror that, as it too will require you to run." Daimubai scoffed. "I expected something more challenging. If it's just this, then Teacher Bo, you might as well have us run 10 laps." Having learned from previous experiences, the Shrek 7 devils were now brimming with energy. This challenge seemed merely a light appetizer to them. With a peculiar smile, Bofeng stepped aside, revealing a rugged path ahead, strewn with stones of various sizes, stretching endlessly into the horizon. "Today's training would not require you to bear stones. I permit the use of your soul power and all your hidden cards. As long as you can ascend to the summit, you will have passed this trial." The 7 gazed at the challenging terrain. Despite its ruggedness, it appeared rather simple for their current capabilities. "I shall go first," declared Daimubai, the leader among the 7. Bofeng and the master exchanged knowing glances, both sporting enigmatic smiles. The moment Daimubai, unprepared, stepped onto the mountain path, his pupils constricted as he was suddenly beset by an overwhelming pressure. His movements became sluggish, as if a mysterious force were opposing him. In an instant, he was propelled backward. Tangan sighed inwardly, activating his purple extreme demon eye. The seemingly unremarkable mountain was enveloped in a faint bluish-golden glow, imperceptible to outsiders. What could this possibly mean? The others hurried to assist Daimubai, and at this moment, Bofeng approached slowly, saying with a smile, "This is the consequence of underestimating the challenge. I have tampered with this mountain. At its peak lies my crown. The radiance it emits can imbue the entire mountain with immense pressure. Your training will take place here, today, and in the future. This is merely the preliminary stage. Within a month, you must all reach the highest peak. Otherwise, I possess many methods to train you, so brace yourselves. This is merely a hint of the Sea God's light, far less than what exists atop Sea God Mountain. Currently, the Shrek 7 monsters are merely soul sovereigns. Such a level of Sea God's light is already a significant challenge for them." Upon hearing Bofeng's description, everyone involuntarily shivered. It was utterly terrifying. For the sake of their future, the 7 steeled themselves and began their ascent. Tangan and Daimubai led the charge. The moment Tangan lifted his right leg and truly stepped onto the mountain, he instantly felt an immense resistance obstructing their progress. As he silently circulated the Xiantian skill, Tangan gradually ascended the mountain, stabilizing his form. It was indeed no simple feat, everyone. Be cautious. The pressure here is immense, Tangan warned. The others quickly sensed it as well. Daimubai experienced this pressure for the first time and became exceedingly cautious. The overwhelming weight bore down upon him, rendering him nearly immobile. Daimubai and Tangan fared somewhat better, while Ning Rongrong and the other 4 had already collapsed to the ground. The Sea God's light was not something they could easily dismiss. If the training in Soto City had merely stripped them of a layer of skin, this training was taking a chunk of flesh from them. At this moment, Ma Hongjun's face was flushed, drenched in sweat. Teacher Bo, I was wrong. Please. Show mercy and change the training method. He pleaded. Yes, master, please intercede with Teacher Bo. I would gladly run 20 laps bearing stones, chimed in Ma Hongjun and Oscar. The food-type soul master. They truly could not endure the intensity of the sea goddess light, which had rendered them unable to stand. Bo Feng solemnly remarked, Ma Hongjun, your martial spirit is the fire phoenix, a truly remarkable gift, yet it is regrettably squandered in your possession. And you, Oscar, as a food-type soul master. In the heat of battle, you will undoubtedly be the primary target for the enemy's attacks. Do you expect your comrades to divert their attention to safeguard you? I have heard from Dean Flinder that you are among the few food-type soul masters with innate full soul power. While even Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School possesses only innate soul power at level 9. Are you truly incapable of surpassing a mere girl? Chapter 73. Into the Wild. The master added, what Bo said is quite accurate. From this point forward, your training will be entirely under Bo's supervision. I must take my leave. With that, the master hastily departed. He was their last beacon of hope, and now that he had withdrawn, the Shrek 7 devils were poised to face an entirely new nightmare. With a playful smile, Bo Feng remarked that this was merely an appetizer. As the master had just stated, from this point forward, their training would be entirely under his purview. Hurry up. Today, I do not expect you to reach the summit. At the very least, you must advance 300 meters. Otherwise, you shall have no dinner tonight. This announcement struck them like a thunderbolt. Under the pressure of the sea god's light, the 7 began their slow ascent. Nearby the wooden cabin on the rear mountain, Flander, who had recently been appointed the true principal of the Blue Tyrant Academy, lay comfortably in a chair, humming a tune while relishing his well-deserved leisure. Flander, you are utterly outrageous. Lu Erlong approached with her hands on her hips, slamming her palm down on a nearby wooden table. Startled, Flander fell from his chair onto the ground. Erlong, please don't frighten me during the day. I haven't wronged you, he protested innocently. I have been tirelessly attending to the affairs of the new academy, while you, on the other hand, simply recline in a chair. Thinking that being the principal exempts you from my discipline, is that so? Lu Erlong said, her frustration boiling over. Flander stammered, well, as the principal, I must oversee everything. It is only natural for someone of my age to start enjoying retirement, don't you think? At this, Lu Erlong was rendered speechless. Just then, the master approached from a distance. Xiaogang. Upon seeing the master, Flander rushed to his side like a man grasping at a lifeline. Xiaogang. Lu Erlong's demeanor softened, resembling that of a gentlewoman. Aren't you busy training the little monsters? What brings you here? Flander, hiding behind the master, nodded and replied, yes. Could it be that Boss Bo has already? The master smiled wryly and nodded. I must admit, I underestimated Teacher Bo. His prowess in educating others surpasses even my own. Is that so? Flander exclaimed in shock. Is Boss Bo truly that remarkable? The master affirmed, do not forget. He has been trained by 7 titled Douluos since childhood. His knowledge and methods far exceed our expectations. I am quite at ease leaving the little monsters in Teacher Bo's capable hands. Teacher Bo is indeed enigmatic, and his sister, Xiaobai, also a titled Douluo, possesses a spirit ring of 100,000 years, Lu Erlong interjected. A spirit ring of 100,000 years. The master and Flander gasped in astonishment. Heavens! The current world of spirit masters holds but a handful of titled Douluos with a spirit ring of such age, the master lamented. What is Teacher Bo's true identity to have such a powerful titled Douluo at his side? Lu Erlong slowly shook her head. I do not know. But this is undoubtedly a boon for our academy. The department store has also invested funds into various projects, contributing significantly to our academy's expansion. Much of which is thanks to Boss Bo. Let us not dwell on that, since the little monsters will receive direct tutelage from Boss Bo. It is akin to having 7 titled Douluos guiding them. Xiaogang, you can take it easy now, Flander inquired. I plan to. Before the master could finish, Lu Erlong took hold of his wrist, smiling. Xiaogang will, of course, assist me in managing the academy. Unlike Flander, who lounges about lazily, I would rather seek Xiaogang's help, wouldn't you agree? The master nodded, lost in thought, as Lu Erlong had articulated all he wished to convey. Meanwhile, along the mountain path illuminated by the sea god's light, the Shrek 7 were utterly exhausted. They collapsed onto the ground, their internal spirit power completely depleted. Even the formidable Tang San and Dai Mubai were panting heavily, unable to fathom what the training ahead would entail. With a subtle smile, Wolfing observed that the 7 of them had seemingly exhausted their last vestiges of strength. Realizing the moment had come to cease, Wolfing extended his arm, and the divine light of the sea god atop the mountain abruptly extinguished. The Shrek 7 instantly felt a wave of comfort wash over them. The oppressive weight they had just borne vanishing completely. The sea god's crown returned to rest upon Wolfing's brow. "Now, do share your feelings?" Wolfing inquired. The group collectively exhaled in relief. With Dai Mubai panting, "Teacher Bo, we could scarcely take another step. The pressure bore down upon us like an overwhelming tide, leaving us breathless." Indeed, advancing even a single step was an arduous task, Xiaowu added. Our soul power was being incessantly drained, making it utterly impossible to reach the summit, Zhu Xing remarked. The others echoed her sentiments in agreement. After listening to the accounts of the seven, Wolfeng chuckled wryly and said, "The source of this pressure emanates from the crown I wear, known as the divine light of the sea god." The divine light of the sea god? The group responded with perplexed expressions. Wolfeng nodded slightly and remarked, "Indeed. The light of the sea god will impose an immense pressure upon you. Likewise, have you taken note of your current physical condition?" Upon hearing Wolfeng's description, the group began to channel their nearly depleted soul power. To their astonishment, they discovered, "I have reached the 29th level, just one more level to become a soul master." Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. Zhu Zhuqing concurred, "Like Rongrong, I too have attained the 29th level. Could it possibly be due to the light of the sea god?" The others chimed in, "I have also advanced a level." Suddenly, Tangan interjected, "I understand now. My teacher once said that pressure serves as the impetus for progress." Woofing. Could it be that the light of the sea god possesses the ability to enhance soul power? Wave Wind nodded and said, "Since my youth, I have been cultivating under the radiance of the sea god. Indeed, the light of the sea god possesses the remarkable ability to enhance one's spiritual power, and its benefits extend far beyond this. If you have just trained under pressure, the outcome could be dire." "Why do you look at me with such expressions?" Ning Rongrong chuckled. "Brother Bo, why not use the sea god's light once more? We assure you this time if they had known that the sea god's light could bolster their strength, they would not have so casually squandered it." "Enough." Wave Wind shot a disapproving glance at the seven. "Do you truly believe that the sea god's light can be used at will? You have a mere half hour of it each day. Our training for the afternoon concludes here. I shall give you some time, after dinner tonight. All of you will accompany me into the city for some wild hunting." Chapter 74. Developing Cautiously. "Hunting? What shall we hunt?" Wolfing smiled helplessly, recognizing that these were indeed unfamiliar terms for them. Clearly, they had undergone some rather unrefined development. "As it stands, your strength remains quite feeble. With such capabilities, do you truly intend to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition? In just a few rounds, you would undoubtedly be defeated. I previously inquired with the master, who initially planned to take you to the Soto Great Soul Arena, which was to be your secondary training locale. However, this time, we shall venture to the Heaveno Great Soul Arena. I am aware that it is the largest arena on the continent, significantly grander than the Soto Great Soul Arena." Ning Rongrong's expression shifted, and she remarked, "Brother Bo, you wouldn't be suggesting that we engage in soul battles there, would you?" "Indeed, little Demonis, quite astute," Wolfing replied with a smile. "The Heaveno Great Soul Arena serves as the main venue for this year's competition, allowing you to acclimate to the combat atmosphere and the characteristics of soul masters there, thus granting you an advantageous familiarity with the terrain. Perhaps you might even encounter some of your future adversaries. Now, ensure that no one is late tonight." Otherwise, the group shivered in unison, quickly nodding in agreement. The night in Heaveno City was particularly vibrant. The first-time visitors, the Shrek 7 Devils, were captivated by the bustling scene, with the exception of Ning Rongrong. The streets were alive with the hustle and bustle as the Shrek 7 set forth towards the Heaveno Great Soul Arena under Wolfing's guidance. "Before the competition commences, you are all required to obtain the Golden Soul Medal," Wolfing stipulated. "The Golden Soul Medal." The group gasped in astonishment. Oscar hesitantly asked, "Teacher Bo, as support-type soul masters, are Rongrong and I also expected to acquire the Golden Soul Medal?" Ning Rongrong nodded, acknowledging that they possessed no combat prowess among the seven. Wolfeng suggested, "You and Rongrong could team up with Tang San and his companions, thus enabling you to participate in the 2-on-2 battles and earn valuable points. With a year and a half remaining until the grand competition, there is ample time for you to achieve your goals. The abundant resources of Tiendo City are exceptionally suited for the training of the seven monsters." As night falls, the Tiendo Great Soul Arena transforms into a realm of joyous revelry, attracting the affluent who yearn for the thrill of exhilarating combat. As Bo Feng and the Shrek 7 monsters entered the venue, They could not help but be awed by the grandeur of Heaveno City, the capital of the empire, with its soul arena far surpassing that of Soto City. Feel free to engage in soul battles later, be it one-on-one or two-on-two. However, refrain from team battles for now, as your soul power has yet to fully recover. You may participate in the next opportunity. Additionally, I recall that the master provided each of you with a mask. Please wear them to avoid drawing attention from other soul masters. Heaveno City is unlike any other place, teeming with spies and informants. Should any situation arise, promptly inform me. Furthermore, ensure that your identities remain concealed. Let no one be aware of your existence. From this moment forth, you shall be known as the Shrek 7 monsters. Understood. With that, each individual proceeded to register, eagerly awaiting the forthcoming battles. Wolfing, feeling rather unoccupied, resolved to make his way to the VIP section to observe the proceedings. Given Wolfing's unique status, he enjoyed considerable renown in Tiendo City, and naturally, he possessed certain privileges at the Tiendo Great Soul Arena. One of these privileges included access to the VIP area. This exclusive section was a separate room, sprawling over 200 square meters, equipped with all manner of amenities. It featured a layer of specially crafted glass that rendered those outside unable to see within, while those inside could clearly observe all that transpired in the arena, serving an effective observational purpose. Indeed, its confidentiality was commendable. As Wolfing traversed the path to the VIP section, he unexpectedly encountered two familiar faces. Master Ning? Your Excellency, the Sword Douluo? What brings you here? Wolfing exclaimed in astonishment, wondering how they had come to be in this place. Upon recognizing Wolfing, Ning Feng greeted him with surprise, saying, Wolfing, what gust of wind has blown you here? I recall you were quite reluctant to frequent such locales. Wolfing, with a helpless smile, shook his head and remarked, It is indeed for the sake of my students. I have recently taken on a significant task to train them to reach the Soul Sect level, preparing them for the upcoming prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. Oh, that sounds intriguing. Ning Fengji was aware that Wolfing had become a teacher at the Blue Tyrant Academy. Which young prodigies are worthy of your personal tutelage? Your daughter. Oh, my daughter? What? Ning Fengji did not quite catch what was said. Wolfing remarked once more, Aside from your daughter, who else is there? She has now become one of my students. As for the relocation of Shrek Academy to Heaveno City, I presume Master Ning is already aware. Ning Fengji nodded. Having received news a few days prior about Shrek's move to Heaveno City, Lu Erlong from Blue Tyrant Academy, once a member of the Golden Iron Triangle, shares a long-standing friendship with Dean Flander. It is surprising how quickly they have integrated into this new environment. Alongside Ning Fengji and Jin Douluo, they took their seats in the VIP area, observing the battles unfolding below. It seems that our little witch will require considerable guidance from you, Boss Bo. Ning Fengji remarked after grasping the situation. A year and a half to allow Rong Rong to enter the Spirit Hall may prove to be quite a formidable challenge. Jin Douluo expressed his concerns. Bo Feng understood the difficulties entailed within. The eye of ice and fire beckoned him to seize an opportunity to venture forth. Below, the battle raged fiercely. In but a moment, the formidable duo of Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai made their entrance. The Serpent-Scorpion combination faced off against the White Tower duo. Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo focused intently, for this marked their inaugural encounter with Ning Rongrong. Engaging in combat before such a vast audience, Wolfeng was entirely captivated, his gaze fixated on the trident of the sea god adorning his head, which emitted a faint azure glow, momentarily penetrating his eyes and granting him an effect reminiscent of Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes. With the referee's command, both sides commenced a new round of battle. Their opponents, a man and a woman, were emblematic of their martial spirits. The man possessed a serpent martial spirit, while the woman wielded a scorpion martial spirit, both imbued with venom. Their soul rings comprised one white, one yellow, and one purple. As Dai Mubai was a soul master of the Soul Sovereign rank, it was only fitting that their adversaries were also of that caliber, accompanied by Ning Rongrong, a support-type soul master, leaving Dai Mubai somewhat overwhelmed. The moment the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile martial spirit blossomed, an awe-inspiring silence enveloped the arena. To encounter a soul master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile here was unexpected, for it is the premier support-type martial spirit of the continent. Boss Dai? Ning Rongrong exchanged a glance with Dai Mubai. Subsequently, she consumed a pink sausage, and to everyone's astonishment, a pair of translucent purple wings sprouted from her back, elevating her into the air amid the spectators' gasps of disbelief. Chapter 75. A grandfather observes his grandson. The ability to fly. When did the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile acquire such capabilities? The audience was left in utter shock. In the VIP section, Sword Douluo remarked, Rongrong's ability to fly must be attributed to the consumption of food crafted by a food-type soul master. Bofeng remarked, truly deserving of the title Sword Douluo. You discern the truth at a glance. Rongrong's ability to fly stems from the third soul skill of a food-type soul master among the Shrek 7 monsters. This skill derives from the Millennium Phoenix-tailed crown snake, which grants the ability of flight. Boss Bo, after hearing all this, I am genuinely eager to know what exceptional talents Rongrong's classmates are. Ning Fengji sighed. Ning Zhongzhu, soon you shall meet them, and I assure you, you will be pleased. In the arena, Ning Rongrong soared into the air, continually urging the 7 treasures' glazed tower. The radiance in her hands never waned, amplifying both speed and strength, which flowed into Daimubai. Accompanied by a powerful tiger's roar, Daimubai transformed, embodying the white tiger, and, fortified by the white tiger's protective barrier, charged at his opponent with great velocity. The 7 treasures' glazed tower, renowned as the foremost auxiliary martial soul in the continent, effortlessly complemented Daimubai's 37th level of power, swiftly overcoming his adversary. Though their opponents were all soul sovereigns, in terms of age, soul ring configuration, and the rarity of their martial souls, Daimubai and Ning Rongrong outclassed them significantly. After the battle concluded, Daimubai and Ning Rongrong exited the arena early. Aware that in the intricate Tiando city, numerous eyes were upon them, necessitating discretion. Ning Zhongzhu, Sword Douluo, let us depart. Now that Rongrong's battle has ended, I believe the others are nearing completion as well. With that, the 3 of them left the room, as the waters of Tiando city grew ever deeper. Outside the Tiando Great Soul Arena, as Bofeng had anticipated, the 7 had concluded their battles early and were gathered, discussing their impressive moments. You have no idea. With just one punch, my opponent was rendered incapable of continuing, Daimubai boasted. Come now, Dai Laoda, without the assistance of my 7 treasures glazed tower. Would you have triumphed so effortlessly? Ning Rongrong retorted. As Daimubai found himself at a loss for words, laughter erupted among the group. How delightful it is to be young. Everyone performed admirably today. At that moment, Bofeng approached, accompanied by Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo. Grandfather Sword. Father. Ning Rongrong joyfully stepped forward. As the little witch of the 7 treasures glazed sect, everyone was well aware of her father's identity. Only Oscar, upon seeing Ning Fengji in person, instinctively recoiled slightly. His affection for Ning Rongrong lay buried deep within his heart. The current situation resembled that of a future son-in-law nearly encountering his future father-in-law. However, considering Oscar's abilities and Ning Fengji's discerning eye, it seemed that, apart from Bofeng, none present were worthy of his daughter. What a pity. The winds of change have swept through, as Bofeng has entered into matrimony. Ning Fengji, with a tender affection, gently ruffled his daughter's hair and remarked, I observed your battle just now with utmost clarity. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed crimson, and she bashfully collapsed into her father's embrace. Bofeng smiled gently, then turned to the crowd and said, It is late this evening. Everyone should return to the academy to rest. We shall reconvene at the usual place tomorrow, so do not be tardy. Just as Bofeng was about to depart, Tang San suddenly spoke up, Teacher Bofeng, may I ask why? As Bofeng turned to glance at Tang San, who seemed hesitant to speak, it was evident that the young man wished to inquire about his father. Is something the matter? Bofeng inquired. Teacher Bo, why do you look at me in such a peculiar manner? Despite both possessing the same hammer martial spirit, Bofeng's gaze held an unusual quality, eliciting an indescribable feeling within Tang San. He couldn't shake the sense that something was amiss with their shared martial spirit. There ought to be some form of blood connection between them. Perhaps it was appropriate for Tang San to address Bofeng as grandfather. In that moment, all eyes turned towards the two, speculating whether Bofeng harbored such inclinations. One by one, the onlookers exchanged curious glances. Even Ning Fengji could not help but be intrigued. Having known Bofeng for quite some time, Bofeng, the feeling of a grandfather watching his grandson. See you tomorrow. As soon as the words left his lips, Bofeng swiftly vanished from the sight of the crowd. A grandfather watching his grandson? What kind of response is that? Tang San scratched his head, bewildered, and stood still. The ever-insightful Ning Fengji cast a profound glance at Tang San, noting his surname, Tang. A grandfather watching. Well, that gives a rough idea. Unexpectedly. The Shrek 7 monsters, what a remarkable group they are. In the stillness of the night, Bofeng returned alone to the general store, where everyone else had long since retired for the evening. This night marked the latest Bofeng had ever returned home. He quietly ascended the staircase and gently opened the dust-covered door, discovering Qian Rinxue peacefully resting in bed. For a pregnant woman, having a good night's sleep is of utmost importance. Wolfing tiptoed to lie beside Qian Rinxue, feeling the tranquility of her rhythmic breathing. Fortunately, all was well. Darling, you're back. I apologize for the noise I made upon my return. I hope I did not startle you. Gently rubbed her delicate eyes, revealing a charming smile. It's nothing. I had only just fallen asleep for a brief moment when I heard the commotion. After all this time as a couple, I can easily recognize your footsteps. Oh. So you're teasing me, he replied, gently embracing and caressing her slightly rounded abdomen, clearly sensing the subtle movements within. Wolfing exclaimed in astonishment, my dear. I have just used my soul energy to investigate, and it appears there are two. Qian Rinxue nodded with delight, smiling as she replied, today. Sister Bai specifically used her soul energy to check, and I am expecting twins. Twins. Just as Wolfing reveled in his joy, the door was swung open with great force. Revealing. Kazakage was abruptly expelled, and the door was firmly shut, leaving no crack for escape. During Xiaoshue's pregnancy, you should exercise some restraint. The affairs of the department store are of no concern to you, for I shall manage everything, and chaos shall not ensue. Indeed, Sister Bai is a woman of her word, providing true and intimate protection, particularly today. As Xiaobai employed her spiritual energy to ascertain that Xiaoxue was carrying twins, she immediately. Kakashi had been completely isolated. At this moment, Xiaobai's voice echoed once more. Before Xiaoshue's delivery, you must return to the academy dormitory to rest. With permission to return only once a week. Wolfing, whose wife is it, mine or yours? The night was desolate, and Wolfing involuntarily shuddered. Never mind. There was no need to be angry with Sister Bai. For the sake of the child, it seemed Wolfing had to concede. Chapter 76. The Serpent Spear Douluo is unemployed the next morning. The Shrek 7 monsters arrived punctually at the designated location in the back mountain, ready to commence a new day of training. The previous day, they had tasted the sweetness of the sea god's light, although they only had half an hour each day. They were unwilling to relinquish such a splendid method of cultivation. On their way there, they even devised plans for their future training. At yesterday's familiar spot, the Shrek 7 monsters were not late. It was Wolfing who arrived tardily. Early in the morning, Wolfing rubbed his dizzy head, stumbling along the path to the back mountain. Sister Bai had been excessively cautious ever since Wolfing's wife became pregnant. It was understandable. The inheritance of Sea God Island was of utmost importance, and no mistakes could be afforded. Currently, Qian Rinxue had become the primary target of Little Bai's protection. She could be seen nearly every hour of the day, causing the Serpent Spear Douluo, stationed outside the general store and concealing his presence, to feel quite speechless. He had become unemployed. With Qian Dalu coming to protect his pregnant granddaughter, did she even need his protection? One Little Bai was worth 3 Serpent Spear Douluos. The Serpent Spear Douluo often pondered that he had been there for so many days without even catching a glimpse of the young master. He had only seen her once in passing and had nearly exposed himself while attempting to greet her. Alas, to guard against Wolfing, to guard against the Serpent Spear, the formidable king of the soul-eating great white shark. In a corner, the Serpent Spear Douluo stroked his stubbled chin, shaking his head in despair. It had been several days without sighting the young master. How would he respond if the Elder of Judgment inquired? Surely, he could not candidly say, Elder of Judgment, I am unemployed. Meanwhile, within Shrek Academy, Wolfing tidied his appearance and approached the Shrek 7 monsters, observing the 7 standing in neat formation. He nodded in approval and solemnly remarked, Well done, everyone. None of you are late today. But Teacher Wolfing is late, Oscar whispered softly. Everyone. As fate would have it, Wolfing found himself stifled by pent-up frustration just the day prior. When he dozed off, a pillow was graciously offered to him, and he deemed it a gift not to be overlooked. Everyone, run 10 laps around Shrek Academy, and then we shall commence today's training, he declared coldly. The 6 companions instinctively turned their gaze towards Oscar, whose penchant for irreverent banter remained unchanged. Nevertheless, they were all part of the same academy and given their daily encounters. Those 10 laps posed little challenge to the current members of the Shrek 7. It would simply serve as an appetizer before the main course of their training session. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 swiftly embarked on their circular expedition. Wolfing gazed at the departing crowd, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he exhaled slowly. He murmured to himself, Oscar does have his uses in critical moments, indeed. With that, Wolfing made his way to a nearby clearing, settling down cross-legged on the ground to seize this opportunity for cultivation. On the Sea God Island, Large ships laden with supplies began to set sail, while Zazinza stood on the deck, offering a slight bow towards the distant sea god temple. Thus commenced a new round of maritime cargo transport. In recent years, due to the expansion of Bufing's business, the unique products of Sea God Island have begun to flourish on the mainland, making quite an impact. Naturally, the valuable goods from the mainland were also well received by the inhabitants of Sea God Island, fostering a mutually beneficial relationship that established direct shipping routes. The heavily laden vessels gradually drifted away. Within the Sea God Temple, Poseidon sat upon his throne, staff in hand, a smile gracing her features as she observed the unfolding scenes within the water curtain. Witnessing the residents of Sea God Island living in peace and prosperity, she felt a sense of reassurance as the grand patroness of the island. It had been over a year since her son departed, marking the first time Bufing, who had lived on the island for 12 years, ventured beyond its shores. Now, Poseidon found herself longing for her son. Yet her thoughts were primarily occupied with the prospect of her future grandson, Bufing. A grandson is soon to arrive, and Bufing is indeed the son of Poseidon. Nevertheless, it is the future grandson who captures one's heart. The mere thought of soon becoming a grandmother fills Poseidon with uncontainable joy. Were it not for some matters that require attention on Sea God Island, Poseidon would undoubtedly rush to the mainland and await the birth of the grandson with eager anticipation. As Poseidon was about to depart and commence his affairs on the island of the sea god, a maid approached from outside the hall. "Great High Priest, here is a letter addressed to you." Upon receiving the letter, Poseidon instructed the maid to depart. The letter was signed, Little White. Poseidon was momentarily taken aback. The last time his daughter-in-law was pregnant, it was Little Bai who informed him. His son Bai had raised her and insisted that she would surprise him after the birth. Never mind. One cannot simply return a child that one is born. As he carefully opened the envelope, Poseidon began to scrutinize the contents within. In a brief moment, a radiant smile illuminated his face. The letter conveyed that his daughter-in-law was expecting twins. Twins. This was indeed a momentous occasion for the island of the sea god. For both the angel clan of the Spirit Hall and the Poseidon family, offspring represented the singular legacy. Each was a formidable power on the continent, one dominating the land, the other reigning over the seas. Would they be two girls, two boys, or perhaps a pair of twins, one of each? Poseidon began to indulge in delightful fantasies. The situation on the continent was tumultuous, and what could be said of the present state of Heaveno City, the capital of a nation, where various powerful factions intertwined in complexity, all concerned for the safety of their sons, daughters-in-law, and future grandchildren. With merely Xiao Bai alone, it was unlikely that their safety could be assured. A decree was issued, summoning the sea spear Douluo to come before me. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, the Shrek 7 had completed 10 laps and were now sprawled on the ground, breathing deeply the fresh air. Along the way, they had given Xiao Ao a lesson and ensured that Oscar would henceforth refrain from uttering a single word. Behold, the footprints behind Oscar served as the sole testament to this promise. Wei Feng clapped his hands, prompting the Shrek 7 monsters to stand at attention, their spirits invigorated and ready for training in the light of the sea god. Following this, Wei Feng cast the sea god's crown into the air, where it landed steadily atop the mountain. In an instant, a resplendent blue-gold radiance illuminated the mountainside, so brilliant that even in daylight, its brilliance was blinding. Tangan, come here for a moment. The rest of you may enter the light of the sea god for training. Manage your time wisely for half an hour. After speaking, Tangan scratched his head in confusion, then followed Wei Feng's lead as they departed. In Chapter 77, titled Personal Training for Tangan, the duo reached the opposite side of the mountain. This secluded area was also enveloped in the light of the sea god, though its expanse was even greater. Teacher Wave, what brings you to this place with me? Tangan inquired, bewildered. Bufing remained silent, his left hand suddenly illuminated by a dark glow as the Haotian hammer materialized within his grasp. With the hammer now in hand, he declared that from this day forth, for half an hour each day, under the divine light of the sea god, he would personally demonstrate the chaotic hammer technique. Tangan, perplexed, wondered if he truly had such a youthful grandfather. Yet, in his quest for strength, he did not oppose Bufing's wishes. The dark light flickered again, and the Haotian hammer appeared in his hand as well. At Bufing's signal, Tangan began his approach towards the sea god's light, wielding the Haotian hammer. As the blue-golden radiance enveloped his body, Tangan's expression shifted dramatically. The weight of the hammer in his left hand felt as though it had multiplied by a factor of 10. The hammer struck the mountain with tremendous force, causing the entire structure to tremble effortlessly. On the opposite side of the mountain, the remaining 6 companions, diligently training under the sea god's light, sensed the disturbance. They instinctively turned their gazes towards the source of the commotion, where Bufing and Tang San were located. What could teacher Bufing and brother San be up to create such a ruckus? Ning Rongrong inquired, astonished and puzzled. Who knows? Among us, Xiao San possesses the greatest talent. To receive personal instruction from teacher Bufing is hardly surprising, Dai Mubai replied, shaking his head with a serious demeanor. The pressure from the sea god's light still lingering around them. He could even perceive his soul power gradually intensifying. Seizing the opportunity, the group continued with their training. Meanwhile, Tang San was drenched in sweat, his garments soaked through, his fingers turning white from the strain as he gripped the Haotian hammer tightly. Under the sea god's light, even the lightest of objects became increasingly burdensome. The Haotian hammer, devoid of any soul rings, already weighed 500 pounds. Now, illuminated by the divine light, its weight was likely reaching into the 5-digit realm, tons. What's the matter? Can you not lift the Haotian hammer? Bufing remarked coldly. Tang San gasped for breath, struggling to respond. Teacher Bufing, the weight of the Haotian hammer is too great. I truly Bufing, with a sigh of resignation, shook his head before stepping alone into the divine light of the sea god. He stood tall, unaffected in the slightest by the heavenly hammer. Behold, this is the true method of the chaotic wind hammer. With the heavenly hammer in hand, Bufing wielded it freely beneath the radiance of the sea god, the air resonating with deafening sounds. Tang San was momentarily stunned. The pressure seemed utterly ineffective against Bufing. Could it be that the heavenly hammer he held was a mere counterfeit? After a vigorous display, Bufing rested the heavenly hammer upon his shoulder and cast a sidelong glance at Tang San. From this day forth, your task is to cultivate with the heavenly hammer. As a twin martial soul, your future potential is boundless. Dedicate half an hour each day to practicing the chaotic wind hammer method in the divine light of the sea god, and allocate the remaining time as you see fit. Moreover, at all times, refrain from harboring any disdain towards the blue-silver grass. To the common eye, blue-silver grass may be deemed a useless martial soul. However, consider this. It is a soul that has been passed down alongside the heavenly hammer. Do you truly believe your blue-silver grass is so trivial? With those words, Bufing retracted the heavenly hammer and slowly departed. This conversation significantly altered Tang San's impression of Bufing. Just as his teacher had said, Bufing was indeed a commendable mentor, imparting wisdom on the usage of the hammer. He recalled that Bufing had mentioned practicing under the divine light of the sea god since childhood. If Bufing can achieve this, then so can I. Tang San struggled to rise from the ground, forcing himself to straighten his back. As he harnessed the power of his Xiantian skill, he attempted to wield the Haotian hammer, which he lifted with great difficulty. However, the reality was stark. With each swing, Tang San found himself collapsing to one knee, expending all his energy with merely one strike. After half an hour had passed, he could barely manage 3 swings of the Haotian hammer. Subsequently, exhaustion overcame him, and in the moment the light of the sea god vanished. He returned the hammer to his side, collapsing onto the ground, his body aching so profoundly that he had no desire to rise. Above, on the treetops, Bufing shook his head in resignation. This was not the true light of the sea god, if it were to be unleashed on Sea God Island. Not only would a single strike be impossible, but even the act of lifting it would be beyond your capabilities, regardless of possessing the Xiantian skill. There is still ample time ahead, and the journey of the Shrek 7 monsters is far from over. Bufing swiftly returned to the location where the other 6 were gathered. A half-hour had quietly elapsed since he had reclaimed the sea god's crown. At this moment, the 6 were seated cross-legged on the ground, diligently absorbing the results of their recent training, having experienced their initial attempt yesterday and another first-hand encounter today. They were now barely able to walk slowly within the radiance of the sea god. Noticing Bufing's return, they wondered aloud why Tang San was absent. Teacher Bufing, where's my brother? Xiao Wu inquired. It was only upon her question that everyone realized Tang San was missing. Meanwhile, Tang San, feeling utterly drained, had no desire to move. He could only weakly support himself as he slowly made his way towards Xiao Wu and the others, his legs trembling with each step. Wolfing Dao, do not be anxious. Tang San will arrive shortly. As the morning warm-up concluded, the next training session was set to take place in the mimicry training area, where a 2-on-2 combat exercise would ensue, each of you tasked with confronting an opponent. Laziness would not be tolerated, for I am perpetually observing your every move. The 6 individuals promptly dashed towards the nearby arena. Wolfing was capable of anything, and as Xiao Wu departed, she frequently glanced back, curious about the whereabouts of her elder brother San. It was only after the six had left that Tang San staggered back, his forehead and hair drenched in sweat. Tang San surveyed his surroundings and turned to Bufing, inquiring, "Teacher Bufing, where are Xiaowu and the others?" "Naruto, they have already gone to the training area for metamorphosis. There is no need for you to go." Bufing hastily called out to Tang San, who was attempting to leave. "I shall personally train you." Tang San felt a surge of despair. After enduring the arduous training of the sea goddess light, he found himself once again in Bufing's grasp. Subsequently, Bufing utilized the sea goddess crown to emit a faint ray of the sea goddess light. As the radiance entered Tang San's body, a gentle force began to alleviate the burdens of his weary physique. In a remarkably short time, Tang San astonishingly regained a significant portion of his soul power, along with a restoration of his stamina. Startled, Tang San gazed at Bufing, who was shrouded in mystery. "Do not look at me with such astonishment. Were it not for your father entrusting you to my care, I would not be so attentive to you." Chapter 78, The Sea Spear Father? Tang San felt a deep yearning for Tang Hao. After years of separation since leaving the Holy Spirit Village and embarking on the path of a soul master, Tang Hao had vanished entirely. Aside from a brief encounter with the master and an incident where he decisively dealt with Zhao Wujie, Tang Hao had remained in the shadows, safeguarding his only son's safety. Ever since Bufing had reunited with Tang Hao, the latter had returned to the rear mountains of the Holy Spirit Village, accompanied only by a piece of blue silver grass, entrusting his son's care to his uncle with peace of mind. The bond between grandfather and grandson was exceedingly intricate, particularly concerning Bufing and Tang San. To the untrained eye, their relationship was indiscernible. "Teacher Bufing, could you enlighten me as to my father's whereabouts? What is the nature of your connection to our family?" The anxiety etched on Tang San's face reflected a child's longing for his father. "It is not that I wish to withhold information from you, but you have yet to meet my requirements. When the time is ripe, you shall meet Tang Hao. Let him reveal the truth to you." Bufing chuckled lightly. "I fear you might not be able to accept it, dear grandson." "Tang San? Enough." Bufing coughed to maintain his composure. "Allow me to be your opponent. A twin martial soul is not something you can contend with alone." With that, Bufing summoned the sea goddess spirit, revealing a configuration of 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings beneath his feet, causing Tang San to shudder. Is it truly a person? And does he possess such a soul ring configuration? Could it be that my teacher's theories are flawed? Do not adhere blindly to conventions. Sometimes the knowledge found in books is not entirely reliable. For instance, a plant-type martial soul must absorb plant-type soul rings. Tang San nodded in agreement. His blue-silver grass had indeed achieved that. Though he was unaware of Bufing's current martial soul, an instinctive awareness warned him of the imminent danger. He dared not underestimate this battle. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings materialized beneath his feet, and the purple-blue-silver grass, exuding a faintly sweet fragrance, enveloped him. The addition of the soul rings imbued his blue-silver grass with a toxic essence. In other words, Tang San's body was now laced with poison. Even the poisoned Douluo bow would need to tread carefully. What if disaster strikes? First soul skill, bind. The purple-blue-silver grass broke through the earth, surging toward Bufing from all directions. In this forested depth, the blue-silver grass thrived, yielding unexpected advantages. Tang San utilized this opportunity to probe Bufing. As thick vines emerged like the arms of an infant, their sheer quantity enough to blot out the sun. Bufing, wielding a trident, emanated a blue light. Spear of the Sea, accompanied by a flash of azure luminescence. In that moment, the blue-silver grass ceased its movement, as if time itself had been suspended. The trident pressed against Tang San's throat. The chilling intent of murder sent shivers through him. He could scarcely swallow, lest he grazed the spear's tip. "You have grown careless." Bufing's eyes narrowed, and he thrust the trident into Tang San's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. "You activated the first soul skill of your blue-silver grass to test me, which is correct. However, you should never underestimate my trident, for it can pierce through all defenses. Do not assume that your blue-silver grass can restrain me, regardless of the disparity in our soul rings and levels. In a real battle, you would already be a cold corpse." Hearing Bufing's words, Tang San nodded silently as he rose from the ground. Indeed, he had been overly complacent. He had intended to use the blue-silver grass as a means of testing, but he had not anticipated the astonishing speed and sharpness of Bufing's trident. With that, Bufing retracted his trident and sat upon a nearby boulder. Pointing toward a mountain path, he casually remarked, "Due to your earlier carelessness, go climb that mountain. After 5 laps, we shall continue." Tang San shook his head in resignation. Today's lesson would remain etched in his memory. He began the first round of his ascent. each step forward laying the groundwork for his future endeavors. Wolfing gazed at Tangan, who was striving to ascend. Was he perhaps being excessively harsh? However, upon further reflection, he realized that Tangan had yet to fully mature. He was merely a fledgling soul master, and his expectations were indeed too modest. Yes, they were far too modest. Removing the sea god's crown, he cast it into the air, and the radiance of the sea god began to envelop the entire mountain. A brilliant blue and gold light instantaneously shrouded the area, including Tangan, who was diligently climbing. In that fleeting moment, Tangan collapsed to the ground, helplessly looking down at Wolfing, and struggled to ask, "Teacher Bo, what is the meaning of this?" With a gentle smile, Wolfing remarked, "You possess a twin martial soul. As do I. In the realm of cultivation, we are indeed experts. Enveloped by the light of the sea god, you need not wield the Haotian hammer this time. Instead, ascend under its illumination. I have faith in you." Having said this, Wolfing reclined on a stone, plucking a leaf to shield himself from the sun's rays, and began to rest with his legs crossed. Tangan was taken aback. How had he ended up with such a laid-back instructor? This was certainly more relaxed than even the master. Quite ruthless. However, after some contemplation, he realized that the light of the sea god was a rare opportunity. While others were limited to merely half an hour each day, he could bask in it once more, which was, in itself, a privilege. Hastily, he made use of the encompassing light to further his training, quietly circulating the Shantian skill. Meanwhile, a stranger appeared in the bustling city of Tiendo. This individual was the Sea Spear Douluo, who had been dispatched by the great patron Poseyxi to safeguard Wolfing and the unborn twins within Qianrenxue. Cloaked in black, he navigated through the throngs of people in the marketplace. Following the information he had gathered, the Sea Spear Douluo finally arrived at a bustling commercial district, where he was met with an overwhelming crowd. His immediate priority was to locate the young master and Xiaobai. After some effort, he maneuvered through the dense population. Upon assessing the surroundings, the Sea Spear Douluo activated his soul power. In the room where Xiaobai was tending to Qianrenxue, she suddenly sensed a familiar presence. It was him. Hastily informing Qianrenxue, she stepped outside. From her vantage point on the second floor, Xiaobai scanned the bustling crowd below, quickly identifying the Sea Spear Douluo clad in black. Their eyes met, and she gradually descended the stairs to confront him. "Sea Spear, what brings you here?" she inquired. The Sea Spear Douluo replied, "I have come at the behest of our great patron to ensure the safety of the young master and young mistress." "But Xiaobai, where is the young master? Why can I not sense his presence?" With a resigned shrug, Xiaobai explained, "He has gone to Shrek Academy. Win brother is now a teacher there, and it seems he is passing the time." "Teacher? The young master has become a teacher?" The Sea Spear Douluo was momentarily taken aback. From a young age, Wolfing was meticulously instructed by the 7 sacred pillars of Douluo, under the personal guidance of Poseyxi. The 7 sacred pillars of Douluo served as Wolfing's mentors, and the extent of Wolfing's abilities was well understood by the Sea Spear Douluo. The news of him becoming a teacher at the academy indeed astonished the Sea Spear Douluo. "Xiaobai, where is the young mistress? Is it necessary for me to meet her?" Xiaobai nodded, and the two ascended the stairs. As they opened the door, the Sea Spear Douluo lifted his hooded cloak, gazing upon the figure of Qianrenxue lying on the bed. "Truly, as the young master, her discerning I was commendable. Young mistress." The Sea Spear Douluo bowed respectfully. This unexpected gesture left Qianrenxue momentarily taken aback. "Sister Bai, who is this?" Qianrenxue inquired. Xiaobai smiled and introduced, "This is the Sea Spear Douluo, one of the 7 sacred pillars protecting our sea god island. He has come primarily at the behest of the grand offering to ensure your safety." Qianrenxue couldn't help but chuckle wryly. With Xiaobai, a formidable expert, already by her side, and the presence of the Snake Spear Douluo outside, now the Sea Spear Douluo had arrived. To have 3 titled Douluo safeguarding her was indeed a rare honor. With such a formidable entourage, which force on the continent would dare to act against her? "You, a grown man, do not quite belong here. How about this? You go to Shrek Academy and stay beside Wind, while also ensuring his safety," Xiaobai proposed. The Sea Spear Douluo replied, "But the grand offering instructed me to." "What did the grand offering instruct you? Do you understand women? Do you know how to care for them?" Xiaobai questioned. The Sea Spear Douluo shook his head. "Then it is settled. Go to Shrek Academy. I will have Wind return once a week, and you shall also return to me weekly. If any emergencies arise, I will inform you through the sound-transmitting conch." Thus, the Sea Spear Douluo, rejected at the threshold, had no choice but to proceed to Shrek Academy. At Shrek Academy, in the rear mountain, Wolfing luxuriated in a restful slumber. basking in the warm embrace of the sun's rays, relishing this rare day of tranquility. As he rubbed his bleary eyes, Wufeng slowly rose. By instinct, he cast his gaze towards Tang San, who was situated on the mountainside. "Why have you all returned?" Wufeng inquired, perplexed, as he observed the Shrek 7, all of whom were diligently practicing under the divine light of the sea god, their expressions serious and focused. It appeared that the words spoken by Wufeng had gone unnoticed by them. Only when the divine light faded and the sea god's crown returned to rest upon Wufeng's brow did the 7 practitioners gradually awaken. "Brother Wufeng, you are exceedingly biased," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her displeasure evident. "How am I biased?" Wufeng replied, bewildered. Oscar shrugged and remarked, "Teacher Wufeng, we had just finished our battle in the simulated training area when we noticed that little San was actually training in the sea goddess light. Is this not favoritism? It was agreed that each day would only allow for half an hour. How could you?" The others nodded in agreement, while both Tang San and Wufeng could only manage to smile wryly. "Let us return and rest. We shall continue our training this afternoon." Upon Wufeng's declaration that the training session was concluded, the 7 individuals, like wild horses freed from restraint, vanished in the blink of an eye. With such stamina, it seems the afternoon's training regimen will need to be intensified. Just as Wufeng prepared to depart, his expression suddenly shifted. "This aura, it cannot be mistaken." With a gentle smile, Bofeng remarked, "Uncle Miao, there is no need for you to conceal yourself. Given our long-standing acquaintance, your presence is unmistakable." As he spoke, the cloaked figure of Sea Spear Douluo emerged before Bofeng. "Young master." The wind stirred slightly, nodding as he inquired, "Uncle Miao, what brings you here? Has my mother sent you, or has she perhaps already arrived in Heaveno City?" The Sea Spear Douluo slowly shook his head and replied, "The grand offering did not come in person. Rather, I was dispatched to ensure the safety of you, the young lady, and the twins she carries within her." "Then why did you not visit the general store but instead come to me? Did Sister Bai drive you away?" The Sea Spear Douluo nodded, expressing his helplessness. Indeed, Little Bai had undergone a complete transformation. This could not be blamed entirely on her, for both the wind and the Sea Spear Douluo were men of stature, unable to remain constantly by Qian Rinchue's side. If Poseidon were to send the Sea Maiden Douluo, it might be feasible. But most of the 7 sacred pillar Douluo were also men of prominence. It would be impractical to send them all, lest Sea God Island be left vulnerable. Thus, Wind made a special trip to the wooden cabin on the back mountain to secure a room for the Sea Spear Douluo. Aside from returning to the general store weekly to accompany his wife, Wind would predominantly spend his time at Shrek Academy, given his responsibilities overseeing the training of the Shrek 7 monsters. With the arrival of the Sea Spear Douluo, the training regimen for the Shrek 7 monsters would undoubtedly become more enriching. As usual, Flinder was reclining comfortably in his chair, relishing his leisurely moments, surrounded by a substantial number of subordinates, reveling in his role as the Dean. "Dean," Wind addressed. Flinder leisurely opened his eyes, gazing at Wind, and stretched in a relaxed manner. "Boss Wind, you have arrived. Is there something you need?" "Kaze, while we toil diligently, you seem to be comfortably lounging." "Dean, I demand special privileges. Grant me a private room." "Is that all?" "Boss Kaze can simply go ahead without disturbing my slumber." With that, Flandra promptly fell back into a deep sleep. Wufeng shook his head in resignation, not out of discontent towards Flanders, but rather reflecting the sentiments of all the instructors at Shrek Academy. In the past, in Soto City, he had specifically opened a shop to alleviate the burdens on Shrek. Now that Shrek has firmly established itself, it is only fitting that Flanders be liberated. However, as the head of the academy, he ought not to indulge so frivolously. Even though Lu Erlong had visited countless times, Flanders had grown impervious to her presence, and she, in turn, ceased to pursue him. With some time left before lunch, Wufeng casually sought out an open space approximately 50 meters from the wooden cabin. "Uncle Miao, shall we engage in some sparring? It has been over a year since our last encounter." From the depths of the forest, Sea Spear Douluo emerged slowly, wielding the Nonic spear, adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings atop the golden spear. "Poseidon, manifest." Blue ripples undulated around Wufeng, who donned the crown of Poseidon, a golden aura lingering behind his head. Clad in blue and gold satin, he brandished a golden trident, while beneath his feet, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul ring materialized. "Young master, I apologize for any offense." As Wave Wind matured, the black soul ring stood as irrefutable evidence of his growth. The golden spear, entwined with lightning, clashed with the golden trident, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that enveloped the entirety of Shrek Academy. Chapter 80. The seventh soul skill. True martial soul, the air was filled with the deafening sound of explosions as the golden trident and spear transformed into streaks of meteors. Wave Wind and Sea Spear Douluo engaged in rapid exchanges, leaving behind only fleeting golden afterimages. The shockwaves generated by their confrontation swiftly radiated outward, toppling the unsuspecting Flinder, who had just drifted into slumber, to the ground. Curled on the floor, Flinder found himself with a chair precariously perched upon him. Who on earth is making such a ruckus in broad daylight? Can't anyone let me enjoy a peaceful nap? Flinder exclaimed in irritation as he rose to his feet. Surveying the surroundings, he chanced upon the fierce duel between Wave Wind and Sea Spear Douluo. Flinder removed his crystal glasses, rubbing his bleary eyes in disbelief. 9 soul rings? 9. A title Douluo. He gasped in astonishment. Holding the golden trident, Wave Wind swung it fiercely towards the Sea Spear Douluo, casting golden blades that sliced through the air, relentlessly approaching the Sea Spear Douluo. The young master had grown stronger, and the Sea Spear Douluo smiled with satisfaction. Positioning the golden spear before him as a powerful gust of wind rushed forth, renowned for his formidable strength. The Sea Spear Douluo ranked among the top 3 of the 7 sacred pillars Douluo, his martial soul being the Nan spear. Later endowed with divine power by the sea god, making him one of the few weapon martial soul users among the sea spirit masters. As he wielded the spear, golden lightning surged, swiftly transforming into 3 spears that flew with astonishing speed, converging from 3 distinct directions. The Sea Spear Douluo himself, gripping the golden spear, charged towards Wave Wind with the swiftness of thunder. Being one of Wave Wind's 7 mentors, he was acutely aware of Wave Wind's next move. The second soul skill. Sea Goddess Guardian. Indeed, the Sea Spear Douluo anticipated correctly. He deliberately slowed his pace as the 3 spears struck firmly against the Sea Goddess Guardian, instantly raising clouds of dust. Amidst the swirling dust, the Sea Spear Douluo, with his golden spear in hand, emitted a glimmer of cold light, followed by an unsettling absence. The spear struck the ground where Wave Wind had been standing, resulting in a deafening explosion. Uncle Spear, I am no longer a child. Brace yourself. The third soul skill. Cage of the Sea. The golden trident fractured into 8 identical tridents, and with a sweeping motion, Wave Wind sent them hurtling towards the Sea Spear Douluo. The Sea Spear Douluo smiled, brandishing his spear as he deftly knocked down each of Wave Wind's tridents. Young master, I must concede that you have grown significantly this past year. Yet, even so, you cannot defeat me. Is that so? Wave Wind replied with a mysterious smile. The previously scattered tridents suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, erupting in an explosive display beside the Sea Spear Douluo. Boom, 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 as the gentle breeze descended. Wave Wind glanced at the dust-laden Sea Spear Douluo across from him and smiled, inquiring, Uncle Spear, what do you think of my third soul skill? Coughing lightly, Sea Spear Douluo brushed off the ashes from his attire, clearly unscathed by the recent explosion. The clash between a soul sect and a title Douluo was akin to an egg striking a rock. You have become quite cunning, was Sea Spear Douluo's assessment of Wave Wind. In response, Wave Wind nodded casually, reflecting on his arduous training in his youth, where each day was meticulously scheduled with rigorous tasks. At times, he even skipped classes, only to face heavier workloads the following day. Most painfully, he had to endure his mother's scolding, which left him utterly speechless. Every child feels this way before their mother. With that thought, Wave Wind brandished his golden trident, dragging it across the ground as he quickened his pace towards Sea Spear Douluo. In a moment of exhilaration, he leaped high, raising the trident above his head, poised to strike just above Sea Spear Douluo. In a timely manner, Sea Spear Douluo raised his spear overhead, and suddenly, a whirlwind of dust erupted around them, their combined aura creating ripples in the air. Flinder, hiding behind a wooden cabin, cautiously peeked out, feeling the powerful gust that nearly knocked his crystal glasses off. Flinder, what on earth are you doing? Complained Lu Erlong, approaching him. Upon turning, Flinder was startled to see the Shrek's 7 monsters and the master, all wearing expressions of discontent. Flinder hastily defended himself. Don't blame me. It's Wave Wind's doing. He is currently trembling before a title Douluo. What? The master exclaimed, quickly pushing Flinder aside and cautiously peering out. Just as Flinder had described, Wave Wind stood wielding a golden trident, draped in blue and gold satin, facing a mysterious title Douluo armed with a golden spear. The energy radiating from the clash of the trident and spear was overwhelmingly potent, making it impossible for them to approach closely, which explained Flinder's cautious concealment. Wolfing forcefully kicked aside the spear, gripping the golden trident tightly in his hand. The sharp tip of the trident lunged fiercely toward the sea spear. The sea spear Douluo was no ordinary opponent as one of Bufing's mentors. His mastery of the spear was unparalleled across the continent. He was also the one currently facing unemployment. The serpent spear Douluo, the trident and the spear clashed head-on, intertwining amidst a tempest of golden lightning and vibrant sparks. With the activation of his seventh soul skill, the true embodiment of his martial spirit, the sea spear Douluo broke free from the trident's constraints. As his seventh black soul ring enveloped him, a dark radiance erupted forth. In that instant, he began to transform into a golden liquid, fully merging with the spear. The unity of man and weapon, the master exclaimed in astonishment. Master, what does it mean to achieve the unity of man and weapon? Tangan inquired. The master elucidated. The unity of man and weapon refers to the soul master immersing themselves within their martial weapon spirit, thus attaining a true synthesis. It is akin to the sword Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan, whose martial spirit, the Seven Killing Sword, is renowned as the foremost offensive martial spirit on the continent. I have yet to meet this individual, yet his expertise in martial spirits is undoubtedly formidable. Wolfing gazed at the sea spear Douluo, who had unleashed his martial spirit's true form, and with a wry smile, shook his head. Uncle Spear, is it truly necessary for you to reveal your martial spirit's true form? The sea spear Douluo replied, Young master, you commanded me to exert my utmost strength. I dare not defy your orders. Let us begin. With that, the spear whistled through the air, its speed remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, it reached Bufing's front. The manifestation of the martial spirit was no trifling matter. Fortunately, Bufing evaded just in time, as the area where the spear had passed was left barren, quickly followed by a violent explosion, sending billowing clouds of dust scattering in all directions. Oscar, filled with sympathy, remarked, Should we not assist Teacher Bo? It appears he is on the verge of losing ground. Daimubai playfully tapped Oscar on the forehead and sighed, Little AO. Are you foolish? With our numbers, rushing in would only spell our doom. Did you not hear that titled Douluo refer to Teacher Bo as Young Master? They must be acquainted. Otherwise, they would not engage in such a back-and-forth exchange. The master interjected, Now, observe patiently. The battle of a titled Douluo is a rare spectacle. The extent of your learning will depend on your diligence. Commencing storage of manuscripts. Prior to publication, 2 chapters will be released daily. On the day of release, approximately 10 chapters will be provided. Let us persevere for a few more days. I have faith in you all. After release, there will be updates of 3 to 4 chapters daily, depending on circumstances. Chapter 81. The 7 monsters battle the sea spear. Wolfing found himself increasingly beleaguered, beginning to feel overwhelmed. The sea spear Douluo, deserving of his title, exerted a tremendous pressure on Wolfing under the influence of his martial soul's true form. Were it not for the prowess of his spear techniques, Wolfing would not be inferior to the sea spear Douluo, should they refrain from utilizing soul power. Their skills alone would render the outcome indecisive even after hundreds of exchanges. However, the sea spear Douluo was indeed bullying him, as maintaining such a state greatly drained his soul power, and it was likely that he too would succumb under the strain. Chaotic wind. With a low roar, Bofone grasped the end of the trident with one hand, and a brilliant golden light surged forth, drawing upon the power of the Haotian hammer. He channeled all his strength into the prongs of the trident. To everyone's astonishment, the spear that confronted him was repelled upon impact. Shortly thereafter, the sea spear Douluo withdrew from his martial soul form, standing still and slightly panting. The true manifestation of his martial soul was indeed exceedingly taxing on his soul power. Wolfeng retracted the golden trident and subsequently emerged from the state of divine possession. Letting you unleash your true martial spirit, Uncle Spear, must be quite taxing on your soul power, isn't it? The sea spear Douluo replied with a wry smile, Young master, I merely wish to avoid causing you harm. Otherwise, I would have directly utilized my 9th soul skill. Your progress is astonishing. It is likely that in a few short years, you will surpass us old fellows. Wolfing shook his head and smiled, saying, It is not that simple. All the skills I possess have been bestowed upon me by you. Moreover, my techniques are quite familiar to you. Except for Sister Hai Nu, I cannot accept the Zhenhai divine melody. As for the other 5 uncles, well, it seems I cannot prevail. Upon witnessing the cessation of battle, the onlookers who had been hiding behind the wooden cabin gradually emerged. Allow me to introduce to you one of my 7 mentors, Douluo Haimao, Wolfing proclaimed to the crowd. Flandel and the master exchanged wide-eyed glances. After all, this was a titled Douluo who would dare act recklessly. As the dean, Flandel also felt the pressure, casting a resentful glance at the master. Under the crown, I am Flandel. The Dean of Shrek Academy. I am unaware of your intentions, Douluo replied. You need not concern yourselves with me. I am merely here on orders to ensure the safety of the young master. You may continue with your affairs, as I shall not interfere. This was the duty of Douluo, who had rushed to the mainland without delay upon departing from Sea God Island. A guardian of the sacred pillars of Sea God Island, characterized by their unwavering loyalty to it. After resolving the lunch, Wolfing and Douluo arrived at the vacant space on the back mountain where the battle had previously taken place. Young master, do you mean to say that you want me to train these 7 individuals? Douluo inquired in surprise. Kazuki nodded slightly and remarked, it is not merely about training. Rather, it is imperative that they genuinely comprehend what it means to be a titled Douluo. I have been entrusted by someone to watch over one of them, and I cannot go back on my word. When I make my move, I shall strive to avoid causing them harm, for a substantial training regimen awaits them thereafter. After a prolonged wait, the Shrek's 7 devils finally arrived, each member filled with trepidation, particularly Tangan. Following the events of the morning, he found himself gripped by a modicum of fear towards Kazuki, apprehensive that he might conjure some new trickery. Wolfing gazed at the assembled 7 individuals and nodded in approval. Expressing his satisfaction, in recent days, I have been quite pleased with everyone's performance. Time is of the essence, and those participating in this competition are undoubtedly the CR de la CR from each academy. You represent Shrek Academy, and you are indeed the face of Shrek itself. This afternoon, there is but one training task, the Shrek 7 against the Sea Spear Douluo. As soon as the words left his lips, the members of the Shrek 7 could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. To pit them against a titled Douluo, they had witnessed the formidable strength exhibited by the Sea Spear Douluo during the battle that morning, which left them in awe, for he was the most powerful figure on the continent. The 7 were even doubtful of their ability to contend with the Sea Spear Douluo. Oscar swallowed hard and remarked, Teacher Bo, you cannot be serious. Are you truly suggesting that we face? With a gentle smile, Bo Feng inquired, what do you think? He granted them time to deliberate on combat and tactics. This morning's battle with Uncle Mao was witnessed by you all, and I eagerly anticipate your true performance. After speaking, Bo Feng languidly settled onto the grass, observing with keen interest the Slake 7, who appeared dazed and devoid of vitality. This marked their most formidable opponent since their inception, a titled Douluo. What a game this is! Each encounter with Bo Feng promised a unique surprise for them. And as they stood on the brink of facing a titled Douluo, the 7 dared not exhibit an ounce of complacency. Led by Tangan, they commenced discussions regarding their strategies. Has Teacher Bo Feng perhaps lost his mind? Ma Hongjun whispered, casting a sidelong glance at Bo Feng's position. Undoubtedly, Ma Hongjun harbored the strongest objections towards Bo Feng. His natural laziness, coupled with his corpulent physique, sculpted a character inclined towards indulgence. It seemed cruelly unjust that he possessed such a remarkable martial spirit, yet remained so lethargic. Dai Mubai swiftly kicked Ma Hongjun, reproaching him in hushed tones. Fatty, are you trying to bring about our demise? Be wary, or Teacher Bo Feng may just unleash his wrath upon you. Enough, Dai, please refrain from scolding Fatty. Tangan sighed, shaking his head. In truth, what Fatty expressed resonated with Tangan's own sentiments. Uncle Mao, go for the one who asked the most rotund first. Bo Feng remarked with a mischievous smile. The Sea Spear Douluo brandished his golden spear, his piercing gaze locking onto Ma Hongjun. In that instant, Ma Hongjun collapsed to the ground, his stout legs trembling uncontrollably, his face awash with panic as he looked towards the Sea Spear Douluo, thinking, damn it. Even my whisper was overheard. It's over. Wolfing has always been a person who bears grudges, adorned with the crown of the sea god. Even the faintest whisper of Ma Hongjun reaches his ears with clarity. The crowd promptly turns their backs, engaging in cautious conversation to prevent Wolfing from catching even the slightest discordant sound. Faced with the formidable title Douluo, they feel a profound sense of helplessness. Silently praying for the portly one, with the sea god's crown adorning his head, Bo Feng began to listen intently. Whether it was utilizing the blue silver grass to ensnare or devising a series of tactics, all of it proved futile in the presence of true strength. It must be said that Tangan was an exceptional commander. In every critical moment, he consistently surprised Bo Feng with innovative strategies. Perhaps this occasion would be no different. After much deliberation, the 7 of them reluctantly settled on a strategy and approached the Sea Spear Douluo with trepidation. Centered around Tangan, the remaining 6 formed a circle. As Bo Feng gazed upon the lineup of 7, he could not help but note their cautiousness. Tangan, a control-type soul master, utilized the blue silver grass as a conduit, reminiscent of their previous battles. The sea spear Douluo firmly grasped his golden spear, and as a radiant light erupted, an imposing aura enveloped the surroundings. The seven felt a shiver run through them, instinctively retreating a few steps, reluctant to let their guard down. Chapter 82. The soft-boned rabbit. In swift succession, the Shrek's seven monsters unleashed their respective martial souls. As their souls manifested, the sea spear Douluo nodded in acknowledgement upon witnessing the fire phoenix, the seven treasures glazed tower, the white tiger, and the exquisite sausage martial soul, blue silvergrass. The sea spear Douluo was taken aback. This was the hallmark of a useless martial soul. Observing the configuration of soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, he realized the depth of the Master's intentions in nurturing them to such a level. Following his gaze, the sea spear Douluo focused on Ma Hongjun. The master had instructed him to target the portly figure first, transforming into a golden lightning bolt. The sea spear Douluo advanced swiftly, reaching Ma Hongjun before the seven could react. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth, sending a chill down Ma Hongjun's spine. With the descent of the golden spear, Ma Hongjun's expression shifted dramatically as he was sent flying. In less than 10 seconds since the battle commenced, they had already lost one member. Blue silvergrass, entwine. Tangan's palm glowed with azure light as the purple-blue silvergrass erupted from the ground, attempting to ensnare the sea spear Douluo. Despite the considerable extent of his manifestation, Tangan's soul power proved insufficient. Before he could approach the sea spear Douluo, the powerful aura crushed the blue silvergrass, rendering it ineffective. Dai Mubai unleashed the white tiger shield and white tiger transformation, charging towards the sea spear Douluo. His massive tiger claw poised to strike. The golden spear intercepted Dai Mubai's full-force attack, causing pain to radiate through him as his claw struck the spear. Seizing the opportunity, the sea spear Douluo delivered a powerful kick, sending Dai Mubai hurtling away, feeling as though his very insides had been rearranged. Now, only 5 remained. Ning Rongrong clenched her fists tightly, cradling the 7 treasures glazed tower, which burst forth in a dazzling array of colors. The tower's extraordinary supportive capabilities were not lost on the sea spear Douluo. Before the light could descend, he appeared before Ning Rongrong once more, delivering a swift chop that rendered her unconscious. Without the amplification of the 7 treasures glazed tower, the tide of battle had turned decisively. The soft-boned rabbit? The sea spear Douluo discerned Xiaowu's true form in an instant. As a 10,000-year soul beast, he could not be mistaken. Indeed, he saw through Xiaowu's guise and slowly approached her. Tangan's heart raced. He had promised to protect Xiaowu for a lifetime. Uncle Spear, this is where it ends, Bo Feng's voice rang out. The sea spear Douluo halted, casting one last glance at the trembling little rabbit before gradually departing. Xiaowu. Once the sea spear Douluo had left, Tangan rushed to Xiaowu's side, anxiously inquiring, "Are you all right? Did he hurt you?" Relieved to see her adversary gone, Xiaowu looked up at the worried Tangan and reassured him, "Don't worry, brother, I'm fine." With Xiaowu unscathed, Tangan finally felt a sense of relief. The battle concluded with the sea spear Douluo's overwhelming victory. "Master, did you already know this was a 10,000-year soul beast, the soft-boned rabbit?" The waves of wind nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, the moment I laid eyes on Xiaowu, beneath the radiance of the sea god, her true form was revealed before me. A soul beast of 100,000 years is immeasurably precious, not merely for its century-old rings and bones." He paused, then continued, "I find myself quite pleased with our granddaughter-in-law." With that, he cast several beams of sea god light, enveloping the 3 unconscious individuals. In a matter of moments, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong gradually regained consciousness, assisted by the others as they approached Bo Feng. However, Xiaowu stood frozen in terror, gazing at sea spear Douluo. Feeling as though being recognized by a tidal Douluo was a fate worse than death, Bo Feng gazed at the terrified Xiaowu, offering a faint smile as he reassured her, "Uncle Miao will not harm you." While the others remained puzzled by Bo Feng's words, Xiaowu secretly rejoiced, feeling a sense of relief. He continued, "Having allowed you to grow complacent in your training, I trust you now comprehend the disparity in our strengths." The group fell silent, their expressions darkening as they bowed their heads. It was hard to fathom that their opponent had yet to unleash his soul skills. One could hardly believe the extent of Bo Feng's childhood experiences, especially considering the overwhelming power of Heiveno Douluo. After a prolonged admonishment from Kazekage, the 7 individuals finally dispersed one by one. The day's events had significantly impacted them, illuminating the vast chasm in strength that existed between themselves and the formidable opponents. Meanwhile, Kazekage made his way to Professor Flander's office. Professor Flander, please take a look at this, Kazekage said, handing him a letter. After a cursory glance, Bo Feng expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "The Tiendo Royal Academy has invited us to partake in a social event?" Flanders solemnly nodded and replied, "Numerous esteemed institutions have received this invitation, including the Four Elements Academy and several other notable schools. Our Shrek Academy is also among those invited. Initially, I intended for Xiao Gang to attend. However, given Shrek's nascent establishment, it would be imprudent for him to leave at this time. Therefore, I have decided to entrust Teacher Bo with leading the Shrek 7 to the Tiendo Royal Academy to participate in the forthcoming social gathering." After a brief glance at the letter, Bo Feng deduced that the so-called social event was merely a preliminary contest among various colleges, a means of mutual probing. Nevertheless, since they were to attend, they must present themselves with utmost sophistication. "I understand now. Rest assured, Dean Flander, we shall undoubtedly be the center of attention," Bo Feng declared, thumping his chest in confidence. The following morning, Shrek Academy prepared the carriage, and the 7 monsters had been waiting for quite some time. The night prior had been restless. As word spread that the Tiendo Royal Academy was hosting a social event, everyone was invigorated, knowing that their participation would represent the prestige of Shrek Academy. Thus they were determined to make a grand impression. Each individual adorned themselves with care. Even the typically disheveled Ma Hongjun made an effort to look presentable for the occasion, styling his fiery red hair into a slick-back look, which shone vividly before the others. "Fatty, when did you become such a dandy?" Oscar inquired, playfully ruffling Ma Hongjun's plump head. "Little Oscar, unlike you, who neglects shaving and ends up resembling a sausage uncle," Ma Hongjun retorted, slightly miffed, as he promptly retrieved a small mirror from his pocket to adjust his appearance. Oscar rolled his eyes at Ma Hongjun, striking a pose he believed made him appear more handsome, complemented by the attire provided by the department store for this social event. To his credit, the outfit indeed suited Oscar, lending him an air of charm. With a clean-shaven face, he exhibited a hint of handsomeness. "Oscar, put away your flamboyance. Don't embarrass us at the Tiendo Royal Academy," one of them suggested. As the group noticed Bo Feng and Spear Douluo's arrival, they quickly composed themselves. Chapter 83. Annihilate him. Casting a glance at the Shrek 7 monsters before him, Bo Feng smiled gently and said, "Before we set off for the Tiendo Royal Academy, there are a few matters I wish to share with you. Those who have been invited are all esteemed Soul Master Academies, renowned across the continent. This includes representatives from the 7 great sects. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, let's go." Bo Feng cast a glance at the two and deliberately admonished, "Refrain from your lewd demeanor. We are representing the dignity of the entire academy this time. Especially you, Ma Hongjun. Should you encounter any lovely female students, stand tall. Do not appear like a lovesick swine. Dai Mubai, keep an eye on him. Should he show any signs of weakness, humph." "Understood, Teacher Bo," Dai Mubai nodded, then turned to Ma Hongjun with a mysterious smile. "My dear friend, I regret to inform you." Dai Mubai's words indeed made Ma Hongjun tense with anxiety, his heart racing. "We must uphold the Academy's reputation without a hint of flaw." Kazuki added, "Furthermore, when you arrive in someone else's territory, refrain from causing trouble or meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Of course, if others provoke us, what should you do? Strike back fiercely." The 7 responded with fervor, their fists clenched tightly. "Go. Let us depart." At Kazuki's command, everyone swiftly boarded the carriage, embarking on a grand journey towards the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Nestled in the mountains beyond the city, the academy is constructed against the rugged terrain, boasting comprehensive facilities. Established by the royal family, it commands an unassailable status within the empire, where even if a student's abilities or character are lacking, their position remains unchallenged. The carriage carrying Bo Feng and his companions approached slowly, and within moments of exiting the city, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. The 7 disembarked from the carriage, gazing in awe at the exquisite surroundings of the academy, unable to suppress their admiration for the grandeur and opulence of the royal establishment. Wealth certainly has its advantages. Naturally, with Bo Feng's current financial resources, establishing an academy would be a matter of effortless ease. As the winds and the sea clashed, the party turned their gaze towards the solitary path leading into the mountains, preparing to ascend. At that moment, conflict erupted. Just as the Shrek 7 was poised to make their ascent, a group of robust individuals suddenly approached. Seizing Oscar's shoulder with a powerful grip and effortlessly shoving him aside as he had just set foot on the stairs, leaving him unceremoniously sprawled on the ground. "Get out of the way," bellowed one of the giants. This act immediately incited Dai Mubai's ire, as the leader among the seven. He could not tolerate such bullying of his comrades. With a swift stride, he unleashed a punch imbued with the ferocity of a tiger, toppling the assailant to the ground. How dare you lay a hand on my brother? Do you truly believe the Shrek 7 are easily trifled with? Dai Mubai glared at the opposing group, exuding an air of disdainful authority. Big brother. The members of the rival group hurried to assist their fallen comrade, their expressions brimming with indignation as they glared back. It was evident that those who ventured here had received an invitation, yet the identity of their patron remained unknown. You have audacity indeed. Daring to provoke our elephant armor sect. Are you not afraid of death? The man who had been knocked down by Dai Mubai rose, furiously pointing at the Shrek 7 as he incited his companions. Elephant armor sect? One of the 7 major sects, belonging to the lower 4 sections. The winds of strife and the maritime spear stood quietly by as the youth were left to resolve their own affairs, with no intention of intervening. For it was the elephant armor sect that had acted unjustly from the outset. It was entirely within reason for Dai Mubai to take action. After a prolonged dispute, a stalemate ensued. What is this Shrek Academy? I dare say you are more akin to a foul, odorous institution. Before Hu Yanli could respond, Dai Mubai and Tangan struck simultaneously. Hu Yanli, having been sent flying, clutched his bleeding nose, his face contorted with rage as he bellowed, "Charge forth and incapacitate them. I shall bear the consequences." With that, the remaining disciples of the elephant armor sect surged forward, collectively unleashing their martial spirits, the Diamond Mammoth, a formidable defensive spirit, emblematic of the sect's profound heritage. Tangan summoned his blue-silver grass, his third soul ring glowing with urgency beneath his feet. Utilizing his third soul skill, web binding, he evidently unleashed it in a fit of anger. A violet orb of light surged into the midst of the elephant armor sect disciples, and as it detonated, tendrils of blue-silver grass erupted forth, ensnaring several disciples in a web-like embrace. Having undergone multiple evolutions, the blue-silver grass now possessed the capacity to numb the nerves. The ensnared individuals were soon overcome by dizziness, collapsing to the ground as the toxin began to take effect. Just as the Shrek 7 believed their troubles resolved and prepared to ascend the mountain, a towering figure, a man of 2 meters with a physique surpassing their own, approached with a grave demeanor, hands clasped behind his back. Upon assessing the state of the elephant armor disciples and then casting his gaze upon the Shrek 7, it was unmistakable that they were the source of the turmoil. The man snorted, an oppressive aura emanating from him that left the Shrek 7 gasping for breath. Which academy do you belong to, that you would dare harm a disciple of my sect? Summon your leader to respond, he demanded, his face a mask of fury. His chin held high, dismissing the 7 with disdain. Senior, Tangan stepped forward, cupping his hands respectfully. Your disciple instigated the trouble. They struck first. Thus, the man, unyielding, retorted, what are you to speak? My disciples of the elephant armor sect are far more valuable than you. Release them at once and have your supervising teacher come forth to apologize. Otherwise, I assure you, this matter shall not end here. And what will you do? Complain? Wolfing gradually stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon the man ahead. Are you the instructor of these students? The man inquired with a solemn tone. Wolfing nodded and said, Indeed. Who might you be? Listen well. I am the esteemed leader of the Jia sect, Hu Yanjin. Hu Yanjin? I am unfamiliar with you, Wolfing deliberately taunted. Hu Yanjin. A formidable soul Douluo of celestial stature. You, an ignorant fool, your students have injured a disciple of my sect, and as their instructor, you cannot escape responsibility. Kneel and apologize at once. Hu Yanjin exuded a powerful aura that momentarily overwhelmed everyone present. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. A golden spear hovered perilously close to Hu Yanjin's throat. Mere millimeters away, Hu Yanjin's eyes flickered as he sensed the overwhelming presence from his opponent. The title Douluo Hu Yanjin trembles, he thought. The sea spear Douluo cast a cold glance at Hu Yanjin, his grip on the spear unwavering, the frigid intent to kill causing Hu Yanjin to crumble under pressure. Though he was a soul Douluo, in the presence of a title Douluo, he felt utterly insignificant. Hu Yanjin was struck with dread as the spear pressed ever closer to his throat. Chapter 84. The Unsettling Snow Qinghe. Tangan, release these individuals. As soon as Bofeng's words fell, the blue-silver grass binding the disciples of the elephant armor sect was entirely retracted by Tangan. The sect leader of the elephant armor sect, I urge you to return and thoroughly question your esteemed disciple. Had they not provoked the situation first, my student would not have taken the initiative. I uphold a principle. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should one offend me, I will retaliate with the might of thunder. My students are not to be trifled with. With that, Bofeng waved his hand. The sea spear Douluo retracted his golden spear and accompanied Bofeng towards the Tiando Royal Academy. Gazing at the disciple sprawled on the ground, Hu Yinjin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, narrowly escaping disaster. Fortunately, they refrained from violence. Otherwise, the entire elephant armor sect could have faced annihilation. However, what academy do they belong to that they possess a title Douluo? The path into the mountains was rugged yet picturesque, with Bofeng and the sea spear Douluo leading the way. Wow! Woo! Oscar exclaimed, his heart swelling with admiration for Bofeng's impressive demeanor. How fortunate we are to have Teacher Bo. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits. What exactly is the elephant armor sect? Ma Hongjun looked at the others in confusion. Daimu Bai shook his head, offering a wry smile as he patted the rotund figure beside him. I've advised you to read more and frequent less of those places. Don't lecture me, Dai Lauda. Back in Soto City, how did that exquisite pair of twin sisters manage to detect Zhu Zhuqing's chilling gaze? Daimu Bai hastily covered the mouth of his corpulent friend and quickly laughed awkwardly at Zhu Zhuqing. He was now striving to maintain his integrity, while not achieving absolute purity. He was certainly trying to avoid past entanglements. Recalling those unmentionable memories, Daimu Bai felt a twinge of embarrassment as Ma Hongjun brought them up again. Pinching Ma Hongjun in softer areas, he said, the 7 major sects are divided into the upper 3 and the lower 4. And the elephant armor sect is one of the latter. The person just now is Hu Yinjin, the sect leader. And it is said that they will participate in this competition. Like us, they belong to the Tiando City competition zone. We must be exceedingly cautious during the match, as we now have a grievance with them. What is there to fear? Oscar declared confidently, thumping his chest. With Teacher Poseyxi Goddess Light assisting our cultivation, we will undoubtedly seize the championship in this competition. Though the Sea Goddess Light is indeed remarkable, it is imperative not to rely on it excessively. The enhancement of soul power is fundamental. With that, Bofeng and his companions proceeded at a steady pace. At the grand playground of the Tiando Royal Academy, a multitude of individuals had gathered, adorned in various attire, the majority being future competitors in the tournament. The Tiando City competition zone comprised over 20 teams, with only a handful of renowned academies, among which the 4 Elements Academy was engaged in hushed conversations. It was rumored that Blue Tyrant Academy had undergone a name change to Shrek Academy. As a former rival, Blue Tyrant Academy had always maintained a reputation for being moderately strong, if not slightly above average. However, it remained to be seen what merit Shrek Academy possessed, presenting an excellent opportunity to gauge their strength and discern their true capabilities. Before long, the Shrek Academy, led by Bofeng, arrived at the scene. Their unfamiliar composition, coupled with the vibrant green Shrek emblem on their shoulders, immediately attracted the attention of the crowd, who cast curious glances their way. Is this really Shrek Academy? They seem rather ordinary, not nearly as formidable as the rumors suggested. Don't be so quick to judge. Do you see the person at the forefront? That Espo, the owner of the general store. It's said he has taken on the role of a teacher at Shrek Academy. Is that so? A wealthy merchant becoming a teacher? Has he lost his senses? Hey, who hit me? Kazekage has always been somewhat petty. He will not easily pardon those who speak ill of him. As Bofeng strolled along, he instructed the Shrek 7 monsters to engage in free activities, urging them to gather vital information about other academies without causing any disturbances. Upon receiving Bofeng's command, the group promptly dispersed. However, Ma Hongjun, driven by his infatuation, found himself encircled by a bevy of enchanting maidens clad in azure garments, students from the Water Academy, whose beauty was truly unparalleled. Their slender, youthful legs were exposed to the air, complemented by exquisite features and delicate waists that seemed almost ethereal. Ma Hongjun, with a rather foolish expression, inadvertently caused a flurry of alarm among the girls, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Disappointed, Daimu Bai shook his head, realizing once again that old habits die hard. After offering an apology to several female students, he seized Ma Hongjun by the ear and led him away to a quieter corner. Seeing the situation, Bofeng could only shake his head and smile helplessly. Little brother Bo, he greeted, it is indeed a long time since we last met, Your Highness Shuqingha. Shuqingha nodded and remarked, Little brother Bo, have you not been keeping our agreement? We had promised to meet at least once a month, yet several months have passed, and I have not seen hide nor hair of you. After Shuqingha finished speaking, Bofeng smiled ruefully and replied, Your Highness, I have been quite occupied with official duties. I am now also a teacher at Shrek Academy, responsible for numerous students. If I have been remiss, I beg Your Highness's forgiveness. Something felt amiss. This Shuqingha seemed disingenuous, Every gesture and movement starkly contrasted with the person he had previously known. While outsiders might not discern the difference, to Bo Feng's discerning eyes, there was a distinct lack of certain charm. Could it be that Qian Rinxue no longer played the role of Shui Qinghe and had shifted her focus to another task? Qian Rinxue, indeed. I am now your wife. Little brother Bo, what are you thinking about? Wu Feng quickly shook his head and said, It's nothing, Your Highness. I am unaware of the details regarding this social gathering. Shui Qinghe smiled faintly. Her every movement bore a striking resemblance to the previous incarnation. Yet there was a certain essence missing. This discrepancy was palpable to Wu Feng. Reflecting on the moments shared with Shui Qinghe, Wu Feng could ascertain with certainty that this individual was certainly not Qian Rinxue, but rather an impersonator. Where, then, had the true Qian Rinxue disappeared to? In a room within a department store, Qian Rinxue reclined upon a plush bed, her visage reminiscent of her mother's, as she gently caressed her ever-growing belly with a soft smile. With just over 8 months remaining until the arrival of her child, the thought of soon becoming a mother filled her heart with longing and anticipation. She yearned to meet her future offspring. Achoo! A sudden sneeze escaped her. An innocuous gesture that immediately captured the attention of Xiaobai. Sister, what's wrong? In the blink of an eye, Xiaobai appeared at Qian Rinxue's bedside. Xiaobai had grown highly sensitive, attuned to even the slightest of movements. Chapter 85. Conflict resurfaces. Qian Rinxue shook her head and rubbed her slightly elevated nose. Sister Bai. I am perfectly fine. There is no need for such alarm. Xiaobai promptly adjusted the blanket covering Qian Rinxue's abdomen, ensuring not a single gap remained. You are my primary focus of protection now. We cannot afford any mishaps. How would I ever explain it to the great patron? Feng Di has been under my care since childhood, and my experience is quite extensive. You must be catching a cold. Just wait. I will prepare some nourishing remedies at once. Wu Feng, not quite, actually. With that, Xiaobai hurriedly dashed out. Watching Xiaobai's bustling figure, Qian Rinxue felt a warm glow in her heart. She deeply sensed the warmth of home. At the Tiando Royal Academy, the principal was personally appointed by the Night Emperor. The 3 chief positions were held by the renowned spirit Douluos, Meng Xinji, by Bashan, and Ji Lin. Upon Wu Feng's arrival at the academy, Shui Qinghe promptly introduced him to the 3 figures. Meng Xinji clasped his hands and said, Boss Wu Feng, I have long heard of your esteemed name. To finally meet you today is indeed a great fortune for us. Wu Feng returned the courtesy with a smile, saying, Esteemed members of the Education Committee, you are far too gracious. I am merely a humble merchant. While you 3 are the true educators shaping minds, my standing is indeed distant from yours. Boss Bo, you are exceedingly polite. And who might this be? Meng Xinji inquired, casting a glance at the sea spear de law. Wu Feng was momentarily taken aback. It was hardly appropriate to declare that Uncle Miao was a title Douluo, for that would be excessively ostentatious. In this vast continent, aside from the Pope Bibidong and a select few others, only Wu Feng could enjoy such a distinction of having a title Douluo at his beck and call. The sea spear Douluo remarked, I am merely a subordinate. With that, he returned to a state of tranquility, promptly restraining his aura, which prevented the 3 spirit Douluo educators from immediately discerning his true identity. In this chaotic milieu, it was imperative for the sea spear Douluo not to reveal Wu Feng's status too readily, as few were privy to such knowledge. The dream machine, caught in an awkward moment, found himself compelled to question a subordinate, an act unbecoming of his stature. The peculiar glint in Dream Machine's eyes did not escape the notice of the sea spear Douluo, yet he chose to disregard it. His foremost duty was to safeguard the young master, and he would not easily take action unless confronted by someone as ignorant as before. Even the newly arrived disciples of the Elephant Armor sect, upon encountering the Shrek 7 monsters, instinctively lowered their heads and averted their gaze. The recent lesson still fresh in their minds. Huyenjin dared not meet the eyes of Wu Feng and the sea spear Douluo. Despite his soul power reaching an impressive 89 levels, just 1 step shy of becoming a title Douluo. Yet, in the eyes of a title Douluo, he appeared no more significant than a slightly larger ant. The disparity of a single soul ring was not something easily compensated for, especially considering that the sea spear Douluo's nonic spear, under the blessing of the sea god, could effectively counter Huyenjin's martial spirit, the diamond mammoth. Teacher Qin Ming, come over here, Dream Machine called to a figure who approached with an air of dignity and resolute steps, standing before the 3 educators and Wu Feng. Chief, did you summon me? Dream Machine introduced, this is Teacher Qin Ming, a faculty member of the Tiando Royal Academy, and he hails from your Shrek Academy. Qin Ming? Wu Feng recalled with great care that indeed there existed such an individual. Due to the premature relocation of Shrek Academy, Qin Ming remained at the Royal Academy of Tiando. And naturally, no incidents of that nature transpired. Teacher Qin, I am well aware, he replied. In moments of leisure, I have heard Dean Flanders mention it. Qin Ming smiled and responded, You are too kind, Teacher Bo. I have always considered myself a part of Shrek Academy. The profound teachings and kindness bestowed upon me by Dean Flanders and the esteemed faculty are not to be forgotten. I had intended to visit the Dean recently, however. My official duties have kept me exceedingly busy, leaving me without the opportunity. I kindly ask you, Teacher Bo, to extend my regards to Dean Flanders and the other esteemed teachers upon your return. With a smile, Bo Feng nodded and assured, Certainly, certainly. Meanwhile, a considerable crowd had gathered nearby. How could you possibly break my biphosphor snake venom? A woman with green hair and green eyes shouted vehemently at Tang San. Her outburst attracted the attention of many onlookers. Tang San turned to the woman before him, offering a slight smile as he replied, I have already stated. Your snake venom is nothing more than refuse in my presence. By utilizing realgar wine combined with fierce flames, the venom can be effortlessly neutralized. Do you wish to make another attempt? The woman, gritting her teeth, was filled with a desire to tear Tang San apart, as her snake venom was her most cherished weapon. With her third soul skill, biphosphor purple venom, the green-haired woman suddenly erupted in fury. The third soul ring beneath her feet lit up in an instant, and behind her slithered a massive green serpent, wildly flicking its tongue as it exhaled a dense purple venom that began to spread ominously. The poison began to surge uncontrollably, prompting the onlookers to swiftly retreat. For this was biphosphor purple venom. One touch could reduce a person to mere blood. The woman releasing the venom was named Douluo Yin, her martial soul being the biphosphor snake. Just moments ago, she had been boasting to familiar peers about the prowess of her biphosphor snake venom. Unfortunately, she had crossed paths with Tang San. Who is Tang San? A disciple of the Tang sect in his previous life, he was an expert in the art of poison. In mere moments, he had dismantled Douluo Yin's venomous claims, declaring her toxin as worthless. Douluo Yin, with her fiery temper, would not let Tang San off lightly. As her third soul ring illuminated, the heavy and vibrant biphosphor purple venom quickly enveloped Tang San. The crowd gasped in alarm, for the majority present understood the formidable nature of biphosphor snake venom, which was not only potent in toxicity but also carried a significant lineage. Douluo Yin's grandfather was none other than Douluo Bo, the titled Douluo known as the Poison Overlord. Woofing, as the mentor of his 7 disciples, felt compelled to journey to the Eye of Ice and Fire to procure the exquisite medicinal herbs suitable for them. Failing to do so would render Shrek's 7 monsters devoid of any chance of triumph in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition a year and a half hence. This was not merely a matter of Woofing's reputation, it was an obligation he was bound to fulfill. Sensing impending danger, Woofing swiftly unleashed a beam of Sea God's light, dispelling the toxic venom of the green phosphor serpent that had encircled Tang San and neutralizing the crisis with pure, divine radiance. Realizing that Douluo Yin had nearly committed a grievous error, Qin Ming, as her instructor, felt a weighty responsibility. Yin, did I not expressly forbid the use of green phosphor serpent venom? Moreover, today is a momentous occasion, summoned by His Highness the Crown Prince. How could you? Faced with Qin Ming's reproach, Douluo Yin instantly deflated, casting a resentful glance at Tang San. Chapter 86. Shrek's 7 Monsters versus the Royal Battle Team Little San. Third brother. Brother. The 6 members of Shrek rushed to Tang San's side. The 7 of them were one entity, and upon sensing Tang San's peril, the 6 did not hesitate to gather around him. Brother, are you all right? Please do not frighten Xiaowu. Tang San offered a faint smile, ruffling Xiaowu's hair, saying, Xiaowu, I'm fine, thanks to Teacher Woofing Sea God's light. Even without Woofing's intervention, Tang San's prowess would have enabled him to evade Douluo Yin's venom. Upon confirming Tang San's safety, the other 6 members' expressions hardened, united as one body, their bond forged through shared hardships, akin to brothers. Together, they directed their collective ire towards Douluo Yin. Yet, Douluo Yin was not defenseless. Her companions swiftly rallied around her, with the leading man gently draping an arm around her shoulder, inquiring about the situation. Tension thickened in the air, palpable and intense. Enough, Qin Ming bellowed, prompting the 7 students from the Tiando Royal Academy to cease their aggression. You little rascal, Woofing exclaimed, tapping Tang San's head in frustration. Teacher Woofing, Tang San queried, perplexed. I was the one nearly harmed and was the target of attack. Why do you seem to favor others? I have heard all about the recent events, Woofing responded. I know you possess exceptional skill in the use of poison, The green phosphor serpent venom is but a trifling matter to you. However, Wolfing quietly remarked. Could you possibly tone it down? The girl is named Douluo, and her grandfather is none other than Douluo, the renowned poison Douluo of the mainland. I have some matters to discuss with her grandfather as well, and your antics are placing me in an awkward position. Tangan gazed at Wolfing in astonishment. It was not that he lacked discretion, but rather that he could not tolerate someone boasting about themselves. The phosphorescent snake venom was indeed formidable. Yet in the presence of Tangan, a master of poison crafting, it was easily manageable. Naturally, in the world of Douluo Continent, where martial spirits abound, encountering a poison expert is a rarity, which piqued Tangan's curiosity. He had initially intended to engage in mutual exchange, as Wolfing had instructed him to gather as much information as possible about the various academies. However, Tangan inadvertently mishandled the situation, leading to the current predicament. Teacher Bo, I sincerely apologize. This incident is due to my oversight and my failure to manage my student properly. May I inquire if your disciple has sustained any injuries? Qin Ming immediately expressed his apologies. The gentle breeze swayed as Bo Feng shook his head, assuring, rest assured, my students are largely unharmed. He then turned his gaze towards Douluo, inquiring, you are Douluo, correct? Douluo cast a sidelong glance at Bo Feng, her brow furrowing slightly. Still displeased by the earlier incident. So you are the so-called teacher from Shrek Academy? It would be prudent for you to keep your students in check and refrain from unleashing them to bite at whim. No sooner had she spoken than Dai Mubai clenched his fists, a fierce roar resonating through the air. Simultaneously, the man standing beside Douluo rose slowly, his right hand transforming into a blue dragon claw, electric arcs swirling densely around it. The aura emanating from both parties momentarily plunged the scene into chaos. Bo Feng and Qin Ming exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing a sense of helplessness. Enough, the two simultaneously shouted, effectively preventing the imminent conflict between Dai Mubai and the man before him. Teacher Bo, how can you endure this? Dai Mubai exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Bo Feng glanced at Dai Mubai and inquired, if my conjecture is correct, the opposing side should consist of a well-organized 7-member team. I offer you an opportunity. Can you lead the Shrek 7 monsters to victory against their 7? Dai Mubai surveyed the opposing team briefly, brimming with confidence as he replied. Teacher Bo, rest assured, the Shrek 7 monsters are your very own Prot GS. We have been diligently training these past few days, and I have been eagerly awaiting this moment. In response, Bo Feng nodded in agreement, endorsing this approach. As do Gu Yin, a student of the Tiando Royal Academy, and Bo Feng, a teacher at Shrek Academy, it was evident that Bo Feng had no authority to reprimand the opposing party. When the other students spoke disrespectfully, Bo Feng, as an educator, found it inappropriate to overstep his bounds. Had Bo Feng been a student, the opposing 7 could have declared an early victory and laid down in surrender. Bo Feng glanced at the haughty Douluo, a subtle smile gracing his lips, before directing his gaze towards Qin Ming. Teacher Qin, may I inquire if these 7 are your personally instructed students? Qin Ming nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they are my Prot GS. And they shall be the principal participants in the upcoming Advanced Soul Master competition across the continent next year. Immediately, Qin Ming cast a fierce glare at Douluo, admonishing, Yin, do not delay in apologizing to Teacher Bo. However, Douluo disregarded Qin Ming's command, snorting disdainfully. Teacher Qin, let us not forget. Had it not been for the provocation from the other party, I would not have retaliated. Tangan furrowed his brow. Yet you cannot unleash the venom of the green phosphor snake. If it weren't for Teacher Bo's timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Qin Ming shook his head in resignation. In this context, as the granddaughter of the poison Douluo, Douluo prided herself on her unparalleled mastery of toxins. Today, she had first been humiliated by Tangan revealing the antidote to her snake venom, and now she was confronted by this mysterious Teacher Bo. Who was this enigmatic figure? Moreover, that astonishing blue-gold radiance had the power to negate her cherished green phosphor snake venom. Teacher Qin, how about we resolve this through the methods of soul masters? What do you think? Bo Feng proposed. Before Qin Ming could respond, a man standing beside Douluo immediately chimed in. Very well, let it be so. Come forth. Dai Mubai, eager for a challenge, radiated a formidable presence. 7 stood against 7, a confrontation rivaling a team soul battle. Given the gravity of the situation, Qin Ming hesitated to make unilateral decisions and turned his gaze towards the 3 committee members. They looked to Shuqinghe, the prince of the nation and the organizer of this gathering, who held significant influence over the proceedings. Shuqing has smiled and nodded. In that case, Dream Machine, you shall proceed. Understood, Dream Machine replied respectfully. As Shuqing is confident, he comprehended the gravity of the moment and promptly set about preparing for the impending contest. The Shrek 7 and the 7 led by Douluo Yin readied themselves for battle, having long considered each other adversaries. The venue for the confrontation was established on the playground, where students from various academies attending the gathering were keenly observing the competition. Not only could they gauge Shrek Academy's hidden strengths, but they could also analyze the combat styles of both teams, which would provide them with a strategic advantage in future competitions. Chapter 87. Fate. The opposing team was the Royal Combat Team, led by Yu Tianheng, the direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, a rank 39 Soul Venerable. The vice-captain was none other than Douluo Yin, a rank 38 Soul Venerable, while the remaining 5 members boasted strengths exceeding rank 35. They were also among the principal contenders for next year's tournament, representing the Tiando royal family, and would bypass the preliminary rounds, advancing directly to the knockout stages. Thus, if one wished to face them, it would require considerable effort in the upcoming preliminary contests. Wolfing continued, in this group battle, had it not been for your mischief, we would not have taken the initiative to engage in combat. Upon returning, you shall face the consequences. Tang San nodded helplessly. Teacher Bo, the fault does not lie with Xiao San. Had it not been for that Douluo Yin unleashing the venom of the green phosphor serpent, Xiao San would never have. Before Daimo Bai could finish, Wolfing interjected, what did I remind you of before we came? Do not provoke trouble, but do not fear it either. If anyone dares to offend, they must be met with a fierce counterattack. The crowd responded in unison. Kazakage, I fear you may have forgotten. Tang San, I ask you, is your poison truly formidable? Master Bo, I, Tang San, am at a loss for how to respond. Answer me. Bo Feng commanded sternly. Tang San stammered in reply. He could not reveal to Bo Feng that he was a traveler from another world. Bo Feng, what a coincidence. So am I. Tang San's mastery in both the creation and application of poison is unparalleled. Even the poison Douluo, Bo, cannot rival his skill. Confronted with the inquiries posed by Bo Feng, Tang San genuinely found himself at a loss for words. Wolfing understood Tang San's inner turmoil, recognizing the profound conflict within him. Every individual harbors their own secrets. However, Tang San's secrets were numerous. The memories of the Tang sect from his past life, along with various secret weapons and techniques of poison creation and usage, were indelibly etched in his mind. Observing Tang San's state of confusion, Wolfing sighed and remarked, never mind. Inquiring is futile. Just remember this. Act with grandeur, but live modestly. There are countless formidable individuals on this continent. Among them is Douluo Yin's grandfather, known for his ruthlessness as the poison Douluo. If you propose a solution to her serpent venom today, there is a significant chance she will inform her grandfather. Be wary, for Douluo may seize you. Brother Wolfing, you needn't be so alarmed. If that Douluo dares to come, isn't it fortunate that you are here? Ning Rongrong exclaimed with an air of confidence. Besides Sister Xiaobai, you have the Sea Spear Douluo by your side. If that proves insufficient, I can summon Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Bone to teach that Douluo a lesson. Surely, that would suffice. Wolfing, you impudent little girl, lacking in martial virtue. In any case, you must remain vigilant during this recent period. Should you encounter any peculiar or mysterious individuals tailing you, it is imperative that you inform me at once. Wolfing earnestly cautioned Tang San. Tang San nodded, responding, I shall remember this, Teacher Bo. Now, how shall we confront them? The 7 adversaries before us are all above level 35. Among us, only 4 have reached level 30, aside from Rongrong, Zhuqing, and Fatty, who have yet to attain that level. Furthermore, they possess the renowned Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, the most formidable beast martial soul in the world. A gentle smile graced Bo Feng's lips as he spoke. Indeed, the opponent is formidable, but there are 2 individuals you must pay particular attention to. The first is Douluo Yin. Her phosphorescent serpent poison is exceedingly potent. Tang San, since you possess a method to counter her, do not hesitate to employ it. This battle bears great significance for both sides. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. The second individual is this support-type soul master, Yi Lingling. Her 9 hearts begonia martial soul is exceedingly rare, with a singular function, area healing, regardless of the severity of the injuries sustained by the opponent. As long as there is a breath left, she can restore them completely. Daimo Bai and Tang San, your foremost task must be to incapacitate this singular support soul master. It is imperative that Yi Lingling does not unleash her soul skills. Understood? They replied in unison, understood. Additionally, do not underestimate Yu Tianheng's Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul. After neutralizing the support Soul Master, your focus should shift to him. His strength is perilously close to that of a Soul Sovereign, making him a formidable adversary. Apart from Tangan, the Control-type Soul Master, only Dai Mubai can contend with him. Do you have confidence? In response to Bo Feng's inquiry, Dai Mubai thumped his chest and rubbed his hands together, declaring, "Rest assured, Teacher Bo. In this battle, we shall demonstrate the prowess of the Shrek 7 monsters to all present." Observing the spirited 7, Bo Feng felt reassured. The next step was to journey to the Eye of Ice and Fire and meet with Douluo, a man of peculiar temperament and not one to be trifled with. The celestial herb was of utmost importance to the Shrek 7 monsters and to Bo Feng himself, as it could significantly enhance physical capabilities and even facilitate a second evolution of one's martial soul. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Ming stood before the 7 members of the royal fighting team, arms crossed and a serious expression adorning his face. "Yanzi, this matter arose because of you. How can you be so disrespectful to Teacher Bo?" Dugu Yin dismissed his concern, retorting, "Teacher Qin, it is that Teacher Bo who fails to instruct his students properly. One of the students exposed my weaknesses back in the day. How can I swallow my pride in silence? Now, I shall let them experience the true power of my phosphorescent serpent poison. Yanzi, remember, do not unleash the phosphorescent serpent poison," Qin Ming admonished sternly. "When did you become so timid, teacher? As you can see today, when has the Royal Academy of Heaveno ever feared Shrek Academy?" Dugu Yin inquired, perplexed. The name Shrek held profound significance for Qin Ming. Without Shrek, he would not have grown as he did. He cherished the teachings of his mentors and the dean. Now, encountering Shrek once more stirred memories of his youthful days, fleeting as time may be. "All right, I have conveyed all that I needed to. Yanzi, heed my advice." Qin Ming directed his gaze at the 7, speaking firmly. "In today's battle, I expect you to exert your utmost effort, ensuring the safety of the opposing students while achieving a flawless victory. Tianheng, as captain, you shall direct the ensuing actions." With that, Qin Ming exhaled softly and departed. I truly cannot fathom why Teacher Qin favors Shrek Academy, so what merit do they possess that warrants our caution? Dugu Yin expressed her dissatisfaction. Yu Tianheng shook his head in resignation. "Yanzi, Teacher Qin has his reasons for acting as he does." Chapter 88. Clash of Dragons and Tigers. The training ground of the Royal Academy of Heaveno was expansive, and in its center, a circular platform with a diameter of 100 meters slowly ascended. Surrounding it were students who had come to watch, alongside those from other academies who had arrived for the occasion. Standing amidst the crowd, Bo Feng felt that the time had finally come to assess the results of the intensive training for the 7 monsters of Shrek. "Teacher Bo, I sincerely apologize." Qin Ming approached him. "There is no need for such apologies, Teacher Qin. In truth, Tang San is also at fault. The situation has escalated beyond our capacity to judge." Wu Feng smiled wryly as he observed the eager combatants preparing for battle. Their eyes sparkled with fervor, each one itching to engage. For a soul master knows that conflict often serves as the most effective means of resolution. Yanzi's temperament was unmistakably competitive. Once she set her mind on something, she would not waver. Qin Ming expressed his resignation. "In truth, my students are no different. Who among the young has not experienced a fierce desire to excel? Where there is conflict, there resides the essence of true youth." To speak candidly, Wu Feng yearned to join them in the fray. Who has not been impetuous in their youth? Initially, I had intended to lead them to Soto City for their training, for it is a place where I too once toiled. And the Soto Great Spirit Arena bears the mark of my journey. Qin Ming couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, who has not been youthful and reckless? Is it not true that after Shrek's relocation to Heaveno City, Teacher Qin abandoned the idea of venturing to Soto City? Wu Feng glanced at Qin Ming and inquired. "Indeed. Teacher Bo, the Shrek Academy has officially been established, and Dean Flandre's dream has been realized. I shall return to visit when time permits." Shuo Qinghe and the 3 members of the Education Committee sat in the elevated seats, overseeing the entire battlefield, with a brief moment remaining before the commencement of the combat. Meng Shenji stepped forward and declared, "The Tiando Royal Academy will face off against Shrek Academy. May the participants from both sides enter the arena." In an instant, the atmosphere surged with excitement as all the onlooking students fervently shouted for the Tiando Royal Academy's victory. This team, composed entirely of spirit masters above level 35, represented high hopes for the Tiando royalty, participating in the competition after a year and a half. Their captain, Yu Tianheng, and vice-captain, Dugu Yin, boasted formidable backgrounds. This squad was nothing short of impeccable, both in terms of spirit master levels and the quality of their martial spirits, truly deserving of the epithet flawless. Subsequently, the two competing teams entered the arena, forming a 7 versus 7 matchup. Intense battle fervor ignited in the eyes of both sides. What began as a rivalry between Tangan and Douluo Yin had now evolved into a confrontation between the Shrek 7 monsters and the royal fighting team. Fate, at times, possesses a curious sense of affinity. Tangan, wait and see. Today I shall demonstrate the true potency of my phosphorus snake venom, Douluo Yin seethed. Her glare fixed upon Tangan. Those words, uttered before so many witnesses, compelled her to recover her dignity. Your poison is nothing but refuse in my eyes. This succinct remark instantly became a spark, igniting the fervor of both sides. In truth, Tangan's assertion held merit. To him, the phosphorus snake venom was indeed worthless. A master of toxins, Tangan's techniques were such that even the poisoned Douluo would find himself outmatched. As the Tindo Royal Academy faced Shrek Academy, Meng Xinji announced, "You have 1 minute to unleash your martial spirits." No sooner had he finished speaking than the 14 participants began their preparations. Yu Tianheng was enveloped in a whirlwind of blue lightning, his right hand transforming into a blue dragon claw, while behind him, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex manifested. The emergence of the world's premier beast martial spirit rendered the entire arena palpably tense, with an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from the martial spirits. Wolfing gazed at the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit on the field, shaking his head in disapproval. It paled in comparison to Uncle Long's sea dragon martial spirit, whose aura commanded a sense of dominance over the world. In his youth, Wolfing had trained under the sea dragon Douluo, whose martial spirit exuded such a presence that it sent shivers down his spine. After much effort, he had barely passed Uncle Long's rigorous tests. The Shrek 7 monsters observed the colossal dragon form, feeling an immense pressure. However, the current Shrek 7 monsters were accustomed to the baptism of the sea god's light, possessing an extraordinary mental resilience. They remained composed, unaffected by the oppressive aura of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Yu Tianheng, the wielder of this spirit, furrowed his brow slightly, recognizing the formidable opponent before him. "Brothers, unleash your martial spirits," commanded Dai Mubai. The aura radiating from him was no less than that of Yu Tianheng. A tiger's roar echoed through the skies as his muscles bulged, his gaze fixed resolutely on Yu Tianheng. This was the true adversary of the battle. One by one, the others manifested their martial spirits. Tangan's blue-silver grass spread across the battlefield, the fire phoenix roared, and the 7 treasure glaze tile shone brightly. The once disdainful expressions of Douluo Yin and the royal battle team transformed upon witnessing the emergence of the 7 treasure glaze tile and the fire phoenix. They realized this battle would not be as easy as they had anticipated. The 7 treasure glaze tile was the continent's premier auxiliary martial spirit, and the exceptional Phoenix martial spirit appearing on a rather rotund individual was indeed a stretch. "Engage!" Dai Mubai and Yu Tianheng stepped forward, and their dragon claws met the force of the tiger's fist. The difference in their soul power was merely 2 levels, and neither was willing to concede ground. The clash of dragon and tiger commenced. Blue silvergrass ensnared the opponents with a flick of his right hand. Tangan unleashed a surge of blue light as the purple-hued blue silvergrass erupted from the earth with astonishing speed, catching the royal battle team off guard and isolating several members from the impending assault. The target of the Shrek 7 monsters was clear, Yi Lingling. On the sidelines, Qin Ming's expression shifted dramatically. Yi Lingling, being their most crucial auxiliary soul master, possessed only a healing ability through her 9 Heartsea Poppy martial spirit. However, without her support, the royal battle team's chances of victory would plummet by 50%. Yu Tianheng, as the captain, was acutely aware of this critical fact. Shimo. Protect Lingling at once. Should anything happen to her, our defeat is inevitable. Yu Tianheng urgently commanded, knowing he could not return to defend due to Dai Mubai's restraining presence. Want to defend? It's too late. Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, launch your attacks now. Dai Mubai instructed hastily. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing exchanged glances. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, their speed was unparalleled, with their martial spirits being the nether cat and the rabbit, respectively. The 7 treasures turned, offering brilliance and swiftness. Ning Rongrong activated the 7 treasure glaze tile, its dazzling light enveloping each member of Shrek, amplifying their strength and speed twofold. Dai Mubai roared. And with the enhancement of the 7 treasure glaze tile, he began to gain the upper hand over Yu Tianheng. Chapter 89. Yu Tianheng's pride. Yu Tianheng gritted his teeth. Fully aware of the terrifying capabilities of the 7 treasure glaze tile, the continent's foremost auxiliary martial spirit. Even with only 2 soul rings, its potency was formidable. When transformed into the 9-treasure glazed tile, its auxiliary power would be unparalleled. Though he was merely 2 levels below Daimubai, he had hoped to maintain a slight advantage due to his martial spirit. However, with Ning Rongrong's enhancement, the empowered Daimubai resembled a war god. His attacks grew increasingly fierce. His tiger claws coalesced into a fist, striking Yushinheng with ferocity. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yushinheng was propelled backward. The Shrek 7 monsters were impressively powerful. It seemed they had underestimated them. Under Ning Rongrong's potent amplification, Xiaowu and Zhu Shiqing moved with breathtaking speed, reaching either side of Yilingling even as Yushinheng issued commands. Tang San's blue-silver grass isolated everyone, and while the royal battle team's members struggled to resist, they realized that if anything happened to Yilingling, their chances in this match would be lost. Without a formidable auxiliary soul master like the 7-treasure glazed tile, Yilingling's contributions in battle would far exceed those of their captain, Yushinheng. Shimo and Shimo, brothers with the black tortoise martial spirit, a defensive spirit on par with the blue lightning tyrant dragon, clenched their fists, their bodies encased in heavy tortoise shells. Boom, boom, boom. Their fists struck the blue-silver grass, akin to pounding on cotton. They were unable to provide timely support to Yilingling. Captain, this blue-silver grass is exceedingly resilient. Our attacks are ineffective. Shimo expressed his growing anxiety. This battle was crucial, not just for the honor of the Tiando Royal Academy, but also with many other academies observing. If they lost, how would they ever recover? Damn it. Yushinheng muttered under his breath. Second soul skill, Thunderclap. His second soul ring shone brightly as his claw, covered in dragon scales, unleashed rapid blue lightning, darkening the skies. Upon reaching level 30, the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit would begin to exhibit dragon-like transformations, occurring every 10 levels until reaching level 70, where it would fully embody a dragon. The thunderous power emanating from Yushinheng created a tremendous sense of pressure, uprooting large patches of earth. He aimed to break free from the encumbrance of the blue-silver grass to allow his teammates to assist Yilingling. Crackle! The thunderclap struck the blue-silver grass, yet an astonishing scene unfolded. The blue-silver grass absorbed the thunderous attack without sustaining any damage whatsoever. Impossible. This cannot be. Is this truly blue-silver grass? Yushinheng panicked. The thunderclap was meant for area damage, intended to shatter the blue-silver grass's hold on his teammates. What had gone awry? Tang San smiled. Teacher Bo had anticipated this. My blue-silver grass is incapable of resisting your lightning. Just take a closer look. Following Tang San's guidance, Yushinheng noticed that the blue-silver grass ensnaring the royal battle team members had partially embedded itself in the ground, with the majority of it exhibiting the same trait. This is... Yushinheng gasped in shock. I understand now. Qin Ming exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. The blue-silver grass itself lacks the capability to withstand Yushinheng's lightning attack. Tang San's maneuver cleverly redirected most of the lightning into the earth, effectively neutralizing the threat. Teacher Bo, you are indeed a remarkable mentor. I never imagined you could foresee such a scenario. Wolfeng smiled faintly, shaking his head as he said, Yu Tianheng hails from the blue electric tyrant dragon clan, inherently proud in nature. Coupled with our 3 great soul masters, with only Dai Mubai possessing the highest soul power, it naturally leads Yu Tianheng to underestimate the situation. Team battles are not a stage for heroics. They hinge on teamwork and the understanding among teammates. Following this battle, I hope he gained some insight. As a captain, the most crucial aspect is the cohesive collaboration among team members. When a teammate is trapped and he himself is restrained by Dai Mubai, he could easily have freed himself using his own strength. Yet, he was wholly absorbed in competing with Dai Mubai, neglecting the plight of his comrades. Tang San's blue-silver grass is far from ordinary. Those capable of cultivating it to the rank of Soul Master and joining Shrek Academy are not simple individuals. Wasn't Teacher Qin the same back in the day? Qin Ming lowered his head with a bitter smile, saying, It seems my studies are still lacking. Thank you for your teachings today, Teacher Bo. I will remember them. No need for thanks. Let us continue to observe the match, Wolfeng replied, and their gazes returned to the arena. The third soul skill, instant teleportation. The first soul skill, waist bow. Xiaowu teleported behind Yilingling, leveraging her flexibility to drive her knee into Yilingling's back. Once locked by the waist bow, what could Yilingling, as a support-type soul master, do? Under the watchful eyes of all present, Xiaowu pinned Yilingling in midair, while Zhu Qin transformed into a streak of black lightning, delivering a kick that sent her tumbling off the stage. Being thrown off the platform equated to losing the qualification to fight. In less than a minute since the start, Yilingling of the Imperial Fighting Team had already lost her combat capability, despite the average strength of Shrek's 7 monsters being at Soul Master level. With 3 members yet to reach that rank, the situation appeared far from simple. From the moment they engaged their adversaries, the opponents were ensnared step by step into the traps meticulously laid out beforehand. By utilizing Yu Tianheng's character, they achieved a perfect understanding of him, rendering the battle utterly meaningless. It was evident to anyone that without Yilingling's 9 Heart Begonia support, the opposing side still had the enhancement of a 7 Treasures Glazed Tower Soul Master. How could they possibly win? Oh no, the blue-silver grass was continuously severed, and with the loss of Yilingling, the members of the Imperial Fighting Team began to lose control. Among them, Yilingling, the only quiet girl, rarely spoke and bore an icy demeanor, yet she always played a crucial role in critical moments. First, the Shimo brothers, clad in their turtle shells, unleashed a barrage of attacks on Xiaowu. The resilient turtle shells merged into an indomitable shield, smashing into the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. The second soul skill, Bewitching. As she dodged the brothers' attacks, Xiaowu activated her second soul skill, her eyes shimmering with a faint pink hue, making her appear exceedingly adorable. Beware, do not look into her eyes. Yu Tianheng bellowed as his right hand crackled with electric energy. Chapter 90. Crawl for me. The first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Tianheng leapt into the air, launching an assault on Xiaowu, knowing that if she was interrupted, her bewitching would fail. Just at that critical moment, a strand of blue-silver grass ensnared Yu Tianheng, pulling him down to the ground with force. There was no way he could think of harming Xiaowu, who was under Tang San's protection. With Yu Tianheng no longer a hindrance, Xiaowu successfully cast her bewitching spell, causing the Shimo brothers' eyes to fill with a rosy hue, their lips curling into an unfamiliar smile. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaowu unleashed her waist bow and the 8-dan explosive throw. The Shimo brothers were mercilessly launched into the air, as Xiaowu transformed into a beam of pink light, delivering blow after blow, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. The audience was engulfed in despair and helplessness, fully aware of the devastation wrought by the 8-dan explosive throw. The misfortunes of Soto City served as a prime example. The first soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. Ma Hongjun unleashed scorching flames from his mouth, relentlessly disrupting the agile attackers. With the Windbell Bird Spirit, Yu Feng found himself in a precarious position, bolstered by Ning Rongrong's enhancements and Oscar's continual sausage provisions. At this moment, Ma Hongjun resembled a human flamethrower, his phoenix flames never ceasing since the battle began. Oscar, wearing a lecherous grin, periodically offered Ma Hongjun restorative sausages, finding the fight far easier than anticipated. As a support-type soul master, his only task was to prepare sausages while the fighting was left to others. What do I care for that? Boom. The Shimo brothers were violently slammed to the ground, their previous grasp on their turtle shells having stripped them of absolute protection. Consequently, Xiaowu's assault was akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back. At this point, 3 members of the Imperial Fighting Team were eliminated, and the situation had grown dire. Meanwhile, the Guibao Soul Master was entangled with Zhu Xing, resulting in a stalemate. Zhu Zhuqing's speed was already remarkable, and with the assistance of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, she delivered a powerful kick to the Guibao Soul Master's abdomen. Captain, what should we do? If this continues, we'll be unable to escape, and we'll have to rely on Yu Tianheng for help, someone anxiously stated. Yu Tianheng realized he had underestimated the 3 formidable Soul Masters, initially believing he would easily overpower them. After all, this was their home ground, and they had to win for the sake of the Royal Academy's reputation, right? At that moment, the 3 committee members seated above wore expressions of deep concern, remaining silent as their thoughts swirled. The Imperial Fighting Team, whom they had high hopes for and was set to be a main contender in next year's competition, was faltering. This can't be real, can it? Xueqing, his gaze sharpened as he turned to Bofeng, recognizing the latter's exceptional capabilities. To be valued so highly by the young master, he was undoubtedly a rare talent, not just in educating students but also in business. Unfortunately, the young master had even incurred losses on his behalf, adding insult to injury. The third soul skill, Biphosphor Purple Poison. Dugu Yin was furious. As the vice-captain, she could no longer hold back. She unleashed a torrent of Biphosphor Serpent Poison, enveloping the arena, causing spectators to flee in all directions, for contact with it was no trivial matter. Qin Ming, watching from the sidelines, grew grave as he realized she had resorted to using Biphosphor Serpent Poison. What would happen if any harm came to the Shrek 7 monsters? How would he face his teachers upon returning to Shrek? Teacher Qin, stay calm. Wolfing gently patted Qin Ming's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. Teacher Bo. Yinzi has unleashed the venom of the emerald phosphorus snake, Qin Ming remarked, casting a glance at Wolfing, his eyes reflecting a complex mixture of helplessness. With a dismissive smirk at the corners of his mouth, Bofeng remarked, isn't it merely the venom of the phosphorescent serpent? Watch. My students have their own means to counter it. As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing inferno erupted from the encircled Shrek 7 monsters, interspersed with glimmering droplets of liquid. The moment the liquid made contact with the flames, it ignited spontaneously. The viridescent serpent venom was swiftly disintegrated, vanishing into thin air. The Shrek 7 monsters stood triumphantly on the arena, gazing at the visibly shaken Douluo Yin with pride. Tangan stepped forward, stating, I have already told you. Your serpent venom is nothing but refuse in my eyes. A concoction of realgar wine and fierce flames can easily neutralize it. Now, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Feel free to unleash them. Douluo Yin, unable to believe the outcome, took several steps back, incredulous that the venom she held in such high regard had proven so feeble. The captain, Yu Qianheng, felt utterly powerless, his gaze shifting towards Qin Ming in search of guidance. This unforeseen turn of events had rendered him incapable of commanding, as they had exhausted all their strategies. Without the assistance of Yi Lingling and the formidable defense of the Shijia brothers, how could the royal battle team hope to triumph over the Shrek 7 monsters? Upon meeting Yu Tianheng's pleading gaze, Qin Ming could only shake his head in resignation. The bond between teacher and student allowed for unspoken understanding they had already lost. And the defeat was complete. We concede, Yu Tianheng finally declared after a moment of silence. It was disheartening to lose so effortlessly in front of everyone, especially in their own arena. After the match concluded, Xueqinghe shook his head in helplessness before angrily departing, ensuring that no incriminating evidence remained. The 3 committee members sat motionless, their expressions darker than the night, utterly fatigued by the outcome. The victorious Shrek 7 monsters were elated. They had triumphed over a full team of soul masters, each above level 35. Their recent rigorous training and hardships had not been in vain. Once off the stage, the 7 approached Bofeng eagerly. Dai Mubai exclaimed, Teacher Bo, we owe you our gratitude for your brilliant strategy. Otherwise, we could not have ended the battle so easily. Indeed. Our effortless victory today is largely due to your guidance, Oscar chimed in, his face alight with admiration. As the praises flowed, Bofeng felt himself becoming somewhat elated. Concealing his inner joy, he feigned seriousness and cleared his throat, saying, do not rejoice too soon. Do not think that because you won against the royal battle team today, your grueling training is at an end. Consider this a preemptive warning. Prepare yourselves for what lies ahead. Along with your regular training, I will have Uncle Meow offer you occasional pointers. If any of you falter, you will all face my wrath. Meanwhile, the defeated royal battle team appeared utterly despondent. Qin Ming approached them, offering consolation. All right, the battle is over. You have all performed admirably. No, Teacher Qin, please do not comfort us. This defeat is entirely my fault, Yu Tianheng said, striking the ground in frustration. No, Tianheng. Douluo Yin interjected, embracing him with concern. This is not your fault at all. Shrek Academy simply outmaneuvered us. Not only did they neutralize my serpent venom, but they also eliminated Long Lung first. If it were a one-on-one match, they would hardly stand a chance against us. Yin, let me ask you. What did I say before the match began? Qin Ming's tone grew stern as he questioned Douluo Yin. Teacher, Douluo Yin stammered, lost for words. You were well aware of the terrifying power of the phosphorescent serpent's venom. Why did you choose to use it, especially under my strict instructions? Facing Qin Ming's inquiry, Douluo Yin retorted, Teacher Qin, this concerns the honor of our academy. If I had not unleashed the venom, how could we possibly win? Moreover, did our opponents not endure any consequences? However, Douluo Yin's character mirrored that of her grandfather, leaving Qin Ming at a loss for words. Noticing Qin Ming's reluctance to press the matter further, and considering Shrek suffered no significant losses, Douluo Yin steeled herself and turned to Tangan. If he could neutralize my serpent venom, then surely Tangan can also counter my grandfather's venom. If I inform him of this, I believe my grandfather would find it most intriguing. Without hesitation, she concocted an excuse and departed from the group, venturing off alone. With the battle concluded, the victorious Shrek 7 monsters garnered the admiration of other academies. As the gathering commenced, renowned academies flocked to them, eager to engage in conversation. Each individual held a wine glass, adorned with gentle smiles, as they conversed with the Shrek 7 monsters. Beneath their smiles lurked ulterior motives. They were incessantly probing for secrets from various academies, for the Shrek 7 monsters' performance had been truly remarkable. Frankly, could any random team here defeat the Royal Battle Team? The answer was a resounding no. Setting aside the formidable blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit and the phosphorescent serpent, along with the robust defense of the Xuanwu turtle. Not to mention the healing prowess of the 9-heart sea tang. How could one hope to prevail against such a team? The configuration of all members being above level 35 was already considered top tier. As for the Shrek 7 monsters, 4 of them had reached the rank of Soul Master, while the remaining 3 were great Soul Masters. Their victory was by no means guaranteed, beyond Baofeng's unconventional training regimen. The majority of their success stemmed from their own relentless efforts. Their opponents were formidable, and as minor players, they were not to be underestimated. On the other side, Baofeng was seated with the 3 committee members from the Tiando Empire. Chief of Dream Machinery, may I inquire about the whereabouts of His Highness the Crown Prince? Baofeng surveyed the area, having discerned that Xue Qinghe was not the same person he once knew. Such a maneuver could only be executed by an entity as powerful as the Spirit Hall. No one else would dare to undertake such audacious actions. Teacher Bo. The Chief of Dream Machinery replied. His Highness had urgent matters to attend to back at the palace, and thus departed immediately after the battle concluded. While it was stated as a matter of importance, it was indeed a matter of royal dignity, and even if the Crown Prince were merely an impostor, he still had to maintain appearances. Furthermore, the disguised Xue Qinghe had become aware that Baofeng was observing him. Some expressions cannot be perfectly mimicked, especially considering that Baofeng had spent nearly a year in close proximity to the original Qian Renxue, and the differences in demeanor were stark. This insight was limited to Baofeng. Whether others could discern the truth remained uncertain. Teacher Bo, we are considering hiring you as an instructor at the Tiando Royal Academy. Certainly, Teacher Bo. As the esteemed proprietor of a department store, we can discuss the matter of salary separately. It is worth noting that the olive branch extended by Dream God Machine, coupled with the coaching prowess of Baofeng, is exemplified by his exceptional team. The Shrek 7 monsters. In previous grand competitions, victories were either claimed by the Spirit Hall or the Star Luo Empire. This year, however, marks a significant focus for the Tiando royal family, as they have invested considerable effort into the formation of their Imperial Combat Team. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus alongside the granddaughter of Dugubo, as well as the Xuanwu turtle and the 9-heart sea tang, signifies the depth of commitment from the Tiando royal family. Yet, today's battle has profoundly disheartened the 3 members of the Education Committee. As a team consisting of 4 Soul Kings and 3 Great Soul Masters has remarkably triumphed over their prideful Imperial Combat Team. This setback is indeed a considerable blow. With a gentle smile, Baofeng understood the predicament faced by the 3 members of the Education Committee. As representatives of the Royal Academy of Tiando, they bore an astonishing burden of pressure. Baofeng appreciated the goodwill extended by the 3 educators. The 7 members of the Royal Combat Team were indeed exceptional, and their instructor, Qin Ming, was also a commendable teacher. I am aware that the outcome of this battle is difficult for the 3 educators to accept. Yet they must not forget that we are all competing on behalf of the Tiando Empire. Regardless of who wins, it is the honor of the Tiando Empire that triumphs. We must not allow personal reasons to cloud our judgment. Sighing, Dream God Machine remarked, Teacher Bo is correct. This matter was our imposition. Each member of your esteemed Shrek 7 monsters is remarkable. I wonder if the Soul Master from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda is indeed the beloved daughter of the esteemed Sect Master Ning? Kazekage nodded slightly and remarked, Indeed. She is the cherished jewel of Master Ning. Could it be that the 3 esteemed committee members are acquainted with her? Beside him, Bai Baoshan chuckled and said, When this young lady was but a child, she accompanied Master Ning to your esteemed academy. I had anticipated that Master Ning would send her to the Royal Academy of Tiando for her studies. Yet, it appears he possesses a far-sighted vision. Shrek is indeed an excellent place for her. When time permits, we shall certainly pay a visit. I shall eagerly await the honor of your esteemed presence, he replied. Wolfing added, 3 members of the Education Committee, I wonder if you are acquainted with Dugu Yan's grandfather, Dugubo Dugubo. The 3 exclaimed in unison. Meng Xinji gently inquired, May I ask, Teacher Bo, what is it that you wish to discuss with the esteemed Dugu? Oh, it is nothing of great consequence. Merely some matters I wish to confer upon Douluo Dugu, he replied. Chapter 92, Father. Meng Xinji said, to speak candidly. It has been a year since the 3 of us last encountered Douluo Dugu. He is a solitary figure, residing solely in the Sunset Forest, and beyond that, we know little else. Each of us has our own challenges. It was difficult for Bo Feng to articulate much, and after uttering a simple thank you, he departed. As the sun dipped below the western hills, casting a crimson glow across the sky, the 7 members of Shrek, accompanied by Bo Feng and the sea spear Douluo, descended the mountain together. Wolfeng instructed Mu Bai, as their leader, upon entering the city, "You are to return directly to the academy." Dai Mu Bai inquired, "Teacher Bo, what about you? Will you not return with us?" Wolfeng appeared somewhat awkward. "Your teacher's wife is pregnant. I must return to check on her. Am I not? Tomorrow morning. Wait for me at the usual spot, and make sure to rest well. It has been a long day." After his words, everyone nodded in agreement. The carriage then gradually made its way towards the city of Tiando. By the time they entered the city, it was night, the stars twinkled, and the full moon hung high in the sky. Wolfeng and Hai Mao Dug disembarked from the carriage beneath the bustling shops, bid farewell to the Shrek 7 monsters, and returned home after a long week apart. Sister Bai really insists on coming back once a week, Wolfeng mused, constantly thinking of his wife and their soon-to-arrive child. Wife. The sound of the wind was quite loud. As I approached the room, I noticed Xiao Bai wearing a gloomy expression. "Shoo," Xiao Bai gently said. "Please be quiet for a moment. Xiao Shui has just fallen asleep." With utmost caution, Bo Feng peered in, and as Xiao Bai had mentioned, Qian Rinxue was soundly asleep, indulging in a deep slumber. To avoid disturbing her rest, the two descended the stairs with great care. "Sister Bai, how has my wife been faring these past few days?" Bo Feng inquired anxiously. Xiao Bai rubbed her forehead and replied, "Rest assured, your beloved is in perfect health. Ever since Xiao Shui's pregnancy, her appetite has significantly improved, and she has become even more inclined to sleep. In fact, she now spends a third of her day in slumber. How are your students faring under your guidance?" Naruto took a sip of water, moistening his throat. "Let's leave it at that, Sister Bai, to be honest." Kazuki paused for a moment, contemplating. "I wish to journey to the city of Carnage." Xiao Bai's expression sharpened. "Are you out of your mind?" Before we left, the Grand Offeror specifically cautioned against your going to the city of Carnage. What sort of place do you think that is? If you venture there, can you truly return unscathed? Wolfeng smiled helplessly and said, "But I miss my father." As he spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. Since his birth, apart from his mother, his father had become Wolfeng's sole obsession. In Wolfeng's heart, family held more significance than anything else. The reason he had not sought the heart of the sea god was that he could not bear the thought of the sea god's 9 trials. Such a fate would jeopardize his mother. The only course of action now was to find his father. Wolfeng would exhaust every means to ensure his father inherited the position of the god of slaughter. Only then could his mother avoid sacrifice, and their family could truly be together. A misty veil clouded Xiao Bai's eyes as she gently patted Wolfeng's shoulder. "All right, you are soon to be a father yourself. You mustn't cry in front of your child." Xiao Bai reassured him. "As for the city of Carnage, that decision lies with you. The future of Sea God Island rests in your hands. Sister Bai has lived for 100,000 years. Though she may not comprehend the warmth and cold of the human world, for the sake of Sea God Island's future, you must survive. That is the only prerequisite. The High Priest holds you in high regard. And the reason for not allowing you to venture into the city of Carnage is also for the consideration of Sea God Island." With a heart full of helplessness, Bo Feng lamented, tears welling in his eyes. "How can I stand idly by while my father becomes the king of slaughter?" "The king of slaughter? What does that even mean? Do you know something?" Xiao Bai inquired. The wind brushed away the tears at the corners of his eyes, and he instinctively closed his mouth, hastily shaking his head as he said, "No, Sister Bai, you have misunderstood. A few days prior, the Grand Offering had instructed in a letter to retrieve the heart of the sea god as soon as possible. It is a sacred relic of our Sea God Island, having long been lost to the outside world, just in case," Xiao Bai reminded. After a moment of silence, Wolfeng inquired, "Sister Bai, do you know what the heart of the sea god is?" Xiao Bai explained, "How could I not know? It is the very essence of the sea god's divine artifact, the trident of the sea god. The Grand Priest informed you about it. Did you perhaps forget? The heart of the sea god is not merely the core of the trident, it is the essential element obtained through the 9 trials of the sea god, encompassing the vast power of the sea god himself." "The 9 trials of the sea god," Xiao Bai exclaimed excitedly. "Then you must hurry and retrieve it. I remember you mentioning that you know where the heart of the sea god is located. With the heart of the sea god and the completion of the 9 trials, you would become the next sea god." The more Xiao Bai spoke, the more animated she became, while Wolfeng, in contrast, sighed restlessly, lost in thought. With tear-stained eyes, Bo Feng quivered as he spoke. Once I acquire the 9 trials of the sea god and fulfill the 9 challenges set forth by the esteemed deity, what then? As the mother of the grand offering, I cannot escape the fate of sacrifice. As a son, how could I bear to seize the heart of the sea god? Siobai. Once the steed of the sea god understood these sentiments profoundly, Bofeng's words rang true. I am truly sorry, Wind, for failing to consider your feelings. Bofeng gently shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. It's all right, Sister Bai. You are also considering the best for Sea God Island. As for the heart of the sea god, I shall retrieve it, but not at this moment. I must journey to the city of slaughter and bring my father back. I will exert every effort to assist him in completing the trial of the Shura god. Only then can my mother be spared from sacrifice. The gaze of Bofeng was resolute. For his father had not only transformed into the king of slaughter, but also harbored within him the formidable dark golden 3-headed bat king. The divine light from the sea god's crown possesses the capability to restore his father to his former self. Yet, in the end, will he be able to withstand the overwhelming power of the Azura? Ultimately, it will backfire upon him, mirroring the circumstances depicted in the original narrative. What if the high priest does not consent to your actions, my dear Bai? I cannot concern myself with such matters. For the sake of my father, and for my mother, I am willing to do anything. Little Shui has already conceived. These 2 children embody the hope of the Sea God Island. Truly, Sister Bai, I owe you my gratitude. Grateful for what? Bai inquired, perplexed. With a smile, Naruto gazed at Xiao Bai and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for creating the opportunity for me to be with Xiao Shuer. Otherwise, I would never have encountered such a wonderful girl to accompany me throughout my life. After this grand competition, I will head to the city of slaughter to not only bring my father out but also assist him as much as I can in completing the Shura God trial. Chapter 93. Tang San has been captured. Wufeng intended to journey to the Eye of Ice and Fire, seeking the mystical herbs found there that might aid his father. Although he was uncertain of the quality of these herbs and the effects they bestowed upon individuals, he had Tang San, who possessed knowledge of the Eye of Ice and Fire. He hoped to locate a herb suitable for alleviating the poison afflicting his father. Meanwhile, the 7 members of the Shrek Academy had returned from their day at the Tiendo Royal Academy, having engaged in an exhilarating battle, leaving them utterly exhausted. Consequently, they each retired to their dormitories early for rest, except for Tang San. He wandered the academy, reflecting on Bofeng's words. By chance, Tang San spotted his teacher and Vice Dean Lu Erlong conversing. From Flinder, he learned that they had once been deeply in love, but certain circumstances had led to their separation. In truth, Tang San envied Bofeng for having a caring sister and achieving so much at such a young age. His parents must have loved him dearly. Regrettably, Tang San yearned for his father's affection and longed for the mother he had never met. He decided to rest, for training awaited him the next day. Just then, the temperature around him plummeted suddenly, causing him to shiver. What could be happening? He practiced the Xiantian skill, having reached a level where he was impervious to the cold, especially considering it was still summer. To his astonishment, a figure clad in green appeared 5 meters before him, wearing a green robe, with a white beard and eyes as cold as a serpent. Who could this person be? Sensing danger, Tang San instinctively prepared to unleash his blue-silver grass for a counterattack. However, before he could react, the old man swiftly appeared before him. A wave of dizziness washed over Tang San, and he fainted. The sudden surge of soul power startled Lu Erlong, who was nearby. Who is it? She exclaimed, breaking free from Master S' embrace and hastening towards Tang San's location. The soul power emanating from the stranger was even more formidable than her own, indicating an extraordinary strength. Could it be the Sea Spear Douluo, or perhaps someone else? No, the aura of the Sea Spear was distinctly different. This presence exuded an overwhelming force, suggesting the individual might be a title Douluo. Lu Erlong, what has happened? Master inquired, arriving breathlessly. Lu Erlong's expression turned grave as she replied. Someone powerful just passed through here, even stronger than me. Could it be the Sea Spear? Master speculated. Lu Erlong slowly shook her head, stating, it cannot be the Sea Spear. I am too familiar with his aura. Moreover, Teacher Bo has returned to the shop, and I encountered Rong Rong and the others when the little monsters came back. Rong Rong mentioned that Teacher Bo is with Madam at the shop, and the Sea Spear follows Teacher Bo's orders, so he cannot be at Shrek Academy. Then who could it be? Master pondered, furrowing his brow. At that moment, something glinted in his peripheral vision. He approached and parted the grass. What is this? He exclaimed, momentarily frozen in place. What happened, Xiao Gang? Lu Erlong asked. Crouching beside him, they beheld a flying dagger, cold and sharp. No one in the academy, aside from Tang San, could possess such an item. Master trembled as he picked up the dagger, tears welling in his eyes. Tang San must not come to harm, or he would face grave consequences when meeting Tang Hao. Xiao San is in trouble, Master declared, gripping the dagger tightly. As Tang San's teacher, he understood clearly what his disciple was thinking. This was a message left by Tang San. Xiao Gang, how can you be certain this belongs to Tang San? Lu Erlong queried. What if Master shook his head vigorously, saying, I know Xiao San's character well. Erlong, did you not mention a powerful surge of soul power earlier? Combined with this dagger, it is sufficient proof that Xiao San is in peril, likely abducted by someone, and this dagger is the message he left behind. We must act swiftly to rescue him. Let us summon Flinder and depart together. Wait. Master halted the anxious Lu Erlong. Erlong, you go notify Flinder while I head to the shop to inform Teacher Bo. The enemy is still unaware. With just the three of us, we stand little chance. Having Teacher Bo and the Sea Spear with us will significantly bolster our rescue efforts. With that, they set off on their respective missions. At the shop, Bo Feng and Xiao Bai were preparing to rest when a sudden, urgent knock at the door startled them. Both were displeased, wondering who could be disturbing them at this late hour. Xiao Bai, irritated, opened the door and exclaimed, What is it? If you wish to purchase something, come back tomorrow. Is Teacher Bo here? Bo Feng, this voice sounds so familiar. Master? What brings you here? The person who arrived was indeed the master, and seeing his anxious demeanor, it seemed something significant had transpired. Upon noticing Bo Feng, the master hastily exclaimed, Teacher Bo. Xiao San has been abducted by a mysterious figure. What? Bo Feng gasped in shock. Just when I returned from the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, could it possibly be that poison Douluo's doing? That seems implausible. Such efficiency is unlikely. Good heavens. This is truly distressing. Kaze no Kaze pressed his forehead, feeling that this day was anything but peaceful. He could hardly sleep soundly. Master, do you know who exactly abducted the mistress? The master inquired urgently. Wolfing's expression grew solemn as he conjectured. Earlier this morning at the Royal Academy of Tiando, a conflict arose between Xiao San and Dugu Yin. Dugu Yin is the granddaughter of Dugu Bo, as you are well aware. The master knows that the poison Douluo is renowned for his deadly venom. Coincidentally, Xiao San managed to unravel Dugu Yin's phosphorescent serpent poison, which must have caused the master to involuntarily gasp in shock. Dugu Bo, the poison Douluo, Dugu Bo, a figure of immense notoriety, infamous for his lethal prowess and his mercilessness in taking lives. This is dire. How will he explain this to Tang Hao? Wolfing let out a gentle sigh. This Dugu Bo, despite his advanced age, moved with remarkable swiftness. In just a single day, he had managed to take Tang San away. Tonight, it seems, he would have a proper meeting with that venerable elder. Naruto, Master, you may return for now and ensure the safety of the remaining 6. As for Tang San's disappearance, please do not disclose this to anyone, especially to Xiao Wu. I will bring Tang San back safely. Chapter 94. The light of the sea god breaks the serpent's poison in the sunset forest. Towering mountains loomed, and within a cavern, Tang San stood in confrontation with an elder clad in green robes. Young man, are you the one who has undone the poison inflicted upon my granddaughter? The elder's piercing gaze resembled that of a swift serpent, chillingly cold. Tang San replied nonchalantly, Senior, are you referring to Dugu Yin? Reflecting on the events of the day. The elder confirmed, Indeed, Yin Yin is my granddaughter. Now, answer my question. How did you manage to neutralize my granddaughter's serpent poison? Dugu Bo's patience began to wane, his aura pressing down on Tang San, forcing him into a defensive stance. In my eyes, the biphosphor serpent's poison is nothing but refuse. Tang San scoffed disdainfully. Such audacity. You seek your own demise. A green light flickered in Dugu Bo's eyes as he made a slight gesture with his hand. Suddenly, Tang San felt an overwhelming force slam him against the rocky wall, the searing pain in his back nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Do not think that just because you have dispelled my granddaughter's poison, you can act with impunity. If you deem my poison to be worthless, I shall ensure you suffer a torturous demise within its grasp. Should I will it, there will be no living creature within 1,000 meters. This was no idle threat. Dugu Bo was fully capable of such devastation. Enduring the pain, Tang San slowly rose. Must I resort to deception before you? I still do not know your true identity. Dugu Bo cast a cold glance at Tang San. I am Dugu Bo. Tang San chuckled softly, realizing that Teacher Bo's words rang true. Dugu Bo was indeed a titled Douluo, with a mastery of poison that far surpassed that of his granddaughter. It was evident that Dugu Yin had informed him of her predicament, otherwise, he would not have personally sought out Tang San. Enough. I have lost interest in you. Prepare to die. With that, Douluo raised his hand. An unending flow of green light began to coalesce as he readied the Biphosphor Serpent King's poison to demonstrate its potency. Wait. Douluo paused momentarily, then smirked. Oh, are you begging for mercy now? It is too late. Immediately, a dense wave of Biphosphor Serpent King's poison surged forth, enveloping Tangan under Douluo's arrogant gaze. In a matter of moments, he would be reduced to mere blood, vanishing from this world. However, surrounded by the Biphosphor Serpent King's poison, Tangan felt no sense of despair. Rather, a mysterious force silently shielded him. This warm sensation. The light of the sea god. It was the protection bestowed upon him by Bofeng earlier that morning, still lingering. Douluo's once proud poison seemed to have no effect. Gradually, his expression shifted from disdain to sheer astonishment as he witnessed the Biphosphor Serpent King's poison dissipating, revealing Tangan unscathed before him. You, what have you done? Why does my Biphosphor Serpent King's poison have no effect on you? Douluo's eyes narrowed with menace. In this realm of spirit masters, only a handful of ancient beings could withstand his poisons. The individual before him, known as Tangan, posed a significant threat that must be eliminated swiftly. Gaining confidence, Tangan straightened his posture. You old monster, as I stated. Your serpent poison cannot harm me in the slightest. Is that so? Douluo sneered. Then I could simply kill you right now. With your demise, this world will be rid of one more threat. Meanwhile, in the outer reaches of the Sunset Forest, Bofeng and Sea Spear Douluo were making their way through the eerily silent woods of night. Based on the divine light of the sea god emitted today, Bofeng has officially determined Tangan's location. That solitary boat will not harm Tangan. The lad is exceedingly clever. The Sea Spear Douluo inquired, Young master, why do you place such great importance on this Tangan, even going so far as to personally intervene? With a faint smile, Bofeng remarked, This is my promise to an individual who entrusted me with the protection of Tangan, especially since he is my grandson. I cannot abandon him. Grandson? The two continued their journey. Inside the cavern, a green flame illuminated the surroundings, casting an eerie atmosphere in the pitch-black night. Tangan felt a tightening grip around his neck as Douluo choked him, a sensation of suffocation overwhelming him. Old monster, you cannot kill me. Otherwise, Teacher Bo will not let you off. Teacher Bo? Douluo laughed heartily. After all these years, I have become a titled Douluo and have never regarded anyone with importance, let alone an ordinary teacher. Rest assured, once you are dead, no one will know. I shall ensure you die comfortably. Just as Tangan prepared to unleash his external spirit bone, a brilliant blue-golden light flashed at his forehead. This pure and mysterious light of the sea god instantly repelled Douluo, sending him staggering back several meters. Coughing, Tangan's face flushed red. He almost met his end. As one who wielded poison, one must never perish at the hands of someone whose skills and toxicity were inferior. Douluo was filled with dread at the sight of that blue-golden light, an emotion he had never felt before. There were too many surprises within this Tangan. For now, he could not kill him, as he might extract some advantageous information. Douluo cautiously approached, halting about 3 meters away from Tangan. Tell me, what is that blue-golden light on you? It has embarrassed me twice. Douluo questioned angrily. Tangan secretly rejoiced, thankful for Teacher Bo's protection. Otherwise, he would have been in grave danger. You have no right to know. Douluo was about to erupt in fury. A person long afflicted by poison, well aware that the art of toxicity is meant to harm others, yet you yourself are already poisoned. If your poison is not rubbish, then what is it? Tangan's words dealt a significant blow to Douluo, who struggled to suppress his inner shock and cast a cold gaze at Tangan. You insolent brat. I have been using poison for decades. I have always poisoned others. Do not engage in verbal sparring with me. I will not be swayed by your tricks. Predecessor, do you experience symptoms of soreness and numbness in your ribs during rainy days, with episodes occurring at noon and night, each lasting more than an hour? Additionally, at night, do you feel piercing pain in your head and soles, each time unbearable? Upon hearing this, Douluo completely lost his composure. Boy, tell me, besides you, does anyone else know of this matter? Douluo asked urgently, not wishing for this information to spread. If it reached his enemies, it would be disastrous. Take advantage of your illness to end your life, old monster. If you do not wish for this matter to be disclosed, then release me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that by tomorrow, the entire Douluo Continent will be aware. Before Tangan could finish, the murderous aura emanating from Douluo struck Tangan's chest like a tangible force. The might of a tidal Douluo was overwhelmingly heavy. Tangan coughed up blood. an odd sound emanating from his back. Under Douluo's pressure, 8 sharp spider spears emerged, releasing a chilling aura to confront Douluo, temporarily safeguarding Tangan. External spirit bone. As a title Douluo, particularly as a poison Douluo, he had committed numerous acts of violence. Killing a soul master of level 30 was an effortless task. Today had brought him too many surprises. Pushing against his oppressive aura had even forced out an external spirit bone, a delightful accident. The rarity of the external spirit bone was undeniable. For a title Douluo like Douluo, to not feel envy would be disingenuous. Apart from the 100,000-year spirit rings, this external spirit bone was unique. The number of individuals possessing it across the entire Douluo Continent would scarcely exceed 5. Who would have thought? You little monster have hidden yourself well, even possessing an external spirit bone. What a pity. A hint of disappointment flickered in Douluo's eyes. This external spirit bone had already fused with Tangan. In the past, he would have forcibly extracted it and equipped it to Yin Yin. Such a treasure would be a waste to grant to you. Indeed, under the influence of the sea goddess light, Tangan's external spirit bone had become one with him, intricately intertwined with his very being. He felt immense gratitude towards Bofeng, pondering how he could express his thanks. Little did he know the reason behind Bofeng's kindness. Beyond their shared martial spirits, there remained another bond, grandfather and grandson. Those who understand, understand. Meanwhile, at the forest's edge, Bofeng and Sea Spear Douluo arrived before a toxic barrier. This was the entrance, yet Douluo had skillfully sealed it with potent poison. Any ordinary person who entered would surely meet their demise. But he was Bofeng. This mere poison posed no challenge to him. Donning the sea goddess crown, radiating the brilliant light of the sea god, he began to cleanse the toxic barrier. Under the illumination of the sea goddess light, the toxic barrier vanished in mere moments. Before them stood a towering peak, devoid of any entrance, its steep cliffs presenting an insurmountable obstacle. Young master, I can sense an extremely powerful aura. Shall I draw it out? Sea Spear Douluo proposed. Bofeng shook his head and remarked, if matters can be resolved peacefully, we need not resort to force. Uncle Meow, you shall observe from the shadows while I draw out that old poisoner. Should he make any move, we can act accordingly. The Sea Spear Douluo nodded, then vanished from sight, swiftly melting into the forest. Gazing at the towering mountains before him, Bofeng realized that to lure out Douluo, he must create a significant commotion. Gradually, the soul rings beneath his feet began to rise, and the trident materialized in his hand, followed by the sudden illumination of the 4th soul ring. The trident transformed into a brilliant gold, interlaced with golden lightning, as an endless surge of oceanic power flooded in. With the 4th soul skill, Ocean Goddess Thunder, he hurled the golden trident, which soared like a meteor towards the mountainside. Inside the cave, where Douluo intended to interrogate Tangan, he felt an involuntary twitch in his right eyelid. Dismissing it, he planned to continue. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed, and the cave began to tremble violently. Massive, hard rocks began to collapse, while Tangan employed his blue-silver grass to shield himself. The 8 spider lances behind him relentlessly piercing through the falling boulders. Douluo exuded a terrifying aura, deterring anyone from approaching him. The rocks, mere moments away from contact, disintegrated into mere fragments, even turning to dust. This was the overwhelming presence of a tidal Douluo, an aura that demanded utmost respect. Douluo felt a surge of frustration. Having lived in this place for nearly a decade without incident, this unexpected assault could only be a man-made calamity. Who, with any sense of self-preservation, would dare to wreak havoc in his domain? He cast a fierce glare at Tangan, warning, I'm stepping out for a moment. Remember, do not wander about here. If you do, you will meet a most unfortunate end. With that, Douluo leapt into the air, becoming a fleeting shadow as he departed the cave. Determined to confront the fool daring to cause trouble at his doorstep. With Douluo's threat removed, Tangan felt as if he were a fish in water. If told not to venture forth, he would do just the opposite. Seizing this rare opportunity, Tangan resolved not to let it slip away easily. He hurriedly returned to Shrek Academy to prevent Xiaowu and his friends from worrying, intending to inform Teacher Bo about the day's events and seek his counsel. Yes, that was precisely what he would do. Meanwhile, outside, Bofeng sensed the arrival of someone whose aura was slightly beneath Uncle Meow's. A tidal Douluo had arrived. Before Bofeng stood a green-robed elder who descended from the heavens, exuding an imposing presence as he prepared to strike. Without hesitation, he unleashed green radiance from his hands, a concentrated version of the green phosphor Snake King's poison. Surrounding Douluo were countless green orbs formed from this venom, attacking his residence without provocation. This transgression had crossed Douluo's limit. He turned to face Bufeng, realizing that apart from him, there was no one else in sight. With a swift motion of his right hand, Douluo sent a multitude of green orbs hurtling towards Bufeng, darkening the skies with their overwhelming numbers. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been paralyzed by fear. Bufeng smiled lightly, standing still in place. Not far away. A golden spear suddenly soared through the air, landing with a formidable force before Bufeng. The shockwave generated by the spear instantaneously neutralized Douluo's assault. Douluo's gaze sharpened. Before him stood an entity equal to himself, a tidal Douluo whose strength surpassed his own. Gradually, the sea spear Douluo emerged from the woods, advancing directly to Bufeng. Drawing forth the golden spear, its sharp tip glimmering with a golden sheen, poised against Douluo. The appearance of the two tidal Douluos plunged the scene into a stalemate. Chapter 96. Douluo's frustration as if faced with a formidable adversary. Douluo maintained his composure, 9 spirit rings rising beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Behind him, the Emerald Phosphor Snake King bared its fangs, letting out a deafening roar. It was the first time in many years as a tidal Douluo that he had been pursued to his doorstep. The sea spear Douluo's fighting spirit surged. It was his first encounter with a tidal Douluo outside of Sea God Island. The Nonic spear, forged as if from solid gold, bore the same configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black spirit rings. In terms of presence, the sea spear Douluo overshadowed Douluo. Who dares to intrude upon my abode? Douluo inquired. His voice laced with ire. You lack the qualifications, perish, responded the sea spear Douluo. With that, he thrust the spear toward Douluo due to Douluo's earlier disrespect. Bufeng, as the young master of Sea God Island, felt compelled to eliminate this individual swiftly. Without further ado, Douluo activated his spirit rings, emitting a green light as the potent toxins of the Emerald Phosphor Snake King surged forth. The once lush trees around began to wither rapidly, while the verdant grass turned a sickly yellow. As the poisoned Douluo, Douluo prided himself on being unmatched in the realm of toxins. His primary aim in capturing Tangan was to ascertain the identity of the one capable of countering his granddaughter's snake venom. Little did he anticipate that Tangan would present such a formidable surprise, one that posed a significant threat and even incited Douluo's murderous intent. Just then, Bufeng arrived, and with a single strike of the sea god's might, Douluo's fury reached a boiling point. Bufeng donned the diadem of the sea god, radiating a dazzling blue-golden luminescence. The sea spear Douluo, ensnared by the venom of the phosphorescent serpent emperor, instantaneously broke free from the serpent's toxic grasp. The golden spear tip, imbued with a potent aura of lethality, now hovered before Douluo. Once again, that radiant blue-gold light emerged, effortlessly dispelling the serpent's poison. Douluo, filled with resentment, unwilling to accept such defeat, activated his 7th spirit skill, the true body of martial soul. The 7th spirit ring beneath his feet flared to life, enveloping him in a rich green glow. The sea spear Douluo furrowed his brow. The true body of martial soul had arrived. Who fears whom? With unwavering determination, the sea spear Douluo clutched his spear tightly, driving it fiercely into the ground, transmuting it into a golden liquid that began to fuse with the Nonic spear, achieving a perfect union of man and weapon. A 30-meter-long phosphorescent serpent emperor and a golden spear occupied opposite sides, their formidable presence causing the soul beasts in the setting sun forest to scatter in panic. The once tranquil forest erupted into a cacophony of chaos. The phosphorescent serpent emperor launched the first assault, swinging its robust tail in a flurry against the spear. Strangely, no matter how fiercely the serpent struck, its attacks appeared futile, merely producing showers of sparks without any real effect. The Nonic spear, embedded in the earth, suddenly emitted a golden sheen akin to raindrops, resembling a meteor's explosive descent. The 30-meter-long serpent body of the phosphorescent serpent emperor was violently propelled backward, obliterating countless trees in its wake. Before the phosphorescent serpent emperor could react further, the golden spear surged forward with lightning speed, aiming directly for the serpent's head, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Uncle Spear, it is time to relent. The sea spear Douluo swiftly intervened, withdrawing from his martial soul manifestation while wielding the Nonic spear, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the head of the phosphorescent serpent king. Elder Douluo, let us converse, he stated. In the presence of this unfamiliar tidal Douluo, the sea spear Douluo's power far surpassed that of Douluo. Consequently, Douluo also relinquished his martial soul form, rendering his most prized possession, the poison of the phosphorescent serpent king, ineffective. Stripped of its venom, he resembled a fierce tiger devoid of its fangs. incapable of posing any real threat to the sea spear. Standing there, pallid after abandoning his martial soul form. Douluo's lips stained with blood bore testament to the ferocity of the sea spear Douluo strike. The 7 sacred pillars Douluo showed no mercy towards their adversaries or those who posed a threat to the sea spear, intent on eliminating each foe one by one. Who exactly are you? Douluo, now devoid of his earlier arrogance, regarded the two with heightened caution. Wave smiled and said, Senior Douluo, my name is Wave. I am the proprietor of the general merchandise shop. Wave, you are the esteemed boss Wave. The renowned reputation of the general merchandise shop has reached even Douluo's ears. With a smile, Bofeng nodded and said, Indeed, it is I. Then who is he? Douluo warily glanced at Sea Spear Douluo. Sea Spear Douluo replied, You need not concern yourself with my identity. Answer the young master's question. Should you take any further actions, I am fully capable of ending your life at any moment. Young master? Douluo gazed fearfully at the grinning Bofeng. The merchandise shop was ubiquitous across the continent, its extensive reach eliciting trepidation even among 2 empires. Coupled with its favorable relations with the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the 2 major royal families, no one dared to touch the merchandise shop. Furthermore, a titled Douluo with 100,000 years of soul rings was stationed within. Little did he expect that behind Bofeng, there was not just one titled Douluo. Douluo let out a grim and hollow laugh, saying, Boss Bo, please express any concerns you may have. Tang-san, hand him over. Douluo chuckled dryly, Boss Bo, how did you come to know that it was I who took him? He is merely an ordinary student. How could you possibly go to such lengths for him? Even deploying a titled Douluo seems rather excessive. Wolfing smiled gently, addressing the esteemed Douluo. Tang-san is my student. This morning at the Tiando Royal Academy. He had a conflict with your granddaughter. Upon returning to the academy, he was abducted. I trust there is no one but you capable of orchestrating such a feat under the watchful gaze of Vice Principal Lu Erlong. She is a soul sage. And aside from those soul masters who surpass her in strength, it seems only you, a titled Douluo, could achieve this. Ah, I see, Douluo mused. The young man named Tangan spoke truthfully. Should anything happen to him, Teacher Bo will certainly seek retribution. Initially, Douluo held this notion in disdain. For as a titled Douluo, he thought it absurd to fear a mere academy instructor. Yet now, apprehension crept in. It was not merely Bofeng he feared, but also the formidable forces that stood behind him. Any one of them could make Douluo feel perilously exposed. Tang-san is indeed in my custody. You have arrived too late. He has already met his demise. Douluo declared provocatively. This was not merely a display of discontent towards Bofeng, but rather an assertion of power. The venom of the Emerald Poison Snake Emperor seemed trivial in Bofeng's presence. If such news were to spread, the repercussions would be severe. Dead? A moment of surprise crossed the countenance of Bofeng, quickly followed by a smile. Do you truly believe I would take your word for it? I am well aware of Tang-san's character. He is an astute individual, not one to simply succumb to death. He demanded, hand him over promptly, or you shall face not only my wrath, but also that of his father. In the cave, Tang-san began to navigate his way out. The route taken by Douluo was no longer an option for him, as it would lead to an awkward encounter. The cave was dark and damp, with the stillness of the night carrying a chill. Only someone with Douluo's mastery of poison could survive in such a harsh environment. It was unlikely anyone else would dare to dwell here. As Tang-san continued his search for an exit, he found himself atop a cliff, beneath which lay a thick layer of ominous clouds, obscuring the ground below. For the sake of Xiaowu and the desire to reunite with his comrades, Tang-san summoned his 8 spider lances, which began to extend from his back. He moved along the steep, smooth rock face, the 8 spider lances seamlessly integrating with him under the nourishing light of the sea god. With deft movements, he wielded the sturdy lances, setting a rapid rhythm. Suddenly, he was enveloped by a surge of blue and red light. Tang-san instinctively shielded his eyes while striving to maintain control over the lances. After safely landing, he exhaled in relief, only to be struck by the scene that unfolded before him, which left him profoundly shaken. Outside the cave, Douluo sighed deeply. Old poison. I hope Tang-san is unharmed. Please hand him over. Bofeng sought Douluo for the individual, along the path to the valley. Douluo could not restrain his curiosity. Boss Bo, may I inquire how you managed to break through the poison of my Bailin Snake Emperor? It has been a source of great intrigue for me. Bofeng Danran remarked. The venom of the Emerald Serpent King instills fear across the continent. Yet under the radiance of my sea goddess light, this poison poses no threat to me whatsoever. The sea goddess light? Douluo inquired with skepticism. What manner of thing is that? In this fleeting moment, it would be difficult to provide a clear explanation. Wolfeng Shunshin cast a glance at Douluo, noting his green hair, green eyes, and green nails, and mused that Douluo must have been afflicted by poison for decades. His relentless pursuit of toxic arts not only wreaked havoc on his own body, but posed a grave threat to his progeny as well. Sighing deeply, Douluo replied, "You speak as that little monster does, and you are correct. I have indeed been poisoned for a long time. Alas, my beautiful granddaughter is still so young. After all these years of being a titled Douluo, my soul power remains at level 92. The phrase 'the cost outweighs the benefits' perfectly encapsulates my predicament. If I were to tell you that I possess a means to completely eradicate the toxins within you and your granddaughter, then," with a mysterious smile, Bofeng turned to Douluo and spoke. Douluo was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting a flicker of emotion as the hope within him was rekindled. "Boss Bo, are you truly sincere?" Douluo inquired eagerly, suppressing his inner joy as he awaited Bofeng's response. "As a businessman, I have no need to deceive you. What I have promised, I shall deliver. As for your abduction of Tangan, let us disregard that matter," Bofeng replied. "Senior Douluo, you must not underestimate Tangan. His mastery of poison far surpasses yours. Oh, I pride myself on my unparalleled skills in toxicology. No one on the continent can rival me. Tangan is but a 13-year-old boy. How could he possibly be more formidable than I?" Bofeng's assertion was met with Douluo's skepticism, as he possessed immense confidence in his own abilities. Otherwise, he would not have dominated the world with the poison of the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor. "You will soon find out," Bofeng stated, and thus the three of them proceeded towards the cave. Meanwhile, at the ice and fire yin yang eye, Tangan could hardly contain his excitement. Indeed, every herb in this place could be deemed a celestial treasure. How could he not be exhilarated at the sight of the ice and fire yin yang eye? He now understood that Douluo's status as a titled Douluo was intricately linked to this very location. Only someone with his poisonous prowess could barely survive here. His excitement intensified as he bent down to examine each exquisite herb, his eyes brimming with desire. Consuming just one of these would undoubtedly cause his soul power to skyrocket. The likelihood of their victory in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master competition in a year and a half would also increase significantly. However, this was Douluo's territory, and any disturbance to the flora here would not be taken lightly. As Tangan surveyed his surroundings, he felt increasingly reluctant to leave the ice and fire yin yang eye, cherishing every herb within this enchanting realm. Douluo, unaware of the treasure trove before him, could not fathom the herb's true worth in Tangan's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, when Tangan gazed upon the two celestial herbs growing in the spring water, he made a decisive choice. He retrieved a sharp dagger from the 24-bridge moonlit night, and with a swift motion, the 8 spider lances unfurled from his back, propelling him forward. Inside the cave, Douluo's eyes widened in panic. Indeed, Tangan had escaped, rather than a mere escape. He had arrived at the ice and fire yin yang eye. Strange? Where did that little monster go? He was just here a moment ago. Douluo muttered impatiently as he searched. According to Bofeng's understanding of Tangan, he has undoubtedly departed. Seizing the opportunity during the battle between Spear Douluo and Douluo, it is quite possible that he has already returned to Shrek. Senior Douluo, there is no need to search further. I believe Tangan has already made his way back. The wind of the waves halted the solitary bow. Have you returned? The solitary bow expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "This insubordinate rascal, I instructed him to wait here, yet he dares to defy my command. Truly, he has become audacious. Should we encounter him again, I must ensure he experiences the formidable potency of the biphosphor serpent's venom once more." Remaining motionless, he resembles a turtle. Wolfeng smiled helplessly and addressed the esteemed elder Douluo. "Let us speak of our matters. I have cured both you and your granddaughter of the poison. I wish to procure something of yours." Elder Douluo waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Speak freely, as long as it is within my means." "You may have whatever you desire." Wolfeng tentatively inquired, "I have heard that you possess a treasure trove of herbs. I wish to collect a few for my students, as they would prove beneficial. Might you grant me this favor?" Upon hearing Wolfeng's request, Elder Douluo erupted in hearty laughter. "Is that all? Those trivial items are of no concern. You, Wolfeng, have alleviated a burden I have carried throughout my life. Take as many herbs as you wish." With that, the three of them proceeded to a precipice, precisely above the location known as the Eye of Ice and Fire, where Tangan resided. "Wolfeng, this is the entrance to the treasure trove," Elder Douluo declared. Wolfing gazed downward into the unfathomable abyss, where the duality of ice and fire awaited his arrival. Immediately, 8 spider spears sprouted from his back, strikingly reminiscent of Tangan's 8 spider spears, both having been dropped by the humanoid demon spider, albeit with a slight distinction. The 8 spider lances of Bofeng, dropped by the human-faced Spider King, surpass even Tangan's in terms of quality. Along the steep rock face, Bofeng commenced his journey. Chapter 98, A Father's Final Hope. An external soul bone. This was the second time tonight that Douluo expressed astonishment. Identical in form to Tangan's, Bofeng's external soul bone, however, boasts a darker hue compared to Tangan's. The deeper the color, the more potent the toxin it harbors. The waves of energy commanded by the protagonist propelled the 8 spider spears forcefully into the rocky wall, creating a rhythmic descent. The formidable figure of Douluo transformed into a 30-meter-long azure phosphor serpent king, swiftly gliding down from the cliff, while the sea spear Douluo leapt with equal vigor. For him, this height was utterly trivial. During his descent, the protagonist keenly observed faint traces around the rocky surface, reminiscent of marks left by some sharp object, strikingly similar to those made by his own 8 spider spears. It appeared as though they had been made not long ago. Could it be that Tangan had not departed but had instead arrived here ahead of him? Without hesitation, the protagonist accelerated his descent, hastening the movement of the 8 spider spears. At the moment of landing, he beheld Douluo and the sea spear Douluo standing together, their gazes fixed upon the vast pool of water before them, where it seemed a figure lay submerged. Tangan. The corners of Bofeng's mouth twitched. This rascal truly embodies the essence of a protagonist, radiating an undeniable aura. Could it be that he has lost his senses? This hot spring possesses both searing heat and frigid cold attributes, and even I cannot endure such extremes for an extended period. Yet, he lies within it. Is this not a path to certain doom? As Bofeng intercepted Douluo, the latter's astonished gaze lingered upon him. Gradually, Bofeng advanced, and as he approached the eye of ice and fire, he boldly extended his hand into its depths, shielded by the radiance of the sea god. The scalding and frigid waters did not inflict upon Bofeng the slightest harm. Instead, a comforting warmth enveloped his entire being. As the waters of the eye of ice and fire began to transform Tangan's physique, he had undoubtedly ingested the fiery apricot and the 8-angle ice grass, coupled with the residual power of the sea god lingering within Tangan. Under the influence of these 3 formidable forces, Tangan was undergoing a monumental metamorphosis. This rascal would face no peril. The eye of ice and fire was diligently reshaping Tangan's body. Let us step aside, Douluo suggested, casting a final glance at Tangan, who lay submerged in the waters, letting out a soft sigh. This young man had brought him an abundance of surprises. As time passed, Tangan, immersed in the waters, suddenly awakened. The 8 spider lances upon his back underwent a profound transformation, turning a deep crimson. After consuming the fiery apricot and the 8-angle ice grass, Tangan's body had reached an extraordinary state of being impervious to both fire and water. Although his soul power remained unchanged, his physical prowess achieved a qualitative leap. Rascal! The voice was all too familiar. Tangan turned his gaze to the side. Teacher Bo. Senior Haimiao. Senior Douluo. He exclaimed. Teacher Bo, what brings you here? Tangan scratched his head, smiling. Bofeng smiled wryly, donning his shirt before stating that he would seek him out shortly. At that moment, Tangan realized that his upper body was still exposed. At merely 13 years of age, his 8-pack abs had already begun to take shape. Xiao would be fortunate in the future. Tangan's face flushed, and he hastily retrieved a new set of garments from the moonlit night at the 24 bridges. He swiftly changed behind a concealed rock and promptly sat down before Bofeng. How do you feel? Bofeng inquired. Tangan nodded, replying, It's all right. Oh, if that's the case, then all is well. Naruto, I have conferred with Senior Douluo, and you, too, are a master of poison. Healing the toxins afflicting Senior Douluo should pose no significant challenge, correct? Previously, I would have estimated a mere 30% chance of success. However, with the advent of the duality of ice and fire, my odds have now increased to 50%. Although Senior Douluo has been poisoned for an extended period, while I may not entirely eradicate the affliction, I can certainly alleviate the daily suffering it causes and extend his lifespan. Upon hearing Tangan's account, Douluo gasped in astonishment. What? Only 50%? He then cast a look towards Naruto, his eyes brimming with resignation. Boss Bo, surely you jest. Just moments ago, you claimed you could cure me completely. In response to Douluo's bewilderment, Naruto smiled gently. Fear not, Senior Douluo. while Tang sentenced to your ailment. I shall employ the light of the sea god as an adjunct. I trust you have witnessed the efficacy of the sea goddess light. Your lethal phosphor serpent emperor's poison was effortlessly eradicated in an instant. I can assure you that within half a year, you shall be invigorated, liberated from the burdens of your toxic affliction. Is that truly the case? A glimmer of hope ignited in Douluo's eyes. Kazekage solemnly nodded. Upon receiving Kazekage's affirmation, Douluo finally felt reassured. I have conferred with Senior Douluo. As long as we restore his health, you may take whatever celestial herbs you desire from here. Teacher Bo, is this truly the case? Tang Sen inquired with palpable excitement. Previously, he had been concerned about whether the celestial herbs could be taken away, as his companions were in dire need of such extraordinary medicinal plants. Achieving the soul sect within a year and a half would undoubtedly be an exceedingly vexing endeavor. Aside from Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu, the rest of the four were quite irritated. The celestial herbs not only had the potential to enhance their soul power, but also to lay a solid foundation for their future achievements, with the minimum outcome being that they could all attain the rank of title Douluo. Douluo cleared his throat and stated, I speak with utmost sincerity. Yet there is one condition. Do not deplete all of them. Leave some for me, if you would. The group chuckled, realizing that Douluo was not as difficult to engage with as he might seem. Tang-san, are you familiar with all the celestial herbs here? Kazekage inquired. Teacher Bo, do you require any specific celestial herbs? Please let me know, and I shall gather them for you immediately. Having received such significant assistance from Bo Feng, Tang-san was eager to offer something in return. Is there perhaps a mystical herb capable of curing any poison and reviving a person? If such a thing does not exist, I shall not press the matter further. However, I would appreciate your help in finding a suitable herb for myself. After all, I have exerted effort, and it would be disheartening to return empty-handed. Following Bo Feng's guidance, Tang San delved into the collection of mystical herbs, methodically commencing his search. This was the final hope for his father, and Bo Feng wished to prevent his father from being overwhelmed by the terrifying power of the Shrek god. A fate that would separate him from his mother, an outcome Bo Feng could not bear to accept, even if a reunion in the divine realm were possible in the future. Wolfeng, too, is reluctant to proceed in this manner. Now, he can only place his hopes on Tang San, who may be able to procure the appropriate celestial herb for his father. Only then will there be a glimmer of hope for his father's survival. Chapter 99, The Azure Blossoms of Nine Heavens and the Stargrass of the Nine Skies. Observing the heavy-hearted Wolfeng, the sea spear Douluo expressed his concern, saying, Young master, do you have something weighing on your mind? With a wry smile, Bo Feng shook his head and replied, No, Uncle Miao. I was merely contemplating whether to place Tang San here. The Eye of Ice and Fire possesses a unique cultivation environment, offering far superior conditions than my inferior version of the Sea God's Light. At that moment, Douluo interjected. Boss Bo, having listened to you speak at length, I find myself exceedingly curious. Who exactly is the father of this little monster? Why is it someone I cannot afford to provoke? Wolfeng glanced at Douluo, his expression a blend of mirth and intrigue. Senior Douluo, are you truly certain you wish to know? He inquired. The more enigmatic you become, the more my curiosity is piqued. Speak, for I am a titled Douluo. Who would dare to act against me? Douluo, boasting of his unparalleled mastery of poison, believed there was no predicament that his venom could not resolve. Tang San's prodigious talent was beyond question, a fact that resonated deeply with Douluo. As for the identity of Tang San's father, this revelation captivated Douluo's interest. First, take a deep breath, he advised. Why? I fear you may struggle to catch your breath. Douluo urged. Now, speak. My thirst for knowledge has become insatiable. With a mysterious smile, Bo Feng gently remarked, Tang San bears the surname Tang. Throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent, aside from that formidable individual bearing the same name, who else could it possibly be? Upon hearing these words, Douluo's expression shifted dramatically, transforming into one of terror and unease. Boss Bo, are you suggesting that the person in question is not Tang Hao? The illustrious reputation of the Haotian Douluo reverberated across Douluo Continent, particularly following his battle with Qin Xuanji. At that time, he had, with merely a nascent level of 90, severely wounded two titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall and nearly vanquished Qin Xuanji himself. After that confrontation, the name of Haotian Douluo became irrevocably renowned. However, something felt amiss. Douluo pondered intently. The little anomaly's martial soul was blue silvergrass. How could he possibly be the son of Tang Hao? I see now. This must be a jest on your part. Boss Bo, intended to amuse me. Wolfeng smiled helplessly. Why do I bother to seek your happiness? Tang-san, in truth, possesses a twin martial soul. What? Douluo looked astonished at Tang-san, who was in search of the celestial herbs. This little monster conceals his depths remarkably well. A twin martial soul. Aside from the Pope of the Spirit Hall, it seems that he is the only one on the entire Douluo Continent to possess such a rarity. Wolfing, there is also me. The blue-silver grass and the Haotian hammer. What an unimaginable combination. One a discarded martial soul, and the other the foremost weapon martial soul on the continent. Their ingenious fusion has forged Tang-san, a prodigy of extraordinary talent. Who would have thought? Douluo then wore a sly smile. Boss Bo, may I inquire about something? Noticing Douluo's malicious gaze, Wolfing nodded in acknowledgement. I wonder, does this little monster have a match? Good heavens! Wolfing gazed at the enigmatic smile of Douluo, pondering whether he had misjudged the man. Could it be that Douluo was indeed such a person? Surely not. How curious. What, are you trying to catch the attention of this rascal? Wolfing asked with keen interest. The little monster possesses remarkable talent. His future achievements will undoubtedly rival those of the Pope from the Spirit Hall. I am a man of foresight, and one must be adequately prepared. Wouldn't you agree? Douluo mused. Fortunately, I spared Tang-san back then. Had I not, that formidable individual would have made short work of even 10 Douluo. With a mighty swing, Tang Hao would restore tranquility once more. This rascal is not one to be trifled with. If indeed Douluo Sr. harbors such intentions, allow me to recommend 7 times. Experience ecstasy 7 times a night, ensuring you return to your peak. An essential for stepping out, a remedy for familial harmony. Douluo cast a teasing glance at Wolfing. My dear Wolfing, I am not exaggerating. Your 7 times is utterly ineffective. When I next brew some elixirs for you, or perhaps when my granddaughter visits, we could conduct a little experiment to see which is superior, your 7 times or my concoctions. At that moment, Tang-san approached, holding 2 resplendent celestial herbs in his hands. Upon witnessing the mischievous expressions of Wolfing and Douluo, he instinctively took a step back. Douluo had always been eccentric. How curious that even Wolfing seemed to share this trait. With a cough, Wolfing remarked, What are you staring at? Have you never witnessed a conversation between elders? Elders? Indeed. Tang-san replied, Teacher Bo, in my left hand, I hold a celestial herb known as the 9 Heavens Azure Blossom, which possesses the remarkable abilities of rejuvenating vital essence, transforming one's very being, and enhancing physical strength. Enhancing physical strength? Wolfing's eyes twitched slightly. It seemed this herb would be of little use to him, having trained under the light of the sea god since childhood. His physical prowess had long surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, he thought it prudent not to dismiss the young man's earnest intentions after his prolonged search. Thankfully, celestial herbs all shared a common effect. They elevated soul power levels. Currently, Wolfing's soul power had reached level 48. Having searched 4 levels after absorbing the left leg bone of a 7,000-year-old faceless spider monarch, he was resolute in achieving level 50. Tang-san continued, in my right hand, I possess another celestial herb, known as the 9 Heavens Star Grass, which has the extraordinary capability of neutralizing all forms of venom. The moment someone consumes the 9 Heavens Star Grass, they will recover from any poison afflicting them, and it even holds the miraculous power to restore vitality. Wolfing accepted the 2 precious medicinal herbs handed to him by Tang-san. Is what you say true? Wolfing inquired earnestly. Tang-san solemnly nodded, reassuring him, rest assured. Teacher Bo, everything I have stated is entirely true. If you still harbor doubts, I can swear upon my martial soul. Wolfing has assisted Tang-san in numerous matters. He is not a person who forgets kindness. Finding the appropriate celestial herb for Wolfing has indeed consumed considerable effort on his part. This may be one of the few things Tang-san can do for Wolfing. A soul master can swear an oath by their own martial spirit. And what Tang-san has stated is entirely true. The Jiutian Xingshan grass in his hand represents his father's final chance, and Wolfing must seize this opportunity. With a gentle smile, Wolfing said, Thank you, Xiao-san. From this moment forth, you shall cultivate here. Tang-san, displaying a hint of anxiety, inquired, Master, will you no longer teach me? Wolfing's guidance had undoubtedly proven to be the most effective. It was through his teachings that Tang-san had triumphed over the Imperial battle team. With a smile, Wolfing shook his head, saying, It is not that I no longer wish to instruct you, but rather the peculiar circumstances of this place. My inferior version of the sea god's light is insufficient here. In due course, when time permits, I shall grant you the privilege of witnessing the true sea god's light, which possesses an authentic sense of oppression, one that will ensure that you never forget it for the rest of your lives. As an aside, he continued, when you depart, Do procure some appropriate celestial herbs for your brothers. They must consume them for the ultimate victory. Bofeng's words were resolute. In response, Tangan nodded deeply, sharing the same intention. After speaking, Bofeng withdrew the 9 heavens star grass into his soul guide, grasped the 9 heavens azure flower in his left hand, and promptly began to chew it, disregarding the method of consumption, for any means of enhancing soul power would suffice. Once he ingested the 9 heavens azure flower, Bofeng's body became extraordinarily heated, signaling the onset of its effects. The sea goddess crown radiated with the sea goddess light, as Bofeng gazed towards the ice and fire duality eye. With a leap, he plunged into the pool, an action that left Tangan both astonished and horrified. It is essential to note that this was the ice and fire duality eye. Even he had to consume the fiery apricot and the 8-pointed ice grass before he could barely withstand the extremes of the frigid and searing hot spring. How dare Teacher Bo? Simultaneously, the soul rings of Bofeng began to bloom one by one. 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. The ethereal figure of the sea god gradually manifested before the onlookers, emanating an aura of solemnity and divine inviolability that sent shivers of trepidation through Tangan and Douluo. This was Bofeng's martial soul, the sea god. The sea spear Douluo knelt down with a demeanor of utmost reverence. The sea god is the veneration of all ocean soul masters. Within the ice and fire duality eyes, Bofeng commenced a transformation. The frigid and fiery energies surged through his body, and under the impetus of the sea god's light, the power of the celestial herb was being absorbed at an accelerated rate. His body fluctuated between extreme cold and searing heat, yet Bofeng maintained a serene countenance, distinctly aware of the changes unfolding within him. As time passed, dawn approached. A layer of pale light began to emerge from the eastern clouds, and sunlight began to illuminate the entire sunset forest. In the vicinity of the ice and fire duality eyes, Tangan sat cross-legged, initiating the Xiantian skill. Indeed, cultivating here would significantly enhance the circulation of his soul power. At that very moment, Bofeng, who had been submerged in the hot spring, suddenly opened his eyes. The aura he released immediately captured the attention of the 3 individuals present. Under the gaze of Tangan and others, Bofeng emerged from the spring, and to their astonishment, a new soul ring appeared beneath his feet, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. Where did this unexpected 5th soul ring come from? Bofeng had spent the entire night here, with no opportunity to obtain a 5th soul ring. Young master, your 5th soul ring, could it be? Inquired the sea spear Douluo. Bofeng nodded, affirming that his 5th spirit ring was a gift from the sea god, approximately 25,000 years old. With the enhancement of his soul power, this 5th spirit ring could evolve, potentially reaching the level of a 100,000-year spirit ring. A 100,000-year spirit ring. My goodness. Douluo was beside himself. Bofeng was more monstrous than a mere creature, an unequivocal true monster. Tangan, as you cultivate here, please assist Elder Douluo in concocting the antidote. This is an exceedingly slow process, and I will come here periodically to provide Elder Douluo with the baptism of the sea god's light, Bofeng instructed. Tangan nodded in understanding. After bidding farewell to Douluo, Bofeng departed with sea spear Douluo. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had already brightened considerably. Inside the bustling shop, Xiaobai was leisurely seated on the balcony with Qian Rinqiwei, basking in the early morning sunlight. Sister, do you think my husband returned last night? Qian Rinqiwei lamented. Ever since her pregnancy, Bofeng had been preoccupied with the affairs of the academy, and the couple only managed a brief reunion once a week. How could she have possibly fallen asleep last night? Her longing for Bofeng grew increasingly intense, especially during her pregnancy, when she desperately craved her husband's affection. Xiaobai nodded, saying, he indeed came back. You were asleep that night, so he didn't want to wake you. Last night, that master from Shrek came by, claiming that Tangan had been captured. Thus, Fingdi and Sea Spear set off in pursuit. We still do not know the current situation. Captured? Qian Rinqiwei inquired. Sister, who possesses such great power to dare seize my husband's student? Besides that old poisoner Douluo, who else could have such capability? At that moment, Bofeng pushed open the door, returning with a slightly fatigued demeanor. Upon seeing Bofeng in such a worn state, Qian Rinqiwei couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Fingdi, how did it go? Were they able to rescue that Tangan? Xiaobai asked. Bofeng sat across from the 2 women, exhaling a sigh, and said listlessly, everything is well. I specifically took a day off today. Last night was indeed a fierce battle. Tangan has already been rescued, and I have acquired the 5th soul ring, elevating my soul power to level 52. 52? Xiaobai's eyelids twitched in astonishment. Aren't you a soul master? How did you ascend to Soul King in just one night? Wolfing smiled helplessly as the soul rings beneath his feet illuminated in succession, with the fifth soul ring serving as the sole testament of a soul king. In the Sunset Forest, he had encountered certain fortuitous events. This fifth soul ring was a special gift from the sea god himself. As his soul power level ascends in the future, the soul ring has the potential to evolve, ultimately achieving the status of a 100,000-year soul ring. Upon hearing Wolfing's account, Xiaobai felt a twinge of envy. Why would the sea god treat you with such kindness? As the sea god's mount, I have not seen him for nearly 10,000 years. My dear, you have endured much. Qian Rengshu smiled gracefully, her demeanor enchanting, like a gentle spring breeze that sweeps through. That Dugubo was truly excessive, daring to snatch away your student. He is utterly unworthy of being a title Douluo. Qian Rengshu's anger flared suddenly. This cannot stand. We must have Uncle Shi teach that old poison master a lesson, lest he continues to leap about. Who knows? He might launch another surprise attack next time. Wolfing, with a wry smile, remarked, Xiaoxue, the esteemed Duga merely wishes to ascertain the identity of Tangan. To have the ability to neutralize the venom of the legendary green phosphor snake, which is a trump card of the old poison master, is truly remarkable. If I were in his position, I would undoubtedly summon Tangan for a thorough inquiry. Here, Xiaobai exclaimed, retrieving a letter from the nearby table and presenting it to Wolfing. This letter was sent by the high priest earlier today. You should read it carefully. Mother has written to me. Naruto carefully extracted the letter from the envelope and began to read it with great attention. Halfway through, his expression grew increasingly intense. The ever-changing and enigmatic expressions on the face of Kazekage left both Xiaobai and Qian Rinxue utterly perplexed. What could possibly be written in that letter to elicit such a profound reaction from Kazekage? After a considerable pause, Wolfing gently set down the letter, letting out a long sigh, filled with melancholy. Sister Bai, he lamented, my mother is coming. Qian Rengshu gasped in astonishment. Xiaobai exclaimed, the high priest is coming to Tiando City. What shall we do about Sea God Island? Chapter 101, Mother is coming. Kazuki picked up the letter once more and handed it to Xiaobai. The letter expressed that she had completed her instructions regarding the affairs of Sea God Island and had temporarily entrusted the authority to Uncle Long. Ever since the malevolent Orca King was blinded, peace has reigned over Sea God Island. Although a deep-sea Orca King still lurks in the abyssal Orca Sea, that creature has been exceedingly lethargic, remaining in its domain for countless years. I have yet to witness it venture to Sea God Island. Sister Bai, have you ever encountered the deep-sea Orca King? Xiaobai nodded gravely. That being is indeed a tyrant of the ocean, an unquestionable sovereign. While people often refer to